Chapter 1. The Crossing and a Nightmare. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the eastern seas, lies the village of Coco. West, the sun bathed the island in a gentle glow. The sea breeze softly rustled the leaves, and the waves caressed the shore tenderly. Yet, aside from the eerie absence of animal sounds from the woods, everything seemed as it always had typically. On such splendid days, Noki would have already whisked Nami away to frolic by the sea. However, at this moment, she found herself sitting in a daze upon the ground, staring at the lifeless form of Belmere amidst a pool of blood. And the instant Belmere fell, Noki's mind was pierced by 1,000 needles, and under the weight of excruciating pain, her vision began to fade to black. The sounds of Nami's cries grew increasingly distant before succumbing to unconsciousness. She struggled to crawl to her adoptive mother, collapsing against her. Her body lay still, as if bereft of breath. Ha ha ha. Has this little brat been scared to death? You lowly beings thought you could save 50,000 berries? But the money I've laid my hands on shall not be returned. Ha ha ha. Kicking Noki, the villainous dragon checked for breath near her nose, a wicked grin creeping across his face as he erupted into maniacal laughter. Belmere, Noki, Nami cried, throwing herself onto the two. I found it. Brother Arlong, there's a navigation chart in this household, shouted the octopus fishman, Chopper, bursting forth from Noki's home in exhilaration. Upon discovering that the chart was drawn by Nami, the dragon's gang sneered as they seized her. The village guard, Ajian, and the villagers rushed forward to intervene, but were felled by the fishmen, helplessly watching as Nami was taken away. Tears streaming down his face, Ajian gazed at Belmere's lifeless body just as he was about to utter words of self-reproach. He noticed Noki's body tremble slightly. He paused, and disregarding the wounds and blood on his face, rushed to support the little girl. Seeing her furrowed brow, he let out a sigh of relief. At least she was alive. As he carried Noki inside, Ajian and the villagers fashioned a coffin, laying Belmere to rest by the sea. The funeral was hastily conducted, as he needed to convene with the villagers to discuss rescuing Nami. That night, Noki awoke, memories of the daylight flooding her mind. The image of Belmere's death, Nami's cries as she was taken away by the dragon echoing vividly in her thoughts. Though she had feigned death, she could still perceive the sound around her, which only intensified her anguish. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself alone in the house. Devoid of her family, Noki curled up beneath the covers, succumbing to tears of despair. After what felt like an eternity, exhausted from weeping, she wiped her tears and snot away, sitting on the bed and staring vacantly out the window. Belmere, Nami, she murmured, silently reflecting on the memories of the past 12 years. Noki found herself unable to discern which version of herself was the true one. Is it the little girl who had just wept in the safety of her blankets? Or was it the young adventurer from her past life, who, lacking Belmere's fortune, had perished in pursuit of adventure? Indeed, Nojiko has transcended, or more accurately, the individual from her previous life has reincarnated as Nojiko and has inhabited this world for 12 years originally. She could have lived joyfully like any other child, but fate took a sinister turn when tragedy struck the woman who brought her boundless warmth and love. Met her demise at the hands of a fishman during the day. The death of Belmel resonated profoundly within Nojiko, plunging her into a state akin to suspended animation, simultaneously awakening her memories of her past life. She had once perused the saga of One Piece, leaving an indelible impression upon her. Naturally, she was aware of Nami's harrowing existence prior to her acquaintance with Luffy, yet she never anticipated becoming a part of that tragic narrative herself. Dragon. Nojiko clenched her teeth as she uttered this name, her eyes brimming with a fury and hatred that threatened to overflow once the tempest of anger subsided. The young girl's shoulders slumped. She realized that vengeance would not be within her grasp in the near future. From her observations of the later chapters of the manga, especially as the protagonist crew ventured into the new world, a plethora of pirates with exorbitant bounties emerged, as if those lacking bounties in the hundreds of millions were unworthy of the pirate life. A bounty of 20 million was trivial in the new world, scarcely sufficient to serve as cannon fodder. However, in the East Blue, a bounty of 20 million, particularly for a fishman, positioned the dragon as a formidable force. Moreover, he commanded dozens of fishmen under his banner. In the original narrative, the commanders of the dragon's base effortlessly sank a naval branch's warship. Nojiko yearned for retribution. She did not wish to rely on the Straw Hat crew to vanquish the dragon. She desired to slay her adversary herself, to eradicate all the fishmen of the dragon's base, using their blood as an offering to honor Belmel. The potency of her hatred harmonized her spirit and soul to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, she comprehended that she was both Nojiko and the adventurer from her former life. The two were fundamentally one and the same. The amalgamation of two lifetimes, spirits, and souls significantly affected Nojiko. As her psyche began to shape her reality, her body commenced a transformation, adapting to the rules of this world. With her innate abilities gradually enhancing for now, Nojiko remained unaware of these changes, destined to discover them in due course. This day stretched interminably before she could revel in her rebirth. She was beset by devastating news, and the weight of her spirit bore down heavily, leading her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ajien and the villagers succumbed to despair as the dragon's crew devastated all the vessels in the village, obliterating their last hope of escape, let alone seeking aid from the navy at dawn. As Nojiko emerged from her slumber and stepped into the courtyard, Ajien, his face bandaged, knocked and entered. He regarded her with a few fleeting glances, relieved to find her otherwise well except for slightly swollen eyes. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. I would have been at a loss as to how to explain this to Belmalagian." Hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We have already laid Belmir to rest the villagers, and I intend to rescue Nami. You must remain inside and not move. The evil dragon believes you are dead. Do not allow him to see you again. He has not returned the 50,000 berries from yesterday, and if he discovers you are still alive, he will likely demand more money. Alas, all the money in the village has been used to buy our lives from the dragon." With that, he gently patted Nojiko on the head and departed. Nojiko steeled herself and returned to her room in search of something to eat. It had been 3 meals since she last ate. She felt utterly drained and needed to regain her strength quickly. Staying in Cocoa Village was no longer an option. If she lingered, the dragon would inevitably discover that she was alive. Given the vile nature of this fishman and his hatred for humans, he would not spare her without a price. More importantly, remaining here would forever hinder her from growing stronger and achieving her desire for vengeance. Chapter 2. The system that made Green Algae Head feel ashamed. After finishing her meal, Nojiko found a sturdy bag, packed a few articles of clothing, and added some food and water. After a moment's hesitation, she rummaged through a crack in the wall and unearthed a paper packet containing 6,000 berries. Gazing at the meager sum left in her home, she recalled Belmir's proud smile when she had hidden the money. One must always have a fallback plan. This money might save your life one day. Such is the wisdom of adulthood. Nojiko sniffled, striving to suppress her tears, and then returned 3,000 berries to the packet. This portion belonged to Nami. After waiting a while longer for the villagers to gather and depart, Nojiko cautiously slipped out through the back door of her home, laden with her belongings. Having seen the original animated series, she knew that the villagers' rescue efforts had yet to commence when Nami returned safely, only to clash with the villagers, after which Nami had wept at Belmir's grave. Now, Nojiko planned to go directly to that place to bid farewell to Nami and to Belmir. To her mother, "I have always wanted to call you that, and today I finally can," Nojiko said, smiling through her tears. "You must find this tone of respect quite unfamiliar." "So do I. In truth, I have always felt you favored Nami. Yes, she's 2 years my junior, and as an older sister I should have yielded to her, though you never explicitly said so. Belmir, do you know, sometimes it could be a bit rough. Yet at other times, you possess such grace. You are the best mother in the world, and for that, I am eternally grateful. You are my favorite." I believe Nami feels the same way. Mother, forgive my selfishness. I must embark on a distant journey, leaving Nami to endure these hardships alone for the next few years. She is a strong child. I longed to take Nami with me, but it was already too late. The fishman had discovered the nautical chart she had drawn, using the villagers as leverage against her. Sometimes, talent can bring misfortune, especially when we're vulnerable for a fleeting moment. I wished to disregard the villagers and assertively take Nami away, but she's a kind soul. She would never consent to leave, as she is determined to protect the villagers of Cocoa Village. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Despite her small stature. 5 years. Belmir, I promise you, I will return to Cocoa Village in 5 years, seek vengeance upon the vile dragon, and stuff a gun into its mouth that it cannot bite through, then blow its fish head to smithereens. Nojiko spoke her heart's desire at Belmir's grave, resting against the tombstone as she awaited Nami, contemplating the path that lay ahead. As a reincarnator, Nojiko possessed a unique advantage, a golden finger, which had only just manifested that very morning. This was her sole reliance for departing from Cocoa Village, a place devoid of even a small boat. Gazing at the screen before her, she felt a lingering sense of disbelief, akin to an unproductive Kano, that was not quite right. A beautiful maiden would not experience such a thing. The name of this system was the reverse pathfinding system. Nojiko mused that if she had transmigrated as Zoro, this system would have been exceedingly fitting. At that moment, in a dojo within Frost Moon Village, a small green-haired boy wielding 2 wooden swords was attacking a short-haired girl. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, his feet faltering just enough for the girl's bamboo sword to strike him on the head. "That hurts!" Zoro, you lost again, and even more quickly than last time. The girl's smile was radiant enough of your chatter. I absolutely will not lose next time. Nojiko was oblivious to this little interlude, as she was engrossed in examining her golden finger that the reverse pathfinding system did not directly enhance the host's combat prowess. Its primary function was to provide guidance, yes. Indeed, it merely pointed the way. What is the most terrifying thing upon these vast seas? Is it the Sea Kings? The four emperors? Neither in the face of the former. If one possesses sufficient strength, they can vanquish it when confronted with the latter. If one has adequate power, they can kneel and call for their father. In any case, survival is possible, but what if one finds themselves lost at sea? Then it is over. One can only beseech the heavens for protection, which may not even prove effective. Thus, the reverse pathfinding system is the most formidable system in existence. It not only guides the host, but also anticipates natural disasters such as storms, helping one select the most prudent course. In short, the essence of this system is to exhaust every effort to ensure the host reaches their destination. Reading the description on the screen, Nojiko felt overwhelmed by its absurdity, though the system was indeed quite useful. Open the novice gift package. Even though she had reviewed it yesterday, she wished to peruse it once more for pertained her safety. Understood, the screen displayed, indicating that the reverse pathfinding system lacked artificial intelligence, and its operation was relatively simple, either voice-controlled or summoned within her mind. The novice package contains two items. One is a small fishing boat that is impervious to the tempests of wind and waves. It can withstand natural elements, but offers no protection against attack from humans or animals. This vessel is upgradable as the distance traveled increases. The boat's structure gradually expands, and once it reaches a certain size, one can choose to enhance its strength. However, once removed, it cannot be reclaimed. This realization left Nojiko, who had intended to use the boat as a spatial treasure, somewhat disheartened. The second item allows for the localization of any island within a radius of 1,000 nautical miles from the current location, which is centered around Cocoa Village, but it can only be used once. Can this truly be considered a novice gift? Isn't this merely a feature inherent to the system? After inquiring about the system, Nojiko discovered that many functionalities of the current anti-navigation system were unavailable. Only the basic features were operational, such as discerning nearby directions and forecasting the weather. To unlock subsequent functions, additional investment would be required. Upon learning this earlier that morning, Nojiko was so incensed that she nearly toppled from her bed, exclaiming, "The world is as dark as a crow's feathers." Perhaps to avoid disappointing its new master, the system began to elucidate. The anti-navigation system is intrinsically linked to the host. The stronger the host's physical condition, the more energy the system possesses. Once sufficient energy is accumulated, not only can one pinpoint the location of islands within the 1,000 nautical mile radius, but treasures within that range could also be located. Conversely, using this feature consumes energy, which must be replenished before it can be utilized again. According to Nojiko's interpretation, this means she must diligently engage in physical training, akin to nourishing the system. When it is well fed, it can perform its duties, and when it is famished, it requires sustenance once more to be effective. This method of requiring investment is rather sophisticated. As such an optimistic system is rare, it seems almost as if a gem and a compass have merged into one being. While Nojiko was musing on the system, a bruised, orange-haired girl rushed towards her. It was Nami. Nojiko? Nami leapt into Nojiko's embrace. Such strength! Had she not been prepared, she might have stumbled holding the girl. Nojiko inwardly scoffed. Nojiko, have you come back as a ghost to see me? Where's Belmere? Nami looked around, her small face brimming with hope. To think you wish for me to be a ghost, Nami. Am not dead. I merely fainted back. Then upon hearing this, Nami lifted her head and scrutinized Nojiko, her eyes fixated on her face, then glancing at her shadow, as if to validate the truth of her words. Once she confirmed that the figure before her was indeed real, she burst into joyful tears and once again flung herself into Nojiko's arms, gently caressing the wounds on Nami's face. Nojiko internally cursed the vile dragon and its accomplices. Once the girl had calmed down, Nojiko recounted her miraculous return to life and her future plans, of course omitting details of her previous life and the system, simply stating that she had uncovered a ship hidden by predecessors. Though Nami is astute, she remains but a child, easily swayed by her sister's words. I have joined the evil dragon's crew. I shall become a navigator and chart the seas. Noki, please don't leave me. Look, I have money now. See how much he has given me? I can buy your life. Nami pleaded, clutching Noki's hand while tears streamed down her face as she produced a wad of berries from her pocket. Noki, please don't go. Belmere has already left, and I cannot bear to lose you too. Noki raised her head, Forcing the tears back in her eyes, it was truly vexing. She blamed this child's body. In her previous life, even when bitten by a snake during an adventure, she would not have shed tears so easily. Yet these past few days, she found herself weeping incessantly. Nami, let's make a promise in 5 years. I will surely return, and we shall reunite. Together, we will seek vengeance against the evil dragon. But the evil dragons are incredibly powerful. When I was taken aboard their ship, I witnessed the Navy warships pursuing them being sunk with such ease. Noki, how could you possibly defeat the evil dragon? Nami expressed her concerns, worried that such formidable foes could never be vanquished, even in the future. How would I know if I don't try? Noki thought to herself. Even if her strength weakened in the future, she could eat a powerful devil fruit to temporarily boost her abilities. As for how to find one, she already had some ideas, but physical training was still fundamental and couldn't be neglected. However, she had made an agreement with the dragon. She would join their cartography work, and once she earned enough, 1,000,000,000 berries, she could buy Cocoa Village. Nami whispered at that moment. In her eyes, the dragon was an unbeatable enemy, and she didn't want Noki to die in vain. Nami, our chances of success are greater if we act separately. Belmare is our shared mother, and Cocoa Village is our shared home. You can't be the only one making sacrifices. We both need to protect this place in different ways. We promised in front of Mom's grave. This is a promise among the 3 of us, Noki said. Nami, I don't want to. Nami replied reluctantly. Nojiko said many good words, swearing and vowing, and after much effort, she finally got Nami to open up. The 2 of them nestled against each other in front of the grave for a long time, sharing many heartfelt words about Burmer. As long as they struggled to live on, many happy things would surely continue to happen. Mom once said this, Nami, you must strive to live on. No matter how reluctant they were, the time to part had come. To prevent any unforeseen events, Nojiko planned to leave Cocoa West Village as soon as possible. After asking Nami to tell Aiken about her departure so he wouldn't worry, Nojiko resolutely turned to leave. She couldn't bear to see Nami's reluctant expression again. Goodbye, Sister Nojiko. It was only after Nojiko's figure disappeared that Nami cried out loudly, her voice heart-wrenching. She stayed until dusk before returning. During the day, she had been driven out by the villagers because she joined the evil dragon pirates, and Nami felt a bit anxious as she returned home. Upon arriving home, she found Aiken waiting at her door. It turned out that he had been worried about Nami during the day, following her to Burmer's grave, and only felt relieved to return after seeing her meet Nojiko. It was time for dinner, and he had brought food, intending to deliver it to the Nojiko sisters. Seeing only Nami return, he asked worriedly, "Where's Nojiko?" Aiken, Nojiko. Nami began to recount what had happened that day. Nojiko had said before leaving that Aiken was a trustworthy person. On the other side, after much consideration, Nojiko decided not to interfere too much with Nami's agreement with the evil dragon for the time being. Even though that fishman was despicable, Nami was the main character of the original story, and she had her own luck. If she intervened too early, it could backfire. Moreover, Nami needed motivation to live on, and the agreement with the evil dragon was that motivation. Nojiko arrived at a remote part of the small island, passing through the woods. By the seaside, there was a stretch of reefs where the waves were gentle, and the water along the shore was shallow, only suitable for small boats. She used to come here often with Nami to fish, and was quite familiar with the area. After a quick look around, she retrieved the fishing tools and fish knife she had left nearby. The fish knife was something she had secretly bought from a villager last year with her pocket money, which she had saved for a long time without telling Belmere. Later, the villager returned the money, which led to Belmere scolding her. But she didn't mention taking back the fish knife. She just helped her pay for it officially. The knife, including the handle, was nearly 2 feet long, just right for Nojiko, who was 135 centimeters tall. She picked up the fish knife and waved it a few times, feeling quite comfortable with it. Perhaps influenced by her previous life, she had always been interested in weapons, even having secretly played with Belmere's gun before she regained her memories. When she first got this powerful weapon, Nojiko felt quite pleased, and the villagers' gardens suffered as a result. After being scolded a few times, she learned to behave and only occasionally played around near the sea. Standing by the sea, Nojiko opened the system panel and took out a small boat. It was a single-masted sailboat, about 6 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, with a small room on board that was a bit cramped, but sufficient for her current needs. After glancing back in the direction of Cocoa West Village, Nojiko set off in her boat. Yes, she was rowing away. This was part of her training plan. Rowing a boat, one of the 3 hardships of life in the old times, was quite exhausting and could wear down a person's body over time. However, in this pirate world where everyone had enhanced physiques, it was one of the most cost-effective ways to train. As long as she had a boat in her hands, she was good to go. Off she went. The destination was Frost Moon Village, the only island within 1,000 nautical miles that had a hidden, powerful being. Chapter 4. Kuina, the food she brought from home ran out in 2 days, forcing Nojiko to fish for survival. The small boat provided by the system sailed steadily towards her destination on the sea, and she finally reached Frost Moon Village before her drinking water ran out. The journey was relatively smooth, with only 2 small storms encountered along the way. Nothing unexpected happened. The EC truly lived up to what Garp called the Sea of Peace, as she sailed for a whole week without encountering a single pirate ship, perhaps due to her good luck. This made Kobe, who had been abducted by pirates during a casual fishing outing, green with envy. She was also relieved not to have encountered any pirate ships, as the current Nojiko was not a match for them. Even defeating low-level pirate soldiers would be quite a challenge, despite her physique having improved somewhat after a week of rowing. In her previous life, she often worked out, but had never learned any fighting techniques. Currently, in terms of combat capability, she could probably hold her own against a certain CP department officer, Spade, if neither of them used weapons. After anchoring the boat near the shore, Nojiko, dressed in a clean set of clothes, stepped onto land. Surrounding her was a desolate coastline, and she didn't dare to moor her boat at the dock of Frost Moon Village, unsure if they charged a docking fee. She had no money. After a week of sailing, the boat had grown significantly, now over 10 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. Although the room inside remained the same, the internal space had increased, at least allowing Nojiko to roll around inside. 664, 665, 666. As she passed through a stretch of reefs, Nojiko heard someone counting. Following the sound, she saw a green-haired boy squatting with a rock that appeared to weigh over 200 pounds. What a beast! Nojiko exclaimed. Although her physical condition had undergone a dramatic transformation in just a week since awakening her past memories, from a delicate flower that struggled to carry a bucket of water, she had become a robust warrior who could easily lift a 2-meter-long big fish. There are many big fish in the pirate world, a paradise for sea fishing enthusiasts. But be careful, the fish that bite your bait might be bigger than your house. She could easily lift this stone, but doing hundreds of squats while holding it? Please spare her. If she can't do it, she can't do it. Watching Zoro's graceful squatting figure, a glimmer sparkled in Nojiko's eyes. I shall take his place. Ahem, getting ahead of myself. Hello, handsome youth with green algae. Is this Frost Moon Village? Seeing Zoro stop, Nojiko hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Unexpectedly, the first person she encountered after going out to sea was Zoro. From now on, he would be her senior brother. She just wondered if Kuina was still alive. Thinking of that girl who had the most abrupt death in One Piece, Nojiko felt an urge to scold Oda. In a pirate world where everyone has enhanced physical abilities, the well-trained Kuina actually fell to her death from the stairs. Can you believe it? Saying she died from being backlashed by a famous sword and the Wado Ikamanji sounds more plausible. After all, it was crafted by the same person as the demon sword Yama. Who knows if it has any demonic nature? Hey, I heard that. Little Zoro wiped the sweat off his face and walked towards Nojiko. Nojiko quickly interjected. It's nothing at all. You heard wrong. This is Frost Moon Village, right? I've heard there's a dojo here, and I came from overseas to seek a master and learn the art. She knew she couldn't defeat Zoro right now, so she hurriedly stated her purpose to avoid getting beaten up. The attention of the little green-haired classmate was indeed diverted. Is the dojo that famous? Well, I need to go back for dinner anyway, so I'll take you there. Following Zoro towards the dojo, Nojiko began to inquire about Kuina, subtly probing for information, like asking if there were any skilled practitioners at the dojo. At this point, Zoro was still not the reliable three-sword-style swordsman he would later become. Being only 11 years old, he had no ulterior motives and directly mentioned Kuina's name. It was clear that even though he had never won against her, Zoro still admired Kuina, constantly implying that she was very strong. Good, even if it's to seek revenge and learn the art. Nojiko didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of bratty boys. Having a female friend to play with occasionally would be nice. Once they set sail, they could look out for each other. Yes, Nojiko had already decided that when she left here, she would invite Kuina to join her on the ship. There are many promising talents in the pirate world, but few can become top-tier warriors. Kuina has that potential. If someone could guide her and help her resolve her inner conflicts, perhaps this girl could one day become the strongest swordsman. If she can't be first, being second or third is also fine. This was Nojiko's thought, which she would never share with the proud girl, Kuina. Once inside the dojo, Zoro didn't go straight to find his master, Frostmoon Jinshiro. Instead, he immediately looked for Kuna. Following his gaze, Nojiko saw a short-haired girl in training clothes swinging a bamboo sword, sweat dripping down her neck and soaking part of her training outfit. She's really working hard. Seeing the two arrive, Kuna put down her sword and walked over. Zoro, who is this? Zoro grunted and said, she is here to seek a master. You take her to meet the master, Kuna. I'm going to challenge you again tomorrow, and this time I won T lose. With that, the boy walked away with an air of indifference. Nojiko and Guena stared at each other. Hehe, I'm Nojiko. May I ask how to address you, sister? After a dry laugh, Nojiko took the initiative to greet her. Xuan Yue Guena, just call me Guena. You're not from a nearby village, are you? I haven't seen you before. Guena was gentle with people, completely different from the arrogant Zoro. Nojiko said she came from faraway place to learn skills, and she had spent all the money she brought with her. If they didn't take her in, she wouldn't have the fare to go back and would end up homeless on a deserted island, etc. While saying this, she looked at Guena with tearful eyes, making Guena feel overwhelmed, so she had no choice but to agree to take Nojiko to meet her father right away. Hehe, the art of pretending to be pitiful. A timeless skill. Xuanyue Jingsairo was making tea in the room. When he saw Guena bringing someone in, he remained expressionless, only smiling and inviting the two to have tea. Nojiko's words were quite different from what she had said to Guena, with a serious expression and a solemn demeanor. She claimed that she had come to learn skills out of admiration. Her earnest appearance was a stark contrast to just a moment ago, drawing Guena's frequent glances. Upon noticing, Nojiko winked at her, and Guena immediately turned her head, pretending to drink tea. Gung Shiro, observing their interaction, smiled even more. After listening to her explanation, Gung Shiro agreed without any hesitation, as if he genuinely believed her words, appearing even gentler and more accommodating than Guena. Is that all? After preparing a bunch of speeches that she didn't get to say, Nojiko felt a bit unsatisfied and somewhat incredulous. I haven't even put in much effort. And you fell down? Chapter 5. Fishing Expert? However, Nojiko was not someone to dwell on things. The fact that he agreed to let her be his disciple was her fortune, and she should be grateful. She politely declined Guena's invitation to stay for dinner, stating that she would come back tomorrow to formally become a disciple, and then she left. After finding a small restaurant outside to have a warm meal, she started inquiring about the local customs related to apprenticeship. No matter how easygoing and gentle Gung Shiro was, Nojiko believed that there should be decorum. After wandering around for an afternoon, she gathered the minimum required gifts for apprenticeship, leaving her with just enough money to buy rice balls for breakfast the next morning. Sigh. Life is not easy, the girl sighed. I guess I'll continue to live by fishing. The boat may be small, but it can travel far, and perhaps I can catch some precious fish to sell. After casually picking up some seafood by the seaside to make do for a meal, Nojiko crawled into the cabin, which was her temporary home. Being away from home, she aimed to save as much as possible and didn't need to rent a place. The small boat was bound to her. Without her permission, others would just be going around in circles, truly a treasure that belonged to her. The next day, after breakfast, Nojiko brought gifts and officially paid her respects to Gung Shiro under the watchful eyes of many children, who smiled as he accepted her offering. Zoro, watching from the side, was taken aback. When he stayed at the dojo, it wasn't this complicated. After being defeated in a challenge, he just stayed until today. After changing into training clothes in Guena's room, Nojiko joined a group of little kids to watch Guena and Zoro's duel. It was said to be the 2000th battle, with Guena having already won 1999 times. Isn't that a perfect record? As she was lost in thought, the duel began. At this moment, Zoro's swordsmanship showed no technique. He swung two bamboo swords, attacking Guena from the front and back. Powerful, yet chaotic. No wonder the nearby children said that even adults couldn't defeat Zoro. How could an ordinary person with just basic training withstand his brute strength? Guena held her sword with both hands, focused, her eyes constantly tracking Zoro's steps. As Zoro approached, she moved her legs to evade the first strike, and, in a moment her body stopped, swung her sword to deflect Zoro's second attack. Then she pressed forward, striking at Zoro with her bamboo sword. The latter barely managed to block it. The two exchanged blows back and forth, engaging in more than 10 close-range encounters in just a few seconds, leaving onlookers breathless. Amazing. Is this what kids in the pirate world are like? Ace and Sabo must be even stronger at this age. I've already fallen too far behind them. Even as she thought this, there was no sign of discouragement in Nojiko's eyes. She loved challenges. Her innate competitiveness had burst forth after a long time, and she was determined to measure herself against the world's talented and powerful. A few minutes later, Zoro lost, but judging by Guena's deep breaths, her victory was not easy. Everyone praised Guena. Seeing this, Zoro snorted and left with a remark that next time, he would definitely win. No need to guess. He must have gone back to his usual training place. I once said that women's strength is inherently weaker than men's, and they cannot become the world's strongest swordsman. So I didn't plan to teach Guena swordsmanship. After hearing this, she was very unconvinced and practiced swordsmanship persistently every day. Later, Zoro's appearance provided her with even more motivation. Perhaps it was the fear of losing to Zoro one day that drove Guena to train even harder, and I saw all of this. Just as I was thinking of going to congratulate Guena, I heard Master Gung Shiro's voice beside me. Why are you telling me this? Nojiko looked confused. Before she could say anything, Gung Shiro continued. In the recent few matches, the duration of Guena and Zoro's duels has been getting longer. She is becoming increasingly impatient with her strikes, and her daily training time has extended into the night. Although I am her father, sometimes it's also difficult for me to say anything. Since you have just joined the dojo and have no foundation in swordsmanship, you can ask her for guidance. Guena's foundation is very solid. Nojiko understood. It turned out that her old-fashioned father cared about his daughter's mental health, but didn't know how to express it. Yesterday, when he saw a girl of the same age visiting to become an apprentice, he slapped his thigh and had an idea. If there was a girl of the same age accompanying his daughter every day, she would surely be much happier. It turned out that this apprentice was really easy to take in. I thought, why did you agree so readily? Complaining in his heart, Nojiko acted quickly and said, Master, don't worry, I will work hard to stick to Sister Guena and learn swordsmanship from her. Gung Shiro nodded in satisfaction, patted Nojiko's shoulder, and left with a smile. Get out of the way, everyone move. Relying on her strength, Nojiko pushed a group of children aside, kindly linked arms with Guena, and smiled. Sister Guena, you're amazing. Can you teach me swordsmanship? I want to be as strong as you one day. Nojiko, oh Nojiko, you have fallen. On the first day of apprenticeship, instead of training hard, you are here flattering. Sigh, Guena, who is always mixed with the boys, is at a loss in the face of the girl-less affection. Looking at Guena's rosy cheeks, Nojiko thought, well, if flattering is necessary for survival, then so be it. The two held hands and walked to the backyard, where Nojiko earnestly asked Guena about swordsmanship. Joking aside, she couldn't forget her purpose of traveling afar and took her studies very seriously. Guena, not an ordinary girl, quickly adjusted her mindset. When it came to the basics of swordsmanship, she spoke clearly and occasionally demonstrated a few moves. Even though Nojiko's swordsmanship foundation was almost zero, Guena showed no impatience. It was clear she would be a good teacher. But would Nojiko be a good student? The answer, absolutely not. What kind of good student takes their teacher fishing on the second day of school? Guena and Zoro stood by the sea, staring at the small boat in front of them, both a bit dazed. To understand why they were there, one must start from yesterday. After learning with Guena for a whole morning, Nojiko had basically learned how to hold and swing a sword. If last year's Nojiko had these skills, the vegetables in the Cocoa West village would have been harvested with more dignity. After training in the dojo for a day, she had been eating at her master's house for lunch and dinner, and even slept in Guena's room at night. This made Nojiko feel quite embarrassed. Not only did she not pay tuition, but she was also living off free food and lodging, which was too much to bear. Zoro asked 3 times, tuition? Meal fees? Where are those? With her pockets empty, she decided to fish in the nearby sea to earn some money to help with household expenses. Inviting Guena along was her idea. This short-haired girl practiced swordsmanship all day, and occasionally going out to relax would be beneficial for her mindset. Besides, they could bring some rice balls and water, and help with fishing, but those were trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Encouraged by her father, Gung Shirlang, Guena finally put down her bamboo sword and went out with Nojiko. Meeting Zoro was a coincidence. They happened to run into him taking a stroll. As soon as they mentioned going fishing, Zoro instantly perked up. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. The boat, over 10 meters long, was not large, just a small fishing boat. But in the eyes of the two children, it was something else entirely. They both marveled at how Nojiko had such a big boat, especially Zoro, who excitedly explored the boat. Setting sail, Nojiko waved her hand grandly. What is that? Guena's keen observation picked up on a triangular object cutting through the water towards their small boat shortly after they set out. Fish fin. Nojiko was bewildered. This was an unknown fishing enthusiast taking her friends out for the first time. Chapter 6. Joyfully acquiring the shark-slaying knife. Ha ha ha, it's a shark. That laugh was unmistakably from the fearless Zoro. He chuckled a few times, and Nokigao turned to go into the cabin to fetch the fish knife, the only weapon on the boat, which was now the time to show its worth. She and Zoro, the little strong man, were responsible for using the fishing net to trap the shark, looking forward to Guna, who had the highest swordsmanship among the three, to show her prowess and kill the shark so they could finish early today. She was not the same as before. Since going out to sea, Nokigao had seen a number of giant fish, albeit from a distance, but she could be considered someone who had seen the world. The approaching shark was no longer than 5 meters. Compared to the giant fish in the sea that often exceeded dozens of meters, it looked like a small fry. Perhaps it was just a baby shark? Zoro, once I trap the shark with the net, you and I will use all our strength to hold it. And Guna, you've used a real sword before, right? Once the shark is secured, it'll be your turn. No sooner had she finished speaking than the shark reached the side of the boat, about to sideswipe it. Nokigao raised the fishing net to cover the shark. Zoro, quickly, huh? Hey, oh. Swish. The scene she had envisioned, where she and Zoro would secure the shark with the net. And then Guena would step forward to give a strike, followed by cheers, did not happen. The moment the net covered the shark, Nokigao was pulled into the sea by the thrashing shark. Meow, meow, meow. The three were momentarily stunned. Guena and Zoro thought, based on how confidently she directed them just now, that she had it all under control, but it turned out like this? Help! Nokigao was on the verge of tears. She flailed in the water, and the trapped shark seized the opportunity to open its massive mouth and bite at her. A comical scene unfolded. The rope of the fishing net was behind the shark, and Nokigao tightly held onto the rope. As the shark moved, the rope moved, and Nokigao moved along with it. From a distance, it looked as if the shark was chasing its own tail. Zoro couldn't help but laugh, and there was a hint of a smile in Guena's eyes. She cleared her throat and said, "Stop laughing, Zoro. Quickly pull Nokigao up." Then, Zoro tossed a rope to Nokigao, and after she caught it, he pulled her up onto the boat with all his might. After taking the fishing net rope from Nokigao's hands, Zoro and Guena both exerted force, and the shark's struggles immediately lessened. "Nokigao, hurry!" Guena shouted. Although the two had temporarily gained the upper hand in the struggle with the shark, it was only for the moment. They didn't know how long the fishing net could hold. Remembering the earlier scene, Nokigao hesitated for a moment, but it was only for an instant. Gripping the fish knife, her gaze quickly became resolute. This is just the beginning. The challenges ahead will be much more thrilling. Perfect. Let us practice on the shark in front of us. It seems to be a megalodon, and who knows, it might even be a distant relative of the megalodon fishman dragonback in Coco West Village. Nokigao thought maliciously. She jumped onto the shark's back, gripping the knife with both hands and stabbing it into its eye. Then with all her strength, she twisted the handle, and with a squelch, the poor shark was thus taken down by 3 children who had no sense of martial ethics. Phew! The 3 let out a sigh of relief and relaxed their bodies. As Guena helped Nokigao wipe the blood off her face, Zoro couldn't help but exclaim that he had underestimated her. He hadn't expected her to strike so decisively. Thinking back to Nokigao's steady and accurate strike just now, Zoro's eyes sparkled. She was a formidable opponent. Nokiga smiled proudly. "Thanks to the divine weapon in my hand, from now on, I'll call you the Shark Slayer Blade." After saying this, she waved the fish knife in her hand, shaking off the blood on it. Guena, who was helping her wipe the dirt off her face, rolled her eyes. To her, this fish knife was of similar quality to the kitchen knife at home, especially when she already possessed a famous sword. However, she didn't expose the girl in front of her. Zoro took it seriously. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly said, "Shark Slayer Blade. What a cool name. Can I see it?" "Of course. Today, it's finally my turn to show off in front of Zoro." Zoro flipped the knife over and over, but couldn't find anything special about it. Yet it didn't diminish the knife's coolness in his eyes. He thought to himself, "I can't lose to her, even in naming." Unaware of the impact she had on Zoro, Nokiga shouted for the 2 of them to help drag the shark up. The bloody smell here was too strong to linger. The 3 returned with their haul. Generally speaking, there are no sharks near the coast, so it was lucky that one got lost nearby this time. However, in small places, fish meat is hard to sell for a high price. Holding the 20,000 berries exchange at the restaurant and dozens of pounds of fish meat, Nokiga excitedly entered the dojo. For the trio's gains, Gungshiro generously praised them a few times, then firmly rejected Nokiga's request to pay tuition, leaving only the fish meat to treat them. Master is really a good person, and his skills are not bad. Nokiga sighed after having a satisfying meal. After filling their stomachs, it was time for the profit sharing and salary distribution. She gave 5 000 berries each to Guena and Zoro, who didn't want it, but were forced to accept it. So young, not knowing the importance of money. If it were Nami, she wouldn't just take 5,000. She'd probably take the 10,000 I have. With the money, Nokiga's training entered a regular routine over the next few days. Learning swordsmanship with Guena in the morning and training with Zoro in the afternoon. Weightlifting, squats, and running with weights were all part of it, though her weights were much lighter than Zoro's. Perhaps due to the presence of an extra person, Guena and Zoro's 2001st duel, which involved real swords, hadn't started yet. And Nokiga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that shortly after the competition in the original story, Guena unexpectedly passed away. Seriously, don't you get tired of competing every day? To care for the mental health of the confused girl, Nokiga took Guena out to fish every few days, under the pretense of going out to relax, effectively interrupting Zoro's challenge for a duel 7 or 8 times. This made the little green-haired boy frustrated, taking out on a wooden post, which he had smashed dozens of during the past month, significantly increasing the dojo's activity funds. The psychological counseling was effective. During this period, Guena's smiles had increased, and her swordplay was no longer as impatient as before. Her skills were steadily improving. In this world, few pay attention to children's psychological issues, leading many to become warped without realizing it. I'm talking about you, Frankie. Saying you're warped is not a compliment. For psychological issues, some use medication, some use electricity, and some are skilled in talk therapy. Nokiga didn't have good medicine. She wasn't a descendant of a law king, and her words didn't carry weight. So her method of therapy was companionship. With such a clever and cute girl training and relaxing with you every day, would you still feel lonely? Seeing another girl training just like you every night and making progress, would you still be troubled by the talent gap between genders? This was Nokiga's thought. So far, it seemed effective. Chapter 7. Weapons in the 2001st duel. The winner was Guena. No way. Next time, I will definitely win. Zoro shouted angrily at the referee Nokiga, who made a face at him, smiling as she took Guena's hand and walked to the backyard. After a month, Zoro successfully challenged Guena again, still using the bamboo sword. This was also intentional on Nokiga's part. First, watching the sparring was beneficial for her, and second, Zoro's gaze towards her had changed recently, as if he was thinking of hitting her. I'm scared now. Guena, I don't think a katana suits me. After their training ended for the evening, the two girls went to the bathroom to shower together, which had become their routine over the past month. Don't you really like your sword, the Daichi ITT? Guena asked while helping Nokiga scrub her back. Because it's a famous sword. A little lower, right there. Oh, that feels so good as close friends. Nokiga had also had close contact with Guena's sword, and her interest stemmed merely from its status as a famous sword, which had a significant role in the original story. What kind of sword do you like? Guena began to help her wash her hair. It should be heavier. The katana is too light and doesn't feel right. Recently, my strength has been increasing rapidly. I bet I could punch a cow to death. Nokiga flexed her not-so-defined biceps. Up until today, her overall strength had increased several times compared to a month ago, far exceeding her peers, almost reaching Zoro and Guena's level. It's worth noting that they had trained hard for years, while she had just started. Could it be a built-in physique golden finger from a system? When she asked the system, it remained unresponsive, like a dead dog. It seemed that since she hadn't traveled far recently, the system was unhappy and sulking. Maybe I'll go to the blacksmith shop tomorrow, Guena suggested. Let's go check it out. After showering, of course, they went to bed together. That rickety ship swayed. And who would want to stay there when they had a bed to sleep on? The system, which was lost, felt quite aggrieved. Lying in bed, Nokiga found it hard to sleep. She couldn't help but wonder how Nami was doing, if she was still kicking the covers at night, hoping she wouldn't catch a cold. The village was controlled by the evil dragon, making it inconvenient to write to Nami. If only they both had a snail phone after learning to sail. She would definitely find a way to get a few. It was too inconvenient now. Cocoa West Village. At night, Nami had spent the whole day drawing sea charts. Feeling mentally exhausted, yet she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Nokiga, I hope you've safely reached another island. Are you hungry? Under the same sky. The two sisters thought of each other simultaneously. Meanwhile, the culprit behind their separation, the evil dragon, lay in its lair, dreaming sweet dreams and mumbling in its sleep. This is the first step in establishing my fishman empire to dominate the world. Expect my grand arrival, you ugly lower species. Ha ha. After breakfast, the two girls set out. As expected, Zoro followed them to the blacksmith shop. Recently, the three had formed a small group and rarely played with other kids. Nojiko understands this very well. Ordinary children are too fragile. If she accidentally strikes someone's head during practice, it wouldn't just be a matter of crying for a long time. Training in the morning, then having a meal in the afternoon. Would the dojo still be open? Master, is there any good iron in the shop? The blacksmith shop is small, with only one master blacksmith and a young apprentice. They rarely forge swords and knives, mostly helping nearby villagers to make kitchen knives and farming tools. You are from the dojo, right? Do you want to forge swords? As soon as the three of them arrived, the master blacksmith instantly perked up. Samurai swords are not cheap, and the profit far exceeds that of hoes and other farming tools. Nojiko stepped forward and said, I want to customize a sword. It needs to be heavy, no need for a sharp edge, no need for forging, just make it clean for me. Do you have good iron in the shop? It's fortunate that she doesn't like katanas, as even making the most ordinary katana would cost tens of thousands of berries. After forging the sword, she would have to continue fishing at sea, which isn't cost-effective. The weapon that Nojiko customizes has no technical complexity. It only requires payment for materials and a small amount of labor cost. We do have some, but I don't know how heavy you want it. The blacksmith thought he had a good business opportunity, but it turned out to be just making a heavier hoe. From the blacksmith's perspective, Nojiko's request was easy to fulfill. He just needed to pour molten iron into the mold, cool it, and polish it. The difficulty of forging was even less than that of a hoe, something a junior apprentice could handle. Noki handed a blueprint to the blacksmith and said, roughly follow this shape. It should weigh 100 pounds. And the center of gravity must not be off. When can I come and pick it up? The drawing depicted a two-handed greatsword, which resembled neither a Chinese nor a Western style, but rather looked like a weapon from a game. 100 pounds? Can be lifted? The master took a glance at the blueprint, then handed it to the apprentice and waved his hand, saying, forget it, just come back tomorrow. You can pay the deposit and go home. Nojiko paid the money and went back to lift weights with the two of them. At her suggestion, Goena also incorporated strength training into her routine, adding one more person to the group of people exercising by the seaside every afternoon. I wonder if this scene met Shimezuki Gushiru's expectations. It should have. Just look at how happy he is. He has been swinging his sword more often every day. The next day, Nojiko went to the blacksmith to pay the final amount and picked up her sword, leaving her wallet empty again. What a miscalculation. It was only today that she realized that 100 pounds of iron is not cheap. She still couldn't escape her fate of becoming a fishing master. The sword is 130 centimeters long, with a blade length of 1 meter, the widest part close to 10 centimeters, and the hilt wrapped in hemp rope and coated with a layer of tree resin. The blacksmith said this resin is a local specialty. When heated, it melts and, upon cooling, becomes very tough and shock-absorbent, often used by locals to wrap farming tools. Yes, still farming tools. The blacksmith is indeed an interesting person. He must have been a magical farming tool in his past life. With the artifact in hand, Nojiko was eager to try it out. When she looked at Zoro, he turned his head away from her. Although he was combative, he had come to understand the importance of money during this time. His two swords were given to him by a deceased old man, and he was currently planning to save up for a third sword, just in case Nojiko broke one of them. Yes, after losing to Gana again, he felt that his two-sword style could no longer satisfy him. A man should use 3 swords. Goena, on the other hand, was eager to try, but this time it was Nojiko who turned her head away, fearing her sword would be damaged by a famous blade. She was broke and couldn't afford repairs. Ultimately, at Goena's suggestion, the target for the artifact's first battle was the trees in the woods. After cutting them down, they could also be taken back for firewood, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That afternoon, a thunderous sound echoed through the woods, causing the beasts to scatter and birds to take flight. Chapter 8. For years the three of them still found ways to practice without using bamboo swords or real swords. Previously, while cutting trees, Goena discovered a few ironwoods, brought them back, and asked the village carpenter to make a large number of swords and knives. Ironwood is very hard and has a density far exceeding that of ordinary trees, making it great for replacing bamboo swords for daily training. The three practiced swordplay, weightlifting, sparring, and fishing together, and after a year, Nojiko was already evenly matched with Zoro in duels, leveraging her age advantage of being a year older to catch up in strength. Notably, after a year of weightlifting, Goena's strength far surpassed her previous level, and she could still overpower Nojiko and Zoro, coupled with her increasingly refined swordsmanship, keeping her position as the leader secure. One day, after they had just divided the money and were planning to go to a restaurant to celebrate, they were called by Gushu. Guna, stay for a moment. Although curious, it was a matter between father and daughter. So Nojiko and Zoro said goodbye to Guna and walked toward the village restaurant, blocking Zoro's gaze towards the various drinks behind the counter with her hand. Nojiko smiled and said, "Don't look, you're not old enough to drink yet. This time, have you saved enough money? I heard the best sword at the blacksmith's costs 100,000 berries. It's about right. I don't usually have much to spend on," Zoro replied, retracting his gaze. He was just a bit curious about alcohol. "Let's go together in a bit. My sword has a few nicks that need repairing too." Nojiko couldn't help but spar with Goena a few times using real swords. Naturally, her large sword had quite a few nicks from being struck by Wadik Amanji, but she didn't feel too heartbroken about it. It was just that seeing the blacksmith master's disdainful expression made her a bit uneasy. "TSK, Goena, you're 14 this year, right?" Leading Goena into the house, Gung Shiro began to brew tea, a habit he had developed over the years. "Yes, father." Influenced by him, Goena also enjoyed drinking tea. The faint aroma helped her calm her emotions, which was beneficial for her swordsmanship. "It's been so long. Do you resent me?" Gung Shiro, usually smiling, rarely wore a serious expression. "Resent." Goena tilted her head. Now, at 14, she had grown into a graceful young lady with bright eyes and a beautiful smile. Having practiced swordsmanship for years, she exuded a heroic spirit that balanced her youthful delicateness, making her even more charming. "I once said that women's physical strength is not as great as men's, and that there are limits, and that it would be impossible for you to become the world's greatest swordsman. I didn't expect it to trouble you. It was my fault as a father." Rarely, Gung Shiro looked directly into his daughter's eyes, seeing only determination there. He sighed in relief while feeling a bit proud. His daughters will have become stronger. Even great swordsmen have moments of hesitation. It seems that regardless of swordsmanship, being a father is the same as being an ordinary man. Is father still troubled by that statement? Goena laughed. She downed her tea in one gulp and said boldly, "I will still strive toward the path of the strongest swordsman, but I won't get caught up in the differences between men and women. If one day I fall on that path, I won't blame myself for being a woman. I lost simply because I wasn't strong enough." Watching Goena's bold actions, Gung Shiro's, I twitched. "Nojiko has misled my beloved daughter. Is this still my well-read and well-behaved daughter? Hey, when has your daughter ever been well-behaved? Was it when she was beating up kids at the dojo?" He thought this, but, judging by the smile at the corner of his mouth, he was quite satisfied. Goena's smile remained radiant, her spirit even more invigorated. This was enough. Isn't it what every parent hopes for their children? "Goena, your swordsmanship foundation is very solid. Starting tomorrow, follow me to learn from the Shimazuki style." Gung Shiro made up his mind. He wanted to personally train his daughter and add a vivid stroke to her path toward becoming the strongest. The Shimazuki style, passed down from Shimazuki Ryoma, is a top-tier swordsmanship tradition in Wano country, and it can also be considered top-notch on this sea. "Really, father?" Originally thinking it would just be a heartfelt conversation between father and daughter, Goena was unexpectedly excited to learn that there was a surprise waiting for her. Gung Saburo chuckled and nodded. Of course, it's true. Upon learning that Goena would study advanced swordsmanship, both Nojiko and Zoro were somewhat moved. However, one practiced the great sword style and the other the three-sword style, making the Shimazuki style unsuitable for them. They could only learn a few techniques from it after establishing a solid foundation. You see, Goena had been practicing swordsmanship for 7 to 8 years, and her foundation was incredibly solid. Meanwhile, both of them were latecomers to the craft, so they would just have to keep learning. Zoro had become increasingly like a professional swordsman this past year. He knew his master was looking out for him and didn't focus on immediate wins or losses, instead concentrating on his swordsmanship fundamentals. On the other hand, Nojiko was somewhat impatient. Having promised Nami to return in 5 years, a year had already passed, and her desire to grow stronger became more urgent. However, she also understood the principle that haste makes waste. Moreover, although her master always smiled, he could sometimes be quite strict and reluctant to let her skip levels. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Got it. That night, as she went to bed, Nojiko cuddled Goena's arm and began to act cute. "Sister, please teach me this isn't aiming too high, you know? Unlike you and Zoro, I'm not a pure swordsman. I'm willing to become stronger even through means outside of swordsmanship, so you don't have to worry about disrupting my sword practice. I can practice the basics during the day and learn techniques at night, blah blah. All right, I agree. Once I learn it, I'll teach you the techniques suitable for you. I'm so tired, please just let me sleep." Goena expressed her headache, wishing to go to sleep. Nojiko couldn't stop talking once she started her first year, and when Goena agreed, she still felt a bit unsatisfied. Cough, cough, what a sin. Time flies. 2 years later, in a year when Nojiko was 15 and Goena was 16, The 14-year-old green-haired boy Zoro was officially taken as a disciple by Shimatsuki Yasuhiro. While teaching him some techniques of the Shimatsuki-style swordsmanship, he also provided significant guidance for Zoro's three-sword style with the perspective of a great swordsman, hoping that in the future he could create his own swordsmanship. Following the idea that whether it's one sheep or two, it's still hurting, he took over the heavy burden from Guena and personally taught Nojiko. He probably felt helpless too. Over the past 2 years, he had seen the girl's efforts and ultimately decided to teach her himself. And so, another year passed, and that year Nojiko was 16, having been away from home for 4 years. Chapter 9. Setting off again. Nojiko still has the same hairstyle as when she was a child, with her hair ends reaching just her neck. She kept it that way on purpose. Short hair is more convenient for fighting. By the way, Guena also has short hair. Her skin is much whiter than when she was younger. As the saying goes, girls change a lot as they grow up, and she can be considered a beauty on the sea. She has reached a height of 178 centimeters, the same as Guena, and a bit taller than Zoro. The girl developed early, so she probably won't grow much more in the future. It has already been 4 years. Time flies so fast. Recently, her progress has been slowing down. I need to fight. Only in real battles can I continue to grow stronger. It's time to leave. Standing on the reef, Nojiko gazed out at the sea and muttered to herself. Over the past 4 years, Nojiko's power has become increasingly monstrous. Even though she may lack a bit in technique, she can suppress Zoro in battle, and she has had both wins and losses against Guena. Poor Zoro has become the bottom of the food chain among the three of them. In terms of strength, he is inferior to Nojiko, and in technique, he falls short of Guena. Fortunately, his will is strong, and he is younger than Nojiko. Otherwise, it would be quite a blow to him. Nojiko is not a hesitant person. Once she has made up her mind, she won't hesitate any longer and immediately sets off towards the dojo. Have you already decided? Although she hasn't explained her intentions, Gung Sailing already knows. Master, have I been that obvious in my recent performance? Nojiko rubs her forehead. Gung Sailing laughs and says, in recent practice, your swordplay has shown hesitation, and your gaze is not as firm as before. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. I can see your intention to leave, and yes, Guena has noticed it too. Master, she hesitates a bit, unsure whether to reveal her true purpose for coming to Xuanyue village. Gung Sailing waves his hand, interrupting her, and says, you have your difficulties. As a master, how can I let my disciple be troubled? This time, take Guena with you. Her swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck, and it will be hard for her to make significant progress if she stays in the dojo. Your future belongs to the sea, not in the small Xuanyue village. As for Zoro, he still has room for improvement. You can bring him out to sea next time you return. Master, Nojiko kneels before him, expressing her gratitude for his guidance over the years, which she will never forget. Good child, go back and prepare. Gung Sailing nods with satisfaction. In the yard, Zoro is practicing with Guena, and when he sees her come out, they both stop and sheathe their swords. Guena smiles and asks, you seemed anxious just now. Is there something urgent? Nojiko walked while talking. Let's go. Let's eat first and talk while we eat. After speaking, she took the lead towards the restaurant they often frequented. Guena and Zoro exchanged a glance, wondering what was going on. After placing their orders, Nojiko briefly recounted the conversation she had with her master earlier. Watching the reactions of the two carefully, Guena smiled slightly, sipping her tea, making it hard to tell what she was thinking, while Zoro appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why can you go outside and I can't? I want to go out to sea and find some opponents to fight for a long time. Scary, the three-sword style swordsman is going to chop people. Hee, you should go tell your master about that. It's not like I'm stopping you from going out to sea, Nojiko said with a smug expression, clearly teasing him. Duong. Guena couldn't stand it anymore and gave her a light knock, then said to Zoro, your father is also doing this for your own good. The three-sword style is a path that has never been traveled before. The foundation is relatively more difficult. I just started a bit earlier than you, but we will eventually meet at the end of the strongest path. Zoro looked at the 3 swords at his waist, deep in thought. As they were about to part ways, Nojiko stopped being playful. After 4 years of being together, she had already regarded him as a close friend and felt a bit reluctant to say goodbye. They ordered some drinks, and it was obvious from their familiarity that this was not their first time. After the meal, Guena went back to pack her things, and Zoro left as well for reasons unknown. Nojiko took 2 bottles of wine and exited the restaurant, heading straight to the blacksmith shop. The great sword she had customized there should be finished. Speaking of the blacksmith, Nojiko was no stranger to him, as not everyone often carried heavy weapons for repairs. Over the past few years, she had grown significantly, and the previous great sword was no longer suitable for her. There was no point in wielding a giant sword that didn't match her size. She had paid the deposit for the customized weapon a month ago. All the money she earned over the years, except for food and clothing, had been saved up, exactly 1,000,000 berries, just to forge a suitable weapon before leaving, refusing to settle for anything poorly made. When Nojiko arrived, the blacksmith master was smoking. Seeing her come in with wine, he quickly took it from her and laughed, showing his teeth but not his eyes. I must say, this little girl has a good heart. My old back. Oh, if I don't drink some wine, I won't be able to sleep at all tonight. Noki chuckled and said impatiently, "Don't come here with that. I brought you such a big business. But you treat me like this, a distinguished guest." The old man directly opened the bottle cap and took a swig. "You're unreasonable, girl. Most of that 1,000,000 bailey you have is spent on the raw materials for sword making. How much can I earn from you? Come on, 500 pounds. This past month, my back and that of my apprentices are about to break. Look, it's right there on the ground. Just take it yourself." It seems that this old man has been doing quite well these past few years, even gaining 2 more apprentices. Nojiko ignored him. Thinking about the hard-earned 1,000,000 berries, her heart ached. She grabbed her weapon and swung it a few times in place. The resulting gust of wind lifted the dust off the ground, making the room smoky. Ha ha! Now only the great sword can soothe her pain of losing money. Cough, cough, cough. Go, go, go. Go out and play. Don't disturb this old man while he drinks. The old man was so angered by Nojiko's prank that he puffed out his beard and glared, while a few apprentices huddled together in the corner, trembling in fear as they looked at Nojiko. This woman was too terrifying. "Old man, I'm going on a long trip. I want to be back often. Take care of your health, drink less, and don't die before we meet again." Nojiko put away her weapon and strode away. Stop bothering me. I can live to be 100. Watching Nojiko's departing figure, he sighed. This girl is not an ordinary person. Turning around and seeing the apprentices huddled together in the corner, he immediately shouted, "Get up. Look at your pathetic state. Hurry up and get to work." The next morning, the 2 girls, having packed their bags, stood by the sea to bid farewell to Gongshiro and Zoro, looking at the great sword on Nojiko's back, which was 8 meters long, 15 centimeters wide at its widest point, and entirely silver gray. Gongshiro's eyes twitched slightly. He then glanced at the Wado Ikemonji hanging at his daughter's waist, and he smiled with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Nojiko didn't know what her master was thinking. She was currently teasing Zoro, saying, "Work hard in your training, and next time we meet, don't let me beat you down with one hand. Come on, you strong girl." When has Zoro ever bowed his head? Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Nojiko patted Zoro on the shoulder, making a loud sound. And just as Zoro could no longer hold back and was about to draw his sword, Kuna and Gongshiro finished their farewells and pulled her onto the ship. "We're leaving, father. Zoro, you all go back." Kuina stopped a potential conflict. Chapter 10. The first battle: when the sun is out, I sunbathe. And when the moon is out, I sunbathe too. On the vast ocean, only a small boat was floating with not a single shadow in sight. Lying at the bow of the boat, Nojiko was bored and began to sing. Kuina was next to her, maintaining her sword, repeating this daily, saying it would help build a bond with the sword and also train her mindset, though it's uncertain if that was true. So boring. It would be great if a pirate ship came by. Nojiko looked up at the sky, feeling this way since her training ended today. There's nothing to do. It's been 3 days at sea, and not a single person has been seen. The scenery was already tiresome, with only water surrounding them. Is it just my imagination, or does the ship seem a bit bigger? After she finished maintaining the sword, Kuna sheathed it, stood up, and looked around the small boat. In fact, after 3 days of sailing, the ship's body had indeed increased a little, now close to 12 meters long. A product of the system must be a quality item. But Nojiko couldn't say that. She raised her eyebrows, a proud look on her face, and switched to her persuasion mode. It's not an illusion. The ship has grown a circle. This ship is special. It's a traveling ship that has eaten the travel fruit. The farther it sails, the bigger and sturdier it gets. Kuina. What is that? Even with Kuina's strong will, she was a bit confused at this moment. She had heard of devil fruits, which grant incredible abilities when eaten, but this was the first time she had heard of a ship eating a fruit. Are you kidding me? There are too many unbelievable things at sea. She had heard that weapons could eat devil fruits, but now a ship could too. Just as she was about to show off a bit more, she caught sight of a ship approaching from a distance, a bit far away to see the flag clearly. There were only 2 people on the ship. Nojiko was the captain and navigator, while Kuina could only be the first mate and lookout, with possibly more roles in the future. She nimbly jumped onto the mast, standing on one leg, and took out a telescope to observe. The Black Skull flag. It's a pirate ship. The two ended their idle chatter, gripped their weapons, and entered a state of readiness. The phrase young and fearless truly described the two girls, as they were already thinking of fighting before even seeing how many enemies there were, and fortunately, they were not ordinary people. Captain, there's a small ship ahead. The pirate minions also spotted Nojiko and the others. Upon hearing this, a burly man sitting on the deck, drinking loudly, picked up a giant axe the size of a door and stood up, laughing wildly. You little ones. Come closer to me. I'm getting bored. This will be a good diversion. Roar. Charge. A few minutes later, as the two ships approached, before the pirates could throw ropes, Nojiko and Kuina jumped onto the enemy ship. The traveler was still quite fragile and couldn't withstand a few axe strikes from the burly pirate. Seeing the two dare to charge onto the pirate ship, the man was surprised for a moment, but when he saw their appearance, he became excited. What luck. I didn't expect them to be two young women. This will be a nice gift for Boss Hank. As for staying behind, the burly man didn't even consider that. Could women be worth more than the strong muscles of his brothers? Hey, Big Beard, is there a bounty on your head? How much is it worth? Nojiko held her sword in front of her chest to guard against surprise attacks, while Kuina cautiously observed the people on the pirate ship, mentally assessing their strength. This pirate crew was not small. There were over 20 people surrounding the two on deck, and there were definitely more in the cabin. Generally, a pirate crew of this size would have a captain with a bounty. When out at sea, there are plenty of expenses, not to mention maintaining the ship. Even just for meals can be quite costly. Kuina was fine, but Nojiko's appetite had been growing over the past 2 years. The sea is rich in resources, so they wouldn't starve, but they couldn't eat fish every meal, especially since their cooking skills were a bit subpar and what they made could only be described as edible. Since they were out at sea for training, it wasn't suitable to rely on fishing for a living. So the two decided to temporarily enter the promising career of bounty hunters. They could fight strong opponents and make some money at the same time, a win-win. Speaking of bounties, the pirate minions immediately got excited, shouting at the two. Our captain had a bounty of 9 million. The great pirate Iron Axe Pika? How about it? Are you scared? Ha ha. After the minion finished speaking, Pika immediately lifted his giant axe, striking a pose he thought was cool, and then, whoa. Before Pika could revel in his glory, a large sword came slashing toward him. He barely dodged it, his heart racing with cold sweat. The one who attacked was naturally Nojiko. Upon hearing the 9 million bounty, she was a bit dazed. Wow. It took me 4 years of hard work fishing to earn a few bucks, and this guy's head is worth 9 million? That's easy money. In her excitement, she lost control of her hand. Pika, who was trying to show off, nearly got killed by a sword, causing his beard to bristle in anger as he swung his giant axe at Nojiko. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Take this axe. As the giant axe came down, Nojiko didn't dodge, meeting it head-on with her sword. Come on, I want to see how I stack up in this vast ocean. Boom! A loud sound erupted where the sword and axe connected. The two only struggled for 2 seconds before retreating, Pika shaking his numbed hands, his eyes filled with caution. He had encountered a tough opponent. This immense strength. Where did this monster come from? Nojiko continued to swing her sword at Pika as if nothing was wrong. On the other side, Goena was not idle either, watching the show. She drew out her wad ikamanji and skillfully used her footwork to rush towards the positions of several pirate gunners. Before they could react, she made 3 quick slashes, and the guns were broken, leaving the men dead. This was her first time killing, yet she felt little discomfort. Perhaps this is a characteristic of swordsmen in this world, either being cut or on the path of cutting others. Frost Moon style full moon slash. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever Goena passed, no one was her match, and she applied all the swordsmanship she had learned over the years against this group of pirates. Help! Monster! This woman is a monster! Someone save me! I don't want to die! Monster! Ah! Listening to the cries of his subordinates, Pika dared not let his guard down for a moment. His hands were bloodied and mangled from blocking the attacks of this blue-haired woman, and just defending against her strikes had exhausted all his strength. Gradually, wounds began to appear on his body. His steps became increasingly chaotic, and his swings with the giant axe were no longer as fierce as before. Seeing this, Nojiko no longer held back. After knocking Pika's axe aside once more, she twisted her wrist and swung the large sword down from the upper right to the lower left. Thud! A deep wound, visible to the bone, was left on Pika's chest. Unfortunately, Pika did not have Zoro-esque resilience, and Nojiko did not hold back like Mihawk. The bounty of 9 million on this pirate lying on the ground was clearly gasping for breath. At the same time, Guena also finished her battle and was standing nearby, wiping the blood off her wad, Ikamanji. Chapter 11. Demon Hand Hank, get up. Clean the deck and gather everyone from the cabin on the deck. The more than 20 people Guena had cut down were not all dead. She had not aimed for vital points, and among them, 8 had only sustained minor injuries and were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Now, seeing the terrifying woman who had killed their boss speak, they dared not continue pretending to be dead. Some collected the bodies, some wiped the floor, and others went into the cabin to call people, clearly having done this before. It was no injustice that they were all cut down. Those who had not participated in the earlier battle were the support staff of the pirate ship, such as cooks and musicians. This made Nojiko comment that she didn't expect there would be musicians on a pirate ship. She thought these rough men just drank, boasted, and practiced all day. Once everyone was gathered on the deck, they cleaned up together. Half an hour later, all the pirate corpses, except for Iron Axe Pika, were piled onto the lifeboat to be burned. The pirates did not show any feelings of grief or anger. Those who had good relationships with their comrades and were willing to fight had just been killed, and the survivors were filled with fear, only hoping that the 2 gods on the ship would spare them. Nojiko stood on the deck and began to inquire. Cough, cough, started to ask about things. Where's the nearest naval base? How long will it take to get there? As soon as the mention of the naval base was made, the pirates huddled together began to panic, and there was a commotion in the crowd, clearly afraid of being handed over to the Navy. Clang! Guena half drew her sword, and the deck instantly fell silent. There was no way around it. Her earlier display of prowess in the crowd was too terrifying, giving her an approving glance. Nojiko continued to speak to the pirates. Don't worry, with your group, if you end up in the naval base, you'll be locked up for at most 2 years. After you come out, if you behave well, no one will trouble you again. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. I won't make it hard for you. After all, I'm not a bad person, right? The dim eyes of the pirates brightened. Could it be? Nojiko sighed, alas. Captain Pika must be feeling very lonely down there. You all, if you head east from here, there's a Navy base less than a day's journey away. The pirates hurriedly shouted in unison. We must hurry. Can't you see these 2 monsters already have their hands on their weapons? Very well. Next question. Who is the ghost hand Hank that your captain mentioned? She hasn't forgotten that Pika intended to give the 2 of them as gifts to this person. A pirate wearing a hat cautiously asked, You don't know Ghost Hand Hank? Is he famous? How would she know about a character that didn't appear in the original story? Of course he is famous. Captain Hank is the most powerful pirate in the nearby waters, with a bounty of 16 million. The pirate replied, 16 million? That's quite a bounty in the East Sea. Does he know your captain? How many pirates does he have under him? Pika is one of his 3 major pirate captains. The other 2 are, one is Sea Serpent Anna with a bounty of 10 million, skilled in using a long whip covered in barbs, which is highly poisonous. She's a very scary woman. The other is the swordsman Kariko with a bounty of 5 million, who excels in using a rapier. I see. What about Ghost Hand Hank's strength and his own pirate crew? Captain Hank is also a swordsman. It's said that he draws his sword exceptionally fast, like a ghost, and no one who has fought him has survived. He is nicknamed Ghost Hand. The hat-wearing pirate swallowed hard, clearly terrified of this notorious pirate. He continued, his first mate, Soroya, has a bounty of 10 million and is a powerful sharpshooter, along with several squad leaders, all of whom are strong enough to take on 10 men. The entire pirate crew has over 800 members. Someone like Creek? Such power could be considered the East Sea's overlord before Creek's rise, Nojiko pondered. I didn't expect you to know so much. By the way, you're quite perceptive, the hat-wearing pirate replied with a smile. I'm the cook on the ship, and I boast that my skills are pretty good. Whenever Captain Hank gathers everyone, I cook with the chef over there, so I've heard quite a bit of news. It's an honor to help you, sir. One must uphold principles when out here. Since you've revealed so much useful information, how about this? When we reach the Navy base, I'll let you go. Just don't be a pirate anymore, and continue with this promising profession as a cook. Nojiko was still quite reasonable. Hearing this, the hat-wearing pirate was overjoyed and said eagerly, Of course. From now on, I want to be a pirate, even if you kill me. I actually prefer being a cook. It was Pika who took my previous restaurant and brought me onto the ship. You too must be hungry. Let me go cook for you. He stood up to leave. Seeing this, the other pirates regretted letting this guy answer first. This information wasn't a secret, and they knew it too. Crouch down. Guena spoke up. Although she didn't say much, she was far more intimidating than Nojiko. As soon as her words fell, the pirates immediately fell silent. The hat-wearing pirate, though he and participated in the battle, had the sense to see his companion's fear and dared not move. Nojiko looked at Guena, just about to say something, but the latter stopped her with a glance and said, "Let's talk about it after we disembark." Noki nodded, then immediately realized, "Come on, I'm the captain. Why should I listen to her?" Unfortunately, Noki still didn't know, or perhaps she hadn't realized that she had truly integrated into the pirate world. In this world, there is an invisible rule that the captain is not as smart as the first mate, and that the captain must listen to the first mate. By the time they arrived at the island where the naval base was located, it was already deep into the night. According to the agreement, they released the Hat Pirate and scared him a bit before leaving. Noki and Guena took a group of pirates to the naval base. They didn't finish everything until dawn. It is worth mentioning that Hank the Iron Axe's pirate ship was also sold to the Navy at a low price by them. The nearly 30-meter-long, two-masted sailing ship, although somewhat damaged, was still a loss at $6 million. Selling the ship to the Navy was also a reluctant decision. Recently, pirates had been rampant in the area, and it was hard to find a merchant willing to take such a ship, perhaps due to getting a bargain. The Navy branch unusually did not discount their bounty and gave him a total of 15 million berries without any reductions. After going through a battle, they were not in a hurry to set off, so they docked the traveler at the Navy port and found a hotel in the town on the island to stay. We struck it rich. Sitting on the bed, Noki opened the box containing the berries, her eyes shining. Seeing her greedy look, Guena smiled. "You haven't changed at all over the years. You're still so happy when you see money. Money is very important." Noki said seriously, Yes, you're right. By the way, during the day on the pirate ship, I interrupted you. You were planning to deal with that ghost hand Hank, right? Aren't you interested?" Noki asked back. "I'm very interested. A pirate, and a well-known swordsman at that. I really want to challenge him. Then let's find a way to take him down." "Ouch. What are you doing?" "No sweating." Okay. Chapter 12. Father and daughter, after resting well, Noki and Gung didn't leave their room until noon. Having just received a large sum of money, they weren't in a hurry to set off and simply wandered around the town. After having lunch at the hotel, their first stop was a clothing store. To be honest, Frostmoon Village didn't have dedicated clothing stores. People either hired tailors to make clothes or made them themselves. And the level of development was comparable to that of Cocoa West Village. They didn't stay in the store long. Neither of them was an ordinary girl, and their requirements for clothes and shoes were not high. They chose durable and wear-resistant items, as long as they weren't ugly and were convenient for fighting. "Let's put the clothes back for now. Where do you want to go next?" Noki asked as they walked. "Let's check out the weapons store. I want to buy some maintenance supplies for my weapons," Guena said, patting the white-sheathed famous sword at her waist. "I want to go too. I told you that old man's blacksmithing skills are a bit outdated. Look at the chips on my big sword. It's a waste of my million." She raised the big sword with one hand, and the chips on the blade were exceptionally noticeable in the sunlight. Guena rolled her eyes at her and sighed, "Come on. How can you blame him? Your attacking style is too harsh on the weapons. Even a famous sword can't withstand your destructive tendencies. If you often engage in reckless sword fights, which ordinary iron weapon could endure that? TCH, the weapon is still at fault." Noki insisted that she wouldn't take the blame. Even without using all her strength, the weapon got chips in this battle. Could I be blamed for that? Obviously not. One day I'll make a big sword out of sea prism stone and see who can cut with it. Because of the nearby naval base, there were quite a few bounty hunters gathered in the town. While people carrying weapons were not everywhere, they were certainly not rare. Therefore, the weapon stores here were not located in remote areas. Noki followed Guena into a random weapon shop, watching her pick and choose. As for herself, she decided not to repair the great sword. If she repaired it today, it might get damaged again tomorrow. It was better to save up and repair it all at once later to save money. What did completeness matter? As long as it could cut, that was enough. Being obsessive-compulsive was unnecessary. "Great sword. Thank you so much. Dad, hurry up and come in. It's all your fault for being so slow. We missed our chance. I heard that the Iron Axe Pika has already been killed. It's clear that this big, silly pirate is the easiest to deal with." Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice of a girl came from the entrance of the weapon shop. Noki looked up, and her eyes lit up. A blonde beauty had suddenly appeared at the door, or perhaps blonde lowly would be more appropriate. The little girl was about 1.5 meters tall, with delicate and cute features, and her lively eyes held a hint of cunning, as if telling others that her owner was clever and should not be deceived just because she was cute. Her twin ponytails and outfit of suspenders and a white shirt made her look tidy and added a touch of cuteness, while she carried a sniper rifle nearly 1.2 meters long on her back, creating a stark contrast. What an impressive little girl, one that leaves a deep impression at first glance. Before Noki could look any longer, a burly man in his 30s appeared beside the little girl. He had short golden hair and a resolute face, looking at the girl with a doting gaze. He must be the father she mentioned. His outfit was similar to the girl's, also wearing suspenders and a white shirt, with a pistol at his waist and a gun on his back, though it wasn't a sniper rifle. It looked like a modified double-barreled shotgun, about the same length as her great sword. The barrel was large enough to fit a tennis ball. Is that a cannon or a gun? Noki thought to herself. At first glance, their features did resemble each other somewhat, but their body sizes were quite different. The burly man was nearly 3 meters tall, similar to the Pika from yesterday, while the daughter was 5 meters. That was quite a contrast. But thinking about Garp's height and looking at his grandson's height, plus the even more exaggerated height differences of Kaido and Yamato, Oda's drawing style is indeed quite fierce. Ahem, getting off track. Seeing his daughter upset, the burly man showed a simple smile and said, Angel, you included your dad in your scolding too. I'm a big guy as well. This time it was my fault. I didn't expect that group of pirates to be dealt with ahead of time. How about I buy you some more bullets as compensation? The girl was more playful than truly angry, huffing. I'll let you off this time. Now hurry up and go in. I need to save up more bullets. Dad, you don't have enough gunpowder either, right? As they walked up to Noki, the girl suddenly glared at her and said, Hey, big sister, why were you staring at me just now? If you weren't also a young and pretty woman, I might think I ran into a pervert. Noki awkwardly touched her nose, thinking to herself that she couldn't say that the girl looked too cute and didn't quite fit the style of One Piece, and that she couldn't help but take a few more glances. She then tried to change the subject. You were bounty hunters, right? Before the girl could finish her sentence, the blonde, muscular man blocked her behind him and asked with a serious expression, Is there something this lady needs? Unlike the talented but inexperienced girl, he had been sailing the seas for more than a decade and knew well the consequences of judging by appearances. Although the young girl in front of him was not very old, her aura was like that of a fierce beast. The instincts honed through life and death experiences told him that this person was very dangerous, and he was definitely not her match. Nojiko laughed and said, Don't be nervous. We are fellow hunters. My companions and I are also bounty hunters. You two look quite capable. Are you interested in forming a team? I've got my eyes on a group of pirates, but we're a bit outnumbered and worried we won't be able to handle it. The burly man was about to refuse when the girl behind him leaned out, her small face full of curiosity. Sisters, you are bounty hunters too. Who is the highest bounty pirate you have captured? She asked, clearly excited. Just starting out, At that moment, Kuna, who had finished shopping, walked over and asked, What are you talking about? Who are these two? Just some fellow hunters I just met. I'll tell you later. Nojiko replied to the father and daughter. So, what do you think? If you're interested, let us find a quieter place to discuss. You can finish your shopping first, and I'll wait for you at the door. If you decide against it, just let me know when you come out. After speaking, she took Kuina and left the weapon shop. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. The girl stomped her foot, clearly dissatisfied. She didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably interested in Nojiko and Kuina. Otherwise, she wouldn't have initiated the conversation. Chapter 13, Angel. The burly man spoke up, did we not agree? After we catch Iron Axe Pika, we would let you experience being a bounty hunter once before going home? Your mother said before she died that she didn't want me living this dangerous life anymore, and she certainly didn't want you to be in danger like me. But you didn't listen to her. You've been a bounty hunter all these years. Angel retorted, feeling indignant. Why can you do it, and I can't? It was unavoidable before. But now that you're getting older, we can't live this dangerous life anymore. Angel shook her father's arm and pleaded, Dad, please. I'm really curious about what that sister said. Besides, I don't want to go home at all. I've never met my maternal grandparents. And even if they are rich, I don't want to find them. Angel's mother was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the East Sea. After a shipwreck, she was rescued by the burly blonde man, and they later married and had Angel. Her mother's family thought she had drowned at sea, and without a body, they could only give up hope. The couple lived sweetly for a while, but when Angel's mother thought of going home, she was already pregnant. Due to her injuries from the shipwreck, she was in poor health and couldn't travel, so the return was delayed. Not long after giving birth to Angel, she ultimately couldn't hold on and passed away. The burly man entrusted Angel to his parents to care for while he continued to work as a bounty hunter to support the family. It was until 4 years ago when his parents passed away that he began to personally care for his daughter, seeing that she was interested in firearms like him. He taught her marksmanship until she mastered all his skills. However, by then, they had lost their source of income, so he had no choice but to take her out to continue his old profession. Not long ago, he learned about his wife's parents and planned to take Angel to seek them out. With his skills, he could easily stay on their merchant ship as a security captain An angel could be a young lady instead of a bounty hunter risking her life for money. When he still refused, the girl's bright eyes turned, and she immediately used her trump card. Dad, you know I love adventure and hate boring life. If you don't agree, I'll just go find them myself. By the way, you can't stop me, right? Your precious daughter might be stronger than you now. You, fine, do as you please. As long as you're happy, your dad will be very happy. The burly man, helpless, had to agree. He appeared serious, but was actually very soft-hearted. He used to listen to his wife, and after she passed, he listened to his daughter. Fate can be very strange, bringing together lives that were on different paths. At this moment, the fate of the father and daughter changed. By the sea, the four of them sat on the rocks, feeling the sea breeze. So, this is the quiet place you mentioned? Angel, with her hands in her pockets, looked around with her big eyes. In every direction for hundreds of meters, there wasn't a single shadow of a person, and there were hardly any trees in sight. A deserted place indeed. Noki smiled and replied, "Little sister, this is safe. I specifically chose such an open place to show my sincerity. There is no way to hide anyone around. And there aren't any places to ambush. This just proves that we genuinely seek cooperation. Even if you have an ambush, I'm not afraid. I'm quite capable." That said, her hand still remained in her pocket. The little girl's overalls had a pocket sewn on the side, containing a small handgun. No matter how pleasant the person in front of her looked, she wouldn't completely let her guard down since they were still unfamiliar to her. Nojiko saw through her little thoughts, but didn't mind at all. She smiled and said, "Let's briefly introduce ourselves. I'm Nojiko, the captain of the Voyager. As you can see, I'm a swordsman." The short-haired lady next to her spoke up. "I'm Gwena. Just call me Gwena, a swordsman." "Hee, captain and vice captain. Could it be that the Voyager you mentioned is just the two of you?" "I'm Angel, a sniper. Don't let my young age fool you. My shooting is very precise." Saying this, Angel raised her hand and made an aiming gesture at Nojiko. Bang! Nojiko pretended to be shot, covering her chest. Nice cooperation. The little girl was very pleased with her reaction. This person is quite interesting. Finally, it was the turn of the burly man to introduce himself, Frank, a gunslinger. Nojiko looked at the shotgun behind him and curiously asked, "I was just about to ask, your father-daughter guns are very different from those sold on the market. Did you modify them yourself?" Frank nodded and said, "Yes, I know a bit about firearm modification and gunpowder manufacturing." Angel chimed in from the side, her little face full of pride. "Of course, my dad's special bullets are as powerful as cannons, and my sniper rifle has a much longer range than similar types of guns." Frank scratched his head and laughed. "It's not as impressive as you say, Angel. I'm just a novice at this. It's nothing to mention." Though he was being modest, the smile on his face clearly showed that he appreciated his daughter's words. Gwena said, "Since everyone knows each other, I'll get to the point. Have you two heard of Ghost Hand Hank?" Frank's expression became serious. "Are you saying that the target you've set your sights on is him? Over the past 2 years, who wouldn't know the most famous pirate in the East China Sea? Not to mention his personal strength, his influence is considerable. Angel and I've only dealt with small pirate groups before. A behemoth like him is not something we can provoke." Nojiko interjected. "Speaking of which, I heard you guys mention that this time the target is Iron Axe Pika at the weapon shop entrance. Isn't he the pirate captain under that ghost hand? Isn't that provoking him?" I purposely stayed at sea for half a day to avoid the Iron Axe pirates." Frank didn't think much and blurted out the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt all the hair on his body stand up. A deadly glare. "Old man." Angel was giving him a hostile look from the side. Frank panicked immediately. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain, and could only look at Nojiko and the others for help. "Haha, little Angel, don't be angry. That Pika is not going to escape. I already killed him." Nojiko tried to defuse the situation for Frank. "What? You stole my prey." The deadly glare was instantly directed at Nojiko. "Sigh, trouble comes to me. Hey, this kind of thing is first come, first served, okay? Why do you say I stole yours? I don't care. What I fancy is mine." Saying this, Angel pounced on Nojiko and started to play around with her. Frank was anxiously scratching his head on the side, completely forgetting his fear of Ghost Hand Hank, wondering how his mouth could be so fast. He hoped that Angel wouldn't stay mad for too long. Gwena, who was watching from the side, smiled, not expecting that their interactions would be so harmonious, and in just a few exchanges, the barriers disappeared. The cooperation might go very smoothly. Chapter 14, A Bet. "Haha, so ticklish. Let go. If you don't let go, I will fight back. You know I'm very strong. One punch can make you cry for a long time. Haha, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lady Angel." Nojiko was laughing so hard that tears came out. quickly begging for mercy. That's more like it. Seeing her submit, a satisfied look appeared on Angel's pretty face. She continued, I didn't expect you guys to be quite capable. I heard that Pika and his crew were captured all at once, and you two defeated dozens of pirates. That's impressive. By the way, how long have you been in the business? Nojiko tidied up her clothes, took a deep breath, glared at her fiercely, and then said, It's only been 3 days since debut. Still a newbie. A question mark appeared above Angel's head. What newbie? Gawain laughed and said, Don't pay attention to her. Sometimes she says things that are hard to understand. As bounty hunters, we are still newcomers. Yesterday was our first mission. Angel was a bit surprised. You caught a pirate with a bounty of 9 million right after debut? Frank, however, was not surprised at all. He had sensed from their first meeting that the two girls were not ordinary people. They were young, but their strength was not to be underestimated. So having such a record made sense. All right, I'll consider this round as your win. Angel's spirit seemed to fade a bit as she walked to the side and kicked at the reef, as if she had a grudge against it. Nojiko, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Gawain shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. Frank, who was nearby, explained, Angel has been smart and strong-willed since she was little. Last month, she single-handedly defeated a pirate with a bounty of 8 million. She was quite proud of her strength. But now she finds out that you all defeated an even stronger pirate. Sigh, she might be a bit discouraged. Is that all? Noki was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was truly a childlike disposition. However, this presented an opportunity for her. After pondering seriously for a moment while stroking her chin, she walked up to the little girl and said earnestly, Angel, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? The little girl didn't look at her, focusing instead on the stones at her feet. Let's bet on who can defeat Ghost Handhank. What's the wager? Angel's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she found it a bit interesting. Nojiko laughed. You lost, so come on my ship and become my partner. Angel rolled her eyes at her. I won't lose. What if you lose? Then I'll acknowledge you as my boss. Humph. Then you'll have to call me Big Sister obediently. Angel happily ran to her father, persuading him to agree to cooperate in hunting pirates. Humph. One failure can't take down the powerful Angel. Let's see how she wins back her face this time. Sigh. I wonder why this little girl is so stubborn. Do you want to invite her on the ship? Gwen asked, actually quite fond of this little girl. They needed a way to attack from a distance. After all, not every battle is a close-quarters fight. Don't you think she has great potential? At such a young age, she could defeat pirates with bounties. With training, she'll surely become a powerful sniper in the future. We're going to the Grand Line, where we'll encounter all sorts of enemies. Some people won't like to fight up close. Besides, it can't just be the two of us on the ship, right? Gwen nodded. That's true. The Grand Line? I'm really looking forward to it. There must be many strong people there. Frank couldn't refuse his daughter's request and ultimately agreed to cooperate. Let's go. Take down the pirates with one shot. The little girl danced with joy. Nokia helplessly interrupted her enthusiasm, saying, Wait a minute, we can't rush in recklessly. We need to find some partners, and more importantly, we are not familiar with each other's fighting styles, so we need to train together. Let's find some low-bounty pirates to practice on. After obtaining a large number of bounty notices from the Navy, the four spent another day gathering supplies. And once everything was ready, they left the small island. The father and daughter ship was slightly smaller than the Traveler, so to prevent getting separated, Nokia tied the boats together with a rope. Then, to the astonished eyes of the father and daughter, she and Kuna jumped into the sea, each pulling a boat forward. This was the training method they had agreed upon before setting off. Their first target was the crocodile pirate crew, which had appeared on an island 3 days ago. Led by the notorious killer crocodile Duraf, who had a bounty of 10 million. This newly formed pirate crew had such a bounty solely because Duraf was known for his brutality and had taken many lives in a short period, earning him the nickname Killer Crocodile. A week later, bang! Angel watched as Nokia struck Duraf down with a sword, fuming, You're stealing my kill. Nokia glanced at her and smiled. First come, first served. Who told you to be a step slower? It makes me so mad. Saying this, Angel threw down her gun and pounced with flailing arms, trying to use the same trick again, but this time Noki didn't let her. They started playfully wrestling with each other. Meanwhile, Gawaina and Frank were checking if there were any survivors among the pirates. Yes, nearly 40 members of the crocodile pirates have been taken down. One couldn't blame Noki and the others for the slaughter. After chasing this group of pirates for a week, they finally caught up with them just as they were finishing robbing a merchant ship. When they saw there were no living people left on the merchant ship, Noki and her crew were furious and wiped out the scum in a fit of rage. The angriest, Angel, wanted to take down Duluth with one shot, but initially, he was still inside the cabin and hadn't come out, so she could only aim at other pirates. which allowed Noki to seize the opportunity to sneak aboard the pirate ship. Following the usual practice, after selling the pirates and the ship to the Navy, they divided the money and set off towards their next target. In just under 5 months, nearly 20 pirate crews had disappeared from the EC, with bounty for captains ranging from 500,000 to 12 million. Noki seemed to be addicted to bullying weaklings and showed no hurry to deal with the ghost hand pirates. It's worth mentioning that among the defeated pirate crews, 3 had just started out and hadn't even had time to be offered bounties before Noki and the others stole their ship and returned home. To prevent being robbed of heads again, Angel proposed the lot-drawing decapitation method, where they would write 3 pieces of paper before each operation, one of which would say captain. Whoever drew that paper would be responsible for dealing with the pirate captain. Sadly, the fates of more than a dozen bounty pirates were decided like a game among the 3 women. For ruthless bounty hunters were chasing pirates everywhere. And recently the EC had calmed down significantly, with many merchant ships reappearing on the sea, making trade much safer than before. However, many understood that the calm was only temporary. As long as people lived in hardship, some would choose to take risks. Perhaps the first 2 times were for survival. But after getting used to the convenience and thrill that violence brings, most would become the pirates they once despised. The higher-ups of the countries in this world mostly do not care about the lives and deaths of the people, only knowing how to extract from them. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, oppress the national nobility, and the national nobility oppress the citizens. Oppression will never cease. The more miserable the common people live, the more pirates are born. It is said that Roger opened the era of great pirates, but he is more like a fuse igniting the era of chaos. How many can truly seek the great treasure? Chapter 15. Joint Siege the Devil Fruit is so amazing. Looking at the nearly 15-meter-long, fully equipped, single-masted sailboat beneath her feet, Angel couldn't help but exclaim. The ship of the father and daughter had been completely destroyed in a battle when an enemy cannon shattered its keel. So they simply moved their belongings onto the traveler. Regarding the issue of the ship's increased size, Noki still used the excuse that the ship had eaten a devil fruit to get by. After the ship reached a length of 15 meters, its growth temporarily stopped and began to increase the strength of the ship itself. Currently, with fewer people, the space on the ship was sufficient. After all, the Going Merry was only 13 meters long. By the way, it's been so long. When are you planning to deal with the ghost hand pirates? You're not planning to keep me hanging, are you? Angel leaned on the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze, and called out to Noki, who was pulling the ship forward in the sea. Noki Gao pretended not to hear and continued her training. Seeing this, Angel snorted and walked into the cabin. I'll settle the score with you after you're done training. To be honest, Noki Gao didn't expect that after 5 months, she still hadn't found a satisfactory companion. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to delay any longer. What she feared was merely the number and firepower of the ghost hand pirates. She didn't think much of their individual strength. At worst, she could ambush them at night after identifying her target and swiftly complete the beheading before anyone could react. Once this matter was settled, she could go home. Noki Gao thought as she swam and let her mind wander. Now, she no longer feared the evil dragon and believed defeating him head-on wouldn't be difficult. But to prevent the evil dragon and other fishmen from escaping into the sea, she needed to take one last precaution before going home. She would retrieve something that could greatly enhance her power in a short time. A day later, Noki Gao and her 3 companions returned to the small island where they first met to exchange their bounty. Meanwhile, on an island in the East Sea, nearly 1,000 pirates from the Ghost Hand Pirates, Sea Serpent Pirates, and Flower Sword Pirates gathered. Inside a temporarily built wooden house, for pirates were in a meeting. Sitting in the main seat was a tall man with long hair, about 2 meters tall, with a strong build and a stern expression. He didn't look like a notorious pirate at all. Rather, he resembled a determined Navy officer, judging by his seat and the katana at his waist. He was likely the infamous Ghost Hand Hank from the East Sea, with a bounty of 16 million. To his left sat a man holding a gun, named Soroya, the vice captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates with a bounty of 10 million. To the far right was a woman with a long whip covered in barbs hanging at her waist. Her curvy figure added much flair to her somewhat ordinary face. She was the pirate Captain Anna of the Sea Serpent Pirates, also with a bounty of 10 million. Sitting second from the right was a thin man with a flowery sword at his waist, the gem on the hilt glimmering faintly. He was the pirate Captain Kaliko, with a bounty of 5 million. The group had just finished discussing serious matters and were now chatting. I heard that guy Pika was killed by a bounty hunter who has recently gained fame? Hank asked. Yes, he was killed by the blue-haired swordsman from the bounty hunter quartet. I had never heard of this person before. as if he appeared out of nowhere a few months ago. His strength is quite formidable. As for explosive bullet Frank, he was a well-known bounty hunter a long time ago. I heard about his name 10 years ago, Kaliko replied. Anna sounded somewhat worried. I've heard that in the past few months, hundreds of pirates have died at their hands, including over a dozen with bounties. Boss, do you think it might set their sights on us? She was confident in her own strength, but dared not claim she could defeat the bounty hunter quartet, especially those two swordsmen. Among the pirates they had killed, there were certainly stronger ones than herself. Hank snorted coldly. The more the merrier. Those who kill my men can't just escape easily. That said, he hadn't sent anyone to look for Nojiko and her group in the past few months. After hearing about Pika's death, he merely cursed waste and didn't take it to heart. At that moment, Vice Captain Soroya spoke up. Captain, I heard that the swordsman named Guena has a famous white-sheathed sword, possibly a great blade. Upon hearing this, Hank's eyes lit up, and he appeared quite excited. A great blade? Haha, I didn't expect to hear about a famous sword after searching the sea for so long. Good, once we finish our business, let's go meet these bounty hunters. Not far from the wooden house, a few pirates were gathered, boasting, and one of them, with his back to the wooden house, was staring blankly at a bottle of liquor. His companions thought he was drunk, but they didn't notice that his ears were occasionally twitching, as if receiving some kind of information. Not all pirates who rob everywhere are wealthy. Money comes quickly, but also goes quickly, and weapons, ammunition, and supplies all require money. Most of the time, low-level pirates are still quite poor. Therefore, in the past 5 months, the majority of Nojiko's income came from bounties and selling second-hand ships. Recently, the market improved and ship prices rose, resulting in their total income exceeding 200 million berries, with each person receiving several tens of millions, a considerable sum for bounty hunters. After resting on the island for 2 days and getting everything ready, they were about to set off when they were stopped by the Navy. Colonel Morgan, did I hear you right? You want to invite us to join you in exterminating pirates? The Navy collaborating with bounty hunters? Nojiko asked in surprise in the Navy base office. You have recently made quite a name for yourselves at sea. Colonel Morgan, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, said with a satisfied expression as he looked at them. He then explained the reason for seeking cooperation. Last night, a spy from the Ghost Hand Pirates reported that Hank found a treasure map in a sunken ship, and the treasure seems to be buried somewhere on a volcanic island. He has united his pirate group and plans to attack the naval branch on the volcanic island. These pirates are always interested in these fictitious treasures. I plan to take advantage of their landing on the island and coordinate with the Navy on the volcanic island to trap and eliminate this group of pirates. Nojiko exchanged a glance with a few people, their expressions strange. The person responsible for dealing with the pirate minions arrived just in time. They must be incredibly lucky. Cough. Cough. The Navy has a large number of personnel and strong firepower. What can we scattered individuals do to help? Nojiko pretended to be reserved, thinking it would be even better to gain some benefits. Colonel Morgan was also quite perceptive. He saw through the young man's thoughts at a glance and said directly, "Don't worry, you won't miss out on your benefits. The Navy will handle all the ordinary pirates. And we've also hired other bounty hunters to deal with the officers of the Ghost Hand Pirate crew. The 4 of you are mainly here to deal with the bounty pirates. As long as you can kill them, in addition to the total bounty of 5 million, we will offer an additional 5 million as a reward to make it an even number. How does that sound? Quite a good deal, right? Oh, and you won't get a share of the pirate ship. To prevent the enemy from escaping, we plan to sink their ship," Colonel Morgan added. So it was settled. Chapter 16. Bombarding the pirate ship. The overall strength of the East Blue Navy branch was relatively weak. Ranks would drop 3 levels if placed in the headquarters. Take Colonel Morgan, for instance. He might not even be able to beat a lieutenant at headquarters. Sending bounty hunters to deal with powerful pirates could significantly reduce soldier casualties and also save a large sum in compensation, making it reasonable both emotionally and financially. Colonel Morgan chuckled to himself. He had been dealing with the bounty quartet frequently over the past few months, and just handling the second-hand ship transactions had made him quite a profit. Most importantly, the security in the nearby waters had improved, and part of the credit for that would fall on him. Surely, a promotion would come soon. He decided to cover the additional rewards for the few of them out of his own pocket. Both sides felt they had gained something. Yes, a win-win situation. Afterward, Colonel Morgan took the few of them to the reception room, where the hired bounty hunters were waiting, so they could get acquainted and avoid accidentally injuring teammates during the fight. The arrival of the 4 drew exclamations from the bounty hunters, as it seemed their recent fame was indeed quite notable. "Brother Frank, is that really you?" A young man, who had been leaning over a table looking in the mirror, stood up excitedly upon hearing the exclamations. Frank looked over and smiled. It's Will. I didn't expect you to be here. It's been over half a year, right? The young man, named Will, appeared to be in his 20s, of a height similar to Nojiko's, with soft, flowing golden hair cascading over his shoulders, looking quite dashing. If he were a bit better looking, he'd be perfect. His facial features were decent individually, but combined on one face, they seemed rather ordinary, the type you wouldn't notice in a crowd. What a shame for that flowing hair. Brother Frank, didn't you say you weren't planning to be a bounty hunter anymore? I wanted to follow you on adventures. But these past few months you've been even more high profile. I should have insisted on following you from the start. Will put away the gem-inlaid mirror and walked over to the others. Frank smiled helplessly, glancing at his daughter, standing beside Nojiko, and said, It's a long story. He didn't elaborate further and began introducing everyone. Nojiko, my current captain. This is the first mate, Goena. This is Will, known as the sword duelist, quite famous in the hunter circle. Aside from being a bit narcissistic, he's a very capable young man. Captain, you were looking to recruit someone, and I think he fits quite well. Finally, he began to recommend Will to Nojiko. Hey, what's wrong with looking this good and wanting to be admired every day? Will protested, feeling a bit wronged. Where was his narcissism? He elegantly bowed to the two and said, Your names have recently been resounding like thunder, and I didn't expect Brother Frank to acknowledge you as captain. Impressive. I'm Will, and may I have the honor of joining you? Hearing her father say that Nojiko was the captain, Angel felt a bit dissatisfied, as the betting had not even started. However, she wouldn't embarrass her companions in this situation. She just secretly pinched someone else's waist to vent her frustration. Noki was startled and looked at Angel in confusion, wondering what was going on. She turned to Will and said, If you want to join us, that's fine. With Frank's recommendation, it shows you're trustworthy. So what are you good at? I've practiced fencing for a few years and think I'm not bad at it, Will replied, patting the heavy sword at his waist. Goena was quite interested in his sword. Is this a heavy sword? I'd love to have a chance to spar with you. Honored to be. Will nodded. Angel, who was sulking nearby, saw the group chatting happily and thought to herself, What am I sulking for? Seriously, once I win the bet, I'll be the captain, and then you all will have to listen to me. Go for it, Angel. It's been a while, little Angel. Wow, you still look so tall after half a year. Will greeted Angel cheerfully. Gah! A cross appeared on Angel's smooth little head. To hell with your encouragement. I need to see some blood first today. Watching the new member being chased and beaten by Angel, Noki and Goena exchanged glances and both facepalmed. The newcomer was not only narcissistic, but also didn't know how to read the room. After the bounty hunters got acquainted, the Navy also notified them of the departure time, which was tonight. After nightfall, a dozen bounty hunters and 400 Navy quietly set off, coupled with the 300 Navy from the volcanic island base. These 700 men and a large amount of artillery were the main force against the pirates. 3 warships sped ahead, with the Traveler following closely behind. By noon the next day, they arrived at Volcanic Island, finding a hidden spot in the northeast corner of the island to dock the ship, and everyone began to rest. The undercover agent had already figured out the pirates' action time. They planned to launch a surprise attack on the Navy base tonight. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Volcanic Island is located in the East Sea, close to the Red Soil continent, named after a massive extinct volcano on the island. The southeastern direction of the island is where the river flows into the sea, and the port town is located by the riverbank. At 11 p.m., most residents, whose nightlife wasn't very rich, had fallen into a deep sleep, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Under the hazy moonlight, 5 large ships gradually appeared near the port, with the skulls on the black flags flickering ominously. The ghost hand pirates had arrived. On the deck, Hank issued orders. Soroya, Kariko, you stay on the ship with 300 men to provide support and artillery fire at critical moments. Anna Ui, and all the officers will take the remaining people to the shore in small boats, heading straight for the Navy base. Remember, be light on your feet. At this moment, Anna asked out of the blue, Captain, is it worth it to launch such a large-scale attack on the Navy base, just for a treasure whose authenticity we don't even know? For some reason, she had a bad premonition. Hank's expression darkened, his tone threatening. Do you want to disobey my orders? Anna immediately apologized. I wouldn't dare. Under the moonlight, a strange glint flashed in Hank's eyes. Perhaps to reassure his subordinates, he reiterated the reason he had mentioned before. This treasure is hidden quite deep, and it won't be found in just a day or two. It requires a lot of manpower digging day and night. The Volcanic Island Navy base is easy to defend, but hard to attack. We will take advantage of the night when they let their guard down to capture it in one fell swoop. Even if things go awry later, we will have a solid defense and won't be afraid of the Navy's retaliation. So this operation is not just for the treasure. More importantly, it's to establish a stronghold for our brothers. The pirates listened, their blood boiling. If it weren't for the captain's order to keep quiet, they would have been excitedly shouting. Hank sneered inwardly. Of course, he wasn't just after treasure, nor was he concerned about a base. He had more important goals. Brothers, give your all for me. As long as we achieve our goal, it doesn't matter how many die. 10 minutes later, just as Hank and the others were rowing ashore, Kuriko's shout came from the nearby pirate ship. Captain, bad news. There are Navy warships. It turned out that the undercover agent had secretly jumped into the sea with a life buoy while the pirates were using small boats and contacted Colonel Morgan with a snail phone. The warships took the opportunity to rush over. Boom! Bang! Before Hank could react, the deafening sound of cannon fire erupted. From a distance, 3 warships lined up in a row, dozens of cannon muzzles directed at the pirates, unleashing a torrent of fire, bringing catastrophic disaster to the pirate ships before they could mount an effective counterattack, and they were on the verge of sinking into the sea. Hank's face darkened as if it could condense water. Forget them, get to the island. Chapter 17, Chaos Report. Sir, mission accomplished. The drenched undercover agent returned to the warship and reported to Colonel Morgan. Well done. Corporal Morishita, I will remember your contribution. Please return to the team. Yes. Colonel Morgan began issuing orders. Warships, full speed ahead, prepare to land. The main force of the pirates should have landed on the island, and he needed to hurry to rendezvous with the Navy on the island. Before leaving, he shouted to the people on the small boat next to the warship, "Leave the strong pirates to you." Nojiko waved her hand. "Don't worry. I can keep up with you." Just as she was about to say a few words to her companions, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, a sense of danger overwhelming her. She raised her sword defensively, and in the next moment, a flash of fire erupted from the direction of the pirate ship. With a loud bang, a high-speed bullet scraped against her sword, creating a shower of sparks. There was a sniper, and there's a straggler too. Since you dodged the cannon fire, I'll take care of you myself. This person is mine to handle. Angel saw this as a provocation. How dare there be a gunman shooting at her companions right under her nose? Didn't he want to live anymore? However, her anger wasn't the only thing driving her. After all, staying calm as a sniper during a battle is a fundamental quality. The shooter must be the sniper Soroya from the Ghost Hand pirate crew. As Sergeant Sengxia had said, this person did not come ashore with Hank. In the darkness, she was the only one on her side who could remotely restrain or even eliminate the enemy. This time, let that strong sister Nojiko deal with others. Now is not the time to worry about bets. With a flick of her sword, she deflected Soroya's second bullet, but Nojiko hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't trust her. She was just worried about her. In this pitch-black environment, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, it would be better to have the Navy provide another round of covering fire. Wait, where's the warship? Huh? What did you get up there? In a moment, the nearby warship had moved far away, and turning around, she found Angel had already climbed onto the roof. With the sound of 2 gunshots, Angel had already determined the approximate range of the enemy's activities, but due to the enemy's experience, after firing a shot, they would move positions, and she could only wait for the right moment. At this time, she was lying on top of the cabin. As soon as the enemy showed their head, she would take them down with one shot. Guena couldn't stand it anymore. Stop dragging your feet. The Navy and the pirates have already clashed at the port. Let's hurry and help. She looked seriously into Nojiko's eyes and said, since you consider Angel a companion, you need to learn to trust her. She is very strong. Nojiko knew that now was not the time to hesitate. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Frank will... You 2 team up with Angel to deal with the stragglers on the pirate ship. The Traveler will be under your command. Guena and I will swim over from the sea to deal with the pirates at the port. Remember, your safety comes first. Leave it to us. Frank and Will nodded in unison. You don't believe in me. Don't treat me like a child. By the way, that guy won't be trying to fool me about our bet, will he? Forget it. I'll think about it later. Angel muttered to herself while observing the target through the scope. When the 2 swam ashore, the 2 groups of Navy had already converged and were engaged in fierce battle with the pirates. Boss, we're ambushed. A wounded pirate shouted at Hank. As if I needed you to tell me. Hank was about to curse when a gust of wind swept by, and he ducked down, narrowly avoiding it. When he looked up in shock, he saw a blue-haired girl with a giant sword smiling at him. The newcomer was Nojiko. Ha! I said your little brother must have learned from you. He dodged my first move just like that. Nojiko laughed mockingly. Hank got up and brushed off the dust, grinning maliciously. You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Don't think just because you have some strength that you're invincible. The sea is deep. Hee hee. Let my sword test your depth. Goena had also found her first opponent of the night. Little sister, fighting is bad. Why don't we find a place to have some tea and watch these stinky men fight instead? Anna said, swallowing hard as she glanced at the cold gleam of the famous sword in her opponent's hand, backing away. She had already cursed Hank's whole family hundreds of times in her heart. The fool had put her in quite a bind. On the other side, Zoroja touched the blood on his forehead, hiding behind a broken mast, gasping for breath. He felt like he had just escaped from the gates of hell. When he saw that his 2 focus shots were casually dodged, he felt somewhat discouraged, but then he thought, why should I stubbornly fight these people? This mission has failed. Someone must have leaked information. It's likely that Boss Hank 1T come back alive, so why am I still holding on? The wind is tight. Bang! Just as Zoroja peeked out to make a run for it, a bullet came flying toward his head, ripping a chunk of hair and scalp off, blood gushing. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been a messy scene of red and white. Angel, who fired the shot, was somewhat dissatisfied. She had acted too early. Dad, bring the ship closer. I don't believe he can keep dodging forever. The travelers slowly approached the wreckage of the pirate ship. Frank's large-caliber hunting rifle already loaded with special bullets, waiting for the right moment to fire and force him out. At the port, Nojiko had already engaged with Hank. The latter fought while retreating, intentionally trying to draw her away from the crowd, but this was exactly what she wanted. Her moves were powerful, and in a crowded area, she couldn't unleash her full potential. I say, is your nickname wrong? With how slow you are, how dare you call yourself Ghost Hand? It should be Turtle Hand. Nojiko had picked up the skill of trash-talking mid-battle without a teacher. In fact, Hank's strength couldn't be said to be weak. Being notorious in the EC, he still had some capital. His katana was swung with great force, imposing a certain might. At least, he was stronger than the pirates she had encountered before. Even so, Nojiko found it increasingly boring. He was too weak. This level was not worth 16 million. Could he have some hidden moves? Seeing that every strike she made was easily countered by him, but her casual hits felt like a major threat to him. The humiliation he felt as a weak youth resurfaced in Hank's heart. When Hank went to sea to learn swordsmanship, he was ridiculed by his peers for his low talent. Later, after deep contemplation, he created a unique move, and those who had mocked him all perished under his technique. After dodging a downward slash with a lazy roll, he stood up and stepped back a few paces, panting as he said, I have one last strike. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat. Do as you wish. While speaking, he sheathed his sword, lowered his center of gravity, and leaned forward, his left hand gripping the sheath and his right hand resting on the hilt. Aedo, but your stance isn't standard. Forget it. Let me show you the moves I've been practicing recently. I'll use you as an experiment, so I don't show fear in front of real masters later. Aedo. Hank twisted his waist, his hand seemingly blocked by his body, as if he was about to turn and draw his sword at any moment. Shave. Nojiko's figure vanished from her spot. Chapter 18. Hank's true intentions draw the gun. Ah, damn it. You're too insidious. Nojiko, who had moved to Hank's side with a non-professional shave, widened her eyes when she saw his follow-up move. Without hesitation, she slashed down, severing his right hand along with half of his shoulder. Hank clutched the neatly severed area of his right shoulder on the ground, wailing while his right hand, which had fallen to the ground, tightly gripped a handgun. Noki looked down at him condescendingly, his tone full of disdain. You really are a downright pirate. No wonder others call you Ghost Hand. It's just too damn ghostly. It turns out that Hank's so-called secret move is to sneak attack with a gun while people are on guard against his sword draw. He has used this trick to take down quite a few opponents. And because everyone who has sparred with him is dead and their bodies have been sunk into the sea, no one has discovered his tactics. All right, let me send you on your way. Noki raised the sword in his hand, ready to bring it down on the pirate's neck. Wait. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, Hank flipped over and knelt on the ground, begging for his life. I have news of a treasure to offer. Please spare me. If you had said that a couple of days ago, maybe I would have let you go. Now, who doesn't know about your so-called treasure? How can I swallow it all alone? It's more practical to exchange your head for money. Nojiko curled her lips. How many navies are there? How many can I split among my boys? No, that is not the treasure. I found another treasure note in the sunken ship, and I've already burned it. Now only I know its contents. Seeing that this woman still wanted to kill him, Hank quickly explained. Tell me. Nojiko began to gather her strength secretly. Hank knelt on the ground, lowering his head so that people couldn't see his expression. Cough, cough. The note says there's a treasure hidden deep in a volcano that can make people stronger. As long as you get it. What happens after you get it? Hurry up and continue. Nojiko's tone fluctuated, seeming very interested. Once you get it, The treasure is mine. Go to hell. Hank's head flew off with a grim expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you say you would let me go? Seeing him raise and then lower his left hand, tightly gripping another pistol, Nojiko rolled her eyes. Look at you. You don't look like a swordsman at all. These few moves can only help you muddle through in the East Sea. Who can you kill in the Grand Line? Maybe you'll run into a strange uncle by the roadside who has a few guns hidden in his hair. Hank's head rolled a few times on the ground, blinking a few times before forever closing his eyes. Done. I don't even need you to tell me to find a treasure. I'm a person with a golden finger. System. Check if there's really treasure in the volcano. After more than 4 years of persistent training, Nojiko's physique had undergone a tremendous change. The system was integrated with her. The stronger her physique, the more energy the system had. Over the years, the system had already completed charging and had surplus energy. She had 3 opportunities to locate any place within 1,000 miles. Don't underestimate this function. In the future, when we reach the new world, as long as Raftel is within 1,000 miles around her, Nojiko could easily find the location of the great treasure. However, she probably wouldn't use the opportunity here. She was an adventurer, and adventurers focused on the process of adventure rather than the result. With this opportunity, she might as well find a few powerful devil fruits to enhance her companion's strength. Then they could walk sideways across the world. That would be true freedom. Ding. Would you like to use the positioning service? Hey, I already know where it is. Is this still considered a positioning? Nojiko was somewhat dissatisfied. She just wanted to confirm. The system's positioning can help you reasonably plan the route. No need to waste the opportunity. Just help me confirm if there is treasure in the volcano. There is. What exactly is it? Ding. Would you like to use the positioning service? I should have killed that guy a few minutes later. But he probably wouldn't have told the whole truth either. A treasure that can make people stronger? Is it a devil fruit? I remember the Red Count's devil fruit was found in some ruins in a new world. It's not impossible for a devil fruit to appear in this volcano. Let's not think about it for now. Anyway, I'll stay on the island for a while. I'll go meet Kuina first. Wrapping the spoils in cloth, Nojiko ran toward the main battlefield at the dock. Anna had been persuading for a long time, but the little girl in front of her remained unmoved. Gradually, she lost her patience, and her fierce and violent side was provoked. Damn it, it's always others who fear me. You little brat still want to act tough in front of me? Anna swung the iron whip in her hand towards Kuina's face. The barbs embedded in the whip glinting ominously, coated with toxins extracted from sea snakes. Capable of sealing blood, Kuina had already been on guard against her. She didn't believe a word from this pirate, dodging the venomous whip that shot towards her. Kuina lowered her center of gravity, sheathed her famous blade, and stared directly at the woman in front of her. Seizing the moment when Anna's whip left her wide open, Kuina moved. Frost Moon style, Iato. A cold light flashed, and Kuina appeared behind the female pirate. Her blood-stained sword once again returned to its sheath. Anna stood still, letting the whip slip from her hand. After a moment, she looked down at her chest and abdomen, where a huge wound appeared. The intense pain made her tremble all over. She opened her mouth to scream, but couldn't make a sound. Before she fell to the ground, her increasingly dull brain had only one thought. Why? Why is there such a huge gap? A vast darkness enveloped Anna's eyes, and she felt nothing afterward. Kuina didn't stop. She charged towards other pirates. Too weak. Ordinary pirates couldn't withstand a single strike from her. In less than a minute, over 30 people were cut down. As she continued to slash, Kuina suddenly felt bored. Was it interesting to defeat these weaklings? She had been out for almost half a year and hadn't encountered any strong enemies. The only thing worth celebrating was that in repeated battles, her Frost Moon-style swordsmanship had become increasingly adept, and she vaguely felt she was touching a higher level of swordsmanship, but she just couldn't break through the barrier. Bored or not, she still had to cut. It could help the Navy reduce some casualties after all, since they were on the same side. Bang! The traveler approached the wreckage of the pirate ship. Frank raised his shotgun and aimed at the pirates who had miraculously survived the cannon fire, pulling the trigger. The bullet, about the size of a soda can, exploded upon contact with the wooden board, its power comparable to that of a cannonball. Jump into the sea. Swim to shore. Some pirates shouted. First mate, help. Some pirates crawled toward the place where Zoro was hiding. Don't come over, you fools. He no longer pressed on his head wound and shot at the pirate underlings. Although he killed the other side, his position was exposed again. Frank aimed a freshly loaded bullet at the mast where he was hiding. Bang. The mast exploded again, and Zoro rolled away in a panic, spitting blood from the shockwave of the explosion. Before he could be thankful for dodging the center of the explosion at a critical moment, bang! A bullet passed through his head. This was the last sound he heard in his life. The voice of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 19. Master and Apprentice. Seriously, Dad? You helped me again. Angel jumped onto the deck, glaring angrily at her father. Frank showed a goofy smile on his face, scratching his head and saying, My bad. My bad. I fired instinctively. Who knew he was hiding there? He quickly changed the subject. Go meet with the captain. You might be able to help. Captain. By the way, Dad, you've been calling Nojiko captain for a long time. I want to be the captain too. Angel fired 3 shots in a row, taking down 3 pirates who were trying to rush onto the ship. My little angel, only the strongest on the ship can be the captain. You know Nojiko's strength. Frank turned and shouted, Will, steer the ship. Let us go help at the port. She is only 2 years older than me. When I'm her age, I'll definitely be stronger. During these months of interaction, she had already come to respect Nojiko, but she couldn't admit out loud. Frank secretly chuckled. My dear daughter, you'll never surpass her in age. Hurry up, Will. Coming. Will responded, stabbing a pirate who had sneaked onto the ship with his sword. And just as he was about to set sail, a fine sword suddenly stabbed at him from behind. Feeling the danger, he hurriedly dodged but was still stabbed in the back. The enemy seized the opportunity perfectly, launching an attack just as he turned halfway and his right foot had not yet landed, causing him to be unable to fully evade. Bang! Will, are you okay? After failing his attack, the enemy attempted to jump into the sea to escape but was blocked by Angel's gun, though the bullet merely grazed past. Frank aimed his gun at the intruder, and Angel also pointed her gun back at the enemy, believing that no matter how strong he was, he could not evade both father and daughter's guns simultaneously. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Brother Frank. The wound isn't deep, it's just a flesh wound. Will said as he looked at the person who had stabbed him, his eyes narrowing, and said word by word, It's really you. I didn't expect you, Kuriko, to have become a pirate. The word teacher was almost spat out through gritted teeth. The person who had sneaked onto the ship was none other than Kuriko, the captain of the Ghost Hand pirate crew, with a bounty of 5 million, skilled in using a flower sword. Realizing he couldn't escape, Kuriko shook the blood from the tip of his sword and laughed. I didn't expect it to be you, Will. Long time no see. I heard you became a bounty hunter, but I didn't expect you to come with the Navy to encircle us tonight. Will, are you going to be my enemy? Didn't I teach you to respect me? Saying this, his sword lunged toward Will's throat, attacking with lethal intent, showing no mercy at all. Clang! Will raised his sword to block his thrust. Brother Frank, Angel, don't shoot. I'll handle this pirate. The two began to spar back and forth. One wielded a heavy sword, the other a flower sword, but their battle was not like a fencing match with light touches. Each move was deadly, targeting vital points. Eyes, throat, heart, kidneys, and even below, all were targets for attack. Angel watched from the side, thoroughly engrossed, exclaiming, I didn't expect this kid, Will, to be so ruthless. Hearing this, Frank shot her a glance, silently criticizing her. Didn't you just blow up the enemy's head with even more ruthlessness? Wait. The old father came to his senses. Has my good daughter become more ferocious under my upbringing? Kuriko's shoulder was cut, blood staining his shoulder. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, Kuriko's expression darkened. You've made some progress these past few years, huh? Will laughed. I've never slacked off for a day, but you, as a pirate, haven't trained at all, have you? Teacher, your skills have declined. Kuriko sneered. Do you persistently look in the mirror every day? Among my many disciples, you are the one I dislike the most. Clearly, you have excellent talent, but waste several hours every day on vanity. I really don't know what is so good about your ugly face. That is still better than you seducing someone's wife. Angered and ashamed, Will began to expose his master's dark history. That incident, what? Did my actions bring you trouble, teacher? Kuriko revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with malice. It turned out that both master and disciple came from a remote small country in the East Sea, where the king liked to hold fencing competitions, thus giving fencers a high status in the country, admired by the commoners. Kuriko was the champion of one such fencing competition, favored by the king, and frequently entered the palace to practice swordsmanship with him. Because of his champion status, many people were willing to squander their fortunes to study swordsmanship under him, and Will was one of them. One day, while hiding and lazily admiring himself in the mirror when his master was away, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He hid to eavesdrop and discovered that the king had ordered the arrest of his master, Kuriko, and commanded the soldiers to imprison his students. Among the students, only he was lucky enough to escape this calamity. Later, on his way to flee the kingdom, he learned that everything was because Kuriko had an affair with the queen, and the two were caught in a clandestine meeting by the king. After stabbing the king, Kuriko disappeared. The king, furious, ordered a manhunt and captured everyone closely associated with Kuriko. A week later, in his anger for not catching the culprit, the king executed all of Kuriko's disciples, with only Will escaping. This operation promised to the Navy was also a chance for him to see if he could take revenge, as he previously dared not confront the entire pirate crew alone. Later, encountering Nojiko and others was an unexpected joy. I don't want to mention the past anymore. Today, you want to leave this ship alive. Will lunged at Kuriko's throat with his sword, and the latter parried with his sword, and they began fighting again. He claimed that his persistent training was not mere words. When not hunting pirates, apart from the hours spent admiring his own beauty, he spent all his remaining time practicing swordsmanship. As the ship approached the port, Kuriko gradually fell into a disadvantage, sustaining more and more wounds, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Finally, Will found an opportunity. Sword thrusts. With all his strength, he instantly thrust twice. Kuriko dodged the first sword but could not evade the second, which pierced his heart. Cough, cough, you little brat. Before he could finish his sentence, Will pulled out his sword, and Kuriko collapsed to the ground. Looking at the body of his former elder, Will sighed. Teacher, I advise you not to take in disciples in your next life, nor to seduce someone else's wife. It only brings harm to yourself and others. Turning around and tossing his flowing golden hair back, Will wore a proud smile on his face. So, how is it, little angel? Are you not captivated by my fighting prowess? Angel gave him a roll of her eyes, stepping aside. You're too ugly for me. How could that be? Will experienced a strong blow to his pride. Chapter 20. The unlucky ability, users spare me. Help. Mommy, I want to go home. While heading to the port to meet Kuna, Nojiko suddenly stopped halfway, hearing strange voices in her ears. Driven by curiosity, she walked towards the source of the sound. What the hell? Looking at the bizarre scene before her, she was somewhat dazed, unsure of what to say. At night, in the ruins, under the moonlight, a beautiful green-haired woman with a fiery figure dressed only in lingerie was sitting cross-legged on a chair, while two unremarkable, bare-chested, muscular men knelt on the ground, bound by vines and being whipped. Sorry for interrupting, I'm just passing by. You all continue. Nojiko turned and left without wasting a second. The three of them were stunned, and the vines also stopped whipping. Wait, the green-haired beauty looked at the two pirates she had subdued, then glanced at Nojiko's hurriedly escaping figure. Did she misunderstand something? Noki walked while exclaiming, I didn't expect the people here to be so playful. This is eye-opening. Huh? She swung her sword to cut through the approaching vines and looked at the green-haired beauty running over. I told you those vines were a bit strange. They can move on their own. You're an ability user, right? Do you know about devil fruits? I'm a vine human, having eaten the vine fruit. No, that's not the point. The beauty shook her head and pointed to the two bound individuals over there, saying, it's not what you think, they are pirates. Are you a pirate too? No, imabu ni unte. The blue-haired bounty hunter, holding a giant sword, added, you're part of the recently famous bounty hunter quartet. I've heard you defeated many powerful pirates. The green-haired beauty's tone was somewhat excited. That's me. Ahem. Let's continue talking about your situation. Just to be clear, I want to play any special games with you. Nojiko held her sword horizontally in front of her. What game is this? Never mind, here's the thing. In her narration, Nojiko learned the reason for the bizarre scene that had just occurred. The green-haired beauty was named Rein, 24 years old, a local from the volcanic island. With both parents being doctors, she was instilled from a young age with the notion that she must become an excellent doctor. However, she had no talent in this field and barely qualified after studying for over a decade. In the first 2 years when her parents were still alive, she worked at a hospital thanks to their connections, but after their passing, the hospital director promptly dismissed her. Some time ago, she opened a clinic nearby. According to her, although her medical skills did not meet the requirements of a formal hospital, she could still handle minor illnesses and superficial injuries, thus managing to get some business. Ryan's home was on the outskirts of town, far from the clinic, so she usually stayed there. Tonight, like usual, she was resting in her room, sleeping soundly when 2 shells hit the clinic in quick succession, reducing her hard-earned medical equipment and various medicines to rubble. Furious, Ryan jumped out of bed without even putting on her outer clothes, intending to seek out the culprit. Just then, a few pirates who had escaped from the Navy's encirclement passed by her door. Seeing her in her underwear, they couldn't help but tease her as they fled, leading to the earlier scene. Truly, disaster strikes when you're at home. How unlucky can you be? Nojiko couldn't help but laugh. Do you have no sympathy? I still admired you so much. An angry Ryan shook Nojiko's shoulders. Due to their positioning, the smiling Nojiko's eyes were level with Rein's chest. And as they pushed each other, that pair also trembled, the sight making her head spin. No, this is too stimulating. Ahem. Would you like to join us on an adventure? Your fruit ability is quite interesting, and my ship is in need of a doctor. Just when I was thinking we needed a doctor on board, here you are. Medical skills might be mediocre, but anyway, we only need to deal with wounds and such most of the time. The most important thing is that this lady is a fruit user and has some strength. Nojiko recruits crew members based on 2 criteria. First, their compatibility, and second, their skills. Rein possesses both and has medical skills. Perfect. Really? You really invited me to be your partner? Rein became excited again. She had been an active child since she was young and could never settle down to learn medicine, but her parents were too strict, and for years she had suppressed her true nature. Later, she opened a clinic simply because she was used to being a doctor, and after being dismissed from the hospital, she didn't know what else to do. While treating patients, she often heard people talk about things at sea, and regardless of whether they were true or not, she listened with great interest. Sometimes injured sailors would come to her for bandaging, and she learned the names of Nojiko and others from them. A few teenage girls making a name for themselves on the sea, instilling fear in pirates. How aspirational. Frank, am I really being overlooked as the great blast bullet? Of course. You're quite impressive. The battle over their isn't finished yet. I still have things to do. I'll come find you during the day. Saying this, Nojiko left. Ship's doctor get. Yay. Coming back to her senses, Rein cracked her knuckles, controlled the vines to tie the pirates on the ground to a post, then returned to the clinic to pack her bags and check if there were any medicines worth saving. Nojiko's arrival became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the already disadvantaged pirates faced complete disaster. She and Guena were like 2 meat grinders on the battlefield, grinding down everything in their path. After many deaths, the pirates' morale completely collapsed, and they threw down their weapons to surrender. Cheers echoed throughout the area. In this ambush battle, the Navy achieved a comprehensive victory, completely destroying the largest pirate crew in the East Sea at a minimal cost. Ah, Angel, are you convinced now? Hank was personally killed by me. After everyone shared their experiences briefly, Nojiko began to show off in front of Angel. If it weren't for me this time, that Hank would have long been dead under my gun. Angel is not someone who easily admits defeat, right? Nojiko didn't argue with her, but instead brought up the main topic. Oh, say what you want, by the way. I have good news for everyone. While you were fighting the pirates, I found a ship's doctor. With this, our team is complete. Now that we have enough people, we can set off for the Grand Line, right? Guena said with a smile. Is it enough? We still need to cook, right? Angel asked. What? The Grand Line? Frank and Emil shouted in unison. Hey. Why didn't anyone discuss this with them? Chapter 21, Zoan type. We will definitely go to the Grand Line in the future. Didn't I say that before? Noki scratched his head. How can we go on an adventure without heading to the Grand Line? I'm going to become the king of adventurers. Cough. I got sidetracked. You didn't say that, right? Frank roared. Relax, old man. It's just the Grand Line. Besides, there aren't many powerful figures around here in the East Blue. It would be a pity not to let the pirates of the Grand Line see my marksmanship. Compared to the experienced father, Angel is more eager to venture out. Will patted Frank's arm and gave him a look. Do you know your daughter is so arrogant? The latter shot him a glare. No matter how arrogant, she is still my good daughter. Who are you to say anything? Noki smiled and said, we will all go sooner or later. Look, we have an excellent captain and navigator. She pointed to herself, and an outstanding first mate and swordsman. Guena raised an eyebrow, and a sniper and lookout. Hey, you left out the word excellent. Angel came up and poked her. Stop messing around. Haha. And there's you all, an excellent cannoneer and shipwright, a member of the atmosphere crew skilled in fencing, and a beautiful doctor. Isn't that enough? After saying this, Noki ran around the flagpole to dodge Angel, who when T stopped poking her. Hey, who are you calling the atmosphere crew? Ouch. Another person joined the chase after Noki. Seeing Frank silent, Guena asked with a smile, are you worried about Angel? Worried that she might encounter danger in the Grand Line? Sigh. I'm used to drifting on the sea. One day, returning to the sea will be my destiny, but Angel is still so young. Is the dangerous sea of the Grand Line really suitable for her? He expressed his concerns. Do you think she's unhappy? Guena countered. Looking at Angel joyfully chasing the captain and hearing her heartfelt laughter, he felt genuinely happy as a father. If I force her off the ship, it might be hard to see that radiant smile on her face again. Forget it, as long as I'm alive. I want to let Angel get hurt before I fall. You know better than us. Angel is not weak. She is the strongest sniper I have ever seen. Noticing the father's determination, Guena patted his arm and shared her thoughts. I want to pat your shoulder, but Frank is too tall, so I can only pat your arm. Luckily, Angel hadn't grown that big yet. After settling the balance with the Navy, Noki and the others said their goodbyes. They were merely partners, not traveling companions, and now that the collaboration was over, it was natural for them to part ways. Wow, you are Angel. So cute. Like an angel. Ryan stepped forward and hugged Angel, still enthusiastic even after getting dressed. MMM. Phew. It took a lot of effort to struggle out from between two mountains. The little girl looked at the still shaking heights with lingering fear. It was terrifying. Noki, watching from the side, exclaimed, "What a pro. This is indeed the world of One Piece. The turbulent waves are everywhere." She and Guena weren't exactly small, but compared to these adults, they felt like small fries. Speaking of which, in the original work, Nami's figure was also quite stunning. Ahem, can't think too much about it. There's a risk of sisterly feelings turning sour. This is our ship's doctor, Ryan. How beautiful is she, right? By the way, she is also a devil fruit user. Nojiko introduced everyone to each other. Will exclaimed, "There really are devil fruits. I thought they were just a legend. Can you show us your ability?" Guena and the others looked at Ryan with anticipation. Although they had seen the wonders of the Going Merry before, the ship had grown gradually, and the feeling wasn't very intuitive. Happy to show off in front of the new friends, Ryan said, "I'm a vine man who ate the vine fruit. Watch closely. This is my ability." With a wave of his hand, several vines appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around a nearby wooden chair, effortlessly breaking it in half. Not only that, my ability is even more effective on living beings. The vines can generate toxic thorns that can paralyze a creature's nerves. And there's more. I can also increase the toughness of the vines to use them for defense. I've tested this before, and even a scalpel couldn't cut through the vines. Wow. Everyone was amazed. Is this what a fruit user can do? That's incredible. Nojiko was also very satisfied. This fruit could attack, defend, and control. Especially after learning hockey in the future, it could be developed to a very powerful level. Accepting Ryan's invitation, everyone stayed at her house for the next few days, which was convenient for Nojiko. Yes, she had already decided to go see the volcano. She had a hunch that if she missed the treasure in the volcano this time, she might regret it for a long time. After all, Hank's ambush on the Navy base was aimed at occupying the volcanic island to meticulously search for possible treasure locations. In these times, treasure maps are often very rough, and the volcano is too vast. Relying on just one person might mean he would never find it in his lifetime. So a lot of time and manpower was needed. Nojiko doesn't need to work so hard. She has a system that can accurately locate and plan the optimal route, allowing her to easily find treasures that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. That night, in the guest room of the Rhine family, Nojiko summoned the system and used the positioning function to locate the most valuable treasure in the volcano. All right, the optimal route has been planned for you. System, can you help me see what that treasure is specifically? Nojiko excitedly rubbed her hands together, praying to the heavens to bless us, the descendants of Yin and Huang in this other world, hoping that this time it will definitely be worth it. If I can return in my next life, I will definitely bow and burn incense for you on the 1st and 15th of every month. It was detected that there are 2 treasures in the volcano, the most valuable of which is a devil fruit located in the center of the mountain range. As expected, it's a devil fruit. She couldn't wait to ask, what kind of fruit is it? Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix form. Wow. Nojiko jumped out of bed. A mythical Zoan type, in the form of a phoenix. Is she about to turn her luck around? Those who have watched One Piece know which fruit is the most sought after right now. A natural type? Of course not. In this day and age, a mythical Zoan type is the fruit of the elite. Just look at Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and his azure dragon fruit. A divine beast form, heat breath, wind, lightning, flame clouds, and later he even developed magma abilities. This azure dragon fruit must have been a spirit from the south in a past life. 1 is stronger than 6. Ha 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 ha. This item is destined to be mine. It's a gift from the heavens. Nojiko shouted excitedly. Is anyone going to let me sleep? A disgruntled voice from next door was heard, and one could even vaguely hear the sound of a sword being drawn. Someone instantly dove back into the blankets. And soon after, exaggerated snoring could be heard. Anything can wait until tomorrow. Chapter 22. Phoenix form. During breakfast, Nojiko shared the upcoming plan with everyone. Everyone was very interested in the devil fruits. Even though they couldn't eat them, seeing them was still an eye-opener. She only said that she knew there was treasure in the volcano because Hank mentioned it before he died, which wasn't entirely a lie. A group of people set off into the mountains with excavation tools, But 2 hours later, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Is this the optimal route you mentioned? Looking at the towering cliff in front of them, Kuina had a black line on her forehead. Ah ha ha. Yes, someone awkwardly responded. There's no helping it. The original treasure route was buried under rubble due to a landslide a while ago. This position is now the closest location to the treasure provided by the system. Hee hee. Stupid captain, let's see how you handle this. Angel was watching the fun from the side. My vines can't do anything about this cliff, either. Will shrugged. Don't look at me. I can at most pierce a few trees, but piercing the mountain is a no-go. Nojiko looked at Guena with admiration, having heard that powerful swordsmen could cut mountains in one swing. Come on, it's your time to perform. The latter gave her a hand chop, rolled her eyes in annoyance, and said, as a swordsman who can't cut mountains, I really feel sorry about that. Nojiko stopped goofing around and stared blankly at the rock wall in front of him, wondering what to do. At that moment, Frank's voice came from the side. I do have a way, but it will only save some effort. To break through the rock wall, we still need to dig. Come on, Dad. Stop teasing us and just tell us what the method is. Angel urged, and the others also looked at Frank. I can make some explosives. As long as I control the power, we can achieve the desired effect. I will blast the rocks first, which will make digging much easier, Frank said. Noki nodded. Let's use this method. Frank, you go prepare the explosives first. Will you help him? And the rest of you come with me to hunt. We'll have a hearty lunch and then dig the mountain together in the afternoon. The others responded weakly. Sigh, digging the mountain, it sounds tiring and boring. Sure enough, they only followed along for one afternoon, and the next day, except for Frank, who was in charge of the blasting, no one else showed up. These heartless people, don't they know that digging stones is the best way to build physical strength? It's no wonder they're not as strong as me. Boom! Frustrated, Noki smashed a 3-meter-high stone with her hand. Crack! Looking at the hoe in her hand that had met its enemy, she sighed. Life is tough. I'll just have to endure it. 2 days later, Frank didn't come either, but he gave her plenty of bombs and told her how to use them. These lazy folks. Shaking her head, Noki continued her mining endeavor. In the original world, continuous high-intensity labor would cause significant wear and tear on the body, and the damage could accompany a person for life. But in this world, there are beings whose physical qualities are not human. As one of the best, Noki spent over 12 hours every day mining stones, and after a month, her physical condition improved significantly. Where can I go to reason about this? During someone's mountain digging, Guena and the others weren't idle either. She led a few people to continue hunting pirates. Will and Ryan were new crew members, and their coordination with the old crew members wasn't quite fluent yet. This was a good opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with each other's fighting styles, especially Ryan, who had unexpectedly eaten the devil fruit some years ago but had never experienced a real battle. Her reactions during fights were always a bit slow. Over this past month, Guena focused her training on her. Boom! Finally, it's open. It's so hot in here. Noki swung the already damaged giant sword, having already broken more than a dozen hoes. For efficiency, she decided to use a weapon directly. Stepping out of the artificial tunnel, she found herself in the vast belly of the mountain, where a wave of hot, sulfurous air hit her face, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose by several dozen degrees. The sunlight from outside couldn't penetrate, and the only source of light inside was the massive magma pool in the center of the mountain, casting a red glow all around. Isn't this a dormant volcano? Never mind, finding the fruit is the priority. According to the system prompt, Noki found a fruit shaped like a pineapple, entirely golden red and covered in strange patterns, in a small hole at the edge of the magma pool. Phoenix fruit, got it. After confirming its authenticity with the system, she eagerly split the fruit in half and used a spoon to scoop the flesh into her mouth. There's a trick to it. You don't eat the skin of a pineapple, even if it's not a pineapple. It was indeed quite unpalatable. After struggling to swallow the pulp, Noki let out a slow breath. So this is the phoenix fruit of the mythical beast species? She already understood the general abilities of the fruit, a significant enhancement of physical qualities far exceeding that of ordinary Zoan-type fruits, flight capability, the generation and control of terrifyingly high-temperature flames, and flame clouds. With this, she could fly with her ship. It was an excellent auxiliary ability. But what pleased Noki the most was the ultimate ability of the phoenix fruit, Nirvana Rebirth. This ability has 2 uses. One is a basic version that can be used only once a month. After use, as long as the person is not dead, it can instantly restore the body and mental state to its peak. Imagine if Akiji had this ability. After fighting a Kainu for 10 days and nights and about to lose, he suddenly resurrects at full health, saying he can fight for another 10 days. Just think of the psychological shadow that would cast on a Kainu at that moment. The other is a nirvana rebirth that can only be used once in a lifetime. Upon death, it exhausts all the energy of the fruit to resurrect on the spot, returning with the strength of its peak youth. It's equivalent to having a second life. For example, if Whitebeard had this ability at the end of the Marineford War, when Blackbeard was happily stealing the fruit in the Little Black Room, suddenly the youthful version of Whitebeard resurrects and punches him in the face with a fist as big as a dustpan. ISNT, that scene exhilarating? In summary, this is a divine skill very useful for the strong. Moments later, golden red flames streaked across the sky, their brightness comparable to the sun. As the flames faded, a massive figure emerged, with a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters and dazzling tail, feathers extending over 10 meters, gently cutting through the air and leaving trails of divine light. Given Naka's current strength, this was already the largest form she could transform into. To get bigger, she would have to wait until her power and development of the fruit improved. From the direction of the port, the magnificent figure on the volcano was clearly visible. What's going on? Is the volcano erupting? Someone noticed the commotion next to the volcano and was about to express their shock, but the golden red figure vanished. The thick-skinned natives of the pirate world continued with their business. As long as it wasn't a volcanic eruption, they would carry on with their lives as usual. Chapter 23. Burning Fruit on the Boundless Sea. The traveler was slowly sailing towards the volcanic island, with the amateur lookout Angel lazily lying in the cabin, soaking up the sun. Suddenly, she felt a tickling sensation on her face. Opening her eyes, she saw a large bird with a colorful feather crown and dazzling tail, feathers smiling at her. A bird that can smile? By the way, those feathers are really beautiful. I wonder what they feel like to touch. Wait a minute. Angel's whole body shivered. In less than a second, she rolled over, grabbed her gun, and aimed at the target. Not bad, quick reaction. But you're not cut out to be a lookout. I'm already on the ship. And you didn't even notice, still slacking off and sleeping? A ethereal voice came from the big bird's mouth. A talking monster bird? In that brief moment, Noki and a few others, hearing the noise above, had already come out of the cabin. Huh, looking at the big bird. Kuina showed a look of realization on her face. Frank asked, what is going on? Is this lost on the way home? Will grinned and asked. The feathers of this big bird are so gorgeous. If made into a headpiece, it would definitely match his handsome face. Such a beautiful bird, said Ryan, stepping forward to pet the bird's head. Angel stopped Ryan. The reason her finger was on the trigger and she hadn't fired was that she felt this bird was somewhat familiar, especially the smile on the bird's face. Wait a minute. It can smile, can talk, and can tease her. Devil fruit. Someone who went to the volcano to look for the devil fruit. It's you. Lowering her gun, Angel wrapped her arms around the bird's neck and grinned. So, you ate the devil fruit just to laugh at me? You even ate the fruit that turned you into a bird. Unless you take me for a few flights, don't think I'll let you go. What? You're saying this big bird is the captain? Everyone except Kuna looked shocked. Realizing she had been recognized, Noki transformed back. After flying and exploring along the way, she had already learned to control her body temperature. When she put away the flames, her temperature was the same as in her normal state. After briefly introducing her abilities to everyone, Noki took Ka and the other three for a few flights in the sky. However, she ignored Will's hopeful gaze. He wasn't pretty, yet he was thinking too highly of himself. She still hadn't found the time to figure out how to use the flame clouds, and there was absolutely no way she would carry him to fly. If he wanted to fly, it would have to be next time. Seeing this, Frank decisively kept quiet. Well, he was 35 years old and was no longer a child. Besides, flying wasn't all that fun anyway. When they landed, the three were still a bit reluctant. The feeling of soaring in the air was just too wonderful. Especially Angel, who held on to Noki's neck and wouldn't let go, almost pulling out one of her feathers, which made Noki so angry she transformed back and chased after the restless girl to give her a beating. The group returned to the volcanic island amidst their playfulness. This time, they were preparing to leave completely in 2 days, and they didn't know when they would come back next. However, Ryan didn't feel reluctant. She had no attachments here anymore. At dinner, Noki asked the crew to prepare the supplies needed for their journey. She and Kuina were going out to find something and would be back within 2 days at the latest. That night, they set off. The burning fruit was the purpose of Naka's journey, or rather, it was the burning fruit she originally wanted to eat. Before the phoenix fruit appeared, it should have been the most precious devil fruit in the East Blue. In the original work, it was said that mythical beast fruits are rarer than natural fruits. But after looking at it, it didn't feel that rare. If you count the red count and others in the game, then mythical bee species are actually much more common. The flight speed in the phoenix form is very fast. With a gentle flap of her wings, she could cover over 100 meters. With the system's assistance, she pinpointed the location of the burning fruit island in just 2 hours. Although she used one precise positioning opportunity, it was well worth it. It didn't take much effort to find the burning fruit on the island. Kuina, do you want to eat this fruit? It's a powerful natural type. If you eat it, you can dominate the novice village. An orange fruit with strange patterns was shoved in front of Guena. The swordswoman rolled her eyes in exasperation. You're speaking in a way that makes no sense again. Do you see the knife in my hand? I am a pure swordsman. If I ate a devil fruit and then try to claim the title of the strongest swordsman, I will be laughed at by all swordsmen. Don't be angry. I know you don't need this. I was just asking casually. In fact, I've already found a master for it. It's not someone on the ship, right? Guena didn't think that Nojiko was reluctant to part with it. But she felt that since Nojiko specifically mentioned it, then this person must be someone she didn't know. My sister. Nojiko's tone was filled with longing and guilt. You have a sister? I never heard you mention her. We don't have a blood relationship. It's like this. On the island, Nojiko lit a bonfire and calmly recounted her story. Nami, Bel-Emri, Coco Village, and the evil dragon. She also talked about the agreement between Nami and the evil dragon. So that's how it is. Why didn't you clarify with me back then? You know that if I'd asked my father together with you, he would have definitely helped you. Guena's tone was filled with confusion. Since my master chose a peaceful life, I shouldn't drag him back into conflict. I'm already grateful that he can teach me skills. Blood feuds require blood to be avenged. I want to kill my enemy with my own hands. Your sister is an amazing person. Such a small child working for the enemy for the sake of the village. I can't even imagine what kind of willpower that takes. Nojiko, you've been feeling guilty all these years. You really hit the nail on the head. No wonder you're a swordsman. Yes, I feel guilty. I not only hate the evil dragon, but also hate myself. When I chose to leave Coco Village, it was to become stronger to take revenge. But there's also a sense of, I'm not as strong as Nami. These years, she has faced danger alone while as she spoke, Nojiko's tears flowed uncontrollably. Sighing, Guena embraced the girl in front of her, gently stroking her back and comforting her. You didn't do anything wrong. If you hadn't chosen to set sail back then, you would have become a pitiful little girl living under the mercy of your enemy, forever unable to take revenge. But now you are strong, with reliable companions. Let's all go and defeat the evil dragons together, and then we can go on adventures in the Grand Line. Tell me more about Nami. Nojiko wiped her tears and snot on Guena's clothes, which earned her an eye roll and a pain from Guena's waist. You're just like Angel, aren't you? All right, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. After moving her body and finding a comfortable position, Nojiko began to talk about Nami. Nami, she has always been a mischievous and smart child since she was little, a bit fierce too. Back then, the kids in our village often got beaten up by her, and of course I helped out. She has had a dream since she was young. Gradually, Nojiko's voice lowered, and a slight snoring sound came from her as she fell asleep in Guena's arms. Guena chuckled softly, adjusting her sitting position to make Nojiko sleep more comfortably, and then she began to rest her eyes, but her ears remained alert to the sounds around her. She still had to keep watch. Chapter 24. No need to thank me in her dream. After eating the flame fruit, Nami would burst into flames whenever she got angry. And this time it wasn't an exaggeration. She really was on fire, scaring the Straw Hats and not daring to provoke her. Yet, they always managed to inadvertently anger Nami, and the flames on her body never disappeared. The scene made Nojiko laugh herself awake. Guena, thank you for yesterday. Upon waking and realizing she was resting on someone's thigh, she recalled her embarrassing state from last night, and even the thick-skinned Nojiko felt her cheeks flush a bit. Awake? Since we found the things, let's head back. By the extinguished campfire, Guena moved her somewhat stiff body. She and T moved much all night. Oh right, almost forgot. Nojiko returned to the place where the Maramara Nomi was located last night. She left a few bottles of water and some canned food in the box where the fruit was stored, which she had brought specifically for this trip. After all, she had taken Ace's life-saving food. What if Ace ended up on this island months later and starved to death without any fruit to eat? As for the guilt of stealing, Nojiko said that it simply didn't exist. Ace, what fruit are you eating? Look at your biological father Roger and your grandfather Garp. As top-tier strongmen, what do they rely on? Hockey. Spend more time training with Whitebeard on martial arts and hockey, and maybe during the Marine-Ford War. You'll have advanced conquerors hockey or armament hockey skills. Wouldn't it be great to resist Akainu's magma head-on then? Our goal, We must not let a kind boast that the Magu Magu no Mi is a superior version of the Mera Mera no Mi. They are both Logia types. Who are they looking down on? After thinking for a while, Nokigao left a note in the box. Helping each other at sea is the right thing to do. If you're in trouble today, please feel free to take these food and water. No need to thank me. On the way back, Nokigao suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't we still need to cook on our ship? Isn't there rain? She can cook. Although she isn't a professional chef, she's still better than us. Goen yawned, having not slept all night, and felt a bit tired. Isn't Rain a doctor? Wouldn't cooking interfere with her reading? Do you think she would read? Oh, true. Let's just have her work part-time as a cook. Anyway, I'm not picky as long as it's better than what I make. Noki was flying slowly towards the volcanic island. Since she had already obtained the fruit, there was no need to rush back. She really enjoyed the feeling of soaring in the sky. Nothing could be more elegant and free than this. Oh, there's a pirate ship below. Let me take a look at the cat-shaped pirate flag. The bow is also in the shape of a black cat. It's the Black Cat Pirates. Standing on the deck, a man in a black suit wearing glasses caught her attention. Oh, it's him. In her phoenix form, Noki had excellent vision. Even from thousands of meters in the air, she could see the expressions of the people on the pirate ship clearly. Upon hearing about the pirates, Kuina instantly became energized. She hadn't fought in days, and her previous outings to hunt pirates had mostly been to help Rein get familiar with combat. She hadn't really gotten involved. On the pirate ship, the oddly shaped Zango excitedly shouted while holding a bounty notice. Captain Kuro, a new bounty notice has come out, 16 million. As expected of Captain Kuro, the other pirate crew members also began to dance with excitement. Shut up. In contrast to his excited crew, Kuro's expression was very grim. He didn't expect that despite keeping a low profile, the bounty would still rise. Zango flattered him from the side. Who told you to be so amazing, Captain Kuro? What do you know? A month ago, the Ghost Hand Pirates and their affiliated pirate crews were completely wiped out in battle against the Navy. Who knows when they will set their sights on us? I need to come up with a plan. Who? A light laugh interrupted him. Kuro sharply looked up at the sky, where two young girls appeared at the top of the mast. The pirate lookout who had been standing there was kicked down by the blue-haired girl. Women, they are women. What beautiful women. How did they get up there? Hurry up and catch them. The pirates chattered, showing no concern for their fallen comrade. Everyone shut up. Kuro adjusted his glasses with his cat paw and glared fiercely at his subordinates before looking up and saying, "You must be bounty hunters. I didn't expect you to chase us down so quickly." Nojiko laughed. "That's right, the bounty of 16 million for hunter plans, Kuro. You're quite a big fish." Arrogant. Silent step. Kuro's figure vanished from the deck. At least in the eyes of the other pirates, it seemed that way. But in Nojiko's eyes, it could only be said that his speed was decent. Watching Kuro leap closer on the mast, Nojiko contemplated, a bit slower than my imitation of Shave. But his ultimate move spoon hasn't been used yet. I've heard that aside from being uncontrollable, its speed is comparable to the real Shave. Maybe I'll see it soon. These two reckless individuals actually dared to provoke Captain Kuro. Let's see what happens to them. What? They actually blocked it? Zhang Ao was shocked. And the other pirates looked equally stunned. They had never seen anyone dodge the captain's silent step, let alone block his attack. The White Blade, S famous sword? You are Kuina from the Bounty Four-Man group. Looking at the woman who blocked his 10 blades cat claw, the seriousness on Kuro's face grew even more apparent. This person was not easy to deal with. Nojiko, leave her to me. Kuina looked at Kuro with great interest. She had finally encountered a decent opponent. This man was the strongest she had met since going to sea, worthy of a fight. As for the pirates below, I'll take care of them. Saying this, Nojiko jumped down from the mast. The space up there was too small, and she had almost been squeezed off earlier. Let me count. Hypnotist Zhang Ao for 9 million. Catman Brothers, 7 million. Not bad. Even small fish are still fish. She charged towards the pirates empty-handed. Her big sword was almost useless, and she hadn't brought it this time. Clang, clang. On the mast, Kuina and Kuro began to engage, moving their feet within a small space. Sparks flying where their weapons met. By the time Nojiko jumped down, the two had already exchanged several blows. Silent Step was not invincible under Kuina's high-frequency attacks. Kuro's steps gradually became chaotic. Frost Moon Flow Arc Light Slash. With a slash of the blade in the air, the edge fell seemingly slow yet fast, and Kuro couldn't dodge in time, hurriedly putting his 10 blades in front of him. Clang, crack, crash. All the blades in Kuro's left hand broke. His forehead was cut, his hair was disheveled, and his glasses slipped off his nose, looking extremely disheveled. Chapter 25 Return to Frost Moon Village. You've angered me. This next move won't stop before my stamina runs out. Kuro's expression grew darker. He, who usually paid attention to his image, now looked extremely messy. Hair falling into his eyes, but he couldn't care about that at the moment. Is that so? I really want to see. Kuina's tone carried no emotion. This was her state when her mind merged with the battle, free of distractions. Her swordsmanship was natural. A fierce look flashed in Kuro's eyes. Today he had stayed on the ship honestly, neither killing civilians nor robbing merchant ships. Yet these two appeared out of nowhere claiming they wanted his head. Were they underestimating him? Spoon. A puff of light, smoke drifted by, and Kuro vanished before Kuna's eyes. Huh, he really disappeared. She couldn't see where Kuro was at all. On the deck, Nojiko was teasing the Catman brothers, and the two who hadn't been hypnotized had mediocre strength. If they exerted a bit more power, they might get knocked out. What could she do? Who told her to knock out the hypnotist Zhang when she jumped down? In broad daylight, wearing a heart-shaped pair of sunglasses, how flashy is that? If not him, who else? Huh, what the hell? Nojiko casually grabbed the fat Catman brother, Buji, to shield herself. Ah! Buji let out a scream. 5 bloody marks appeared on his plump belly, deep enough to see. Fat. He had too much fat on his belly, so this didn't injure his internal organs. Oh. Spare me. Captain Kuro. The pirates scattered on the deck. But it was useless. Strange blades could appear from anywhere, and only a few lucky ones who jumped into the sea survived. Clang! Just as Kuina jumped down from the mast, a gust of wind came from the right. She used her sword to block, but the opponent struck once and retreated. The next moment, an attack came from the left. The speed was incredibly fast, yet there was no pattern. In just a few moves, Kuina was caught off guard, and her left arm was cut by a blade. Watching from the side, Nojiko felt heartache while holding onto the meat shield. But this was Kuina's battle. If she intervened, Kuina wouldn't agree. After taking 2 hits, Kuina gradually began to see a pattern. Although this spoon was fast, it was also uncontrollable. And there would always be a sound of wind before each attack, either subtle or loud. The latter she could easily evade. The challenge was in how to catch the subtle wind sound. Since she couldn't see the attack with her eyes, she decided to close them. Huh. Kuina closed her eyes and calmed her breathing. Gradually, she started to hear various sounds. The screams of pirates, the sound of waves crashing against the sea, the sound of blades slicing through railings and flesh, and the footsteps bouncing back and forth on the deck. A strong wind rushed in, and Kuina dodged. A weak wind approached, and she still dodged, until a slight but rapid breathing sound accompanied by a light breeze approached. It's here. Kuina drew her sword and slashed. Frost moon, flow break wind. The blade seemed to cut through the wind, and in that instant, the sound of wind disappeared. Boom! Kuro's figure appeared to Kuina's right, but his right hand holding the cat claw along with the mast behind him was simultaneously severed. The cut was clean, clearly severed in an extremely short time. Cough, cough, you... Kuro hadn't finished speaking when the second blade fell again, and he forever closed his mouth. Kuina reminisced about the battle just now. She felt like she had entered some mysterious state, but soon she pulled back, sighing. Now she could only go back and ponder it slowly. Hey, you broke the mast. This is a big loss. Putting down the meat shield who had fainted from pain, Nojiko began to bandage Kuina's wounds, muttering while wrapping the bandages. Seeing her heartbroken expression, one might think this ship was hers. Kuina helplessly said, All right. There's still the bounty. It can all be yours. That's more like it. Nojiko found a lot of treasure in the cabin and took several large boxes, stuffing the bountied pirates inside, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, and tied all the boxes together with iron chains and ropes. She planned to fly back with these things. As Nojiko soared into the air, she looked down at the pirate ship and, on a whim, decided to test the power of the Phoenix Flame on it. After all, she hadn't used it much yet. Boom! With its mouth slightly open, the Phoenix unleashed a beam of golden red flame that struck the pirate ship, instantly engulfing the entire vessel in flames, which turned to ashes in just a few seconds. Not bad at all. Nojiko smiled with satisfaction, flapping her wings and flying away into the distance. Is this your current strength? Goena, lying on the back of the Phoenix, whispered, Have we already created a gap between us? She couldn't tell if she felt disappointed or something else. Her heart just felt a little empty. What did you say? The flying Phoenix turned its head and asked, as the wind had been too strong for her to hear clearly. It's nothing, just fly faster. Goena laughed, brushing it off. Clearly you said something. Listening to the pleasant sounds coming from ahead and feeling the warm feathers beneath her, Goena suddenly felt a bit pretentious. Does it matter who is stronger or weaker? They're the closest people in the world. What difference does it make who is a step ahead? The other person will try hard to catch up. She smiled. I just said, you're really amazing. As if you need to say that. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. The phoenix spread its wings, leaving traces in the clouds. A week later, the traveler returned to Frostmoon Village, the place where it had stayed for 4 years. The dock on the island was not busy. Only a few fishing boats occasionally docked. When the villagers saw the unfamiliar ship approaching, they gathered together to watch, laughing and pointing. It was just like before, filled with a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere. Although it had only been half a year, this was the first time I had been away from home for so long. Goena was the first to disembark, followed by Nojiko and the others as they made their way to the dojo. Kayashiro watched the students practice swordsmanship with his usual smile, and when he saw everyone enter, his smile deepened. Father, Master, it's good to be back safely. Kayashiro led everyone to the backyard, where the students curiously stared at them, and someone immediately introduced Goena and Nojiko's impressive skills to the new arrivals. In the tea room, Goena introduced her companions to her father and slowly recounted some experiences from the past 6 months. It was clear that this journey had made her much more cheerful in front of her father. Goena, Nojiko, I just heard you're back, come. Let's have a match. Zoro rushed in, drenched in sweat, clearly having just finished his workout. Chapter 26 Reunion, Part 1. Go. You're all sweaty. Go wash up first before coming back. Noki covered her nose with a look of disgust. Zoro's forehead veins bulged as he almost wanted to draw his sword and slash this guy. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, is this how you treat an old friend? But seeing Kana and the others also looking at him with disgust, Zoro helplessly went to take a shower first. Gung Shirlang asked with a smile, You're going to leave again shortly after returning, right? Kuina replied, Yes, we plan to go to the Grand Line. Hee. The East Sea is a peaceful sea. Staying here is indeed not good for your growth. So take care of yourself out there. Father, don't worry. I'll wait for you at home. Zoro's challenge ultimately did not succeed, because Noki and the others only stayed in Frostmoon Village for 1 night and left early the next morning. Standing on the dock, he held the 3 newly acquired swords, watching the traveler's ship sail away. His mind still recalling the conversation with his friends last night. Aren't you bringing me along to see this time? Zoro, your dream is the same as Kuna's. To become the world's greatest swordsman, right? Of course. Then I can't take you with me. Why? To become strong, you must constantly challenge stronger opponents. If you join us, when you encounter enemies at sea, you can only pick from what we leave behind, and eventually, the gap between you and Kuina will grow larger and larger, until one day, you can never surpass her. On the ship, after hearing Naka's explanation, Kuina smiled and asked, Is that reason something you just made up? Strong opponents are endless. How can there be leftovers to choose from? The captain is unhappy. What do you mean made up? Am I not speaking the truth? In the future, Zoro will encounter companions more suitable for him and will experience exciting adventures. Are you suggesting he join us, and then you give him your original opponent? Yes, you're right. By the way, your flames are truly amazing. They can forge swords in such a short time. Not wanting to argue, Kuina started to change the subject. Of course, Phoenix flames are the strongest. Speaking of this, Noki became alert. The method of forging weapons with her own abilities was something she had been tinkering with over the past few days. High temperatures can quickly melt metals, and she controlled the flames to continuously burn away impurities, then fused various metals in certain proportions. The swords she created were not only sharp and tough, but their density also far exceeded that of similar items. Take the 3 swords she gifted Zoro last night, for example. Their quality was already comparable to the Great Knife, and under normal circumstances, they would be enough for him to use until he reaches the New World. By then, she should be able to create even stronger alloys and gift him 3 more. That's the spirit. I hope Zoro's swords are still intact when we meet again. After all, like Noki, he is also a weapon destroyer. In the original story, he broke his great knife several times just in the EC. Hey, do you want me to use flames to burn the Wado, Ikamanji? Maybe it can upgrade to the Supreme Great Knife. Looking at the famous sword at Kuina's waist, Noki was itching to try. No, absolutely not. Kuina shivered and quickly protected her sword, retreating into the cabin. TSK, unappreciative guy, not knowing how to cherish opportunities. Speaking of which, I should collect a few tons of metal to forge weapons for myself. This time I must make a sword that is both tough and sharp. A pirate ship that had just robbed a merchant ship was sailing in a certain direction, having acquired a large fortune. The pirates started a banquet as per their usual practice, and everyone was drinking to the point of drunkenness, completely unaware that there was a new face on the ship. A young girl, dressed in clothes stripped from some unlucky pirate, was holding a drink, carefully searching for something in the cabin. Whenever she encountered a pirate, she would enthusiastically toast, and most of the dazed ones were easily fooled by her. Occasionally, one or two sharp ones were taken down by her with a precise strike. Found it. These are worth at least 3 million berries. I didn't expect this unknown pirate crew to be quite wealthy. Finally, the girl discovered the pirate's treasure room, and she took out a sack, excitedly starting to gather the treasures. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 meters ahead, a sailboat with a phoenix emblem was rapidly heading towards the pirate ship. It was the traveler. Noki, there's a pirate ship ahead. Angel shouted from the small platform at the top of the mast. What's the scale? Is there a bounty? Noki, who was lifting weights on the deck, put down her barbell and casually asked. After gaining devil fruit powers, she had to change her workout routine, using flames to create several heavy fitness equipment and started weightlifting. Then she released the restrictions on the ship, increasing its length to 20 meters and added more rooms in the cabin, with the largest room converted into a gym. Influenced by her, or perhaps to narrow the gap with her, several people on the ship also started working out, and even Ryan, who was busy cooking, spent more than 3 hours in the gym every day. Angel jumped down from the mast. It looked quite large. Even if the pirates weren't bounty hunters, their ship could sell for a good price. Good. Everyone, be careful. When we strike, aim at the enemy and make sure not to damage our ship. Otherwise, we'll get a discount when selling it. Huh. Why does it feel like we're becoming more and more like Frankie's family? By the way, Frankie, do you have a relative who likes to run around without pants? Bang. A pirate who drank too much and needed to relieve himself just walked to the edge of the ship, intending to release into the sea. And before he could pull down his pants, a bullet took his life. Sigh. I hope this little brother can change his habit of peeing anywhere in his next life. The group, who had been drinking and boasting, fell silent for a moment, and only after seeing the unfortunate pirate fall into the sea did they realize what had happened. Enemy attack. Get up, stop drinking. Where's my gun? Where's the cannoneer? Fire the cannons. As the pirates scrambled in a panic, the traveler had already approached them. Except for 2 gunners, the 4 of them jumped onto the pirate ship. After a fight, the pirates either died, were injured, or escaped. To their disappointment, the bounty for this ship's captain was too low, only 5 million, far below the East Sea's average bounty of 3 million berries. How embarrassing. Big brother, with such a low bounty, how can you mix it up outside? Chapter 27 Reunion 2. Following the usual practice, all the pirates were gathered on the deck, and then Noki went to search for the pirate's treasure, but this time she came out with a dark face. Not a single one found. Pahaha. The others laughed at her, especially Angel, who laughed the loudest. Nojiko's face was darker. It was just because she couldn't find the money. Who would have thought this group of pirates was so poor? Goena explained to her, just now, when you went in, Angel caught a pirate who was planning to escape by a small boat, and the money is on her ship. Let go of me. I told you I'm not a pirate. Why are you catching me? Noises were coming from the traveler, and, looking towards the sound, Angel was holding on to a slightly taller orange-haired girl, who was struggling but couldn't escape her grasp. Although Angel was young, she was quite strong, and her little face was full of pride, daring to run away while we were talking. Now you've been caught again. You. How dare you? The orange-haired girl was looking for a way to break free, when suddenly she heard excited shouts from the pirate ship nearby. Nami. It's you, Nami. The girl turned to look, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure not far away, stunned. Nojiko. Before she could react, her sister, whom she hadn't seen for years, jumped over and hugged her tightly. Nami, it's really you. I missed you so much these years. Feeling a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time and hearing the voice of joy and tears, Nami, who was a beat slow to react, hugged this long-lost relative back. Long time no see. Nami, look, we agreed to reunite after 5 years, and now I'm back in less than 5 years. I just didn't expect to meet you on the way back to Cocoa Village. Agreement? Agreement. Nami hurriedly left her sister's embrace, puzzled. Are you going to deal with the dragon? Yes, I'm really strong now, and I have many powerful friends. Oh, wait a minute, let me finish what I'm doing, and then I'll introduce you to my friends. After saying that, she jumped onto the pirate ship. She originally planned to send these pirates to the Navy and sell the pirate ship, but now she had lost her patience. It wasn't too far from Cocoa Village, and she wanted to finish this matter quickly to return to the village for revenge on the dragon. Following the usual practice of piling up the pirate bodies on the small boat for cremation, it was now easier for her, with her fruit ability, to do this. She didn't kill all the surviving pirates, but gave them a small boat and warned them a few times before letting them go. In just a few minutes, the trembling survivors crowded on the small boat watched the 2 ships leave. They looked at the great gift left by the fierce bounty hunters beside them, exchanging glances. This is your boss. Send him to the Navy and say you killed him. You can exchange it for a good amount of money. And then you can split the money and go your separate ways. Take my advice. Being a pirate in the EC has no future. On the Traveler, Nami and Nojiko were drinking tea and eating snacks, introducing themselves to each other. As for Frank and Will, one was piloting the Traveler, and the other was sent to the pirate ship by them. Such a big ship shouldn't go to waste. It could be taken back to Cocoa Village for the villagers to use for fishing. Nojiko briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. Nami, you should feel reassured now, right? Before I ate the fruit, I was confident I could defeat the evil dragon, and with even stronger abilities, there's no way I could lose. Angel chimed in, yeah, we're really strong. Just watch as Sister Angel blows those fishmen's heads off with one shot. Nami felt very confused now. She wasn't in the mood to dwell on the fact that this little girl, who was shorter than her, was verbally taking advantage of her. It wasn't that she didn't believe Noki and the others. It was mainly because they suddenly appeared in front of her and told her that the evil dragon's gang was nothing to fear and that she could take revenge as soon as tonight, which made her feel like all her efforts over the past few years had been in vain. Goena knew more about the sisters' matters than others. She sensed something and called Angel and Ryan outside, leaving the private space for the two of them. The cabin fell silent, with only the sound of a teaspoon stirring the bottom of a cup. Nami, do you blame me for these past few years? After a long silence, Nojiko took the lead in breaking the awkwardness. Blame? Why would I blame you? Nami put down her red tea and looked up at her, her tone filled with confusion. You face your enemies alone every day, while I've been living a carefree life in the distance. No, that's not it. Nojiko, I know that after that incident, your pain is no less than mine. Although you briefly mentioned your experiences over these years, I can understand the determination you had to work hard. I'm just a bit sad that my efforts over these years might have been in vain. Nami's voice grew lower, and if it weren't for Nojiko's good hearing, it would have been easy to miss. How could that be? Thanks to you protecting the village. If it weren't for your agreement with the evil dragon, the villagers definitely wouldn't have had a peaceful few years. Really? Of course it's true. But can we really defeat the evil dragon? Noki is naturally full of confidence, but for the sake of Nami's heart, she still thought of a more cautious approach to the attack. Don't worry, it'll be fine. By the way, Nami, tell me how many fishmen there are in the evil dragon gang, and what the strength of their cadres is, so we can come up with a more reliable plan together. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't hold you back. It's like this. A day later, the Traveler docked beneath a cliff on the northern side of the island where Cocoa West Village is located, in a very concealed spot. At this time, it was dark, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Nami was in charge of leading the way, and everyone quietly went ashore with weapons and food, reaching her home, which was also Naki's original home, without alarming anyone. They needed to rest here and regain their strength, as there was a great battle ahead. This was not just a battle for revenge. The enemies they would face next were also the biggest challenge in the careers of several bounty hunters. If they win, their reputation will soar, echoing throughout the East Sea. As for losing, that's impossible. This isn't flag planting. Tell me how to lose in a true dragon-riding face-off? Nami, come here for a moment. Nojiko pulled Nami's hand and walked into the room where they had lived together as children, quickly peeling a piece of fruit from her arms and placing it into Nami's mouth. Nojiko, you gulpug, what did you give me? It's so gross. Of course it's something good. Hee hee. Chapter 28. Who says revenge must be done openly? On the eve of dawn, the group, well rested, discussed their battle plan while eating in the living room. Frank, how effective is the silencer you made? Don't worry. The fishmen are not a race known for their hearing. Although this batch of silencers still can achieve complete soundproofing, very few people can hear gunshots from a few hundred meters away. Frank was quite confident in his creation, especially after Nojiko helped him melt various materials together to create a brand new silencer. The quality of the silencers he made far exceeded those in the past. This is specially prepared for Angel. Her task today is to eliminate any fishmen that slip through. Great, let's go. Including Nami. The group of 7 cautiously made their way to the evil dragon base located on the other side of the small island. It was still dark, and people were sleeping soundly. The biological clocks of fishmen and humans were quite similar, making it an ideal time for a surprise attack. The evil dragon base was near the sea, and the pool in the yard connected to the ocean. Angel's main task was to eliminate any fishmen attempting to escape into the water. She couldn't let them get in. She had a large supply of bullets embedded with alloy tips. Even though the fishermen's skulls were harder than those of ordinary humans, they wouldn't stand much of a chance against her gun. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the evil dragon base, Angel stopped and climbed the tallest tree she could find, while the other 6 continued forward. Perhaps it was because these fishmen had grown arrogant. There were no sentries, and the group reached the wall of the base without being discovered. In the yard, a few fishmen were sleeping with bottles in their arms. Frank, who was 3 meters tall, stood by the wall and was taller than it by half a head, allowing him to see the situation in the yard clearly without even having to tiptoe. Nojiko used flames to burn the lock on the door, and a few people pushed the door open and walked in. Ryan used vines to bind the drunken fishmen by the pool, the thorns piercing their skin, and the fishmen struggled a few times before becoming immobile. Then Will stepped forward and silently pierced their hearts with his heavy sword. Nojiko led Nami, while Frank followed Guena, and Ryan and Will also worked well together, so everyone split into 3 teams and entered the main building from different directions. The plan was to assassinate their way up layer by layer until they reached the floor where the evil dragon was located. However, plans never keep up with changes, and before long, Will's team was discovered. I have to say, Ryan's control over the vines was quite impressive. With Will's cooperation, they took down 5 more fishmen. Unfortunately, when they tried to attack a long-snout fishman sleeping in a single room, he managed to dodge. "Who are you?" "Water iron cannon." Boom! The fishman spat out a water ball more powerful than a bullet. Although it was blocked by the vines, the noise still spread out. What was that sound? The evil dragon, who was sleeping, was startled awake and walked to the window to look into the yard. His pupils suddenly shrank. Several fishmen by the pool lay motionless in a pool of blood, clearly dead. Who did this? An angry roar erupted from his mouth. Just as he was about to jump out of the window to find the enemy, he suddenly turned sideways, and a bullet whizzed past his face, leaving a trail of blood. "It's you." Standing high above, he looked in the direction from which the bullet had come, but of course he saw nothing. Fishmen were not known for their eyesight, and with hundreds of meters and dense foliage in between, it was a miracle he could see anything at all. But that didn't stop a fishman with normal intelligence from guessing that someone was in the tree. Perhaps even one with abnormal intelligence could guess that. TCH, it feels really sharp. No wonder this fishman pirate has a bounty of 20 million. I need to modify my gun. The bullet power is enough, but the speed isn't fast enough. No, even if the speed were faster, there would still be people who could dodge. If only I could predict the enemy's movements. Angel mumbled, her little face scrunched up, clearly a bit unhappy. Inside the building, Nojiko was using her fist to help the fishmen correct their cervical vertebrae, having healed 7 or 8 patients when noises came from elsewhere, including the clear roar of the evil dragon from upstairs. "Sigh, I said it couldn't go this smoothly. Let us go, Nami, we'll meet that shark." She no longer held back. Every fishman she encountered was quickly dealt with, and luckily, she wasn't carrying any weapons. Otherwise, it would have been too bloody. The clamor and screams echoed throughout the building. By the time everyone met in the yard, apart from the evil dragon and a few executives, there were fewer than 10 fishmen left. Looking at the poolside strewn with fishmen, it was clear this was Angel's handiwork. Even if they had managed to escape early, it wasn't real luck. It might just be that the Grim Reaper allowed them to run for a bit. Guena stood quietly to the side, wiping the blood off her sword. To this, Nojiko commented that this girl looked calm, but her strikes were even harsher than hers. Any enemy left whole in her hands was lucky. Then there was Frank, who seemed like a decent person but was ruthless towards enemies. "Didn't you see how his gun was stained red?" "Captain, we're sorry, we messed up." Ryan and Will felt a bit embarrassed, as it was their side that first made a noise, but they hadn't taken down the enemy. "As long as you're not hurt, nothing else matters." Nojiko waved her hand, then flashed a wicked smile at the evil dragon. Evil dragon, how does it feel this morning? Are you feeling refreshed?" Watching his brothers from Fishman Island suffer heavy casualties, the evil dragon's heart bled. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Who the hell are you?" He then shouted at Nami, "Nami, did you bring these people here? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Nami smiled, but as she laughed, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Evil dragon, did you ever think about today when you took Belmir's life in front of me? If I had known, I would have killed you too, letting you reunite with your adoptive mother and sister. Don't worry, none of you will escape, including the lowly humans from Cocoa Village. I will personally twist their heads off." Up to now, he still hadn't recognized Nojiko, the little girl who had faked her death in front of him. Shark on darts. The evil dragon charged towards everyone, his head raised, his tough and sharp nose stabbing forward like a sword. Nojiko kicked him back with a side kick, leaning forward to engage him in a struggle. She didn't use her full strength, not even her fruit abilities, because she didn't want to defeat the evil dragon so quickly. She wanted to wait until the other fishmen had died in front of him first. Alas, this was probably the darkest moment in Nojiko's life. Over the years, the hatred that burned deep within her had not diminished. Instead, it intensified with time. Chapter 29. Awakening. As the battle between Nojiko and the evil dragon began, Nami and the remaining fishmen clashed. Kuina's opponent was the octopus fishman, Little 8, and it just so happened that both were swordsmen. Will targeted the kissing fishman, Chiyu, who had almost caused him trouble before. It seemed he was looking to settle the score. The last fishman officer, the soft-boned fishman Kruby, launched an attack on Nami, striking fiercely, clearly intending to eliminate the traitor in his eyes. Lion and Frank worked together to clear the fishman minions. The two had great synergy, combining control and firepower. And with Angel occasionally taking potshots from a distance, the two who faced the most opponents ended their battles first. The evil dragon wanted to rush over to avenge his subordinates, but was once again blocked by Nojiko. Your battlefield is not over there. The shark fishman's nose was crooked with anger, possibly even due to being hit. The sharp tip pointed to one side, looking quite comical. The evil dragon's eyes were bloodshot, almost bursting from their sockets, and even Nojiko could feel his fury. Seeing this, she smiled even more happily. Want to come over? First, defeat me. Oh, I'm going to kill you. His sharp teeth protruded from his lips as he spun his body to bite at Nojiko, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Kuina's battle ended quickly. The gap in strength between her and Little 8 was too great. In the initial exchanges, she merely wanted to experience the swordsmanship of the fishmen. After a few moves, she realized that Little 8's 6 blades looked formidable but were merely for show, relying entirely on the fishman's extraordinary strength to slash wildly. Faced with Kuina's superior swordsmanship and strength, he quickly fell. Frost Moon Flow, Breaking Wind. The sword light was as fast as a gale, and with a cracking sound, the 6 blades that Little 8 had blocked with were severed, and the flesh and bones on his chest were cut open. Even though Fishman had strong vitality, at this moment he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Thousand Tile's right fist. Kruby attacked with all his might, aiming to kill his opponent in one blow. Bang! Nami couldn't dodge in time, and her pretty face was smashed by the fishman's heavy punch, exploding like fireworks, scattering everywhere in orange-red flames. Wait, the feel is wrong. Before Kruby could retract his hand, the flames spread from his arm to engulf his entire body, while Nami appeared unscathed in front of him, her fiery hands tightly gripping him. How is this possible? Boom! A giant fireball with a diameter of 5 meters enveloped the two, like a great sun, illuminating the surroundings in red. The air seemed to twist under the scorching flames, and heat waves swept through the entire evil dragon base. Having just eaten the burn fruit last night, Nami hadn't learned any fancy skills yet, and at this moment, she could only use her instinct for flames. The anger within her seemed to raise the temperature of the flames even higher. As the high temperature approached, the battles in the other two areas temporarily paused. Not bad. Nami, you have great talent. Nojiko whistled proudly, as expected of her sister. This is a devil fruit, a Logia type? The evil dragon's expression darkened, not only because of the deaths of his subordinates, but also because the Logia ability reminded him of a terrifying experience from a few years ago. That lecherous-looking Navy officer was also a Logia user. In front of the enemy, he had no power to counterattack. Evil dragon brother, run away. We can't beat this kind of enemy on land. The fishman Chiu had no will to fight. He retreated towards the pool while dodging Will's thrusts, as only the seawater could give him a sense of security. Will naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, he secretly gathered his strength, channeling all of it into his right hand. Blade sword continuous thrust. The heavy sword pierced towards the enemy's chest, swift as the wind, lightning fast. The first sword broke through the fishman's chest flesh, and the second sword plunged directly into the heart, piercing through in one strike. The kissing fishman Chiu died without even making it into the water, dying with resentment. Huff Will stood in place, panting heavily. This battle was not easily won. He had been hit several times by the fishman's water iron cannon earlier and almost ended up incapacitated. As he watched his last subordinate die, the evil dragon completely collapsed. He abandoned all defense and desperately swung the serrated knife in his hand, blaming this woman for blocking his way. Kill her, kill her, kill her. It's time to send you on your way. Noki Gao's figure suddenly grew taller, exceeding the 2-meter-6 dragon by some height. And there were noticeable changes in appearance. The blue short hair transformed into long golden red hair that reached her waist. and atop her head was a crown made of 5 colored feathers. Her pupils turned golden, exuding an overwhelming majesty. She sprouted golden red wings, covered in flames of the same color, and her hands became golden, with nails that turned sharp and resilient, seemingly indestructible. Nojiko clenched her fist, and with a heavy punch enveloped in flames, she interrupted the serrated knife swung by the evil dragon. Then, without losing momentum, her fist pierced through his chest, and the blood that spilled out was evaporated into steam by the flames. It was terrifying, looking at her enemy lying on the ground, unable to move, unable to speak. And on the verge of death, Nojiko did not deliver another punch. Instead, she took the ordinary shotgun that Frank handed her, resembling the one Belle-Mère had years ago. She shoved the barrel into the dragon's mouth and laughed until tears came out, saying, "This time, you don't have the strength to crush it, do you?" Bang! She pulled the trigger, ending the life of the enemy who had killed her mother. Ha 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 ha! Noki laughed heartily. At the moment her enemy died, the various shackles that had been placed on her over the years suddenly disappeared, and she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. An invisible force erupted from her body, radiating outward with her laughter. What is this? My head suddenly feels a bit dizzy. Me too. For a moment, everyone swept by this invisible force. Except for Goena, an angel who rushed in from outside, felt a bit unsteady on their feet. "Captain, hurry and stop. Your laughter is too enchanting." Angel jumped up and covered Naka's mouth, interrupting her spell. "Wow, you scared me. Laughing like that as soon as I walked in. Is this your way of welcoming me?" "Ah, goof. You almost suffocated me." The captain nearly choked. "By the way, was that force just now?" The captain rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Nami glanced at Kruby, who had been burned to a crisp, and then at the evil dragon that Noki had easily killed, and she seemed to have some realization. Enduring humiliation or compromising couldn't protect the things she cherished, but power could. The powerful version of herself easily defeated enemies she once thought unbeatable. And the powerful Noki also successfully avenged Belle-Mère for the villagers. Were the thieving skills she learned over the years really useful? Should she change the direction of her efforts? Chapter 30, Sisters Nami. Where is the treasure room of the evil dragon base? Seeing her sister lost in thought, Noki, who had already transformed back from her beast form, reached out and patted her head, smiling as she asked, "Huh? Oh, I'll take you there right away." With mixed feelings, Nami led the group to move the evil dragon's treasure. In the past, she would have been very excited to see these things, but this time she strangely showed no expression. She was still deep in thought. Half an hour later, a few hundred meters away from the evil dragon base, the treasures and weapons were piled together separately, and everyone moved out all the valuable items. It's time to destroy this place that has brought you so many nightmares. Nojiko transformed into a phoenix and flew over the base, gathering golden red flames in front of her. In no time, a scorching fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before everyone. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and the sun on the sea had not fully risen, when another sun descended from above the base. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose with the explosion. The intense sound of the explosion spread across the entire small island, waking up the people of Cocoa West Village completely. The villagers gathered together to discuss, speculating about what could be making such a terrifying noise. A middle-aged man with a windmill toy on his head walked over. "It's the sound from the evil dragon base." "Aegean, could it be that the Navy is shelling the evil dragon base?" A villager asked expectantly. Aegean asked everyone, "Isn't it clear yet? Is anyone going with me to take a look?" As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers, who had been enthusiastically discussing, fell silent like chickens with their throats grasped. After a moment of awkwardness, someone exclaimed, "Ah, I just remembered, my kid hasn't gotten up yet. Seriously, he's so big already and still sleeping in. I have to go back and have a good talk with him. I think I left the gas on. I need to go check. I have meat stewing in my pot. I wonder if it's done. Is that for real? I want to go taste it." The villagers dispersed in a rush, leaving only the village chief and Aegean looking at each other. The village chief sighed and slowly said, "Sai, let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look." "Okay." After the explosion, the evil dragon base no longer existed, or rather, a corner of the entire island had been destroyed by the phoenix flames. The scorched earth was covered by seawater, as if no buildings had ever existed on this land. My God, is this the power of Nojiko? Together, we couldn't even defeat her. Angel closed her jaw, which had almost dislocated from shock, and walked over to Guna, whispering. The sword woman shrugged. She had been mentally prepared for this. The devil fruit was indeed a shortcut to temporarily boost power, especially since the fruit someone ate was not an ordinary one. Damn it, she got so far ahead. Angel gritted her teeth. She had grown accustomed to competing with Nojiko and couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Fleck and will exchange smiles, feeling reassured to have such a captain. Rhine's eyes sparkled. She thought, so powerful. Am I going to become a companion of someone like this? I can't lag behind. I need to work harder to one day become her right-hand person. Nami watched as the evil dragon base disappeared, and while she was shocked, she also fully understood the effect of power. Nojiko's strength further solidified her determination to grow stronger. Unbeknownst to her, someone who had led her sister astray was happily counting treasures. Nami, you're back. Huh, where did the evil dragon base go? Wait, you are. Nojiko. Aegean and the village chief approached, and, seeing the scene before them, didn't know what expression to make. Hey, long time no see, Aegean and the village chief. Nojiko greeted cheerfully and then briefly explained the background to the two. Although Aegean and the village chief couldn't imagine how just a few people could defeat the fierce fishmen. It was a fact that the evil dragon base no longer existed. They couldn't say it was washed away by the sea, could they? Although they had been hoping for this over the past few years. Half an hour later, the villagers also learned about the news, and after confirming its authenticity, a relaxed and joyful smile spread throughout Cocoa West Village. The dark clouds that had shrouded the island for 5 years finally dissipated. To celebrate, everyone brought out food and drinks to treat Guena and the others, and the village chief even planned to hold a 3-day banquet, as anything less would not adequately express their joy. While others were celebrating, Nojiko and Nami brought wine and flowers to Bel-Emre's grave. Mom, it's been almost 5 years, right? I finally came to see you. Our promise has been fulfilled. We killed the enemy, and Nami and I are living happily. Come, tell Mom if you're happy. As she spoke, she cupped Nami's face with her hands, forcing a smile. Ugh. Nami struggled continuously, her face ablaze. Ouch. So hot, so hot. Nojiko, don't casually use your fruit abilities. Nojiko said pitifully, blowing on her hand. Serves you right. Nami ignored her, pouring the wine and placing it in front of Bel-Emre's tombstone, then staring blankly at the tombstone. Over the years, she would do this whenever she had free time. It had become a habit. Seeing this, Nojiko stopped being silly. In fact, it hadn't been hot at all just now. Having eaten the phoenix fruit, she was basically immune to high temperatures. She sat down and slowly recounted her experiences from the past few years to the tombstone. Like a child who had been away from home, sharing their experiences with her mother. Although she had heard it once before, Nami still listened quietly. On the way home, Nojiko said, Nami, the matter in Cocoa West Village is settled, and the village will gradually return to peace. There is no need for you to protect here anymore. How about going on an adventure with me? Let us conquer the sea together. No, why not? Didn't you always want to travel around the world and draw a world map? Noki paused, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard. Nami calmly asked, will you protect me? Of course. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt. Noki answered without hesitation. That's why I don't agree to be with you. I don't want to live under your wings. That's not the freedom I want. Nami, Noki Gao wanted to say that she wouldn't hinder Nami's growth, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. As a navigator, Nami's talents couldn't be fully displayed on her own ship. Would she be happy just being a combat force? I understand your kindness towards me, but my decision not to board your ship is not solely based on that reason. These past few years have been exhausting for me, and I don't want to set sail and wander for now. All right, Noki Gao pouted. She never viewed Nami as her subordinate, so she wouldn't force her onto the ship. However, Nami's straightforward rejection made her feel quite upset. The two walked in silence for a while, both feeling a bit down. Chapter 31. Switching from birdshot to cannon, seeing that Noki Gao was sulking all the way, Nami cheerfully wrapped her arm around her. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let us talk about something happy. My little sister doesn't want me as her big sister anymore. What's there to be happy about? Of course there is. At least for me. It's something very worth celebrating. Tell me about it. Noki Gao, how many treasures did you bring back from the evil dragon base? What are you planning to share with me? Thinking about that mountain of treasures, Nami's pretty face flushed, and her eyes seemed to turn into the shape of berries. What? You still want treasures? No way. Not a single one. Noki Gao pulled out her arm and said, if you don't want to come with me, fine. But you still want my money? How can there be such a good deal in this world? Hey, I had put in a lot of effort, you know. I took down a fisherman officer. At least give me 1/5. Nami relentlessly clung to Noki Gao. Don't calculate that. If we're going to get into details, You ate one of my natural type devil fruits. Do you know how much it's worth on the black market? At least 500 million berries. And it's still hard to sell. Even if we flattened the entire dragon base, we couldn't sell it for that price. What? That disgusting fruit is worth so much? Nami was shocked, suddenly regretting eating it. But she couldn't admit it. You still say you're my sister, and you're quibbling over a rotten fruit? Is this how sisters are? Forget it. Hurry up and give me my money. Under the sun, on the island, the two sisters chased and playfully fought with each other. What a harmonious scene. In the end, Nojiko gave Nami 1/7 of the treasure. Sigh. She is my little sister after all. I can't just throw her away. Half a month later, the travelers set sail from Cocoa West Village, heading towards Log Town. Nami and the villagers stood by the sea to see them off. After the ship disappeared over the horizon, everyone went home one after another, leaving only Nami and Ajin still gazing at the sea. Why didn't you leave with Nojiko? Are you reluctant to part with me? Ajin joked. Nami looked at him with a strange expression, surprised that he could think so beautifully despite not being good-looking. We each have our own paths to walk, but we will reunite one day, she said, turning to head home. There was something she didn't say. This guy just left without even trying to persuade me a bit more. Ajin shook his head, not quite understanding the matters between the sisters, but seeing them live happily made him feel very happy. On the deck, Nojiko leaned against the railing, lost in thought, her hair blowing in the wind, tickling her face. Your new hairstyle is nice. It looks beautiful, Kuina said as she approached her. I think it's beautiful too. I always thought a middle part was more attractive, but my hair was too short before. Now I'm satisfied. She twirled her golden red hair in the air. With the development of her fruit's ability, Nojiko had begun to influence her own body, and her waist-length golden red hair was the result of her current progress. In the past, she kept her hair short for convenience in battle, but now she didn't have to worry about that. Long hair seemed soft, but it was actually unbreakable, and she could control it freely, even using it as a weapon if needed. Of course, Nojiko wouldn't do that. It would look too ugly in a fight, even though she wasn't very elegant when using a giant sword to cut people before. Changing her hair color was mainly for aesthetics. Now she had the most beautiful hair on the ship. Will was already crying in the bathroom. His face was not good looking to begin with, and now even his hair lost to the captain. How is he supposed to live like this? Aren't you regretting it? It's not too late to change now, Kuina hinted. Sigh. My little sister has grown up. She might be going through a rebellious phase. It's worrying. Stop acting like an adult. You're just a kid too. Forget it. I want to get involved in your sisterly matters. Hey, by the way, can my new weapon reach the level of a great knife? Nojiko began to change the subject. Kuina looked in the direction she pointed, where a large sword made entirely of silver-gray metal hung from the mast, double-edged, nearly 2 meters long, and looked quite heavy. I can't say for other things, but the price will definitely be higher than a great knife. Thinking about the materials needed to forge this sword, Kuina was also a bit taken aback. Nearly 10 tons of various metals were repeatedly purified, fused, and folded, removing a large amount of impurities to create a giant sword weighing 5 tons. In this world, probably only Nojiko could achieve that. In the previous procurement, robbing pirates, and this time moving weapons from the dragon base, Nojiko used more than half of the total of over 10 tons alone. The silver-gray alloy made from various metals was called Phoenix Alloy by Nojiko. It was not only extremely tough, but also had the property of maintaining a constant temperature in extreme environments, all thanks to the extremely high temperature of Phoenix flames. I wonder how it compares to the Valpo alloy that will be born 3 years later in terms of quality. That will need time to verify. However, once Nojiko's metal smelting level improves in the future, I believe she will create even stronger alloys. Not just the captain, the other crew members apart from Kona also upgraded their equipment to Phoenix alloy. Will's heavy sword only added Phoenix alloy at the tip to maintain flexibility, while the sword body was made by Nojiko using a special quenching method, primarily with iron and adding various trace elements to create a special alloy that combined both flexibility and hardness, far exceeding his previous weapon. Ryan was not skilled with weapons, so Nojiko only helped her make 2 sets of knives, one for the kitchen and one for the medical room. That is appropriate. Frank's main weapon was naturally the double-barreled shotgun. He was responsible for drawing the blueprints, while Nojiko made the internal parts with the alloy, and even coated the inside of the barrels with a layer of alloy, significantly improving the gun's firing speed and stability, allowing it to fire continuously for a day without blowing up. As for Angel, this little troublemaker needed to be treated with more care. The silver gray, Technologically advanced sniper rifle looked nothing like a product of this world, with a stable center of gravity and strong balance, able to stand steadily on a flat surface. And to prevent slipping, it was coated with a thin layer of special tree sap from Frost Moon Village. This masterpiece combined the efforts of Nojiko and Frank. Also had a downside. Its weight far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. However, Angel was no ordinary person. She might look small, but her strength was definitely not small, ranking fourth on the ship after Nojiko, Kuina, and her own father. According to the requests of the father and daughter, 2 alloy pistols were also made, one for each as a secondary weapon. Even Kuina, who needed nothing, was forcibly given an alloy hairpin by Nojiko. The only regret for Nojiko was that she was absolutely not allowed to touch the Wado Ikemanji. Sigh. Even making an alloy sheath would be fine. Chapter 32. Dasky, perhaps the pirates of the EC have been frightened and have been avoiding them lately. From Cocoa West Village to Logtown, they could still see a few small fish, but not a single big fish. Ahead was Logtown, the legendary starting and ending place. Arriving here meant we were getting closer to the Grand Line. The travelers sailed towards the dock of Logtown, with Nojiko and the others standing on the deck talking. Who cares about the beginning and the end? We're not familiar with the former pirate king. By the way, should we wait here in Logtown for a while? This is a must-pass place to the Grand Line, and many bounty pirates will pass through here. This was definitely Nojiko speaking. No way. Kuina was the first to oppose. Becoming bounty hunters is not our ultimate goal. We can't waste too much time. Angel nodded. I also oppose. What's the point of bullying these small pirates in the EC? Among the remaining people, Frank listens to his daughter. Ryan listens to Nojiko. And only Will, the most opinionated one, chooses to remain silent under the gaze of Guena and Angel. To be honest, Will doesn't want to enter the Grand Line too soon either. After all, just a few months ago, he was too afraid to hunt pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. Since boarding this ship, the enemies they've encountered have been increasingly powerful. And recently, they've even taken down quite a few fishmen. Although the speed of their strength improvement is also quite fast. Seeing this, Nojiko can only nod and say, all right, I'll listen to you all. She doesn't mind. Her earlier suggestion to stay was just a whim. What she didn't expect was that they still couldn't leave Lowtown immediately. It was Guena who proposed it. She was the one who said to leave immediately, and also the one who said not to leave for the time being. What a fickle woman. The situation started like this. The group docked the ship at the port, leaving Will to watch the ship while the others went in batches to procure supplies. Just as they were returning with their items, they happened to see a group of unknown pirates vandalizing and looting at the dock. Will was currently teaming up with a dozen Navy officers to deal with them, fighting while retreating. He couldn't let loose either, as he still had to protect the civilians. Angel put down her things, raised her gun, and excitedly said, let us go help. Clearly, she is someone who enjoys getting involved in the action. Wait, Nojiko stopped her. We don't need to help. Look over there. The main act is here. The others followed her pointing direction and saw a cloud of smoke rapidly floating by, which suddenly expanded several times as it reached above the dock, trapping dozens of pirates who hadn't reacted in time. The white smoke converged, and a white-haired youth carrying a baton appeared. The Navy officers were shouting long live the colonel, while binding the pirates together with ropes. Guena asked, is he a Logia-type ability user? Frank exclaimed, I didn't expect there to be such powerful people in the East Blue. Angel said, another Logia user? Then my bullets will be useless against him? Hey. Girl, your thoughts are quite dangerous. Do you want to be a pirate? Will, who was talking to the Navy at the dock, saw Nojiko and the others. And just then, Smoker also noticed them and walked over together with Will. Colonel Smoker, you ran too fast. A short-haired girl in a Navy uniform ran past, shouting as she approached, but suddenly stopped and ran back when she was about 10 meters away from them. The little girl returned to Guena, adjusting her glasses as she carefully examined the sword at her waist, exclaiming, this is, no doubt about it, it's the famous sword Wad Ikemanji. This is one of the great grade swords. She quickly flipped through a book she took out from her pocket. Can I take a look? Huh. The little girl looked up, wanting to ask Guena if she could see her sword, but was stunned into silence by her appearance. Angel, Frank, and Ryan were all astonished, while Nojiko covered her mouth and chuckled. Guena, your sister has come to find you. Get lost. Don't make a fuss. Guena shot a glare at her captain. To be honest, she was a bit flustered because the little girl looked too much like her. Could she be? Cough cough, that S.A. Sin, her father ISNT, that kind of person. Guena asked, what is your name? Huh, me? E.M. Dusky. After a brief chat, Guena sighed in relief. Dasky just looked like her. There was no blood relation. They were the same age, but she was 20 days older. As far as she knew, her father hadn't left Frost Moon Village since getting married. The timeline just doesn't match up. Well, Shiryu Goro's reputation has been preserved. Smoker and will also arrived in front of everyone, and his appearance was similar to the original work, with his white hair flowing back, a cigar in his mouth, and an unrestrained demeanor. You say this demeanor doesn't resemble a Navy officer? The white-haired colonel immediately noticed Nojiko, as her golden red hair was quite rare, and her presence was very strong. Colonel Smoker. Dasky was the first to salute him. Smoker nodded, then looked at Goina and said, I didn't expect you to have a sister who is a bounty hunter. So, are you interested in joining the Navy? He had naturally heard of the reputation of the Noki gang, or rather, there was probably no naval base commander in the EC who didn't know them. Perhaps next time they would come looking for you with a pirate's head to exchange for money. Colonel, she's not my sister. We just met. Dashki explained softly from his side. Really? Smoker raised an eyebrow, but being well informed, he wouldn't show embarrassment for misidentifying someone. He offered to recruit them. You all have great potential. If you're willing to join the Navy, I can recommend you to the Navy headquarters, where you can also receive better training. It sounds pretty good, but we don't want to be overly restricted. After all, freedom is still very important. Nojiko refused, saying that being in the Navy had no meaning for her. She was an adventurer who loved to roam and disliked being restricted. Smoker raised an eyebrow. Freedom? In this day and age, freedom isn't a good word. He sighed. Forget it, I don't like to force people. If you change your mind, feel free to come find me. Return to the team, Sergeant Tashiji. Yes. Smoker added, I hope you don't pursue freedom so excessively that you end up becoming pirates. Smoker left. Tashiji looked back 3 times before Guina indicated she would turn back to show her the sword, and only then did she smile and catch up with Smoker. Nojiko saw everything and stretched lazily, deliberately saying, Oh dear, it's getting late. We should set off for the Grand Line. Time waits for no one. Guina pretended to draw her sword. You're so annoying. Chapter 33, Nos coming. Guina met her half-sister. Originally, they had just planned to watch swords together, but who knew they would end up competing in swordsmanship? The outcome was obvious. Dasky lost terribly, and Guina began to think about guiding her. Thus, everyone temporarily stayed in Rogue Town. Nokigao sent the 4 idle members to hunt down the pirates, while she herself found a secluded spot to practice her martial arts. She already had a plan for her future combat style, focusing on martial arts, with fruit abilities as a supplement. Teacher Kai was a great example. He also used weapons, but did not rely on them as his main focus, which was similar to Whitebeard and Big Mom. At this moment, Nokigao was sitting on a rocky shore, contemplating new techniques. Some time ago, she attempted to replicate one of the 6 styles, Suru, but the results were unsatisfactory. Her physical condition was up to standard, but her method of exertion was incorrect, making it difficult for her to use it frequently, as it risked damaging her legs. By rapidly stepping in place multiple times, she could generate immense propulsion that would allow her to move several times faster instantly. That was Soru. This technique could only be practiced by elites at the Navy headquarters, and Smoker likely knew it, but he certainly wouldn't teach it. Nokigao wouldn't simply join the Navy just to learn the 6 styles. In fact, with her talent, she could learn it after watching it a couple of times. But should she challenge the Smoke Man to a fight? That thought was quickly dismissed. Logia users were tough to deal with, and besides, Smoker didn't necessarily fight using the 6 styles. He preferred to hover in the air and fight. In the end, she was left with the simplest method, trying it out with her own legs. Having eaten a Mythical Zoan fruit, her recovery was far superior to before. The minor injuries from practicing healed in seconds. Well, if she thought of it, she should just do it. Following her previous method of exertion, she attempted Soru again, and sure enough, pain radiated from her ankles and calves, but in the next instant, the pain disappeared without any discomfort. The method was feasible. Soru. Nokiko's figure vanished and reappeared 50 meters away in the next instant. This time there's no discomfort in my legs. It must have worked. I really am a genius. The first 97 attempts at exertion were all wrong, but as she kept adjusting, she finally found the most suitable method on the 98th try. A new technique mastered. The uneven ground around her, filled with pits, is the result of practicing for an entire afternoon. Indeed, the stronger the physical fitness, the greater the power of the 6 styles. After transforming into the 2nd stage, Mysore speed is likely on par with those seasoned experts in this field, and it will only get faster as my strength increases in the future. Next, I need to teach this technique to my companions. Once I find a way to learn Jeppo, we'll be all set. Both techniques are the most cost-effective in the 6 styles for both offense and retreat. They are essential skills. Time to head back. The group is staying in town, and no matter how sturdy a boat, is it will sway on the sea. In terms of comfort, it can't compare to a big bed in a hotel. As she passed through the square of Road Town, she stopped. In the evening, many people were strolling around the town, making it quite lively. The gallows, the landmark of Road Town, stood in the center of the square. Under the gallows, several young people gathered, passionately discussing the scene of Roger's death, with the boy with the rooster comb leading the conversation, vividly recounting it as if he had witnessed it himself. "Hey, miss over there, cool hairstyle. Are you here to hear my stories about the Pirate King?" The rooster comb boy's eyes lit up as Nojiko approached. Her hair was even more dazzling than his. "Not interested. This rooster comb kid looks somewhat familiar. Is he a character from the original work?" Noki observed the rusty iron nails on the execution platform while letting her thoughts wander. "Is this platform sturdy?" Hey girl, our boss is talking to you." Perhaps used to being arrogant, the guy beside the mohawk approached, intending to pull her hair and teach her a lesson when he noticed her cold attitude. "If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you better leave now." A deep voice came from behind. The arrogant boy turned around, his legs trembling in fear. Smoker. The mohawk boy waved his hand. "Guys, retreat. Miss, my little brother was rude this time. See you next time." They all scattered, disappearing into the crowd in no time. Just a few punks. What are you doing here?" The person was none other than the smoker. "Smoker, does the Navy still care about bounty hunters?" Noki raised an eyebrow, tilting her head and eyeing him. How did this guy appear so coincidentally? Is he stalking her? Could he be a pervert? Smoker slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, ignoring her rude gaze. "What do you feel when you see Roger's execution platform?" "What feeling could there be?" Noki retorted. "I'm not sure, but many pirates visit the execution platform when they come to Log Town. Maybe they want to feel Roger's will from back then. It's been 19 years since he died. What could still be left? It's probably just a trend. Coming to Log Town and not seeing the execution platform will be like going to Changsha without eating." Cough, sorry, got mixed up. Your thoughts are quite unique. Smoker felt a bit of a headache. This girl's ideas can't be judged by conventional means. One last question. Do you know why people smile before they die? Maybe she could give herself a different answer. Nokigao was somewhat speechless. Why do you always like to ask others this question? Is Roger's influence on you that big? Maybe. It's just a prank, she said casually. A prank? Yeah, it's just to make those who see the smile feel puzzled. In reality, the smile has no meaning. Maybe it's just to tease people. That's exactly you, big brother. Smoker. He turned around and left, not wasting a second. Ha ha, look at you. Nokigao casually slapped the nearby iron frame, and the execution platform shook. The rusty iron frame let out a chilling creak, as if it was about to collapse. No way, I haven't even used much strength. It seems my power has increased quite a bit recently. All right, I'm out of here. Boom! Nokigao had just disappeared from the square, and the execution platform that witnessed the end of the Pirate King collapsed, causing people to gasp in shock. Was it that guy just now? Smoker, who had just left not long ago, arrived with the Navy. He looked at the collapsed execution platform in front of him, remained silent for a moment, and then ordered, first, clear the ruins, then rebuild it with sturdy materials. If anyone asks, just say it was due to long-term disrepair. Understood? Understood, Colonel Smoker. Chapter 34, Cut Through. Goena and Dasky hit it off immediately. After looking at the sword, the two began to practice swordsmanship together. However, Dasky, still a rookie in the Navy, was too poor in sword skills and lost after just one exchange. This was unavoidable, not to mention talent. Goena had received guidance from famous masters since childhood, coupled with over a decade of continuous practice to achieve her current strength. On the other hand, Dasky, there were no sword masters in Road Town, and her scrappy swordsmanship was all self-taught. Before joining the Navy, she was able to maintain a steady pace of improvement through hard work and sweat. But after joining the Navy, she was tricked by a certain unscrupulous superior into doing clerical work. What was claimed to be a promotion was just helping him with his official duties, leaving her with little time to practice swordsmanship. Over time, the gap between her and those top geniuses would only grow larger. Goena couldn't bear to see a fellow swordsman suffer, so she often took Dasky out of work to practice swordsmanship, even teaching her the non-core parts of the Xuanyue style. She was truly a model older sister. The two were both teacher and friend, and the warm scene of one willing to teach and the other willing to learn deeply pierced the heart of a certain white-haired superior, who had been personally handling office work for nearly a month, too painfully so. In the past, it hadn't felt like much, but now that his capable assistant was gone, how could such a small road town have so many issues? Your house was robbed? Go find the sheriff. You got a fishbone stuck while eating at a restaurant? What the hell does that have to do with the Navy? The Navy is only responsible for fighting pirates. Okay, where are you leaving? That morning, Smoker stopped Nojiko and the others, who were preparing to go out for training. He no longer hoped to recruit these great figures into the Navy. Now he just hoped they wouldn't poach people from him. Colonel, we've recently helped the Navy capture a large number of pirates. We're exhausted and haven't had a proper rest for days, and you're actually trying to drive us away? Was dissatisfied. Recently, he had been thriving in Road Town. Everyone treated him politely, and he had no interest in going to the Grand Line. This place was fun, and he had no thoughts of leaving paradise. Ignoring the unkind looks from the others, Smoker looked at Nojiko. The bounties for pirates were paid immediately, and the branch office was running low on funds. You can't keep shearing the same sheep, especially since Road Town itself is a gathering place for bounty hunters. Their livelihoods had almost been cut off by you over the past month, and if this continues, they might unite against you. The branch office was indeed running out of money, but he didn't mind that. He could just apply for more from above. He didn't care about the internal strife among bounty hunters. The most important thing was that his prized deputy couldn't be poached by these people. All right then, we will leave after we buy our supplies. Noki doesn't mind being disliked. Seeing the usually arrogant Smoker looking troubled is worth the price of admission. Besides, she's already tired of this place, Rogtown. Gurgle, gurgle, click. Smoker has transpondé snaillant. Smoker, what's the matter? There's a pirate attack at the port. It's the Iron Shield pirates. Gather the troops to confront the pirates. I'm heading over now. Smoker interrupted the soldiers' next words. Colonel, the attacking pirates have already been defeated by Miss Kuna and Sergeant Daz. Ah, Miss Kuna is amazing. The Iron Shield, which was unscathed by cannon fire, was cut open by her sword. And Sergeant Daz is also quite impressive. Cough, cough, really strong. Well, Daz is now a sergeant, which is a promotion Smoker gave her from private. As they spoke, the transponder snail's eyes turned into hearts, clearly indicating the soldier on the other side was infatuated, not knowing if it was Kuina's powerful strength or Miss Daz's cuteness that captivated him. Smoker, cutting through iron. It seems her swordsmanship has reached a new level. Let's go welcome our swordmaster. Nojiko swaggered past Smoker, whose expression immediately darkened. He coldly snorted, about to say something, when a soldier on the other end of the transponder snail spoke up. Colonel, are you here to welcome Miss Kuina as well? I'm going back. Smoker roared. Yes. In recent days, Kuina had gradually started teaching Dasky the Shuang US-style swordsmanship. If they practiced too late, they would directly stay at her place. This morning, the two went to the seaside to train, as usual. While passing by the dock, they happened to see a pirate ship approaching, so they led a few nearby patrolling navy towards the pirates. Iron Shield Buleman was a somewhat famous rookie pirate in the East Sea, boasting great strength and having made a name for himself with a bounty of 14 million, far exceeding the average. It was unusual for a rookie pirate who had only debuted for less than 2 months to appear in Road Town. Could he also be aiming for the Grand Line? Boys, charge! Let's grab a few waves before the Navy's main force arrives. Then we can venture into the Grand Line. Buleman, a massive figure over 3 meters tall, crashed through sailors and Navy alike with a shield almost equal to his body size. Even the cannons stationed at the dock firing continuously couldn't stop his advance, until a blue-haired girl with a sword stood in front of him. Oh, a swordsman? Ha ha. Boys, there's a swordsman standing in front of me. What should we do? Buleman's arrogant voice came from behind the iron shield. How foolish to block the boss with just a sword. Can't you see the Navy's cannons can't do anything to that iron shield? Knock her away. Let her experience the might of our Iron Shield pirates. Roar. Knock her away. Kuina paid no attention to these noisy guys. With her strength, defeating Buleman with one strike was enough. She just needed to sneak around and stab him. However, that wouldn't align with a swordsman's style. A true swordsman must face head-on. Clang! The blade collided with the iron shield, creating countless sparks. After a single strike, neither side backed down, appearing evenly matched. Not bad. Take another hit for my shield. As Kuina parried the impact of the iron shield with her sword, she wondered how Nojiko would deal with such an enemy if he were here. Would he melt the iron shield with fire? No, with that guy's personality, he would probably cleave through both the shield and the person in one strike. With his astonishing strength, he could easily accomplish what she couldn't, slicing through iron. Or rather, smashing iron. Sometimes she truly envied his talent. After only 5 years of training, his strength had already surpassed her own. Could things that he could easily cut through be things that she, a pure swordsman, could not cut? No. Kuina's resolve was exceptionally firm at this moment. If she could cut through it, so could she. Chapter 35. Recruitment. There's a type of swordsman in the world who cannot cut through leaves when they do not wish to. It can cut through steel when they do. Unlike the lazy demeanor he had when teaching Zoro. Gung Shirlang spoke these words with a sense of pride in front of his daughter, even demonstrating how to cut through steel, as every father likely desires their daughter's admiration. You dare underestimate me. Just a mere swordsman. You don't know how many I've defeated. Watch me knock you away. As they fought, Buleman noticed that the girl in front of him seemed to be in a daze, and he was instantly filled with rage. He swore to use his iron shield to crush her, just like he had done to other swordsmen. He took a few steps back, legs coiling with power, and shouted as he charged toward Kuina with his shield. Not far away, Dasky was single-handedly facing off against 3 pirates, appearing to handle them effortlessly. Over the past month, her progress had been rapid. In the past, she would have needed to engage in a struggle to defeat multiple enemies, but now, within less than a minute, 7 pirates had already fallen to her sword. Oh! After a few swift strikes, 3 more fell, achieving her 10-kill milestone. So impressive. Not only strong, but also cute. So adorable. Her fierce swordplay earned cheers from the Navy, though some strange shouts mixed in. Dasky adjusted her glasses that had slipped during the fight, feeling very satisfied with her rapid progress, and even more grateful to Kuina. Without her guidance, today's battle would not have been so easy. She looked in Kuina's direction, only to witness a thrilling scene. Buleman's massive frame contrasted sharply with the slender figure in front of him, and it looked like the heavy iron shield was about to smash into her. Dasky gasped, her voice nearly cracking. Be careful. Kuina had been paying attention to the surrounding movements, and she naturally heard Dasky shout. What had seemed like a daze was actually just her adjusting her state. Watching the rushing iron shield, she moved. Her sword did not return to its sheath, but was raised high before being forcefully brought down. This was not any move from the Shuang Yue style. This strike was merely an instinctive downward slash, a very familiar move that she had practiced with a bamboo sword in her early years. What appeared to be a simple move carried her years of swordsmanship insights and her belief in cutting through everything. When her blade made contact with the shield, there was no sound, nor were there sparks. The gleaming blade sliced through the shield as smoothly as a fishing line through tofu. Crack! Boom! Once Kuna's strength was exhausted, the iron shield split in two, the cut smooth and even, and Buleman fell to the ground, a pale blue wave radiating from him, leaving a long, deep mark on the ground behind him. Had she unknowingly executed an air slash? Was that a sword wave slash? So powerful. Can I do that too in the future? Looking at the long cracks stretching over 10 meters, Dasky murmured to herself. How is this possible? The boss was defeated? Run away. How could we possibly defeat such an enemy? The pirates scrambled to escape onto their ship, wanting to distance themselves from this terrifying woman. To her surprise, Kuina felt a sense of satisfaction with her achievement and was impulsively motivated to cut something else. Acting on impulse, she jumped onto the pirate ship. Swish. Boom. The massive mast, which 2 people could embrace, was sliced into 3 pieces by her. How could this happen? As the sails and pirate flags fell into the sea, both pirates on and off the ship collapsed, sobbing on the ground. After returning to the shore, the Navy and merchant sailors erupted in cheers. Not only had their goods been preserved, but they had also witnessed an incredible battle, a deadly sword strike that would give them stories to boast about for 3 years. Dasky remained silent, just blinking her adorable big eyes at Kuina. Kuina smiled and patted her head, saying, "This move can't be taught to you. When your swordsmanship reaches a certain level, you'll naturally understand." For now, she was still in the stage of being able to use it, but not explain it, so she could only gloss over it like this. A few minutes later, all the surviving pirates were captured, and Dasky directed the Navy to bring them back to the base, while Kuina walked towards the inn, having just broken through to a whole new realm. She wanted to go back and show off, go back and share her joy with no Kigo. Showing off was out of the question. In a small alley not far from the dock, 2 sneaky figures were whispering about something. That female swordsman is terrifying. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful person in the East Sea. Do you think we can achieve our goal this time? Don't worry. We came with high-level agents. With them here, we will definitely succeed in recruiting this group of bounty hunters. That's true, but speaking of which, the boss really values these people. He even sent out 2 rare high-level agents. What kind of people are the high-level agents and the boss you mentioned? Someone asked in confusion. You don't know this? They are, of course. Who? The 2 turned around to see a girl with a white-sheathed famous sword standing at the mouth of the alley. She had a friendly smile on her face. Clearly someone easy to talk to. Swish. The girl drew her sword. So, who among you will answer my question first? Gulp. The 2 swallowed hard at the same time. Meanwhile, not long after parting ways with Smoker, Nojiko and her group were also stopped by a strangely dressed man and woman. "I am Miss Valentine's Day, and this is Mr. Five beside me. Would you all be interested in finding a quieter place to talk?" The beautiful woman, holding an umbrella, invited the group, while the man with the big hair and sunglasses looked at them with a challenging expression, his nostrils unusually large. Noki and the others exchanged glances. Their intentions were not good. It's better to find a more secluded place, just in case things get physical, to avoid hurting innocent bystanders. "Let's go. I know a quiet spot." Nojiko took the lead as she headed towards the training ground, which was far from the town and close to the sea, allowing her to unleash her strength without any worries. As she walked, she suddenly remembered who these two were: 7 warlords' crocodile subordinates, senior agents of Baroque Works. They were also the ones who tried to show off in front of Luffy and Zoro in the original story and ended up getting taken out easily. Speaking of which, these two were also devil fruit users. Baroque Works' intelligence operations were indeed impressive to find them so quickly. In the original story, they had also sent the billionaire to the East Blue to recruit Zoro, but the two ended up having a conflict, and Zoro cut him down. More than 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the seaside. "This should be the place. What brings you two here?" Chapter 36, Explosion is. "What brings you two here?" Nojiko asked while sitting on the rocks. This scene feels a bit familiar." Angel glanced around and interrupted Miss Valentine's words. "You. They look somewhat familiar. When the captain recruited us, it was also by the sea, and we were sitting on the rocks. Frank also thought this scene looked familiar." "Dad, you got it wrong. Nojiko was talking about cooperation, not recruitment." Angel corrected her father's mistake. Miss Valentine could no longer hold back and shouted, "Enough! Can you let me finish speaking?" "Ahem, go ahead," Angel said, a bit embarrassed as she stuck out her tongue. She was usually quite polite. "We are senior agents of Baroque Works from the Grand Line." Miss Valentine proudly glanced at the others. "HMPF, a bunch of East Blue bumpkins." "Baroque Works?" Nojiko pretended not to know. "It's a bounty hunter organization where numerous bounty hunters gather, but hunting ordinary pirates is a task for the lower ranks. We senior agents have other missions to attend to." "Did you come to recruit us?" Miss Valentine nodded, "Yes. You've made a name for yourselves in the East Blue and have caught our boss's attention. He wants to recruit you to join Baroque Works and is even willing to offer 2 spots for senior agents. What do you think? Not bad, right? Most people don't get this kind of treatment." It sounded good, and Nojiko nodded, seeming a little tempted. "You agree?" Miss Valentine asked eagerly. This was the first time their boss had them recruit senior agents, and successfully completing the task would be a great achievement. "However, I refuse, as long as you agree." "What, you refuse?" Miss Valentine's smile faltered. She had been so hopeful. This was how you responded? "You all need to think this through. Baroque Works is a powerful force from the Grand Line." Noki shrugged, her tone casual. "If you want to hire me as your boss, I might consider it." "You, Miss Valentine's Day, your beauty is almost twisted." "I knew it was pointless to recruit these weaklings from the East China Sea. Since you don't know how to appreciate this, then die here." Mr. Five sneered as he pulled out the hand that was tucked in his pocket, looking ready to make a move. "How dare you refuse Baroque Works? I'll just take your heads back." Miss Valentine's Day raised her umbrella and stood beside her companion. Seeing this, Ryan, Frankie, and all became alert, wary of the enemy's movements. Only Noki and Angel remained indifferent. The former was confident, while Angel sensed that these two weren't very strong. She had no basis for it, just a vague feeling. "Let me show you something. Watch my booger cannon." What surprised Ryan and the others was that this seemingly cold and punchable sunglasses-wearing guy actually dug out a lump of booger and threw it at them. Tui. The 5 of them jumped away instantly, fearing they would get stuck. Boom! The substance that hit the ground exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions, leaving several of their expressions in disarray. "Ha ha 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 ha. Now you know how powerful I am. I'm the exploding man who ate the explosion fruit. Anything on me can be used as a bomb." The expressions of the group varied. Noki Gao. "Damn, I forgot this guy has such a disgusting ability. Luckily, I didn't bring a weapon. I don't want to use my sword to cut him. It's too gross." Angel. "What a disgusting ability. I don't want to deal with him." Ryan nodded. She didn't want to face such an enemy either. As a doctor, her cleanliness was even more pronounced. "Will, Brother Frank, let you handle this guy. I can't use my beloved great sword to stab." Ugh. Speaking of which, Will is actually the cleanest person on the ship. Given his personality, it's easy to understand. After all, if you can't even maintain basic personal hygiene, what is there to be narcissistic about? Frank's face showed an interested expression. "This guy's fruit ability is quite interesting." Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not a pervert. I just have a decent fruit ability, but the way this guy uses it is too disgusting." Seeing the strange expressions everyone was giving him, the burly man hurriedly explained. I really was underestimated. The snot-nosed guy had a hashtag pressed into his forehead, clearly quite angered by the attitudes of the few. Supersized snot bomb. You're coming again. Angel roared. Boom! A violent explosion turned the surrounding seawater red. Watching these ungrateful people running around to avoid his explosion, the snot-nosed guy laughed proudly. Ha! Now you know my power. Explosion is. Bang! A high-speed bullet pierced through his forehead. The snot-nosed guy, who hadn't finished his sentence, fell backward. Sigh. I hope he can change his habit of throwing snot in his next life. I can't take it anymore. I want to kill him. Angel, who had just said she didn't want to fight, decisively opened fire. Nojiko raised her forehead. This girl is too ruthless. How many sharpshooters in the world of One Piece shoot at people's heads? This is impossible. Miss Valentine's smile froze on her face. Her companion, who was just so full of confidence, was suddenly killed, which was a huge shock for her. 5 kilograms. Instinctively wanting to escape, she used her ability to change her weight and jumped into the air, floating away with the help of her umbrella. Seeing Miss Valentine's figure drifting further away, Ryan reached out towards her back, vine restraint. Several vines as thick as a pinky finger shot out and bound her in midair. What is this? Let me go. Woo-woo. The green vines tied Miss Valentine into an embarrassing position, and under the fear and shame, she cried out. Hey. Nojiko looked at Ryan with a black line on her face and said, You don't have any special preferences, but it turns out when we first met you really. Cough, cough. Just a coincidence, Ryan blushed and retracted the vines. How should she handle this? Just take her out? Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine's trembling intensified. Nojiko rolled her eyes at her, telling her not to casually say such frightening things. This lady hasn't attacked us, so there's no need to go for the kill, unless she is an enemy. Generally, she wouldn't kill someone who has lost the will to fight. Besides, it would be a shame for this beautiful young lady to die here. You should leave. Go back where you came from. Are you really going to let me go? Miss Valentine's Day stopped crying, her eyes filled with hope. Don't be silly, big sister. I don't kill women. If I had an axe in hand, that would be even more fitting. Miss Valentine's Day scrambled away, and whether she returned to the Grand Line or stayed in the East Sea, Nojiko didn't care. Chapter 37. Who still climbs mountains these days? Meeting a noble person when going out is truly a delightful surprise. Nojiko exchanged 10 million berries with the Navy, and she remembered that the snot-nosed guy was a pirate before joining Baroque Works. A quick check at the Navy branch in Rogue Town confirmed that there was indeed a bounty on him. The Navy's financial officer looked bitterly at the group of nobles leaving. He wanted to cry. Who comes to exchange bounties every few days? Colonel Smoker, we really have no money left. Is this the level of strength from those who come from the Grand Line? Will was somewhat puzzled. The snot-nosed guy's attacks looked incredibly destructive, but they were actually easy to dodge, especially for someone as agile as him. Noki chuckled lightly. He can't represent the Grand Line. At most, he's at a marginal level. But don't underestimate that sea area. Will nodded, thinking that he hadn't underestimated it all. However, after this small conflict, his fear of the Grand Line had greatly diminished. Maybe he wouldn't be the weakest when he got there. That said, that guy's physical skills were too poor, wasting a decent devil fruit. Frank nodded. That's true. It's a shame he got the explosive fruit. Hey, old man, you don't want to eat the explosive fruit, do you? Angel's cute little nose wrinkled in apparent disdain for her father. The others also looked at him with disgust. Booger attacks were just too gross. Lurank quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I just think the fruit's ability is great, but I would never fight in such a disgusting way. Besides, the fruit has already been eaten. I can't have it anymore. To be honest, he did like the ability of the explosive fruit. Having been interested in explosives since he was young, he couldn't resist it because explosions are the romance of men. It's not necessarily unattainable. The fruit will be reborn in the sea after the user dies. Maybe it is destined for you? Nojiko smiled mysteriously as she searched for a devil fruit with an unknown location, while others were like searching for a needle in a haystack. She could easily find it with the system at her disposal. This was the convenience of having a cheat, especially since her strength had been increasing rapidly lately, and the system's positioning frequency had also increased. Why not take advantage of it? On the way, they encountered Kuina, and after a discussion, they realized that both sides had encountered people from the Baroque Works. The two of them shared everything they knew, but the information was still limited. They didn't even know how many high-ranking agents they had or who their boss was, so I let them go. Ryan sighed. I didn't expect that before we even entered the Grand Line, we would be targeted by the forces there. Angel raised an eyebrow proudly. Who told us we were too strong? Our fame has spread to the other side of Reverse Mountain. You just enjoy it." Nojiko tapped her on the head and said to everyone, "Don't worry. It's not easy to find a ship in the Grand Line. Besides, with our strength, we have nothing to fear from them." Wow. Everyone looked at their captain with admiration. How reliable she was. However, the captain quickly added, "Even if they can't beat us, we can still run. With my ability, we can fly thousands of meters into the sky using flame cloud, and they won't be able to catch up." TCH. Everyone made a gesture with their pinky. "Sister Kuina, are you leaving too soon? Why not stay a few more days?" At the port of Rowtown, Sergeant Dasky, who had just been promoted to Smoker's aide, reluctantly said goodbye to everyone. "Don't worry, I'll find time to come back and visit you. Practice your swordsmanship diligently. I look forward to the day you become a great swordsman." Kuina gently smiled as she patted the girl's head. She was also reluctant, but everyone had their own path to follow. All good things must come to an end. The Voyager set sail towards Reverse Mountain, with ample supplies on board. This time, they wouldn't stop until they reached the Grand Line. Dasky watched them leave, lost in thought for a long time. "It's time to go back." Smoker appeared behind her. It turned out he had also come to the port, just not showing up earlier. "Yes, Colonel." Dasky saluted. Sadness was only temporary. Next, she would turn her reluctance into strength, focusing most of her energy on training. As for her office work, she would just handle it casually. After all, Colonel had gotten used to it over the past month. If Smoker knew what his trusted subordinate was thinking, he might not be so pleased about Kuna and the others leaving. Although Nojiko had a system to help her avoid storms in advance, she wouldn't rely too much on the cheat. Her companions also needed to face the extreme weather at sea occasionally to gain experience. Otherwise, if one day she wasn't around, they would be lost. After several days of relatively smooth sailing, the Voyager finally arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line. On both sides of Reverse Mountain, there were waterways with reverse currents at the junction with the four seas. The seawater gathered at the mountain top and then flowed into the Grand Line through the downward waterways. So theoretically, as long as they went upstream against the current, they could reach the Grand Line. However, the risk was a bit high. I didn't expect the water to flow backwards. The sea is truly amazing. On the deck, everyone looked astonished. In the past, they had only heard about it, going in one ear and out the other without any real feeling. Now, seeing the seawater flow backwards with their own eyes gave them a direct sense of the wonders of the sea. Noki shouted, "Secure yourselves, we're going to climb the mountain." The ship, having adjusted its course, sailed upstream toward the mountain peak. Originally, they could have used flame clouds to take the ship into the sky, but first, it would be a shame to miss the experience of going against the current after finally arriving here. Secondly, according to the system's positioning, the newly born bomb fruit, after Mr. Five's death, happened to be located near the waterway halfway up the mountain, washed ashore by the sea last night. "What is that?" Noki exclaimed, holding onto the ship's railing, while others were busy securing themselves and couldn't see her exaggerated performance. "What do you see?" Goena asked supportively. "It looks like a devil fruit." She secretly gave a thumbs up to her close friend. "I'll go take a look and catch up with you in a bit." Transforming into a phoenix, she flew toward the location of the fruit, where a dark purple fruit resembling an apple was stuck in a crevice of stones just a few dozen meters away. Its surface covered in strange patterns. It was definitely a devil fruit. It took less than 10 seconds to go and return, and it really was a devil fruit. "What great luck." Angel excitedly punched the air. "What kind of fruit is it?" "We'll take a closer look when we reach the Grand Line. We're almost at the top of the mountain. Everyone hold on tight." To prevent the ship from veering off course and crashing into rocks, Noki created several flame clouds closely attached to the sides of the ship, ready to correct its path if it deviated even slightly from the center of the route. As the sound of water grew louder and the current intensified, finally, as they approached the mountain peak, the ship was lifted by the water flow. If it were an ordinary ship, this could have resulted in destruction and loss of life. However, the presence of the flame clouds allowed the ship, flying in midair, to easily change direction and then gently land back in the correct waterway, quickly rushing toward the Grand Line. At the Twin Cape Lighthouse, the keeper Kuroka's daily routine, besides treating whale injuries, involved drinking tea, reading the news, fishing, and sunbathing. Today was no different. He was sitting on the shore fishing when suddenly he turned to look at the waterway leading to Upside Down Mountain, spotting a sailboat rushing toward the sea at high speed. Another challenger for the Grand Line, he chuckled. "Haha, safe arrival. Is this really the Grand Line? It feels no different from the East Blue." The Voyager was anchored on the sea, and several people on board were looking around, seemingly trying to discover what was so magical about this legendary sea area. "There's someone." Soon they spotted the lighthouse and Kuroka's fishing by the sea. It's not easy to encounter someone out at sea, especially in unfamiliar waters, so they naturally wanted to approach and inquire about the situation. That old man with glasses. The ship docked at the shore, and Noki jumped off, walking over to Kuroka's. With a bald head, white hair, a fan-shaped headdress, a pink shirt, flower-patterned shorts, and the standard slippers of a strong person, this was the current image of Kuroka's, the former doctor on the Pirate King's ship. To be honest, in this world, such attire did resemble that of a reclusive master. I am Kuroka's, the lighthouse keeper. Young people, which sea area do you come from? The golden red hair of Noki Gao, shimmering with light, caught the old man's eye for a moment. He was well-traveled, but he had never seen such hair color. We come from the East Sea, old man. Is this the Grand Line? The second to jump off the ship was Angel, who bounced over to the two of them. The old man nodded. You come from the East Sea, huh? It's rare to see people from the East Sea here lately. By the way, are you just a little kid coming to the Grand Line? Don't underestimate me. I'm very capable. Go on, don't cause trouble. Old man, it's like this. Noki Gao pushed Angel behind him and began to ask Kuroka's about the Grand Line. The bespectacled old man was quite open and briefly introduced some common knowledge about the Grand Line. After dark, he even invited them to stay overnight, offering to cook for them and even provided a record pointer to the next island. To show his gratitude, before leaving the next day, Noki Gao left a large amount of easily stored food and wine at the lighthouse. Kuroka's watched them leave, feeling that for some reason, these young people were very appealing to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught them knowledge and given them a pointer. Such promising newcomers were bounty hunters. What a pity, Roger. They are not the ones you were waiting for. Shaking his head with a light laugh, the old man continued to fish. Whether they were bounty hunters or pirates, it didn't matter to him. In his view, as long as they lived happily, that was enough. Frank, do you want to take a gamble? Noki Gao took out the devil fruit she found yesterday, reasoning that it was only a few days after the snot-nosed guy died, and she found this fruit. Maybe it was the explosion fruit? The burly man glanced at his eagerly awaiting daughter, and then at the purple fruit in the captain's hand. He made up his mind in a very short time. Since they had already reached the Grand Line, he needed stronger power to protect his daughter and companions. Whatever the fruit's ability was, it would enhance his strength. Taking the fruit, Frank didn't even chew it. He simply closed his eyes and swallowed it. A moment later, he burst into excited laughter. Haha, Captain guessed right. It really is the explosion fruit. To demonstrate for everyone, he went into the cabin and took a small piece of wood. He threw the wood and then punched it. Bang! The explosion and fire came almost simultaneously, and when the smoke cleared, the originally smooth and neat piece of wood had turned into black debris. So amazing, Dad. Angel excitedly spun around Frank. Of course. Dad is awesome. The burly man also felt proud in front of his daughter for once. Not bad, not bad. Just got the ability and can precisely control the explosive power. It seems you are very compatible with this fruit. Noki was a bit surprised, in her opinion. Such situations were rare. To some extent, Frank could be considered exceptionally talented. According to their initial agreement, they continued their old profession as bounty hunters. But unlike in the East Sea, they weren't chasing pirates all over the place. There were bounty pirates everywhere in the Grand Line, and they couldn't catch them all. Ultimately, the captain decided to sail in the direction indicated by the log pointer, capturing pirates when they encountered them and resting on islands, balancing adventure and profit. One could only say that it was indeed the Grand Line. 3 days later, before they even had a chance to hunt pirates, a bounty pirate set their sights on a few of them. Kuina casually sliced through several cannonballs that came flying at them, her expression unfriendly as she glared at the pirate ship not far away. She had just fallen asleep when someone woke her up to say there were enemies. Even without being grumpy from waking up, she was somewhat annoyed. She asked, "Do you know which pirate crew it is?" "Nojiko, I don't know. We just arrived here and haven't gotten a bounty notice yet, but I've heard that sometimes the newsbirds deliver them. Since this group of pirates dared to fire first, there's no need to hold back. Prepare for a boarding battle." Angel and Frank were fully armed and stocked with ammunition, while we'll steer the ship closer to the pirate ship. However, just to be cautious, Nojiko decided to test if there were any strong opponents on the other side. After all, this sea is full of hidden talents, so it's better to be careful. She raised her hand, and a dazzling fire column shot toward the enemy's sails, just to see if anyone could withstand it. Boom! The fire soared into the sky, accompanied by gasps and screams. The fire column swept through as if it were in an uninhabited land, instantly destroying the sails and the mast. Nojiko felt embarrassed. Couldn't a skilled fighter come out to block it? You know, this is making me quite awkward. A few minutes later, the battle ended, incredibly fast. It turned out that this was a group of pirates who had just entered the Grand Line from the North Sea a few days ago, with a captain who had a bounty of 25 million, significantly higher than that of the evil dragon. But their strength was no match for the fishmen and was instantly taken down by Kuina. They had all been prepared for a big fight, as this was not the East Sea, and they had no idea about the bounty on the other side. Facing such unknown opponents, the newcomers didn't dare to relax for a moment. But this is it. Chapter 38, Mr. 2, is this their strength? Well, couldn't believe it. After all, the highest bounty in the entire East Sea was only 20 million. We have become stronger. Boy, you're no longer the you from a few months ago, Nojiko suggested, patting him on the shoulder. How about next time you take the lead against the pirate captain and test your own level? Was eager to try, really? But if I can't hold on, you must save me. Don't worry, I'll definitely ensure you don't die. Half a month later, on a certain island in the Grand Line, under the setting sun, Will was running on the beach, swinging his flowing golden hair while gazing affectionately into the distance. It would have been perfect if one could ignore his pants, which were almost in tatters, and the giant pit bull chasing after him. Help, Captain! Quickly use that move I taught you. That shave thing? I haven't learned it yet. Why did this happen? This goes back to when we'll promise to deal with the next pirate captain. After delivering the pirate from the North Sea to the Navy branch and receiving a large number of bounty notices, they quickly set their sights on the next target. The pirate Mad Dog Boulogne, who also had a bounty of 25 million. Seeing Kuina take out a pirate with the same bounty in an instant. Will thought he should show off too. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to withstand just one move from the vice captain, right? A week later, they found the Mad Dog pirates on an island, and the battle began. Whether Will could withstand Kuina's sword was uncertain, but he really couldn't beat Boulogne. Who would have thought that the intelligence provided by the Navy was inaccurate? The strength of dozens of ordinary pirates was quite ordinary. But Boulogne had recently become a devil fruit user, greatly increasing his power. With a dog fruit, pit bull form, he almost overwhelmed Will in the fight. If it weren't for his subordinates being taken down one after another, preventing him from concentrating, Will would have lost long ago. Bang! Bang! Just as the pit bull's massive jaws were about to bite Will's backside, Angel, who received the signal, took action, firing 2 bullets in quick succession. The first grazed Boulogne's neck, aiming to stop him, while the second shot directly pierced through his hard skull, leaving a hole in the sand. The young girl's shooting skills had become increasingly precise. The now lifeless pirate captain reverted to his human form, and this newly emerged devil fruit user would no longer have the chance to cause trouble on the sea. Will walked up to the others, visibly dejected, with shame and disappointment written all over his face. He never expected that the one he had been running away from in fear would be so easily defeated by Angel, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. It wasn't jealousy, but rather insecurity. His comrades were all as strong as monsters. Noki laughed and said, "Handsome, this isn't like you at all. You're usually the most confident one on the ship. Hurry and find a place to wash up. You wouldn't want to get on the ship looking like this, would you?" The captain said, "What do you mean not? Next time, I still don't believe we can run into such a sudden spike in strength every time." Yeah, there aren't that many people suddenly eating devil fruits. The others chimed in, and no one would blame him, whether strong or weak. Why bother calculating so much among our own? Besides, strength isn't fixed. At least the current Will could take out the previous version of himself before boarding the ship. You all, looking at everyone's indifferent expressions, Will suddenly felt he was being foolish. What was there to compare among companions? No matter how strong he was, he could never surpass the 2 captains. As long as he did his best to surpass his current self in the next battle, that was enough. "I'm going to wash up." Will ran off. As the one with the best image on the ship, or so he thought, he couldn't appear dirty in front of others. In the desert kingdom of Alabasta, in the commercial city of Rainbase, this was the lair of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. In the office of the Rainbase casino, the owner of the Baroque Works was answering a phone call. The telephone bug on the table was crying vividly, "Wah, boss, it's really not my fault. That group was too strong. Mr. 5 didn't even have a chance to react before he was shot dead. And they had ability users with them. I had no power to fight back, and if it weren't for my luck, I wouldn't have made it back." Miss Valentine's Day, who fled from the East Blue, was crying so hard she could barely catch her breath, try to move the boss with her tears to avoid death. Although she had just become a high-ranking agent not long ago, she knew the rules of the organization. Failing to recruit and not killing the opponent was considered a total failure, usually leading to higher-ranking agents settling the score. Miss Valentine's Day had thought about running away, but after hesitating for a few days, she gave up. She was more afraid of the consequences of being caught by the organization. This time, she was facing an unbeatable enemy, And if she cried a bit more pitifully, it should move the boss, right? Useless. After a long silence, Crocodile only gave a two-word evaluation. Hick. Miss Valentine's Day shivered in fear. Her crying stopped, just when she thought her life was in danger. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zero, why not let her off this time? After all, this was also your miscalculation, which caused the organization to lose a high-ranking agent for nothing. Who is this? How dare you mock the boss? So bold. Humph. Miss Sunday, are you laughing at me? Crocodile raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the tall woman in front of him. I wouldn't dare. Since the matter is settled, killing her would be pointless. Why not give her another chance to serve the organization? Another silence ensued. Ultimately, Crocodile let Miss Valentine's Day go. From today on, you are stripped of your high-ranking agent status. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence on Whiskey Peak. As for that group of useless bounty hunters, they will be under your command. Miss Valentine's Day was overjoyed, crying out loud about serving the boss and doing anything for him, even saying things she herself didn't believe. Unfortunately, the other side hung up before she finished. However, she didn't care. She had made up her mind to hide on Whiskey Peak and not come out again. The sea was too dangerous. Naive Miss Valentine's Day still thinks that hiding on a populous island will keep her safe. What she doesn't know is that someone who first arrived at the Grand Line gained fame by stepping over the heads of numerous bounty hunters. Achoo! What's going on? Caught a cold? A certain green-haired boy who was exercising put down a giant rock and muttered to himself in confusion. Nico Robin poured herself a cup of coffee and sat leisurely in a chair, savoring it. I heard that group of bounty hunters has come to the Grand Line. What are you planning to do? Continue recruiting? Crocodile gently turned the flowers in the cup on the table and snorted coldly. Since they previously refused to work for me, they shouldn't expect to live in this world. You go personally. I'll have Mr. 2 assist you. Me? Nico Robin pointed to herself in surprise. You're not joking, are you? What's wrong? Do you have any objections? The flowers in his hand gradually wilted and turned to ashes. How could I have objections to the boss's orders? Of course, I have objections. I'm a scholar, not a warrior. Joining this organization is such a waste. If it weren't for the historical texts, who the hell would want to accompany you roughnecks in fighting and killing? Robin had objections, but she didn't dare voice them. After all, she couldn't beat Crocodile, but she had plenty of ways to stall for time. In the rapeseed flower market, the port city of Alabasta, on this day, a strangely shaped pirate ship docked at a corner of the pier. A bizarre man adorned with swan decorations and heavy makeup was pacing back and forth on the deck, clearly growing impatient as his false eyelashes threatened to fall off. Miss Sunday has kept me waiting so long. Seeing a tall beauty wearing a cowboy hat board the ship, Mr. Tubon Clay flirted with her and even threw her a wink. Nico Robin felt a shiver run down her arm, almost getting goosebumps. She clearly found it hard to accept, but to maintain her character, she could only smile. Let's set off quickly and catch up with that group of bounty hunters. This is Mr. Zero's order. Oh, using little Zero to pressure others is really troublesome. If I fail to complete the mission, he will send that cold-blooded guy Mister. Want to hunt me down? As he spoke, Bon Clay kicked his legs over his head and spun in circles. Then let's set off quickly. Robin's smile was almost forced. After 17 years in the industry, she had never seen anything like this. It was already hard to keep her expression from breaking, thanks to the poise she had cultivated over the years. Half a month later, based on the information received from subordinates spread across the surrounding seas, Crocodile's group finally caught up with their target near the Navy G6 branch. 10 days ago, Noki Gao and his crew defeated a group of pirates from the West Sea. It is worth mentioning that after a fierce battle, Will defeated the opposing captain with a bounty of 30 million. But the cost was that he was left covered in injuries and was wrapped up like a mummy by Rhine after the fight. Therefore, after exchanging their bounty at the naval base, they stayed on the small island where the base is located. While Will was recovering, the others could also wander around. And they ended up staying for 10 days, with Will only just beginning to heal today. This highlights the disparity between individuals in the world of One Piece. What seemed like serious external wounds would take Luffy, Zoro, and the others only 2 days to bounce back from, but Will needed several times longer. The sunlight was warm on his body, and the sea breeze was gentle as Noki Gao sighed. What a perfect day for setting sail. If only it weren't for some tales ruining my good mood. Just after leaving the island where the naval base was located, they spotted the pink swan ship following them. Ships in the One Piece world have very distinct personal characteristics, and Noki Gao quickly realized who was pursuing them when she shared the news with her companions. They were all excited, as they were not the type to stay quiet. If they weren't going to cause trouble, it was fine. But since these guys dared to come looking for revenge, no question about it, let us take them down. After confirming they were far from the naval base, Nojiko jumped up and instructed, be careful, don't go too hard, just beat them half to death. After all, she quite liked the character of Von Clay. Aside from his appearance, he was a good man. Although her crew didn't understand, they wouldn't go against their captain's orders on such trivial matters. As long as they could get a chance to fight, they were itching for action after so many days of rest. The traveler ship turned towards the Swan ship. Lord Von Clay, they've spotted us, shouted one of his henchmen, who also wore swan accessories. Shut up, you're bothering me. Von Clay snapped. Get ready for battle. Let's kill them. Who did they kill again? Von Clay pondered, struggling to recall the reason they were being pursued. It's Mr. Five. They killed Mr. Five. One of his men reminded him. Oh, now I remember that booger guy. Everyone turn back. I don't like him. I don't want to take revenge for him. Seeing their boss sulking at a critical moment, the henchman urged him, Lord Von Clay, this is the captain's order. It's not about revenge. Robin watched in silence from the corner as her companions seemed to be playing house. Earlier, she had advised against rushing after them. But Von Clay didn't listen, and now that they had caught up to their target, he was backing out again. There was no time left. She suddenly regretted teaming up with Crocodile. These people were too mismatched with her style. Luckily, she was a fighter, so she could hide a bit and bail if things went south. Her pet turtle was following right behind the ship, and she could just jump down. Alas, poor Robin had no idea that one day she would encounter a group of even more mismatched and contagiously eccentric companions. Oh dear, Robin's expressions. It's too much to think about. So, are you the ones who defeated Mr. Five? Well done. Von Clay spoke first as the two ships drew near. You must be from Baroque Works? Nojiko asked knowingly. Sometimes, knowing the plot in advance wasn't very good. One had to keep up appearances. My codename is Mr. Two, but you can also call me Von Clay, he said, spinning around, looking at his bizarre makeup and even stranger behavior. Kuina and the others had expressions that were hard to describe, and Angel bluntly remarked, yes, so weird. Is there no normal person in Baroque Works? In the back, Robin was internally screaming, I'm a normal person. Don't let me in with them. As a high-level agent without a partner. Because I am both a man and a woman, a combination of the two. I'm a hermaphrodite, he said, spinning in the opposite direction. Everyone. Nojiko shook off the non-existent goosebumps on her body and asked, who will deal with him? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Only Will stepped forward, drawing his great sword. Let me handle it. Having just defeated a formidable enemy, he was overflowing with confidence. The previous naughty guy didn't seem that impressive. And now it was just a mere human anomaly. Just look at his brave stance. Will toss his golden hair and charge forward. Chapter 39. Nico Robino? Am I being underestimated? Fanklai finally stopped spinning around, raised both hands, and took up a fighting stance, using the new human fist. Will jumped onto the Swan ship and lunged toward Fanklai's thigh with a thrust, remembering the captain had said not to use lethal force. So he didn't aim for the vital points. However, his steady and precise strike had no effect, easily dodged by the opponent. Not bad. Will took a deep breath and then launched a flurry of attacks against the enemy like a storm, his right hand creating afterimages, but the results were poor. Dozens of thrusts only tore the opponent's clothes. The adversary bizarrely spun in place, evading nearly all attacks. Quite intense, huh? Brother Fanklai threw a flirtatious glance at Will, and while he was distracted, he launched a surprise attack. New human fist, human anomaly handblade. Though it was called a handblade, Fanklai kicked Will with his leg. Caught off guard, Will was kicked back onto the traveler, and if Frank hadn't caught him with his large frame, he might have suffered further injury. Will's injuries weren't severe, just some minor abrasions, and he wanted to continue fighting but was stopped by Nojiko. Leave this human anomaly to me. You all deal with the rest. She was somewhat measured in her approach. If it were Kina, she might have gotten carried away and left behind some parts, which would be too unfriendly. After Ryan secured the two ships together with vines, Nojiko slowly walked toward Fanklai, feeling a bit excited to encounter a popular character from the original story. She needed to adjust her strength slowly. It wouldn't be fun if she accidentally killed him with one sword strike. Is it your turn now? Useless so. The new human fist is invincible. Seeing the powerful girl striding toward him, Fanklai suddenly felt a tremor. This girl's momentum was on a completely different level compared to that previous guy. He took the initiative to attack. Ballet fist, eyelash boomerang. He surprisingly removed his false eyelashes and threw them like a dart. Nojiko deflected the swiftly flying hidden weapon with his sword, and his right hand swung the large sword towards his opponent. Boom! Although Fong Kale dodged, The spot where he had originally stood was smashed into a big hole, reducing the pink swan ship's health by 100. Ah, bénéfice technique, tukik. The swan decorations on Fong Keilei's shoes became weapons, and the sharp swan beak pierced the ship's deck, making holes comparable to bullets. Clang! However, when the iron swan beak struck the large sword, it broke instantly, and Fong Keilei was sent crashing into the ship's cabin, landing right at Robin's feet, who was hiding during the fight. Their eyes met, and an awkward atmosphere spread in the room. Hee. Robin chuckled dryly and quietly walked out of the cabin. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in running. It was better to surrender early. At least according to her analysis, this group of enemies was not the kind of evil people who liked to eradicate everyone. Otherwise, how could Mississippi Valentine's Day and the two billionaires have returned alive to report? The corner of Fong Keilei's mouth twitched. He was about to say something when the screams of his subordinates came from outside. He rushed out and found that in just this short time, he was the only one left standing on the entire ship. As for Mississippi Sunday, standing aside, he ignored her. They were not familiar and had nothing in common. She seemed more like someone the boss had assigned to monitor him. If she were there to assist in the battle, why hadn't she made a move? Everyone, you! I'm going to fight you, he shouted. Experience this move, which contains love for my subordinates. New human fist technique, explosive swan dance. Dozens of powerful kicks, filled with the power of love, came fiercely at Nojiko, but were easily dodged. Taking advantage of the moment when Fong Keilei finished his ultimate move and was catching his breath, the large sword swept across again, sending him back into the cabin. The people on the swan ship were all knocked down, leaving only a beautiful woman wearing a cowboy hat unharmed. Robin quietly leaned against the cabin, her beautiful eyes occasionally scanning Nojiko and others, seemingly analyzing something. What a beautiful sister, Angel exclaimed, as girls her age were particularly fond of beautiful things. The phrase beauty is justice wasn't just talk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have readily agreed to cooperate with Nojiko back then. Try it with Will, who would voluntarily follow you for several months. You must be a senior agent of the Baroque Works, Gwyna said, gripping the hilt of her sword. Sensing that this woman was not simple. Under the varied gazes of everyone, Robin sighed and said, I am Mississippi Sunday, a partner of Mr. Zero, the boss. We should not be enemies. Glancing at the fallen members of the studio, she changed her words. I came this time to recruit. But it seems you have no intention of joining Baroque Works. Rest assured, I will go back and tell Mr. Zero that I will not disturb you again. What Crocodile thinks is his business. Next time I definitely won't come again. By the way, are these people really from the East Sea? Can someone from the weakest sea be this strong? The pet turtle is nearby. Is it too late to jump into the sea? Although her mind was racing with thoughts, Robin still maintained a calm expression on the surface, even calculating the distance between friend and foe and the time needed to escape. She had considered almost all possibilities, but she never expected that the girl who easily defeated Fong Keilei would smile and walk up to her, extending her hand. My name is Nojiko. Nice to meet you. Looking at the brilliant smile on her face, not only was Robin stunned, but even Gwyna and others were taken aback. Aren't we enemies? What's with this enthusiasm? Although Robin was confused, she reached out to shake her hand. She was generally very cultured, contrary to what she had imagined would be a firm and strong grip. The girl's fingers were soft and smooth, with a wonderful texture, not at all like someone who often wielded a sword. The warmth coming from the other's palm made her momentarily stunned. Just the handshake sent a shiver through her body. Warmth spreading from her palm throughout her body until she felt completely warm. Hello, my name is Nico Robin. What is your ability? Unconsciously, Robin revealed her real name. Although her voice was not loud, no one else should have heard it, but it was enough to raise her alertness. She actually told a stranger her real name? It's nothing. Maybe I'm just more sincere. By the way, can I call you Sister Robin? If you didn't feel anything extra about this character in the story because she was too familiar with Nami as her sister, then seeing Robin made her a bit excited. Back when she read the manga, she really liked Robin, a beauty who embodied both intelligence and cunning. Who wouldn't like that? Sister Robin, you might not believe it, but I had a good impression of you the first time I saw you. You feel like my real sister. Are you interested in joining us? I'm being honest. There's no future in Baroque Works. Your boss doesn't seem very smart just by hearing his code name, and this group of weaklings can't hold the fort. Noki tried to invite Robin onto the ship. After coming to her senses, Robin shook her head with a complicated expression and said, Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no plans to change jobs at the moment. What a pity. Then I can only hope to see you next time. By the way, you must accept this, Sister Robin. Noki Gao handed a transponder snail to her, saying, Feel free to contact me anytime. When the other person's hand withdrew, Robin felt a bit reluctant. That warm feeling was wonderful, and she wished to hold on to it forever. Ahem, don't get the wrong idea. This is just a characteristic of the phoenix fruit. As a mythical Zoan user, isn't it normal to have the power to warm people's hearts? Moments latte. His makeup soaked with sweat, making him look even more ridiculous. He walked up to Nojiko and said solemnly, I have lost. You may take my life, but these people pose no threat to you. I ask that you spare them. He was a half-human, half-woman, but also a pirate who had been sailing the seas for a long time and was prepared for the day he might die an untimely death. The enemy's strength was too overwhelming, effortlessly breaking his ultimate technique. Rather than struggling to the death, it was better to die with some dignity. You may leave. Huh? Phone Kale, who was prepared to meet his end, looked up in confusion, only to see a few figures leaving gracefully. After the bounty hunters returned to their ship, the leader said, Go back and tell your boss not to mess with us, or next time we won't be so courteous. This is surviving? What a merciful opponent. I will remember you. But speaking of which, how should I explain this to Mr. Zero? After watching the ship sail away, Robin walked over to Phone Kale and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll explain to the boss when we get back. After all, this opponent was too strong, unless he personally takes action. Feeling the lingering warmth in her palm and recalling that warm-hearted smile, she suddenly hesitated. What if Crocodile personally intervenes? Would they be able to withstand it? After all, Mr. Zero is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a master recognized by the world government. Touching the transponder snail in her pocket, she thought, why not give that girl a heads up next time? Robin did not hesitate at all when it came to betraying her current boss. Currently, Nami in Cocoa Village was living a fulfilling life every day. She woke up early to build her stamina, running 2 laps around the small island, and after breakfast, she began strength training. Nojiko had specifically created a lot of fitness equipment before leaving, and in the afternoon, she would go to the beach to train and develop her fruit abilities, training from morning till night. She even took the time to deal with the weeds and pests in the orange grove in the backyard. This was a completely new experience compared to the past, and the wonderful feeling of getting stronger every day gradually made Nami addicted to training. A thief? I wouldn't be one. Being a pirate thief has no future. After all, why bother stealing from pirates when robbing them is much quicker to earn money? After finishing a day's training, Nami was in the yard drinking tea when the transponder snail rang. Beep beep. Click. Hey Nami, have you missed me? Nojiko's voice came through. Who would miss you? Nami rolled her eyes, and the transponder snail vividly conveyed her reaction to the other side. Listening to the laughter on the other end, Nami helplessly said, Enough of that. You've been in the Grand Line for a while now, right? Almost 2 months. Tell me what it's like over there. Nami asked with curiosity, as it was a legendary sea that she would eventually have to visit. Actually, it's pretty similar to the East Blue, just that the weather is more unpredictable and the directions are harder to gauge. Noki patiently explained everything she knew about the Grand Line to her younger sister, then began discussing the rewards of this period, and finally started to complain about her crew. Let me tell you, you have no idea. Guena's been looking at me strangely lately. Her voice was very quiet, clearly wanting to avoid being overheard. This cross-ocean call was also made while she was on night watch in the lookout room at the top of the mast. Nami sat upright, no longer drinking tea, her full attention on the transponder snail, seemingly intrigued by the gossip. I just feel like she wants to cut me. Maybe she can't find a worthy opponent for now. The pirates we've encountered recently can barely withstand a few of her strikes. Do you think she might set her sights on me? If she does, so be it. You have strong recovery, and she can't kill you, Nami said, somewhat disappointed, thinking she would hear something more interesting. Is that all? Hey, is that all you care about your sister? All right, let's continue. About Angel, Nojiko tirelessly talked about her companion's embarrassing moments and some trivial matters in life, while Nami patiently listened. When one person got tired of talking, they would switch to the other. The 2 sisters, who couldn't see each other, expressed their longing for each other through the phone bug. By the time the call ended, it was already late at night. Speaking of which, the recent targets have indeed been quite weak and uninteresting. Should they go to the Spade archipelago to stake out for a while? But would that be a bit too early for Ryan and the others? For her and Kuina, fighting those pirates with bounties in the tens of millions wouldn't provide much improvement anymore. However, she didn't want to head to the Spade archipelago too early. And even less did she want to go to the New World too soon. They had only explored a small part of the first half of the Grand Line and hadn't even completed a corner of the map. It seemed that in order to comfort Kuina, she would have to sacrifice her own body. Cough, Nojiko thought a good idea. Just like when they were in Frost Moon Village, she could serve as Kuina's sharpening stone, or rather, they could sharpen each other. With her fruit ability, it was unlikely that she would be severely injured by Kuina's current strength, allowing both of them to fight freely. As they consumed each other's energy, they could leave plenty of opportunities for their companions to fight until they encountered a truly strong enemy. Let's do it. A day later, on the beach of a deserted island in the Grand Line, Nojiko and Kana stood facing each other with weapons in hand. Angel and the other sat on the rocks in the distance, surrounded by snacks and drinks. A rare exciting event was happening on the sea. The duel between the two captains was a must-watch. Chapter 40. The Fallen Beautiful Pirate. Let me see your true strength. Whoosh. Kuina's figure disappeared from her spot as she had naturally learned one of the 6 styles, and could now use it proficiently. Nojiko held his sword with one hand and swept it horizontally to meet the attack coming from the side. Clang! A buzzing sound of metal clashing echoed as a shockwave spread out from the collision of their weapons, kicking up a cloud of dust around them. In their first clash, neither retreated an inch. Again, Goena adjusted her stance and swung her blade anew, Frost Moon-style windbreak. This move was even more powerful than the previous one, and Nojiko did not dare to be careless. He swept again, but this time added a layer of flames to his sword blade. The shockwave generated from their blades colliding was stronger than before, and the air seemed to warp. Phew, phew, phew. It seems we're not safe here, either. Let us retreat a bit further. Angel was watching with great interest when a strong wind suddenly hit him, almost blowing sand into his mouth. The group retreated several dozen meters with their belongings. Is it still a stalemate? Goena was dissatisfied and decided to transform into her second form. Why didn't he come here to play around slowly with you? All right then. In the next moment, Nojiko's body shot up in height, his eyes turned golden, and the wings covered in golden-red flames on his back sparkled with dazzling light. Beastman form. Make an entrance. The 2-meter-long great sword was now perfectly suited for him. Thousand Jean robe slash. A straightforward diagonal slash descended toward Goena. Clang. The immense force transmitted through the clash caused a sharp pain in Goena's hands, and she almost lost grip of the hilt. Boom! The struggle lasted only a second before she was sent flying dozens of meters away. Just as she was about to land face first, she used all her strength to turn in midair, finally avoiding an embarrassing moment. Is this your true power? Goena's eyes lit up, and her fighting spirit was ignited. Rising from the sand, she shook off the dust and charged back toward Nojiko. Before she even arrived, she unleashed her strike. Frost Moon-style arc light slash. A pale blue crescent-shaped slash carved a mark on the beach as it flew toward its target, gaining speed. I can do it too. Frost Moon-style arc light slash. Nojiko countered with the same move, the flame slash charging forward. 2 crescent-shaped slashes, one light blue and one golden red, quickly collided. Boom! A massive sound of collision accompanied by the rush of wind echoed, forcing Angel and the others, who were hiding further away, to continue retreating. They had no choice as the wind and sand were too blinding. After exhausting the light blue slash, the flame slash still had a little over half left, which Goena casually blocked with her sword. With the power of the Phoenix Flames, Nojiko won another round. The two drew closer again, the clear height difference representing an absolute disparity in strength. Although both were using the Frost Moon style of swordsmanship. Even if Nojiko's technique was awkward, Goena, who had superior skill, was still being overwhelmed. Who do you think will win? Angel asked those around her while watching the fight from a distance. Captain, Captain, Captain. The 3 answered without hesitation. Clearly, even those outside the battle could see the outcome, let alone the 2 fighters themselves. Goena was aware of this too. She even knew that her opponent wasn't using her full strength, as Nojiko hadn't used the Phoenix Flames since the previous slash, and she had exhausted all her own techniques. Even her prideful iron cutting couldn't sever her opponent's great sword made of Phoenix alloy. Regarding these matters, she wasn't particularly angry. She had already come to terms with it, knowing that her opponent had only gained a slight lead, and she would catch up eventually. In some ways, the stronger Nojiko was, the happier she felt, as it allowed her to continuously challenge those stronger than herself without any enemies in the way, making her stronger in the process. Wait. After repelling Goena's attack again, Nojiko planted her sword in the ground, saying, at this rate, your swordsmanship will indeed improve, but it won't benefit me much. Then how do you want to fight? Goena sheathed her sword and took the opportunity to relax her breathing and adjust her physical state. The seemingly intense battle was just beginning. You know, my core ability lies within my body, Weapons are merely an extension of it. In this fight, you refine your swordsmanship, while I strengthen my physique. Saying this, Nojiko surprisingly released her grip on the sword. Goena understood what she meant. Don't worry, I'm an animal-type Zoan user, with strong physical defense and recovery. Come on, this is what you asked me to cut. Don't come crying in my arms later. Goena struck without hesitation, frost moon style, breaking wind. Clang. The sound of her blade colliding with Nojiko's hand produced a metallic clang, and the sharp blade was surprisingly stopped by bare hands. Clang, 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 clang. Several consecutive slashes were blocked, and Goena secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She wouldn't hold back anymore. No way. Barehanded against a blade? The captain is amazing. Is this what it means to be an animal type? So strong. My vine ability can't enhance my own defense at all. Actually, the superhuman type isn't bad either. Although it can enhance the body, its destructive power is extremely strong. Animal types also have their strengths and weaknesses. Nojiko's ability must be one of the top-tier ones. I'm so envious. I want it too, but unfortunately this kind of fruit doesn't team match my sniper ability. I'm quite suited for the animal type. With increased strength and speed, my swordsmanship would definitely reach a new level. I just wonder what kind of animal would suit my handsome face. If only it were a mythical beast type. How about a frog? Quite cool. Angel suggested seriously. A frog is too ugly. Absolutely not. The two over there were fighting fiercely, while the four here were discussing passionately, with those who hadn't eaten the fruits starting to fantasize about what fruits they would like to eat in the future. They didn't consider that if everyone on the ship ate the fruits, what would happen if someone fell into the sea? Would they have to find a mermaid to partner with? Nojiko shook her slightly numb hands and focused her attention on Goena, not far away. As the Wado Ikamanji was sheathed, she leaned forward, assuming a stance. Frostmoon flow, sword drawing. And Soru. The dazzling blade flashed. The strike could easily cut through steel. Slash. Goena, who was retracting her sword behind Nojiko, heard the sound of fabric tearing. She turned to look, just in time to see the person she had struck also turning around. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Was it just a torn garment? To her shock, her full-force attack had failed to break through the opponent's defense. That skin, glowing faintly with a golden hue, was even harder than steel. This was also one of the reasons Nojiko favored the phoenix fruit. After her second transformation, aside from the colorful feather crown on her head and the wings and sharp claws on her back, her body surprisingly lacked any animal characteristics. Her skin remained normal, just imbued with a faint golden glow that granted her exceptional defense and recovery. Unlike other devil fruits, where no matter what you originally looked like, transforming into a Zoan form meant you either had fur or scales, which was too ugly. She certainly didn't want to see herself with a beak and covered in feathers. How could she maintain her image as a beautiful girl? Nojiko asked proudly, "Do you know how powerful I am? So, are you going to continue?" To everyone's surprise, a meaningful smile appeared on Goena's face as she slowly said, "Of course, I'm going to continue. It's rare to have such an indestructible target. If I can injure you, my swordsmanship will improve even more. Don't you think so, dear captain?" Nojiko couldn't smile anymore. It was time to let you be arrogant. Sigh. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The battle continued from day to night, with the sound of metal clashing echoing endlessly, making the ears of the onlookers almost go numb. This duel only ended when Goena ran out of stamina. After a few people left, the ground and trees around looked as if they had been ravaged by multiple tornadoes. In a pitiful state. Finally, it's over. I'm so tired, Angel said while yawning. Unlike her, Ryan, Frank, and were extremely excited. People are drawn to the strong, and this is especially true for those who venture out to sea. Today, they finally witnessed the true strength of the two captains. How could that not be exhilarating? Having such captains is incredibly reassuring. Noki carried the exhausted Goena, who could barely move, onto the ship, while she was also using her fruit abilities to recover. It seemed that she wasn't injured in this battle, but in reality, she was cheating by relying on her abnormal recovery power. Goena's slashes were not easy to handle, especially since she liked to strike at the same spot repeatedly. If it didn't break the skin the first time, or the second time, what about the 5th or 10th? Her hands and abdomen had been slashed, but they healed in no time. Absolute defense was impossible, especially since she had only eaten the phoenix fruit a few months ago, and there was still a lot of room for improvement in her own strength. She had a long way to go before reaching the limits of her phoenix form. In the intense battle between the two, Goena gained the most. She felt that her understanding of swordsmanship deepened further, and once she could digest these insights, she believed her sword skills would reach a new level. Unfortunately, this time was the only opportunity for such improvement. Now that she was completely familiar with Naka's fighting style, she might find the next duel easier, but she wouldn't experience such advancement again. For Guena, today was not just about gains. There were also considerable losses as her sword, Wado Ikamanji, was damaged. There were quite a few chips on the blade, marking the first time this sword had suffered such severe damage since it had been with her. It was all because she was too engrossed in the battle today. Yes, this thrilling moment that excited Noki did happen. She finally had the chance to refine this famous sword. Guena was merely exhausted, having only sustained minor superficial injuries, and after resting for a night, she returned to her best condition. After eating, she came to the deck, keeping her eyes on Noki as she repaired her beloved sword. It wasn't that she didn't trust someone. After all, this was her family's heirloom, and she was still a bit skeptical. After all, someone had made jokes about this sword before. However, jokes aside, Noki was very careful while repairing the famous sword. A small amount of phoenix alloy was melted into liquid at an extremely high temperature. She carefully controlled the flames to melt the chipped areas of Wado Ikamanji and then fused the alloy solution onto it. If she had stopped at this step, the sword would have been ruined, but fortunately, there was more to come. Once the metal on the blade cooled slightly, she controlled the flames to begin tempering the entire sword body, allowing the flowing flames to fuse various metal elements together. As time slowly passed, the phoenix alloy and the original metal of the famous sword gradually merged into an inseparable whole. I am exhausted. Here, take a look and see how it is. Nojiko wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and pretended to be tired as he spoke. Guena took the sword and casually performed a flourish, secretly acknowledging it was quite good before she sheathed the sword. She glanced at the person still pretending to be pitiful, gave them a perfunctory hug, said they had worked hard, and then returned to the cabin as she still needed to take care of her treasured sword. They had grown up together as old friends who didn't know each other well. Feeling bored, Nojiko started his daily workout. Goofing around was just a hobby. Exercising was his true calling, and lifting weights required consistency. He couldn't afford to slack off for even a day. Sigh, the swordswoman was just so dull. She was not as good as Sister Rhine, who not only had an amazing figure, but was also very gentle. Thinking of Rhine, her voice came over. Captain, everyone, come here and see what I found. The people scattered around the cabin all headed to the right side of the deck, where Rhine had been fishing earlier. This was her habit, using slender, highly resilient vines to weave fishing nets. She would stand on the deck without moving, and the ship would carry the net forward. Usually the catch was good. However, today, the net had caught not a fish, but a tall, curvaceous woman, her face obscured by long red hair. But judging by her aura, she should be quite beautiful. Speaking of which, in the world of One Piece, compared to the various strange-looking men, there were almost no ugly young women. Even Big Mom was a great beauty in her youth. Can you believe it? Ahem, I digress. But speaking of which, this fishing net was quite artistic, capturing the woman's figure. With a width of less than 3 meters but net holes the size of a soccer ball. What kind of fish were you trying to catch? Looking at her companion's meaningful glances, Rhine's face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted the vines from the woman, explaining in a flustered tone, "It's not like that. I was really just fishing. It was an accident." Sigh. I take back what I said about Rhine being a gentle girl. Nojiko sighed, rubbing his forehead. She's still alive. Put her in the medical room. Rhine, quickly check her injuries. Also, Frank and Will step back. Feeling that her teammates were quite unreliable, Guena began issuing orders. The red-haired woman sat up on the bed, holding her head, and after a moment, she blankly stared at the bandages on her chest and abdomen. Did she just get saved? Oh, you're awake. Chapter 41. Flander Rhine pushed open the door to the medical room and found the woman she had caught in her net sitting on the bed in a daze. She walked over and smiled, saying, "You're awake. Don't worry, although I'm not very skilled in medicine, I have quite a bit of experience with treating these superficial injuries." The red-haired woman moved her lips, but found her lips were cracked. Extremely dehydrated, she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Understanding, Rhine prepared a glass of water for her, thoughtfully adding a straw for convenience. Ahem. Although she drank a bit too eagerly and choked, the woman still felt much better after replenishing her fluids. At least she could speak now. "Thank you very much for saving me." She tried to get up to bow, but was pressed down by Rhine, who was quicker. "You should rest and heal first. You can thank me once you're better." After saying that, she took the water cup and left. The red-haired woman obediently lay back on the bed, but waves of surprise surged in her heart. That doctor, just now, was not simple. Although her strength was less than half of what it usually was due to her injuries, it still far exceeded that of an average person. She didn't expect to be pinned down like that. After all, she was the strongest person in her pirate crew. Little did she know, everyone on the ship was a fitness enthusiast, those kind of people who felt itchy if they didn't lift weights for a day. After this period of intense training, Ryan's strength had even surpassed Will's, making her the 5th strongest on the ship. In the dining room, everyone was having a meal. To be honest, as a non-famous chef, Dr. Ryan's cooking skills were just average. It was okay to eat occasionally, but after a few months, it had become somewhat monotonous. The problem was, out of the 6 people on the ship, Ryan's cooking was the best, and the others were even worse cooks. Now, even Nojiko, who considered himself the least picky eater, had started to be selective, which made him think about bringing a professional chef on board. But where could he find someone skilled in cooking and with a certain level of compatibility? That woman has woken up. Do you want to go take a look? Ryan walked into the dining room. Nojiko randomly stuffed food in his mouth and stood up, saying, "Let's go together in a bit." After all, she's someone with an unknown background. It's better to ask clearly before feeling at ease. Everyone agreed. 10 minutes later, in the infirmary, the 6 of them, each with different postures, fixed their gazes on the red-haired woman. "What are you all staring at me for?" Feeling the intense stares from the 6 people, the woman named Flanda instinctively hugged her arms tightly and shrank back on the bed. Usually bold, she suddenly felt a bit scared. These people look tough. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Can't you see you're scaring our friend? Be a little polite. We're not ferocious pirates. Seeing that his side had intimidated the red-haired woman, Nojiko began to feign a cheerful demeanor. Guena and Angel rolled their eyes in unison, wondering who was trying to scare whom in the dining room. Phew, posing is exhausting. They all returned to their normal postures. "Can you briefly introduce yourself?" Nojiko asked with a smile. Okay, my name is Flan." The woman realized her awkwardness and, after calming down, began to introduce herself. But before she could finish her name, Will interrupted her. "Wait, this person seems to be a bounty pirate." The moment Will stepped inside and saw the woman's face, he felt she looked familiar, having seen her on a wanted poster. He had been responsible for gathering information on bounty pirates on the ship. Nojiko and the others looked at Rain and Flanda with strange expressions. "You hardly ever catch anyone, and when you do, it's a bounty pirate. Your luck is something else." "Well done, Rain." Flanda's expression darkened. Had she been recognized? Her smile became somewhat forced. "Are you scared because of my pirate status? After all, my bounty is quite high." Usually proud of her identity as a pirate, she suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Was it because the people who saved her weren't pirates? Or was it because of their strange looks? Will nodded, "It's indeed high. The captain of the gluttonous pirate crew with a bounty of 50 million berries, known as the Tyrant Flanda. I never expected we would end up saving her. This is truly an unexpected turn of events." After saying that, he laughed, and Nojiko and the others exchanged glances, unable to hold back their laughter. "Indeed, who would have thought? I caught quite the haul with this net. Haha, what does this count as?" Of course, it counts as walking into a trap, old man." "What are you all laughing about?" Flanda asked, puzzled. "Is it really that funny to save a pirate?" Nojiko explained to her just now. "You asked if we were scared, right? We just think that the one who should be scared now is you." "What does that mean?" Flanda was becoming more and more confused. "Beautiful pirate lady, do you know our identities? We're not pirates, nor merchants, and definitely not the Navy. Could we be bounty hunters?" Flanda realized, and her expression grew darker as she spoke. "You guessed right, we are bounty hunters. Congratulations, you have become the highest bounty pirate we have ever caught. Aren't you happy?" Angel mischievously blinked, wearing a look of amusement. "Happy? Not all." Flanda felt like she was out of luck. She had just escaped from the tiger's den and had now fallen into the wolf's lair. Perhaps she shouldn't have gone out to sea this year to be a pirate. Wouldn't it have been better to run a restaurant back home? Why pursue freedom? Now, not only was she separated from her crew, but she also didn't know if she would make it back alive. Hey, snap out of it." Seeing Flanda dazed, Nojiko waved his hand in front of her. "Politeness, Mom. We're talking here, what are you doing?" "Humph. Although I'm grateful that you saved me, there's no way I'm going to surrender. If you want my head, come and try." Flanda bared her teeth like a fierce tiger, and with a forceful twist of her waist and hips, she was about to pounce. Nojiko had no choice but to suppress her. "Let me up. You despicable bounty hunter, if you have the guts, let me up and we'll settle this outside." Flanda clawed and struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was pinned down by one hand. Even though she was taller than Nojiko, the difference in strength was like that between a 3-year-old and an adult. "Don't move. Your injuries aren't healed yet. It's better not to move around." Ryan stepped forward to re-bandage her wounds. "It almost opened up just now. Luckily, your physique is strong. If it were an ordinary person, soaking in the sea for a day with injuries could have led to meeting the king of hell. Don't worry, being a bounty hunter is just our side job. Since we saved you, we won't take advantage of your predicament to capture you again." Ryan explained patiently, while wrapping the bandages. Miss Doctor is really a gentle person. Flanda felt a bit shy, knowing her emotions were getting the better of her. However, her compliment was sincere. Rhine, who was carefully bandaging her, must be a gentle girl. All right, don't move around anymore. Yeah, the bandages are done quite properly and don't expose anything. After seeing her emotions settle down, Nojiko continued with the initial question. Introduce yourself briefly. Why were you drifting so far out at sea while seriously injured? People who venture out on the sea aren't that fragile, so there's no need to pick at old wounds, right? The group listened to the injured party recount her experiences while snacking after their meal. Flanda, the daughter of the sea, maintained her composure and recounted her story as if telling a tale. She was born the Grand Line, with her hometown in the food city of Puki, connected by the sea train to the city of the Spring Queen, St. Pablo, the carnival city of Sanfalud, and shipbuilding island, Water 7, forming one of the most prosperous areas of the first half of the Grand Line. The food city, as the name suggests, was an island known for various cuisines, and the locals all had some cooking skills to varying degrees. Growing up in this environment, Flanda developed exceptional culinary skills. However, she was a free spirit who loved adventure and didn't want to manage the family restaurant. 6 months ago, urged by a group of friends, she made a decision that went against her ancestors. She sold the family's century-old establishment to buy a large ship. They set sail and became pirates, calling themselves the Gluttonous Pirate Crew. After a few months of adventure, they gained some fame, and Flanda was glad for her choice. The adventurous life at sea brought her immense joy, until they encountered the Bloodfang Pirates, a new pirate crew that had come from the West Sea to the Grand Line. Captain Bloodfang Nick Dane was just a small pirate with a bounty of 29 million, and Flanda initially didn't take him seriously. She thought he was just a rookie who didn't know his place and dared to challenge them, but she didn't expect to be so completely defeated. She couldn't even defeat the ship's first mate, who had no bounty. The first mate, named Kane, was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also a devil fruit user with exceptionally strong defenses. He had the ability of the turtle fruit, transforming into an elephant tortoise. His shell was even harder than steel, and Flanda's wolf-tooth iron rod couldn't break through his defenses. Instead, she was severely injured and fell into the sea. But more terrifying than Kane was Bloodfang Nick Dane. Flanda, in a daze, only saw him transform into a gigantic monster that bit off the mast of her ship. Not only that, one of her crew members was bitten in half, blood staining the monster's teeth, which was horrifying. A friend who had come out with her from the food city was also defeated by Nick Dane's men. If it weren't for a sudden storm, they would have been completely wiped out. Before losing consciousness, Flanda heard the enemy's arrogant laughter. Roar. I am Bloodfang Nick Dane, the man who will conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. You trash are just stepping stones for my fame. Ha ha. Separated from her companions and still holding onto a plank even while unconscious, Flanda floated on the sea for a day before finally losing all her strength and unable to hold onto anything. If she hadn't encountered the traveler, she might not have survived. The group listened as if they were hearing a story, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. When Flanda finished recounting the events, they felt a bit regretful. It ended so quickly. Well, it's not that they lacked compassion. As the saying goes, those who venture out will eventually pay the price. It's not just pirates. Even bounty hunters like them could be cut down one day, and there's nothing to be regretted. It's simply being outclassed. Stay on the ship until your injuries are healed. Let out first. After learning about the person they had saved, Nojiko and the others went off to do their own things, not wanting to disturb the patient's rest. Hey, you've already disturbed her, all right? The Bloodfang Pirates? I haven't heard of them, but with their style of operation, they should become famous soon, said Will, the captain and member of the intelligence team, as soon as they stepped out. If we encounter them, we'll catch them for money. If not, it doesn't matter. They're just unfamiliar pirates. Nojiko said it didn't matter. A few days later, Will's words came true. The Bloodfang Pirates indeed became famous, widely reported by various newspapers, with even the World Economic News giving them an entire page. They first defeated several well-known pirate crews, then plundered a few towns, causing numerous civilian casualties, and the Bloodfang Pirates became completely renowned in the Grand Line. The captain and the first mate were both offered bounties. Bloodfang Nick Dane had a bounty of 120 million berries, while the first mate Evil Turtle Kane had a bounty of 76 million berries, making them the highest bounty rookie duo of the year. Pirate supernovas? Looking at the young pirate with a rampant smile in the newspaper, Nojiko also smiled. It seemed a bit interesting. A supernova that didn't appear in the original work, probably either killed by pirates in the New World or taken down by the Navy. With so many supernovas in the original work encountering admirals or the four emperors, yet all coming out unscathed, it was too ridiculous. It was normal for one or two to be taken down. Franda was recovering from her injuries on the ship when Nojiko and the others encountered pirates. They still took turns to fight, allowing her to witness the true, self-perceived strength of a few of them. Well, just the surface strength she saw was enough to completely crush the gluttony pirates. Knowing this was a group of newbies who had just come from the EC, Franda fell into another bout of self-doubt. In these times, people from the four seas were too strong. How could locals like them survive in the Grand Line? Half a month later, Franda's wounds could finally be stitched up. From a near-death state, she was now able to wield weapons and smash people around. Her physical condition was not something ordinary people could compare to. Seeing Nojiko and the others hunting pirates, she felt a bit restless and joined in to take down a few minions. Franda was helping keep an eye on the surrendering pirates on the deck of the pirate ship when an excited voice came from the cabin. Nojiko, look what I found. My luck is like the best in the sea. Chapter 42, A New Ability User. That day, after defeating a group of pirates, they were scavenging for loot as usual when Angel walked out of the pirate's treasure room with a smile. In her hand was a gray fruit resembling a papaya, its surface covered in strange patterns of very rare color. But this was obviously a devil fruit. What great luck. These pirates got a devil fruit, but didn't he eat it? Is your captain a fool? She asked the captured pirates on the deck. The captain said this fruit could sell for at least 100 million berries, a very valuable treasure. The tied-up pirates looked excitedly at the fruit in Angel's hand, as money was far more alluring than an unknown ability. Some liked strength, while others preferred money. Even the clown buggy deeply agreed with this. If he had to choose again, he definitely wouldn't eat a devil fruit. Not only would he become a landlubber, but he would also lose out on a fortune of 100 million. However, trading devil fruits was very unfair for those who hadn't seen the fruit encyclopedia because you wouldn't know the specific value of the fruit in hand. Some top-tier abilities might be sold for just 100 million. Let me see it. System appraisal. Noki took the gray fruit. It didn't matter that there was no devil fruit encyclopedia. She had a system that could identify it without costing a penny. Identification successful. This devil fruit is a paramecia type, silent fruit. Silent fruit? Isn't this the ability of Corazon from the original work? It's a purely supportive fruit. However, this ability is quite suitable for a sniper. High speed and silent bullets. Even a typical strong person would have a hard time dodging them, even with observation hockey. Just as Angel said, her luck is indeed very good. Since you found it, this fruit belongs to you. Give it a try. You might be in for a surprise. Nojiko placed the fruit back into the girl's palm, and enticing words flowed from her lips. Are you really going to eat it? At the moment when it was time to eat, Angel hesitated a bit. What if she ended up with some messy powers and became a landlubber? Hurry and eat it, little girl. This is a devil fruit. The main host was not anxious, but the guest, Franda, urged from the side. It was no wonder, on the Grand Line, those with fruit powers were not rare, and their strength was evident, so it was only natural for the locals to admire this. Seeing her father Frank looking at her with the same expectation, Angel made up her mind, returned to the traveler, and went directly to the dining room to grab a fruit knife. Well, after it has passed through so many hands, how can I eat it directly? A lady still needs to maintain hygiene, and even if she isn't a lady, hygiene is necessary. 1 minute later, the door to the room opened silently. To everyone's astonishment, Angel bounced out, making no sound at all. She grinned at Nojiko, with her hands cupped around her mouth like a megaphone, silently shouting something. After having her fun, Angel removed her sound barrier and laughed. Ah, Nojiko, I just called you a big idiot. You didn't hear me, did you? What nice ability. Someone had a dark expression, thinking you just heard it now. You idiot. And is your new ability just for pranks? Amid the laughter, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and set off towards the next island, ready to exchange their bounty with the Navy. By the way, isn't it a bit inappropriate for a pirate like you to accompany us to the Navy base? These people were all quite bold. They had only just remembered there was a living pirate on board when they were near the G8 branch. All right, I can't go in. Franda slapped her forehead, just remembering she was still a wanted pirate. It was all because she had been so comfortable these past few days that she forgot her identity. How about you hide in the cabin? Nojiko suggested a bad idea. Will that work? What if the Navy finds out? It's fine. With Angel around, she just got her powers not long ago. So this is a good opportunity to practice. Don't worry, leave it to me. Angel pounded her chest. It's just a small task. Watch me show off. The G8 Navy branch is located in the middle section of the Grand Line, surrounded by unique circular mountain peaks, making it look like two concentric circles from above. There's only one entrance on the outer ring, and countless cannons are mounted on the mountain walls, making it a classic example of being easy to defend and hard to attack. Upon arrival, the group discovered they had wasted their efforts. They were not allowed through the main gate at all. After verifying the authenticity of the wanted pirate, they were paid off without a single word. It made sense. The G8 branch is one of the Navy's fortresses guarding the Grand Line, commanded by a vice admiral directly from headquarters, whose strength is top tier even in the New World. Unlike those weaklings in the Four Seas, the commander of the G8 branch is Vice Admiral Jonathan, who appears to be easygoing in the anime, but in reality, his strength could easily overpower the Straw Hat crew at that time. However, he chose to use his brains instead of brawn, allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape. This time, Nojiko and her group only brought in a small fry worth over 20 million. Pirates of this level are as common as cows in the sea area. And they didn't even get to see Jonathan. This day was just another routine captain duel, but there was an additional spectator, a red-haired woman. Franda didn't know what was going on. She had healed from her injuries a week ago, but stubbornly stayed on the ship, and of course, no one suggested she leave. The reason was simple. The food made by a professional chef was simply too delicious. True to her origins from the city of gastronomy, she had conquered everyone's taste buds with just a few casual dishes. Over the past week, Nojiko and the others had significantly increased their appetite, and there were even desserts and drinks after meals, which was a luxury they had never dared to dream of before. Thus, Ryan was deprived of her cooking rights, and people should stick to what they do best. She should just continue being a doctor. It had great prospects. Speaking of the two captains, their weekly duels had become a habit since their sparring on the Nameless Island. Except for not using flames, Nojiko hardly held back, leading to Kuina being suppressed in every match, and she had almost been cut all over. In this high-intensity, high-quality combat, both of them progressed quickly. However, one was getting better at swordsmanship, while the other was just getting tougher. Speaking of toughness, despite Kuina's improving sword skills, she still couldn't cut Nojiko with a single strike. She needed to slash the same spot several times for it to be effective. Boom! The aftermath of their clash sent waves of dust flying. No matter how many times one watched, it was still thrilling. Nojiko and Kuina were just too strong. Chapter 43. The Vice Admiral's Invitation. Watching the battle, Franda's eyes sparkled with excitement. The old her was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Having a bit of strength made her complacent, thinking she was invincible, completely ignorant of the vastness of the world. Just looking at the people on this ship, the two in the duel could easily kill her without breaking a sweat. The gap was too large to compare. That little girl, Angel, was already hitting her mark perfectly before eating the fruit. Now that she had fruit powers, her strength had risen to another level. Facing her, she would probably not even know how she died. Frank had immense destructive power, not to mention the powerful bullets from his double-barreled shotgun. His record of smashing a pirate ship with a single punch was something ordinary people couldn't match. Her body couldn't withstand an explosion. Ryan's combat power, while not as obvious, was equally fearsome with her strange vine attacks that combined offense and defense and could sap a person's strength, making it almost impossible to win against her. As for Will, well, she thought she could beat him, but that wasn't something to be proud of, right? Is being stronger than the bottom of the barrel something to be happy about? Because she understood all this, Franda was in no hurry to leave. Staying with this group, she should be able to become stronger too. As for her lost companions, she had already contacted them with the snail, and those who survived managed to escape thanks to the storm. She didn't even know where the pirate flag had ended up. The pirate crew was practically non-existent now, so it was better to part on good terms. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the Grand Line, in the city of gastronomy, Puki, the remnants of the gluttonous pirates returned here. The younger members who escaped back home gathered in a tavern to discuss their future. The captain said she doesn't plan to be a pirate anymore. What should we do? What else can we do? Let's all scatter. I've had enough of the pirate life and don't want to set sail again. Me too. The sea is too terrifying. I'd rather stay here and be a chef. I say, why don't we buy back the restaurant that the captain's family used to own with the treasure on the ship? Being a pirate is too risky. Switching to business sounds pretty good. Agreed. The remaining dozen or so unknown pirate crew members roar. Just like that, while Franda was lost in thought. Those who had previously persuaded her to sell her house and buy a ship bought the house back. Congratulations. Boom. The battle ended with Nojiko shattering the slash that Guena had unleashed with her last ounce of strength. Half a month later, near the G8 base in the Grand Line, I said, do you really have to change the bounty here? There are plenty of naval bases in the Grand Line. Can't we go to the town instead? Franda looked speechless at the fortress in the distance. This was their 4th time here, and each time she was filled with trepidation. Don't be so timid. The Navy won't check the ship's cabin. Just hide in there later. Will chimed in beside her. You bastard. Franda had never been gentle, and even after her injury, her temper had only mellowed a bit. After healing, she returned to her original self. She stepped forward, grabbing Will by his clothes and lifting him up. Are you mocking me for being scared? To be fair, Will, who was of ordinary height, looked like a little chick in front of the over 2-meter tall Franda. Hey, let go. The button is going to pop off. This is my new shirt. Let go, you violent maniac. Will struggled continuously, but his strength was no match for hers, and he didn't dare to stab her with his heavy sword, so he could only look at Nojiko and the others for help. Those who were stared at with his pitiful gaze merely glanced at him before continuing their conversation. What do you want to eat tonight? Rice and salt-grilled mackerel, I suppose. Goena, don't you get tired of eating those? I want ice cream, the double scoop kind. Good daughter, let's not eat too much cold stuff tonight. Let's have bone soup instead, you're still growing. Hey, Will gave up struggling. The travelers stopped at the fortress entrance, and Nojiko and Ryan brought the captured pirates bound by vines to collect the bounty. They did this for some lucky pirates who hadn't been killed. The thorns on the vines could paralyze a person, preventing the bound from struggling. Just when they thought they could leave after collecting their money, like before, the naval sergeant in charge called out to them. Miss Nojiko, Commander Jonathan wants to invite you and Miss Gana to be guests at the base. Huh? What's going on? Nojiko, who had planned to leave after counting the money, stopped and turned to Gana, and they exchanged a knowing smile. As expected, here it comes. She arranged for Angel and the others to stay alert nearby, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Anyway, she could fly, and she could catch up while carrying Gana. The two followed the sergeant into the famous fortress of the Grand Line. Why refuse? This is a rare opportunity to meet high-ranking Navy officials. There might even be a chance to challenge the experts in the Navy. Otherwise, why would they keep hanging around nearby, if not for the opportunity to get in? Warships were lined up in rows, with teams of Navy patrols everywhere. Monitoring transponder snails and searchlights were visible all around. On the surrounding cliffs, there was a cannon at intervals, and hundreds of cannons looked quite intimidating, easily capable of blasting any enemies trying to breach the fortress into pieces. Report. Kumain, a deep yet slightly amiable voice came from inside the office. Commander Jonathan, the guests have arrived. The sergeant saluted and then left. Haha, please have a seat, my young guests. Rear Admiral Jonathan was a middle-aged man with a thick brown beard, and when the two entered, he was deep in thought in front of a checkers board, his brow furrowed as if pondering some significant life issue. Upon seeing the two enter, he smiled and greeted them. I wonder, Rear Admiral, what do you need us for? Nojiko is not a person who gets easily intimidated. As soon as she sat down, she asked the reason why the other party had called the two of them over. Goena, on the other hand, tensed up the moment she entered the room, not daring to relax for a second. She felt danger emanating from this amiable middle-aged man, as if he could easily kill her, even though he showed no malice at all. This sense of tension shouldn't have been present in her, but for some reason lately, her senses had become unusually sharp, and her perception of danger was stronger than ever, making it somewhat difficult for her to control her state. Well, don't be too nervous. I truly invited you here as guests. Major General Jonathan glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and his smile deepened. It's almost afternoon tea time. Can we chat while having some snacks? What would you like to eat? Donuts or cream puffs? I heard the cake baked in the cafeteria today is also quite good. Why don't we have a bit of everything? Chapter 44 Challenge 1. Really? I'm just a bit hungry. Nojiko smiled expectantly, but her right hand quietly grasped Goena's hand, who also noticed her companion's unusual behavior. What's wrong? She wrote these words in Goena's palm with her finger. I'm fine, Goena replied with her finger as well. Feeling the warmth coming from their palms, Goena's heart inexplicably calmed down, and a strange sensation enveloped her body. Suddenly, it seemed like she could control her own state. A skill that she had vaguely understood before was suddenly mastered. She focused and glanced at Nojiko, feeling a wave of heat. When she relaxed, the feeling disappeared. When Jonathan turned to call for someone to bring snacks and drinks, she casually looked at the back of the other person and felt the dangerous aura return, but again, it vanished when she relaxed. Goena was puzzled. What was this ability? After placing the order, Jonathan continued to chat with the two. A hint of confusion appeared in his mind as well. This swordsman girl seemed a bit different. Had something happened while he was on the phone? After enjoying a piece of cake, Jonathan said, How is it? Tastes good, right? My wife Jessica is the head chef at the fortress. She usually prepares my meals, and opportunities to indulge in desserts like this are rare. After saying this, he stuffed another piece of cake into his mouth. Nojiko had no interest in watching the middle-aged man enjoy his food. It was not appetizing. She bluntly said, "General Jonathan, you didn't invite us here just to taste desserts, did you? Or are you just showing off your talented wife?" Sigh. Are young people nowadays so impatient? All right, I'll get straight to the point. I actually want to invite you to join the Navy. Jonathan swallowed the cake in his mouth and revealed the true purpose. Here we go again. Nojiko and Guena exchanged glances. This wasn't the first time, was it? Smoker was like this last time, too. In fact, I've noticed your performance recently. You truly are terrifyingly young. To be honest, when I was your age, I was nowhere near as strong as you. Jonathan couldn't help but sigh. What was he doing in his teens? It seemed he was still being beaten by the instructors in the boot camp. I'm sorry, Admiral, but we cannot agree. Noki decisively rejected the other party's invitation. Oh, can I know why? With your talents, joining the Navy would definitely provide the greatest resource allocation, which is much better than trying to grow stronger on your own. Although this world values talent more, having a strong teaching force is also indispensable. Just like in the Navy, under the guidance of Teacher Zephyr, countless strong individuals have emerged. He himself was originally just a person of ordinary talent. Without joining the Navy, where would his current strength come from? Of course, Vice Admiral Jonathan's initial purpose in joining the Navy was not just to become stronger, but to uphold justice. However, the justice he bears needs to be protected by strength. The Navy has too many restrictions. Of course, we don't want to do bad things, nor do we want to be controlled. Just like now, being an adventurer, occasionally catching a few pirates to supplement our living is quite good. Nojiko certainly has her reasons. When she encounters injustice, she will take action, but more often than not, she lets it go. Given the conduct of the world government and those celestial dragons, if she were to join the Navy, would she intervene in dark matters related to them or not? If she were to witness a celestial dragon shooting slaves and civilians, and she retaliated by severely injuring the celestial dragon, would the Navy protect her? These issues are quite troublesome, and it's easier to be an adventurer, which suits her personality. However, she cannot express these reasons to the Marine Vice Admiral in front of her. Supplementing her living expenses? Jonathan was somewhat taken aback by their reasoning for becoming bounty hunters. With their habit of frequently changing bounties, is that really a way to supplement their living? Fortunately, my finances here are relatively affluent. Otherwise, a typical Marine branch might go bankrupt from your actions of supplementing living expenses. Vice Admiral Jonathan realized the truth. Several Marine branches had already gone bankrupt due to them exploiting the system. Nojiko was not interested in the financial issues of the G8 branch. She had her own motives for accepting the invitation this time. She had already mastered one of the 6 powers, shave, but the more important moonwalk was still out of reach. She planned to take this opportunity to challenge Vice Admiral Jonathan, who, as an elite of the headquarters, would definitely know the 6 powers. She just didn't know if her strength could force him to reveal his true abilities. As long as she observed a few more times, she was confident she could figure it out. The group spent the afternoon tea time with their own thoughts. Nojiko pondered how to bring up the challenge, while Kuina reflected on her own changes, and it seemed that only Jonathan genuinely wanted to eat dessert. Was it because his chef wife was too strict with him? Not allowed to eat this, not allowed to eat that, insisting on nutritional balance, and forcing him to eat vegetables he didn't like. Having a beautiful and strong-willed wife is both a blessing and a headache. If you were to say it, what balanced nutrition? These are all superficial. Just look at the Navy headquarters, which top-tier fighters are in tea eating meat and fish every day. They're all as robust as sea kings. Chapter 45, Challenge, Part 2. Satisfied after finishing dessert, Vice Admiral Jonathan had someone come in to clear the dishes. Unexpectedly, you all declined decisively. Is justice really so unappealing to young, strong individuals? Nojiko laughed and said, in this day and age, it's not easy to avoid breaking the law at sea. Justice is a luxury. Oh, is that what you think? Then what about you, Miss Kuina? What do you think? Jonathan, seeing that Nojiko was unyielding, shifted his gaze to the quiet swordsman who had been in the room since the beginning. As long as I can become the world's #1 swordsman, I have no requirements regarding my identity, whether it's the Navy or bounty hunters. Kuina answered seriously, then added, I'm currently very happy with my companions and have no plans to change my identity. The strongest? You have quite an ambition. Do you know what kind of road this is? Jonathan was somewhat surprised. This quiet little girl was unexpectedly impressive. It's a road that will eventually lead to an endpoint. Kuina's voice was firm, filled with immense confidence. What an admirable aspiration. Jonathan didn't mock her. After all, which young and talented swordsman hadn't dreamed of becoming the strongest? He also had a colleague who was just one step away from being the strongest swordsman, and he had been inspired by her passion in the past. You all. Jonathan's expression was somewhat helpless. He genuinely admired these young people. Before he could continue, Nojiko spoke up first. Vice Admiral, actually, we accepted your invitation this time to ask you for a favor. What is it? Go ahead and tell me. Jonathan's temper was considered quite good among the Navy's high ranks, and he did not change his friendly attitude due to the refusal of the two. Nojiko said seriously, I want to experience the strength of a naval powerhouse. Please accept my challenge. It was the first time she used honorifics since entering the room, which showed her earnest attitude. What challenged me? The Rear Admiral's face showed a moment of surprise. You're quite brave, little one. I just praised you a bit. And now you want to challenge an old powerhouse? Seeing Guena also eager to try, Jonathan felt a headache coming on. Ever since he was assigned to guard the G8 branch, he hadn't fought anyone. If he accidentally hurt someone due to being out of practice, wouldn't be good. Yes, he never thought he would lose to the two of them. After all, no matter how much potential young people have, their training time and combat experience are there. Not everyone is like Big Mom or a monster, right? Follow me, Jonathan said as he led the two to the training ground. He accepted Nojiko's challenge, partly because he wanted to stretch his muscles after a long time, and partly to test the true level of the younger generation. He would need to write a report about it later, and he believed the headquarters would be interested in such newcomers. Hey, did you hear? Someone is challenging Admiral Jonathan. News spread quickly among the Navy personnel in the fortress, and within minutes, the entire fortress was buzzing. It was a rare event for Admiral Jonathan to fight. Countless sailors who admired him rushed to the scene to witness the Admiral's prowess in battle. Even Jessica, who was directing numerous chefs in the restaurant to prepare dinner for the Navy, learned that her husband was going to duel a guest. Unlike ordinary sailors, as someone who had known him for many years, Jessica understood Jonathan's strength far better than outsiders. He was at a mid to upper level, even among the admirals in the headquarters. Changing out of her chef's outfit, she also went to the training ground. So that's the challenger of the admiral? Surprisingly pretty. The onlookers expressed doubts, wondering if these two young girls were really that strong, as they didn't seem it at all. Some who knew the background began to explain the two girls' origins. When the crowd learned that they had captured quite a few bounty pirates, gasps of surprise arose, lamenting that one shouldn't judge by appearances. Jessica, standing among the crowd, showed a worried expression. She had seen a photo of Nojiko before and naturally knew that this was the guest Jonathan had invited today. To be honest, even just from the photo, she had a good impression of the two girls and had planned to invite them to dinner after finishing her tasks. But things took an unexpected turn. There are quite a few spectators here. Well, you all can come. Just to be clear, I will only accept this challenge once. Jonathan moved his limbs a bit, wondering how much strength he should use in a bit. I'll do it. Nojiko responded immediately, then whispered to Guena, let me handle this time. After all, he is not a swordsman. If it doesn't go well, I'll let you strike a few more times later. Guena didn't argue. Under Nojiko's expectant gaze, she gave up the opportunity for this challenge. For her, even just occasionally striking at Nojiko could still provide significant improvement. Seeing Nojiko stepping forward alone, Jonathan asked in confusion, are you going by yourself? Of course. She planted her great sword into the ground. Nojiko didn't like fighting with weapons against an unarmed opponent. She wasn't like Teacher Kai, who could use a mace against flip-flops. How could he even do that? After aiming at her target, to avoid causing trouble, she didn't use shave in front of someone knowledgeable. Instead, she charged forward with both feet, shooting out like an arrow. The ground cracked under the pressure, and Nojiko's figure disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, she appeared in front of her opponent. So fast. Jonathan thought this, but his punch didn't slow down. Boom! The collision of their fists, one large and one small, sent a shockwave through the air, causing the surrounding air currents to spread out violently. So strong, the fierce wind hit them. The aftermath of their battle even made the onlookers take a step back. The first move ended with both sides retreating a step, seeming evenly matched. I didn't expect you to be this strong, Jonathan said, shaking his hand. That little girl had quite the strength. What can I say? I'm naturally strong. Let us go again. But relying solely on brute strength, one defeat the opponent. Nojiko swung her fists again, but this time it was ineffective. No matter how much faster her moves became or how much stronger her punches got, her opponent dodged them all. Each time she was just a hair's breadth away from landing a hit, and Jonathan's movements seemed almost calculated. Is this what observation hockey is? A smile flickered in Nojiko's eyes. Since you are using advanced skills to bully a novice, don't blame me for the sneak attack. When Jonathan narrowly dodged another incoming punch, a dazzling flame suddenly erupted from Nokigao's arm, heading straight for his bushy beard. What? He barely avoided the flames. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was just a hair's breadth away from losing his meticulously groomed beard. Wow! Watching Nokigao suddenly burst into flames, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in unison. It's a devil fruit user. Fire is a Logia type. Marine soldiers follow my orders. Retreat 100 meters. Jonathan's expression grew cautious as he began instructing the onlookers to step back to avoid accidentally injuring innocent bystanders. You guessed wrong. Naka's figure suddenly grew taller, transforming into her second stage, the Beastman form. She was about to go all out. Since her regular attacks could be sensed and dodged with observation haki, she would unleash some attacks that couldn't be avoided, forcing him to use his full strength. It was actually a more rare Zoan-type mythical beast than the natural type. Jonathan exclaimed. This little girl never ceased to surprise people. How could he want her to join the Navy even more now? Flames enveloped her. Noki was surrounded by golden red flames, and the temperature around them instantly rose significantly, causing many people to start sweating. Be careful, General. You should be careful too. Jonathan had already taken off his shirt and thrown it aside. He was bare-chested, covered from head to toe in a thick layer of black. His upper body was muscular and full of explosive power, making him seem even more robust. He was also going to use all his strength. Whoosh! A wisp of smoke floated by, and the two of them simultaneously vanished from their original spots. Boom! In the next moment, a strong burst of flames erupted, followed by the sound of an explosion, nearly causing all the onlookers to feel dizzy and experience ringing in their ears. Chapter 46. The Gaze of the Navy Marshal. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions continued to resonate from the scene, as the intense offensive and defensive battle between the two was breathtaking. Nokigao, relying on her tough skin and strong recovery, met the opponent's domineering attack head-on with her fiery fist. Meanwhile, Jonathan, with years of mastery in armament haki, was also unafraid of the high temperatures. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. However, Nokigao was not in a hurry. Although her original goal was to use this challenge to learn one of the 6 forms, Moonwalk, she now had a more important objective. Armament haki. Everyone in this world possesses observation haki and armament haki within them, but the vast majority of people never manage to use it in their lifetime. Now, she intended to take advantage of the fight to learn the techniques of using armament haki. Boom! In a moment of inattentiveness, a fist the size of a sandbag struck Nokigao's face, sending her flying. Hiss! That really hurt. An armament haki attack was indeed different from ordinary methods. She hadn't felt this level of pain even when she was injured by Kuinao before. Chafe, taking advantage of Nokigao still being airborne, Jonathan caught up with her, and his iron fist came crashing down again. Initially, he had only intended to guide the newcomer, but as the fight progressed, he became more spirited. It had been a long time since he fought so freely. Just as his fist was about to hit her, he noticed a sly smile on her face. Not good. A sense of deadly crisis surged in his heart, and Jonathan immediately changed direction in mid-air using Moonwalk. The moment he dodged, a high temperature surged from behind him. Turning around, he saw a fireball with a diameter of over 5 meters appear in place, the intense light nearly blinding him. Whoosh! The fireball landed on the ground, followed by the terrifying sound of flames consuming everything. When the flames dissipated, everyone opened their eyes in shock. It turned out that the stone ground beneath Nokigao had melted into a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter, with red-hot lava slowly flowing in it. Jonathan felt a wave of fear wash over him, cold sweat breaking out beneath the skin covered by armament haki. Little lady, we don't have such deep hatred, do we? If I hadn't dodged quickly, I might have met my deceased father today. Hiss! Around him, gasps were heard, as if trying to inhale the lingering high temperature. Kuinao watched with sparkling eyes, thinking how strong Nokigao was. The stronger she became, the happier Kuinao felt, as it meant she could improve faster. It seemed she would have to work even harder to chop her down in the future. Unbeknownst to her friend who wished to cut her, Nokigao was grinning at her opponent. Vice Admiral Jonathan, don't misunderstand. I didn't go all out. I only used that move because I figured you could dodge it. You little girl, sigh, are we continuing? Jonathan didn't hold a grudge. He just wanted to hit her a few more times. Of course, I'm not done yet. I haven't fully learned armament haki and moonwalk yet. How can I easily pause? Nokigo's body was once again engulfed in flames as he charged at his opponent. Iron block, steel. Jonathan's body suddenly trembled, and his figure seemed to become angular. A powerful elbow strike met Nojiko's fiery punch. The iron block of the six styles, combined with the armament haki, made his body hardness reach an incredible level. If this strike were to be received by CP9 on Judicial Island using iron block, it would likely pierce through her body. However, Jonathan did not take a single step back. The two were locked in a contest of strength at that spot. Noki carefully perceived the dense armament color covering the opponent's arm through the flames, marveling at this incredible power that could attack, defend, and even insulate against high temperatures. But is there a limit? She continuously raised the temperature of the flames, and before long, Jonathan began to sweat all over, his black arm turning red from the heat. It seems he's reached his limit. It looks like his armament color can only defend to this extent. Noki retracted her flames and stepped back. She had almost understood how to use armament haki, and now all she needed was to learn moonwalk to achieve her goal. Boom! Without continuing close combat, the phoenix flames gathered into a burst of fire that rushed rapidly towards Jonathan, forcing him to constantly change his position. With the alternating use of Saruan moonwalk, the flames didn't even touch his clothes. The only result was the ground being burned to a pitch-black state. The person who had to clean the training ground tonight had a tough job. Such an attack is useless against me. Keep going. Have you digested the afternoon snacks yet? Young people just can't keep up. After dodging another flame attack with moonwalk, Jonathan chuckled and teased. With this level of combat, he could keep going for an entire day. Noki raised his hand and said, "I'm too tired, I concede." Moonwalk got it. I really am a genius. I learned it after watching it a few times. Hee. Your moves are great, and now they're mine too. Since the goal has been achieved and she had her fun in battle, let's stop here. I still need to go back and solidify these two skills, right? Major General, we won't disturb you any longer. See you next time, Guena. The battle ended so abruptly. Watching the two leave, Jonathan felt a bit confused. Did they finish? Why does he feel so unsatisfied? Jessica squeezed through the noisy crowd to stand in front of him and chuckled. You really used all your strength against a little girl. Hey, Jessica, you're here too. The Jonathan who withdrew from battle mode became the amiable fortress commander, still showing a vulnerable side in front of his wife. She's not just any little girl. It won't be long before she surpasses me. Outside the fortress, Angel and the others were getting anxious. Why did you take so long to come out? What was that noise just now? It turned out they heard the commotion from outside as well. I'll tell you all about it in a bit. Nojiko's joyful expression was evident to everyone, but only Guena could roughly guess the real reason behind it, as she had also gained quite a bit from this battle. It seemed she understood what ability she had comprehended before. This move was also used by Vice Admiral Jonathan, who could evade attacks from his opponents even with his eyes closed. It is called observation haki. Of course, Guena had only learned it at a basic level and did not yet know its name. In this era, being a bounty hunter doesn't offer much of a future. It's manageable in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the second half, it's almost impossible to survive. The best you can do is hunt down the pirate supernovas, but when it comes to those old-school powerful pirates, they are all entangled with various forces, either related to the four emperors or the world government. Killing one brings a swarm, and you can't even exchange it for a bounty. Nojiko does not intend to stay in this line of work forever. Her current goal is to accumulate funds in the first half of the Grand Line for future use. After all, one must save money no matter which world they are in. Working does not have a bright future, and she doesn't know how to do business or engage in petty theft or rob merchant ships. So, she can only take down a few pirates and earn some money in the process. However, sometimes saving money can become addictive. Once she gets hooked, it brings trouble to the Navy. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Fleet Admiral's Office. Sengoku was sitting at his desk reviewing reports submitted by various branches when he frowned and looked helpless. Here we go again. It hasn't been long since the last request, and another branch is asking for funds. In recent months, several Navy branches in the first half of the Grand Line have been short on funds, primarily because a group of ruthless bounty hunters has emerged out of nowhere, hunting pirates everywhere. Anyone targeted by them ends up either dead or injured, and without exception, they all have bounties placed on them. The actions of this group are easy to predict. Starting from the entrance of the Grand Line, every time they pass a Navy branch, they either capture all the surrounding pirates or clean out the branch's funds, and they won't leave until they do so. Looking at the photo of the beautiful girl with a radiant smile, Sengoku fell into deep thought. Seeing her striking golden red hair, he knew it was Nojiko. The photo was sent by Vice Admiral Jonathan from Base G8, along with the funding request. It was taken when Nojiko was invited to visit by Jonathan's wife, Jessica. Along with it, he also sent the basic intelligence he gathered about Nojiko's crew. According to the intelligence, Exploding Bullet Frank and Sword Duelist Will were once well-known bounty hunters in the East Blue, and recently there have been rumors of them defeating pirates with bounties exceeding 40 million alone. In particular, the former is a powerful devil fruit user, and some have witnessed him shatter a pirate ship with a single strike. Devil Vine Rhine is young and beautiful, but her strength should not be underestimated. She is a vine fruit user and has a record of defeating an entire pirate crew by herself. Those touched by her vines gradually lose their strength, hence the nickname Devil Vine given to her by some pirates. If Sengoku considers the first 3 individuals to be of average level, the last 3 are truly exceptional. Even he has to admire their talent. Grim Reaper's Hand Angel, the youngest member on the ship, received this nickname from survivors of the pirate crew she defeated. According to their descriptions, no one can survive under Angel's gun unless she deliberately spares them. The intelligence states that Angel's most impressive battle was about half a month ago against a seasoned pirate crew that had been lingering in the Grand Line for over 3 years. The captain had a bounty of 63 million, and even the first mate was not to be underestimated, with a bounty close to 50 million berries. Such strength is not considered weak in the first half of the Grand Line. However, what was unexpected was that the battle ended in less than 3 minutes, with the pirate crew surrendering. It turned out that the captain and first mate were both killed by Angel within a minute, causing the remaining pirates to lose their will to fight. Such a young individual with such achievements is quite rare in the world. In particular, Jonathan emphasized that, based on his observations, Angel might possess observation haki, though she may not even be aware of it. Typically, a sniper is just accurate with their shots. But this girl can consistently focus on the same part of a fast-moving enemy, as if she can foresee their next move. The intelligence specifically mentions that this girl might be a devil fruit user, though her specific ability has yet to be discovered. It is speculated to be of the Paramecia type. Upon seeing the later intelligence, Sengoku's expression became serious. These are the 2 individuals Jonathan values the most, Moon Knight Guena and Phoenix Nojiko. There's a reason behind these nicknames. Recently, seeing her companions gain fame, Nojiko decided to adopt the nickname Phoenix Queen for herself, and she enthusiastically took Guena's hand, saying, "If I am the queen, then you are my knight. Why not call your nickname Moon Knight?" Guena shot her a sideways glance, thinking it was shameless to call herself a queen. However, she didn't care much about such things. She was indifferent to what nickname she was called and accepted Nojiko's choice. As expected, there was a slight mishap later on. During one battle, when an enemy asked who Nojiko was, she only said Phoenix without mentioning Queen, her face turning red with embarrassment. It seems that while it doesn't matter what they call her privately, her sense of shame comes into play in public. Subsequently, Phoenix became her nickname, coincidentally fitting the naming style of the Pirate King. Moon Knight Gana, a swordsmanship genius, is a swordswoman under 20 years old who can preliminarily use observation haki. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Finally, there is Phoenix Nojiko, who has drawn Sengoku's attention as a user of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Being a Zoan type, he naturally understands the power of such fruits. Jonathan particularly emphasized this girl's potential, which far exceeds that of ordinary people: extraordinary strength, remarkable battle intuition, and exceptional learning talent, combined with top-tier devil fruit abilities. In short, this person has the potential to become an admiral. Crack, crack. Ah, waking up and having some senbei is indeed the best. Sengoku, bring out your tea. I want to enjoy it with the senbei. Kapu shouted as he woke up on the sofa in the Fleet Admiral's office, rummaging around for things. Sure enough, he found the senbei that someone had hidden away in the corner. "Hey, you bastard. That was my stash for after work." Seeing his old friend's nonchalant attitude, Sengoku's mustache twitched in anger. He had been busy with work and was starving after almost a whole day. "You dare eat my supplies? Don't sweat it, old man. I've been feeling down lately and just wanted to eat something." Kapu continued searching for the tea that Sengoku had hidden. Hearing this, Sengoku perked up. "Oh, you have times when you're in a bad mood? Quick, tell me so I can feel better. It's that grandson of mine. I didn't expect him to run off to become a pirate while I wasn't around. It's really giving me a headache. Ha ha ha. What? You bastard, how can you laugh? As a descendant of a Navy hero, you actually went to become a pirate." Kapu, picking his nose, nonchalantly interrupted Sengoku's next words. "Let's not dwell on that. By the way, where did you hide your tea? Get lost. I won't tell you." Chapter 47, Arrival at Spade. Nojiko and his group stayed near the G8 branch for several months. They originally didn't intend to stay for so long, but they couldn't resist the warm hospitality of Commander Jonathan and his wife. Most importantly, it seemed like there was an endless supply of berries there. During this time, Nojiko and his group defeated dozens of pirate crews, all with significant bounties, and even several pirate crews had multiple pirates with bounties. Yet they still hadn't exhausted the cash of this base. One couldn't help but marvel at the navy of the Grand Line. One day, Nojiko was urged by Kana and the others to say goodbye to Rear Admiral Jonathan. They were tired of staying around and wanted to leave early. "Are you really not planning to join the Navy?" The calm and composed middle-aged man with a beard slowly asked. "We can't help it. We're used to freedom and don't want to be constrained." Nojiko answered the reason she had repeated many times. "Why do every commander at your naval base want to recruit us? Is it really for the sake of the headquarters? You might not know, but the higher-ups value you a lot, especially you. It would be a pity not to have such good talent in the Navy." Thinking about the order issued by Marshal Jean-Gui yesterday, Jonathan felt a bit of a headache, as it was imperative to bring these people back to the naval headquarters. Come on, they're the Navy, not pirates. And if they don't want to stay, can you really force them? Although he had a good personal relationship with Akainu, his working style was nothing like that old friend's. "Thank you for your kindness, but we really don't want to be in the Navy. We came here to say goodbye to you." Nojiko's attitude is very sincere. Recently, he has been often eating at others' homes, especially since Jonathan's wife, Jessica, is the head chef at the base. Not only is she beautiful, but she also cooks delicious food, making it hard for him to leave. After being rejected again, Jonathan sighed and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I wish you all the best. If you don't join the Navy, that's fine, but please promise me one thing." "What is it?" "Don't go astray. I know young people like you enjoy chasing freedom, but now freedom is tied to pirates." "Sai, I've said too much. Remember, as long as you don't go against justice, the doors of the Navy will always be open for you." "Marshal Sengoku, I really can't force someone to stay. By the way, how should I report to you this time?" The usual bounty of tens of millions for pirates can no longer satisfy these fierce bounty hunters. Numerous battles have greatly improved the strength of Nojiko and the others, especially Frank, Will, and Lane. Their strength has multiplied several times since they were in Logtown. After leaving the G8 base, the next destination for the traveler is the Spade archipelago, a necessary stop on the Grand Line's way to the New World, gathering countless outlaws, including supernova pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Set sail towards the Spade archipelago. Nojiko waved her hand grandly, directing a few people to take the ship out. As the captain of the traveler, she, of course, sat at the bow sipping juice. With intentional modifications, the traveler had developed a more personal style. The moon-white sails were adorned with a soaring phoenix, and at the bow, a luxurious phoenix statue made of phoenix alloy was spray-painted in gold and red, looking lifelike and resembling someone's transformed form. The flag was also different from other ships. With red as the base color, it featured golden designs, again depicting the flying phoenix. "Franda, pour me a glass of orange juice." Influenced by Nami and Belmare, Nojiko's favorite fruit was also orange, though she hadn't planted any orange trees on the ship. "You're really taking it easy." The ones responsible for sailing were Frank and Will, and after lowering the sails, Goena had nothing else to do. So she walked to the bow to enjoy the sea breeze with the captain. "Give me one too." When it came to giving orders, she wasn't one to hold back either. Then, Angel joined them. 5 minutes later, a table full of fruit snacks appeared on the deck, and the 5 women on board had started a tea party. Franda officially became the ship's cook. No one cared much about her pirate identity as long as she didn't show up in front of the Navy. Previously, when they were near the G8 branch, with Angel's silence ability, as long as she stayed in the cabin, no one could detect her presence. Even when they sailed right under Jonathan's nose a few times, he didn't notice. I must say, the silence fruit seems to exist just for Angel, as long as someone stand within her soundless barrier. Even observation hockey can't perceive their presence. It's truly a cheat tool. Having made a lot of money, they let the small pirates they encountered along the way go. With bounties not exceeding 50 million, they weren't even interested in taking a glance. With money, you could be so willful. The group leisurely made their way, stopping along the way, taking 2 months to drift from the G8 branch to the Spade archipelago. In that time, the Straw Hats could have run from Fusha village to here. It's hard to understand why they could sail so fast after experiencing many events in the original story. However, there are benefits to being slow. They had ample time to improve their strength. In those 2 months, under Nojiko's guidance, everyone learned one of the 6 forms. Suru and Goena and Angel could also use the more difficult Jeppo proficiently. However, the other 4 couldn't. Talent comes in levels. Although Frank and Ryan were not bad, they seemed a bit ordinary compared to the younger 3 on board. When Nojiko learned that Goena had silently mastered observation hockey, her expression was one of shock. "Wow, If you hadn't died early in the original story, you might really have been able to take off right from the spot. It seems you were written off by Oda because he feared your talent was too strong and would hinder Luffy's path. Huh? One could use armament hockey, and the other could use observation hockey. They began to learn from each other. It didn't take long for both to master each other's new skills. Dual-colored hockey, get. As for Angel, like Gwenna, she also unconsciously mastered observation hockey. First, she could sense the strength of her enemies, and gradually, without needing to see or hear, she could know the enemy's location. Ultimately, she could clearly perceive the target's aura, even from a distance of over 1,000 meters. The awakening of observation hockey came naturally. The only regret was that the young girl was not learning armament hockey as quickly. As of today, she was still inconsistent with it, perhaps because her physical fitness hadn't reached the standard yet. After all, she was 2 years younger than Nojiko. True to being the last stop before the New World, pirates could be seen everywhere. Docking near the 44th Red Tree, the group hadn't even disembarked when they saw pirates fighting in the harbor. Surrounding them were others, like Nojiko and her crew, watching the excitement, frequently commenting and comparing the strength of both sides. The Navy is coming, someone shouted from a distance. In less than 10 seconds, whether fighting or watching, everyone scattered. The level of coordination between the two sides left a few newbies who had just arrived in a daze. The Spade archipelago. Only extraordinary people could live here. There are many entertainment venues and specialty shops between the 40th and 49th Red Trees. Let us go explore. Having earned quite a bit of money, it's time to enjoy ourselves. Nojiko's proposal received unanimous approval. Making money is for spending. Angel wanted to go to the amusement park, while Ryan and Flando wanted to visit the clothing store, and Frank and Will each had their own places in mind. So they decided to go together, since they would be staying here for a while. However, while relaxing is important, Nojiko didn't forget that the Shampoo Islands are a mixed bag, with many criminals gathering there. So everyone usually moved together. No matter how strong you are, caution is always necessary. Being prudent never goes out of style. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted a lot of attention, especially with 5 uniquely charming beauties appearing in one place. Who could resist taking a second look? It can only be said that this is indeed a lawless place. The group that didn't keep a low profile was targeted by the local slave traders. As they came out of the amusement park, a group quietly followed them. At Red Tree number 42, in a not-so-dark corner. Let us go. We won't dare again. Ah! A group of shifty-eyed slave traders was knocked down to the ground, and then they all knelt, begging for mercy. Seeing their pitiful faces, their swollen cheeks must hurt a lot, right? It's okay, it won't hurt soon. Nojiko and her companions are not to be trifled with. When it comes to true enemies, they never leave survivors. A minute later, they left that corner, leaving behind a bloody scene that would give anyone nightmares. In just 3 days, there had been over a dozen bloody incidents, and the names of a few people spread secretly across the island. Almost every faction had suffered losses, but no one dared to speak up, because those who sought revenge, no matter how many, only became nourishment for the Red Tree. In these days, aside from some places they couldn't go, everyone explored the Shambadi archipelago. It's worth mentioning that they did not encounter the Celestial Dragons, nor did they visit Shaki's bar. Nojiko had no interest in Shambadi's specialties. It was impossible for her to kneel before the Celestial Dragons, and encountering them would only bring trouble. Out of sight, out of mind. As for Dark King Rayleigh, he was not her kind of person. What could a bounty hunter and a pirate possibly talk about? She currently had no ability to capture him for a bounty, so she wouldn't go with the flow. Speaking of which, how much is the bounty on Dark King Rayleigh's head? As the deputy of the Pirate King, it should be around 3 billion, right? Tonight, there's an auction near the number 1 Red Tree, and I want to go see it. While having lunch at a restaurant, Nojiko shared what she had heard from some passing pirates with her companions. Gwenna frowned and said, "Is it another human auction?" "Of course not. How could I go to that kind of auction? It's a devil fruit auction. I've heard someone will be selling a devil fruit tonight." Chapter 48. Devil fruit trade. Speaking of this, everyone became interested, especially Will, as he was the weakest among the old crew members, even weaker than the newly joined Flanda. He was in urgent need of extra power to bolster himself. Nojiko brought this up for him. Caring for her crew's mental well-being is also the captain's responsibility. Over the past 6 months, they had earned quite a bit of money, and no one had any bad habits. Even though the past few days had been the most luxurious since they set sail, they hadn't spent much money. She thought it would be better to use those hundreds of millions of berries to enhance their overall strength, rather than just save them. "Captain, are you thinking?" Will's expression was somewhat excited. He could already guess what the captain was planning. Sure enough, Nojiko's next words were, I plan to buy the devil fruit that appears this time. She looked at Will and continued. I hope you have good luck and obtain nice ability. Ha ha, that's for sure. My luck hasn't been bad since I set sail. First, I met Brother Frank, and then I met the captain and everyone. The goddess of luck is favoring me. Will beamed with joy, excitedly waving his hands. He wasn't like Guena, pursuing the purity of swordsmanship. He was more than willing to become a landlubber as long as it could strengthen his power. How wonderful a devil fruit! Flanda looked at him enviously, but she also knew that there was always a hierarchy. Benefits would definitely go to those with more seniority and greater contributions. Seeing this, Nojiko smiled and said, Flanda, don't be envious of him. On our ship, there are no distinctions between you and me. Within a month, there will be a devil fruit that belongs to you, I promise. Wow, Captain, I love you to death. Upon hearing this, Flanda directly hugged Nojiko and excitedly shook her. But someone was suffering because of the height difference. Someone who was a head shorter than Flanda, nearly suffocated between the towering peaks. After Flanda let go of Nojiko, Will also came over. Wow, Captain, I love you to death too. Get lost. If you dare to hug me, I'll hit you. Will was dumbfounded. Didn't they agree that there would be no distinctions among them? I'm your brother, Captain. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a certain auction hall near No. 1 Red Tree was as lively as a vegetable market, with pirates and bounty hunters who used to fight to the death gathering together to discuss tonight's main event. A pear-shaped fruit with strange green patterns was the devil fruit. This fruit was located in the glass case at the center of the display. There were those who wanted to steal it, but the area around the display was tightly surrounded by the auction house's guards. Not even a fly could get in. Moreover, trying to pull any tricks would offend the big shots behind the auction, and then they would only end up dead. When Nojiko and her companions arrived at the auction house, the main event had not yet started, and they chose to sit in the middle of the front row. This action immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It was Phoenix Nojiko and her hunter companions. Most people there recognized them. After all, there were many pirates and bounty hunters on this island with ambiguous ties to slave traders, some of whom were even secretly slave traders. In recent days, Nojiko and her group's bloody methods had left a deep impression on many people. If it were just that, their fame wouldn't be so great. Mainly, since entering the Grand Line, their capture and hunting of numerous bounty pirates had brought them notoriety. Seeing them sitting openly in the front row, the previously noisy hall suddenly fell silent. No one wanted to provoke these formidable figures. Just as everyone was about to quietly wait for the auction to start, a loud and arrogant laugh broke the silence. Ha ha ha! Did I arrive late? A group of pirates swaggered over. Leading them was a red-haired giant nearly 5 meters tall, with a gruesome scar that stretched from his temple down to his jaw, making his previously not-so-ugly face look terrifying. Following the giant was a bald man who looked very intimidating, bare-chested, with a katana hanging at his waist, his eyes glinting with malice, as if he wanted to slash anyone he saw. The remaining members lagged a few steps behind, clearly subordinates of the two, but they wore the same arrogant expressions as the red-haired giant. They looked extremely punchable. It was the Blood-Tooth Pirates. Why are they here? The people in the hall began to discuss again. They must be here for the devil fruit. First Nojiko, then Nick Dane. Hey, tonight is going to be lively. Someone asked in confusion. By the way, who is stronger? The others looked at the questioner as if they were an idiot. The bounty of the strongest pirate that Nojiko's group defeated was not even 70 million, but Nick Dane was this year's strongest pirate supernova, with his bounty rising sharply almost every month, now reaching 210 million berries. Hey, does it even need to be said who is strong and who is weak? It actually exceeded 200 million. Moreover, even his first mate Demon Kane had a bounty of 98 million berries. He could probably defeat Nojiko's group all by himself. Watching the group enter, Flanda clenched her right hand, her nails nearly sinking into her palm. She glared at Nick Dane and Kane with bloodshot eyes, and if it weren't for her remaining rationality, she would have already picked up the Alloy Wolf Fawn Club beside her and attacked. It was these two who had destroyed her pirate crew. They had killed her little brother. Noki let out a sigh, stood up, and switched places with Guena, sitting next to Flanda and holding her hand. Don't worry. Since we've run into them, we definitely won't let them go. Before we leave the Chambord Islands, I'll make sure you get your revenge with your own hands. Yeah. I'll blow their heads off with one shot. Angel waved her fist from the side, and Rhine, who was sitting on the other side of Flanda, also held her hand, giving her silent comfort. Although Guena, Frank, and Will didn't say anything, they all looked at her with determined eyes. The enemies of their companions were their enemies too. At first, they treated Flanda's experience as a story, but that was because they weren't familiar at the time. A group of pirates being defeated by another group of pirates Was that anything new? But now it was different. Philando was the cook on the Thousand Sunny, an important companion to everyone. Since they had encountered the enemies of their companion, there was no need to say more. Let's take them down. Everyone, Nojiko smiled and said, "Shh, you don't need to say anything, just trust us." Feeling the warmth from his palm, Philanda's emotions gradually calmed down. Yes, with a reliable captain and companions around, what was there to worry about? A surge of confidence filled her heart again. Let us just deal with them when the time comes. Well, now that everyone is here, let's get started. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked to the center of the stage, and the auction officially began. Chapter 49, the auction first. Let me explain. This is a fruit that has not appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It is speculated to be of the Zoan type. The auctioneer spoke eloquently, while the audience below was abuzz with discussion. Some believed that the unknown ability must be a worthless one, while others thought it was worth a gamble. Perhaps they can encounter a top-tier ability and make a fortune. Ha ha! Zoan type is great. I love Zoan type. The boss is right. Zoan type is the strongest. Both the captain and vice-captain of the Bloodfawn Pirates are Zoan type users, and influenced by them, the crew also highly regards Zoan abilities. Unknown ability, well, this time we really have to gamble on luck, Frank said, patting the younger brother on the shoulder. His own luck had been great. He had directly obtained the ability he desired the most, and the fruit Angel had eaten was also very suitable for her. As a partner and elder brother, he naturally hoped Will could get what he wanted. May the goddess of luck bless Captain Nojiko and Will at this moment. Will stopped looking in the mirror and instead closed his eyes, praying softly. Nojiko, with her keen ears, heard what he said and showed a strange expression. While Will was praying, she had the system identify the fruit. This time, the goddess of luck was truly favoring Will, bringing him a devil fruit very suitable for him. As for what she brought to Will, it seemed to be a prank. She already knew the specific ability of the fruit. It was powerful, but there was a bit of Will. Oh, Will, why do you have to tempt fate by asking the captain to bless you? Everyone quiet down. Let me continue. Precisely because the ability is unknown, we are holding this auction. Otherwise, only the leftover ordinary abilities could be traded. How could they compare to this unknown fruit? The auctioneer walked to the side of the stage, picked up a small wooden hammer, and was about to begin. All right, I've said enough. The auction officially begins now. The starting price is 100 million, and each bid must not be less than 5 million. Please feel free to bid. Everyone looked at each other, hesitating to be the first to call out a price. After all, a group of imposing members from the Bloodfawn Pirates was glaring at them. It was too intimidating. Since no one is speaking, then I'll bid. 100 million berries, I want this fruit. Anyone who dares to compete with me. Don't blame me for being rude. Nick Dane's loud voice rang out, and threatening words spilled from his mouth. The auctioneer's expression turned a bit unpleasant. This did not align with his plan. If it really sold at the starting price of 100 million berries, the young master would not let him off easily. Ahem, this guessed. That is not in accordance with the rules. Auctions don't have fixed prices. It's all about who bids higher. The auctioneer spoke while signaling to the accomplices he had arranged in advance. Hurry up and raise the price for me, even if it doesn't sell. It cannot be sold at the starting price. My word is the rule. Who dares to raise the bid? Saying this, Nick Dane scanned the surroundings with his large, bell-like eyes, and his subordinates also looked at everyone with unfriendly expressions, as if anyone who dared to speak would lose their life. The two auction house accomplices were so frightened they resembled quails, almost retracting their heads into their necks. Did the guests not know whose name this auction house was under? The auctioneer's face darkened. Others feared this pirate supernova, but he was not afraid. I don't care who you are. My master is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. You better think clearly about the consequences of acting wild here. Nick Dane laughed arrogantly. Ha ha. The 7 warlords? Just the world government's lapdogs? Why should I be afraid of him? I'm the man who will become the pirate king. His arrogant words stunned most of the audience, and just when everyone thought this auction would end prematurely, a calm voice came from the front row. Hee. I bid 105 million berries. The light-hearted words came from Nojiko, and Nick Dane's face instantly darkened. Someone actually dared to disrespect him. The auctioneer secretly gave her a thumbs up. Good job, little lady. I'll mourn for you after you get killed by the pirates. This guest bids 105 million berries. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer pretended to ask, but he actually knew that this auction was likely to fail. Fortunately, he had contacted several wealthy slave traders and pirates beforehand, intending to sell it for a good price. But who would have thought such a group of reckless people would show up? Oh, you want to pose me? Nick Dane glared at Nojiko, and as for Philanda sitting next to her, he did not recognize her. The highest bidder wins. Nojiko didn't waste any words with him. If you want to get angry, go ahead. Who's afraid of you? You. Very well. I'll bid 110 million. Nick Dane sat back down, but he had his own thoughts. No matter how much you bid, in the end, it all belongs to me. Yes, this person never intended to pay from the beginning. He was just trying to get it for free. In his logic, does a pirate need to pay for something he wants? Since debuting, Nick Dane has always taken from others. Who could get anything from him? 120 million. 130 million. An additional 5 million. For a moment, only the two of them were bidding in the hall, but everyone, including the auctioneer, looked at Nojiko's group with deadpan expressions. The auctioneer was slightly more restrained, while the malice in the eyes of the others was almost overflowing. Nojiko's group has killed quite a few people. It's clear that some are having a bad day, while the slave traders are delighted. 200 million. Gao continues to raise the price. In her eyes, this fruit is worth that much. However, she can roughly guess the thoughts of the Bloodfawn pirates. Given this situation, is it a bit foolish for her to actually consider paying? Or should she just freeload? That said, this is Doflamingo's territory, and he is in the New World, so he shouldn't be able to reach here. But Nojiko figures she can't beat this warlord right now. If she really steals the fruit and leaves, he wouldn't be able to find her. But there's no need for that. This is a legitimate transaction, and she doesn't need to act like a petty person. Chapter 50. The Mixed Emotions of Will, Part 1. As the price reached 200 million, the discussions in the hall grew louder. And some members of the Bloodfawn pirates even drew their weapons, looking at a few people with hostility. Gradually, Nojiko became somewhat impatient. She felt it was very boring. She originally just wanted to attend an auction, help her companions strengthen their abilities, and satisfy her own desire to spend money. But with the arrival of a group of troublemakers, her leisurely mood was affected. By now, her patience had been completely exhausted. Under the surprised, mocking, and fierce gazes of the crowd, Nojiko stood up from her seat. She said to the nervous auctioneer, "Tonight is really ruining my mood." "Ah, Miss Nojiko, you say that." The auctioneer forced an awkward smile. In fact, he was also helpless. If he could, he wouldn't want to hold an auction. This fruit was obtained by the auction house from a group of pirates and was originally intended to be offered to Doflamingo. The other party told him through a transponder snail that although this was an unknown fruit, it couldn't possibly have any powerful abilities. According to the summary in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, devil fruits have characteristics. For example, those that look like pineapples, regardless of color, are definitely not bad. On the other hand, those resembling apples or pears are mostly ordinary abilities. This fruit being auctioned looks like an unripe pear. What could be impressive about it? It would be more cost-effective to exchange it for berries. The underworld only speaks of power and money, and for Doflamingo, who hasn't deeply cooperated with Kaido yet, the appeal of an ordinary Zoan fruit isn't that great. I'll be straightforward. 200 million berries. If you agree, I'll take this fruit. If you don't, what happens next will have nothing to do with me. Noki raised her hand, and Frank handed her the large box he had been holding, which contained exactly 200 million berries. The high denomination of berries meant that even a slightly larger suitcase could hold quite a bit. The auctioneer hesitated, not because he was unsure if he could sell it, but because he was troubled about how to carry the money away after the deal was done. Knowing the Bloodfawn pirate style, it was clear they would not pay. For these reckless youths, even the 7 warlords behind them would not intimidate them. There was a chance they might just rob him. Selling the fruit to them was obviously unrealistic. However, just trading like this, a large suitcase filled with 200 million berries would be much more conspicuous than a small devil fruit. Deal. The fruit is yours. After much hesitation, he finally agreed. He had to complete the task assigned by the young master, and 200 million was not a small sum. The auctioneer spoke the words at the fastest speed of his life and quickly stepped aside while taking the box. Now he could only hope that this girl could attract the attention of the pirates, so he could leave with the money under the protection of his subordinates. Deal. The transaction was completed, and Noki walked up to the display platform, casually shattering the glass case. Just as her hand was about to touch the fruit, Nick Dane and his crew made a move. The farce was over. Boys, grab the fruit and the money. Awoo! The pirates howled as they rushed towards the platform. The quickest to act was the first mate, Kane, who drew his katana and rushed at Noki at high speed, clearly intending to finish off this defenseless girl with a single blow. In the next moment, his attack missed. Clang! The sound of blades clashing rang out. It turned out to be Kuina, who had drawn her sword to block him. He attacked several more times, but couldn't break through Kuina's defense. Flanda wool. And the others also engaged with the pirates. While they couldn't handle top-tier fighters, dealing with these lackeys was quite easy. Under Flanda's mace and Will's heavy sword, The pirates had almost no ability to fight back. Kane began to channel his strength into his arm, pressing down hard on the blade, veins bulging on his forehead. He was almost exerting all his strength, yet he made no progress at all. In contrast, Kuina appeared calm and collected, as if she wasn't using much effort at all. This woman is not simple. Swish! Kane was forced to take a step back, clearly losing this contest of strength. That's a nice blade you have there. It must be a good katana. His keen eyes noticed tiny nicks on his own sword, which had been made during their earlier clash. The brief contact had been enough to chip a good katana, clearly indicating that the opponent's weapon was a level above his. So what? Kuina performed a flourish with her sword and sheathed it back. He will soon be mine. As soon as she finished speaking, Kane transformed into his beastman form, his entire body covered in rough turtle shell armor, making his already not-so-young face look decades older, filled with wrinkles. The turtle fruit, ancient tortoise form. He had developed this ability quite well, not only increasing his strength several times, but also achieving a terrifying level of defense. Even the wrinkles on his face could stop bullets. The only downside was that he looked too ugly, extremely ugly. Seeing his companion blocked, Nick Dane decided to take action himself. It didn't matter how many ordinary lackeys died. After all, they were all willing to join because of his reputation, and many of these types had died in his previous conflicts. But Kane was different. They had grown up together as brothers, even if this brother looked a bit old. In his 20s, he looked like he was in his 40s. Roar! The imposing roar instantly attracted everyone's attention as a huge dinosaur, entirely dark red, appeared in the center of the hall, roaring at everyone around. Seeing Nick Dane transform, some timid people were even scared to the point of wetting their pants. An ancient species? How rare. Noki, who had obtained the fruit, sighed. Clearly her own ability was even rarer. System, identify this. Zoan type, dragon fruit. Ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. Originally thinking the fruit in her hand was decent compared to this. TSK. The dinosaur charged towards Noki, its massive body reaching her in just 2 steps, its enormous jaws snapping at her. At that moment, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Boom! The shockwave from the violent explosion shattered all the windows in the auction house and sent many would-be escapees flying. It really is tough. Looking at Nick Dane, who had taken a heavy punch without losing a single tooth, Frank shook his hand. Just now, he had landed a punch on the dinosaur's right face, activating his explosion ability and sending it flying. Unfortunately, besides wobbling a bit, it hadn't sustained any serious damage. Cough, roar. Is he a devil fruit user? Standing up from the unknown pirate he had just smashed to death, Nick Dane roared and charged at Frank, realizing too late that he had been knocked away by an unknown minor character. If he didn't bite him to death, how could Bloodfang's reputation dominate the seas? Chapter 51. The Mixed Emotions of Will, Part 2. Facing the rapidly charging dinosaur, Frank chose not to confront it head-on. Shave. This movie had just learned from Noki not long ago, but he finally managed to use it. His figure vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared beside the dinosaur, intending to deliver an explosive punch to its belly to send it skyward. Suddenly, Angel's voice rang out in alarm. Be careful. Soft vines. Bang. Frank didn't manage to dodge in time and was hit by the dinosaur's tail, which was separated by the massive vines, sending him flying and crashing through several tables and chairs. If it hadn't been for Ryan timely using the vines to block for him, he might have lost half his life after being struck by the tail. Old man, did you forget you're a hot commodity? Why are you engaging in close combat with him? Angel helped him up, looking worried and scolding her father. I'm used to it. Frank scratched his head sheepishly. Ever since he became a devil fruit user, he always wanted to feel the charm of explosions in close combat, almost forgetting he was a melee fighter. On the other side, Kuina was the first to attack Kane in his beastman form. Frost Moon style draw, however. The usually effective draw didn't yield much result this time. The cut that could slice through steel only left a shallow mark on the turtle shell. Not bad. I've never encountered a swordsman capable of injuring me before. Kane gripped his sword with both hands and, gathering strength, swung it down from a distance. A white slash rapidly heading towards Kuina. It turned out his swordsmanship was not low either. Kuina also swung her sword in midair. A light blue slash instantly dispersing the white slash, rushing towards Kane at high speed. He hurriedly dodged. Boom! The flying slash created a large hole in the wall behind him. Kuina gained the upper hand again. The turtle man's face darkened as he charged towards her. Since he couldn't outmatch her in swordsmanship, he would rely on sheer strength to win. Nokigao walked over to Will and handed him the green fruit. Let me be clear, I don't know what this ability is either. It might be powerful, or it might not meet your expectations. Whether to eat it or not is up to you. It seemed like a gamble, but in reality, it was all carefully chosen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bid for it. Will didn't think twice and took a bite of the fruit. The auctioneer said it was likely a Zoan fruit, so he didn't care what kind of animal it was. It was bound to enhance his strength. This was the advantage of Zoan fruits, enhancements in strength, defense, and recovery that applied to anyone. Roar! Nick Dane, who was blocked by Frank and Ryan, roared in anger, unable to break through their defenses. He initially thought that with their strength, seizing a fruit would be easy, but Kane was blocked by someone, and he himself was entangled by two ability users. Even though the vines and explosions didn't cause him much damage, they prevented him from advancing, and he could only watch as the fruit was consumed. He truly underestimated this group of bounty hunters. Why are you yelling so loudly? You're making our ears almost deaf. Angel, who was both bullying the weak and enjoying the show, had to cast a sound barrier around herself. The dinosaur's roar was too unpleasant. Watching Nick Dane temporarily immobilized by dozens of vine-like arms, Angel's eyes sparkled with mischief, and a wicked smile crept across her face. She took down her silver-gray sniper rifle, selected a bullet embedded with Phoenix alloy, loaded it, and aimed the gun at the dinosaur's eye. Boss! A pirate saw her move and exclaimed. Out of the corner of his eye, Nick Dane felt a chill and instinctively closed his eyes. He had never felt this way in front of someone else's gun before. Bang! The bullet made contact with the dinosaur's eyelid, creating a shower of sparks. But even the top-tier defensive ancient species couldn't completely block the specialized bullet. When the bullet's kinetic energy was fully depleted, blood flowed from his eye socket, rendering that eye temporarily blind. Roar! An angry and pained roar erupted from the dinosaur's massive mouth, and the vines that had wrapped around Nick Dane's body were instantly shattered by his furious strength as he charged recklessly toward the culprit who had injured him. Oh no! This backfired. Ryan continued to generate vines to block him, but was swatted away by the dinosaur's tail when it noticed her movements. Fortunately, she managed to wrap herself in vines just in time. Aside from being somewhat disheveled, she suffered no real harm. Seeing his daughter targeted by the enemy, Frank fired his weapon frantically, but the violent explosions couldn't hold Nick Dane back for long. He roared as he rushed to the spot where Angel had been just moments ago. However, aside from a few fallen pirates, there was no one else in sight. Frank, the concerned father, was in a state of panic. He and Ryan could hold off the dinosaur for a short time. What about his daughter, who was even stronger than him? Hey, big idiot, I'm over here. Angel's voice came from the side. Everyone looked over to see her hiding behind Nojiko, making faces at the dinosaur. They hadn't even noticed when she had moved there. Nojiko, in this closed environment, I can't unleash my full potential. So I'll leave this enemy for you to deal with. She tiptoed and patted Nojiko's shoulder, as if assigning a task to a subordinate. Nojiko shot her a glance, but there was no time to dwell on it, as the enraged dinosaur was already charging toward them. Bang! Faced with Nick Dane, who had his mouth wide open as if to swallow them whole, she chose the same approach as Frank did earlier, except without the explosion effects and sounds. Her powerful fist, covered in domineering energy, struck heavily against the enemy's cheek, sending him flying once again. The auction house's door and the surrounding walls were smashed to pieces, and this blow sent him crashing onto the street outside. This time it was not just a minor injury. Several of his teeth were broken, and the entire left side of Nick Dane's face swelled up. His vision went dark, and he nearly fainted. How is this possible? People watching from a distance had their jaws drop to the ground. This day was shattering their understanding of reality. A group of bounty hunters was actually overpowering the Bloodfang pirates, and the strongest supernova was being knocked around, losing all face. It seemed everyone had underestimated the strength of these bounty hunters. Roar! Nick Dane couldn't even remember how many times he had been angry. It was the first time he'd been beaten so badly since becoming a power user. This guy is tough to beat, but by the way, why do you have that expression? Did you get a terrible ability? Angel first glanced at the enemy, who had quickly recovered, then looked at Will's mournful face with a questioning expression. Nojiko turned his head to answer for Will. Don't mention it. Our handsome guy is feeling sad right now. Will cried out, Captain, did you already know the abilities of this fruit? Nojiko covered his mouth and chuckled, looking as if he knew nothing. Angel was anxious. Hurry up. Don't keep me in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Will drew his heavy sword and looked at the enemy, who had stood up again. He was also very angry now. Whoosh! Will, whose form and appearance had changed somewhat, instantly appeared in front of Nick Dane, thrusting his heavy sword towards his thick neck. Zulfust! Even Angel almost couldn't catch Will's movement with his eyes, only seeing a green shadow dart by. Huh, green? By the way, did we just change color? Angel raised his hand and poked the person next to him, asking uncertainly. Yes, he changed color. Huh. Nojiko couldn't help but laugh out loud in the end. What are you doing? What fruit did he eat? The little girl was very dissatisfied and started pinching the soft flesh at someone's waist with her hands. Ouch, ouch, okay. Okay, you'll know if you keep watching. Will's thrust actually broke through Nick Dane's defense, the sword entering a third of the way before getting stuck in his tough muscles. In pain, Nick's claws swiped at him, but he deftly dodged, then continuously jumped around the dinosaur, inflicting varying degrees of wounds all over its body. Although none were fatal, they were enough to annoy Nick Dane, who had no time to trouble Nojiko and the others, or rather, the one he most wanted to bite now was Will. Finally seeing his companion's appearance, Angel exclaimed, He turned into a frog. At this moment, Will's appearance was indeed not very attractive. His red eyes bulged out, and his skin had turned grass green, which was quite a blow to him, who always paid attention to his image. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to spar with Nick Dane right after gaining his powers, clearly venting his frustration. Animal type, frog fruit, tree frog form. In nature, tree frogs have jumping abilities second only to fleas, with their legs generating forces exceeding 400 times their body weight at the moment of jumping. And their speed is incredibly fast. They can jump up to 50 times their height and forward up to 150 times their length. For a tree frog size, this can be considered short-distance gliding. Moreover, tree frogs have a strong adaptability to the environment, are extremely cold-resistant, and their self-recovery ability after injury far exceeds that of ordinary animals. These abilities might not be very noticeable in small animals, but when applied to humans, they become extremely terrifying. This is the ability Will obtained. He ate a devil fruit that rivals ancient types. Kid, don't think just because you've gained some strange abilities that you're invincible. You're far from me. Nick Dane transformed from beast form to beast human form, towering nearly 4 meters high compared to Will, who hadn't increased a single centimeter in height even after transforming, making him look like a child. Although in this world, size doesn't represent combat power, the gap in combat strength between the two could be seen from their sizes. Will's core strength was still insufficient. Before eating the devil fruit, he couldn't even break through the other's defense. Just now, he had relied on Speed to launch a series of surprise attacks to achieve some results. Now that the opponent had reacted and was no longer relying on the dinosaur's massive size to charge, but instead chose to fight him head-on, the gap between them became apparent. Sword thrusts. Compared to before, Will, with greater strength and speed, could now thrust 5 swords in an instant. Puffed. A clear wound appeared on Nick Dane's waist. The first 4 swords struck the same spot, creating a hole that went straight through to his kidney, just one more sword away from seriously injuring him. Unfortunately, the 5th sword was blocked by his palm, although the sword tip broke through the defense. It got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. Nick Dane surprisingly ignored the stabbing pain and closed his palm tightly around the heavy sword. Will couldn't pull the sword back even with all his strength, and in the short struggle, he had missed the best chance to escape. Bang! A fist the size of a dustpan hit his right cheek. Boom! Will was sent flying, crashing into a distant redwood trunk, shaking off countless leaves. Will, Angel, Rain, and Frank rushed to his side, helping him up and asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Cough, cough. I feel like I've been seriously injured. But how come I feel so much better in just a moment? Will broke free from their support, stood up, and looked himself over. After a while, he suddenly smiled. I suddenly don't regret eating this fruit as much anymore. In his tree frog form, his body's self-healing ability was stronger than he had ever imagined. Compared to the boost from the fruit, the side effect of becoming ugly was not so hard to accept, seeing that he really wasn't seriously hurt. Angel teased with a smile. I told you, you really became a frog prince. Frogs are indeed handsome, right? Ray nodded with a smile. Very handsome. They nodded in agreement, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Frank laughed while patting his shoulder. For man, strength is the most important thing. Besides, this green skin isn't that ugly. Is it? Frogs are pretty good. Looking at their expressions, Will immediately regretted saying he didn't regret it. Indeed, becoming ugly was still hard to accept. Not a frog, a tree frog, he explained earnestly in a roaring manner. Nojiko was not worried about Will's injuries. Months of uninterrupted training and dozens of battles had greatly enhanced his physical condition, and now, with the help of his fruit ability, he was unlikely to suffer serious injuries. Stepping out of the auction house, it was her turn to stretch her muscles. You're their boss, right? Nick Dane looked at the woman in front of him with a serious expression. He had not taken Tongue Man, the explosion, or the sudden attack from the green-skinned man seriously. They were just minor injuries. And even the bullet that almost cost him an eye had only been effective because it targeted a weakness. But this woman was different. Her powerful punch struck his heavily defended face, injuring him decisively. The fist, wrapped in a certain aura, was extraordinarily terrifying. Was it some kind of fruit ability? How was it different from the flame abilities he had heard about? Chapter 52. The Supernova Without a Lineup. To be honest, you are the highest bounty pirate I have ever seen. I wonder if the nearby Navy branch has enough cash to buy your head. Nojiko walked to the side and picked up the heavy sword thrown away by Nick Dane. She shook her head. Wolf's training was still lacking, to the point where even his weapon was taken away. Ha ha ha. If you want to exchange my head for a bounty, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Before the words were finished, he threw a punch at Nojiko, who had her back turned to him. How could Nojiko, who possessed observation haki, be hit by him? She moved her feet and disappeared from the spot, while his fist struck the air, creating a gust of wind that swept away a shallow layer of grass. This clearly showed the immense power behind that punch. Bang! Nojiko kicked him directly on the knee to repay him. There was no choice. Before transforming, Nojiko was only 8 meters tall, and facing an opponent nearly 4 meters high, it was easier to aim for the knee. Nick Dane lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Nojiko was eager to press the advantage and kick a few times at his head, but suddenly sensed something and looked to the side. Following her gaze, a large group of Navy soldiers was rapidly rushing towards the auction house from distance. It was easy to guess their purpose. Given the high profile of the Bloodfang pirates, it was only normal for the Navy to have their eyes on them. Hopefully, they wouldn't ruin things. The combined bounty of the two was over 300 million, and this haul could equal their previous 6 months' earnings. The Navy is coming. Should we run? Asked Flanda, who had just taken down all the minions of the Bloodfang pirates, as she walked over to Nojiko, still holding her blood-dripping wolf-tooth club. Run? We're bounty hunters. Oh, I forgot you're a pirate. How about this? Go to Angel's side and let her use her abilities to help, as before. As long as you lower your presence, hardly anyone will recognize you. Flanda obediently went, as there was no choice. After all, she still bore a bounty and occasionally needed to avoid trouble. Nojiko ignored the encircling Navy and continued her attack on the standing Nick Dane. The latter, unwilling to back down, fought back with fists and feet, relying on his tough skin and strong body. The Navy? Weren't they just a bunch of weaklings who could only fire cannons from a distance? As long as he defeated the person in front of him, who could stop him? Nick Dane, who had never suffered a beating from the Navy, was fearless. Outside the auction house, Goena and Kane also spotted the Navy in the distance. Clang! After the blade was deflected, a mark appeared on Kane's turtle shell, and he retreated once again, having been cut for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Breathing heavily, he spoke first. It seems we have to leave. It's a pity we couldn't determine a winner this time. There was no confidence in his words. Even with his fruit abilities, his strength barely matched that of his opponent, and his swordsmanship was on a completely different level. If it weren't for his hard turtle shell, he would have been defeated long ago. Even so, his body was covered in numerous wounds, showing how fiercely he had been cut. The turtle shell was hard, but it still had pain receptors inside. Fortunately, the animal type had strong recovery abilities, or he would have already fallen. The Navy was here. Then let's finish this quickly. If they got interrupted and couldn't collect the bounty, someone would be unhappy. Thinking of her captain's greedy demeanor, Goena couldn't help but smile. Yet, she still felt a little regretful. It was rare to encounter a swordsman who could take a hit and was somewhat decent, and she hadn't had enough fun yet. Finish it quickly? Arrogant girl, you're almost at your limit, aren't you? What good is that big knife? It can't break through my defense at all. Underestimated by her opponent, Kane's temper flared. What was there to fear from the Navy? The Navy that dared to encircle them in the past had all perished in the sea. Besides, the captain hadn't left yet. Wielding his chipped knife, he swung at Goena. He had mixed it up with the headstrong and crazy Nick Dane, so he was never a coward. I've heard from my father that the Shimatsuki clan once had an ancestor who slayed a flying dragon that committed evil in the world. Goena said as she fought, her momentum rising. Kane was a bit confused. Why was she telling him this? He didn't know her ancestor. Although he didn't know how strong that flying dragon was, or how profound his ancestor's swordsmanship was, it must have been extraordinarily powerful if his father spoke of it with reverence. Goena continued, if my ancestor could slay the flying dragon, then as a descendant who aspires to become the strongest swordsman, if I can't even cut through this mere turtle shell, I would be shaming my ancestor. Presumptuous. If you could do it, then come try. Wave-cutting storm. Kane unleashed his ultimate move. He bit down on the knife handle, retracting his limbs and head into his turtle shell, leaving only a sharp blade protruding from the neck hole, spinning toward his opponent. Tiny wave cuts were continuously unleashed, forming a tornado around the turtle shell, howling as it charged toward the opponent. Along the way, the stone slabs were crushed, revealing the damp soil beneath. At that moment, Goena's momentum reached its peak, and she struck out her strongest slash since setting out to sea. This was a blow inspired by the awe of her ancestors slaying the dragon, named Shimatsuki-style Dragon Slash. Ahem, she named it so directly, it couldn't compare to Zoro. A deep blue, massive slash flew out as it collided with Kane's wave-cutting storm, instantly dissolving it. Then, his turtle shell collided directly with the slash. A turtle shell only 2 meters wide found itself in a situation akin to a small fishing boat being tossed about by waves in the sea under a 30-meter-high slash. With no resistance at all, crushed in an instant. In just a second or two, the turtle shell was split neatly in half, and Kane, hiding inside, couldn't escape either, instantly losing his life. However, the slash did not stop. Instead, it flew toward another battlefield. Nojiko, who was fighting, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. A glance out of the corner of her eye revealed a massive slash flying toward her. Startled, she jolted and, no longer hiding her strength, suddenly shot up and flung her opponent's arm toward the slash. Nick Dane felt an irresistible force transmitted through his arm, and by the time he reacted, he was already in the air, looking at the oncoming massive slash, terrified to the point of hair standing on end. His sense of crisis was even greater than Nojiko's just moments before. Instinctively, he transformed into his dinosaur form. In the next moment, the slash struck him. Chapter 53. Clash of Conquerors Haki. Roar! Roar! The screams came from the air, and the onlookers who had been watching from a distance were once again shocked, or rather, they hadn't closed their jaws since earlier. They watched as the bounty near 100 million evil turtle Kane was easily killed, and blood-toothed Nick Dane was thrown like a sandbag, hit by the massive slash. Was this still a pirate supernova? The nearby navy was also stunned. Had they arrived too late? Did they still need to gather a large force to encircle the navy? Should they withdraw the navy that surrounded the nearby area? This. How could this be possible? Even Flanda, who roughly knew her vice-captain's strength, widened her eyes, staring at the slash that seemed to absorb all light in the air, feeling as if her jaw would drop as well. Was this a power that humans could possess? Had he really not eaten any slash-type devil fruit? She thought she had improved her strength significantly today and could show off for a while, but unexpectedly, Goena had once again refreshed her understanding. The gap was still so large. Will was watching the sky with excitement, his tone filled with pride, without a hint of disappointment. Was there a more reliable vice-captain than her? The captain was also impressive. That dinosaur had no resistance against the captain and was thrown out. Ryan was a firm supporter of Nojiko being the strongest, even though she admired Goena as well. Dad, why do you say I'm a sniper? My attacks aren't flashy at all. Frank laughed, patting his head. Dad can't do swordsmanship. He couldn't teach you back then. Besides, little angel, your marksmanship is the strongest. There's no need to envy the captain and the others. Amid the screams, the power of the slash was almost exhausted, and Nick Dane once again proved the ferocity of the strongest ancient type of the animal system. Even with a gash crossing half of his body, he didn't T-fall. As he descended from the air, he could hardly speak, his body reverting to his original human form, but he was still alive, unlike his companion, who hadn't even lasted 2 seconds. You killed Kai. Almost unable to move, he looked at his companion's corpse, tears slowly flowing from his eyes. Why was this happening? Wasn't today just like any other day of robbery? In the past, they only killed others while robbing. Why were they the ones being killed today? Looking at Kane's incomplete body, he recalled the first time they killed someone. He couldn't remember exactly how old he was then, just that he and Kane had stolen someone's fish and were caught. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a weapon and struck that person, only to realize after calming down that he had killed him. The man's body was just like Kane's now, incomplete. Later, he and his companions hastily cleaned up the scene and left the village overnight. Before leaving, they set fire to the slain man's home, ensuring that his entire family, including the children, didn't escape. He could still vividly remember the thrill he felt at that time. They later moved from place to place, stealing a lot and killing many. A few years ago, he gathered a group and became a pirate, and until this year, after acquiring the devil fruit, he began challenging the Grand Line, sailing smoothly, burning, killing, and plundering, living a life of immense joy. Throughout these years, Kane had always been by his side. Now, with his best companion killed. An unprecedented anger welled up inside him. Nick Dane felt an uncontrollable force about to burst forth from within. He wanted to scream out. He wished for these people to be buried without a trace. Hey, that was dangerous. You almost cut me. Nojiko, who had just transformed back from his phoenix form, walked up to Kuina and complained about how he had to react quickly to avoid that dangerous slash. Saw thee. I got so caught up in the battle that I didn't notice, the sword woman said, hands clasped together, trying to seek forgiveness. Although she knew that the person in front of her was not actually angry, but she still had to maintain the proper demeanor. A tremendous force erupted from Nick Dane's body, accompanied by a scream, sending invisible ripples across the surroundings, causing numerous Navy soldiers and onlookers to turn pale and faint. What the hell? Nojiko stared discontentedly at the pirate lying on the ground and howling, finding the sound unbearable. Is this Conqueror's Haki? The leading Navy major's expression changed, and he became determined. He slowly drew the sword at his waist. A pirate with such immense potential must not be allowed to escape. If he can't capture him, then he must be executed immediately. There can be no future troubles. Frank and the others had long since become much stronger, and the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki had no effect on them. They only watched Nick Dane with curiosity. The feeling of being swept by some kind of wave felt somewhat familiar. Unlike her companions, Nojiko felt uncomfortable all over. She had a sense of being provoked. Her intuition told her that this person should not be so arrogant in front of her. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted uncontrollably from within her, similar to Nick Dane's, but even stronger. Buzz. The two powers clashed in the air, shaking the very atmosphere, with shockwaves radiating outward, and the grass was even lifted in patches. Now even those who had been struggling to hold on could no longer withstand it. The clash of Conqueror's Haki. That woman, Phoenix Nojiko, she is also one. The major found it hard to accept. A bounty hunter actually has the qualifications of a king. A bounty hunter king? It seems everything today must be reported to headquarters. So that's how this power is used, feeling the Conqueror's Haki within her that seemed to look down on everything. A hint of realization appeared on Nojiko's face. Since awakening this power for the first time at the evil dragon base, after more than half a year, she could finally control it freely, although this was only her second time using it. All right, let the farce end here. She stopped releasing her Conqueror's Haki and walked in front of Nick Dane. At this moment, the pirate supernova was no longer as incoherent as before. In just a short while, the wound on his chest had begun to scab over. Nojiko looked at the fruit with envy. It was truly excellent. Aside from lacking any additional superpowers, its enhancements in strength, defense, and recovery were among the best in the Zoan category. Even an ordinary person could become a formidable force in the future with this fruit. Unfortunately, with the Navy all around, Franda couldn't take revenge herself. Chapter 54. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Noki raised his arm high, and a blazing golden-red flame enveloped his entire right hand. Those who were still conscious around him felt a rush of heat, and the dim night sky was illuminated by the flames. In that moment, it seemed like they had returned to a hot summer, with sweat gradually beginning to bead on their bodies. The fiery fist came crashing down heavily towards the target. Wait, how could I possibly die here? I'm going to become the Pirate King. Aw. The fire fist pierced through his chest without any obstruction. This flame was different from before. It could burn even formed phoenix alloy, let alone the human body. As mentioned earlier, the phoenix alloy created by the protagonist is extremely heat-resistant with a very high melting point. Even Nick Dane, despite having regained some stamina to return to his beastman form, was of no use. The fire fist melted his chest and the ground beneath him. Pirate King? TSK, don't you know the rules of this world? A pure villain cannot become the Pirate King. As the flames dissipated, looking at the lifeless pirate, Noki shook his head lightly. Did he really think that robbing and killing everywhere would make him the Pirate King? Come on, if it were that easy, Teacher Kai would have succeeded long ago. Miss Noki, wait. Just as the supernova, whose internal fat had been mostly burned away, gasped for his last breath. The voice of a naval major, trying to intervene, came through. How timely. No need to thank me. Just remember to prepare the bounty. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a discount. 300 million will do. Nojiko greeted the approaching rear admiral with a smile. Fortunately, Guena had enough understanding with her to end the battle early upon the arrival of the Navy. Otherwise, if they had gotten involved in the fight, it would have been difficult to collect that money. Miss Nojiko, hello, I am Rear Admiral Yukimura, stationed in the Shambody Archipelago. The Rear Admiral had a black line on his face, thinking how this person always focused on money. The key was justice, after all. Hello, I've heard of you. The famed thousand-man Slayer Yukimura, a renowned swordsman in the Navy. Meeting you today, you truly have an extraordinary demeanor. Why not just join the Navy directly for the sake of justice? Why bother being a bounty hunter? Isn't it just because this job pays quickly? That is just others' flattery. I'm not that significant in the Navy. When it comes to swordsmanship, Miss Guena's slashes are truly astonishing. A swordsman of such youth is rarely seen in the whole world. Remembering that stunning slash from earlier, Rear Admiral Yukimura spoke with admiration. To be fair, although he could dodge that strike, if he had to face it head-on, he probably wouldn't be able to block it. By the way, this group of pirates is actually, that's right, my first mate is the best. She is the most talented and hard-working swordsman I've ever seen. You don't know, she was already impressive as a child. Once when he went to sea, listening to someone's praises, Guena felt a bit embarrassed. It was enough for them to know their own matters without having to say so much to outsiders, especially things she herself didn't even know. Seeing that Nojiko was not going to stop anytime soon, Rear Admiral Yukimura had to interrupt her lengthy discourse. Goodness, if I didn't know better. I think you were talking about Mihawk's growth story. You've even dragged it to the point of him slashing the Sea King at 13. Why don't you exaggerate a bit more? Ahem. Miss Nojiko and Miss Guena, thank you very much for your help. This group of pirates is actually, it's nothing. We're all on the same side. Just prepare the money. Remember, it's 300 million. I'll go to your branch to collect the money tomorrow. We have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Nojiko hurriedly stopped him from saying what he was about to say and pulled Guena to join their companions. What a hassle. All that talking was just to shut you up and prevent you from rambling, but unexpectedly, you still said it out loud, thanking us for our help. This group of pirates was defeated by us from beginning to end. Okay? Trying to shirk responsibility? No way. Especially as Major Mura stood there with a stiff expression watching Nojiko and the others leave. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He had his own difficulties. The Spade archipelago was a mixed bag, with many pirates coming here. He often had to take his subordinates to uphold justice and capture pirates. Performing missions in dangerous places meant that soldiers' welfare had to be improved, which led to high expenses for the branch. Additionally, they occasionally needed to pay bounties to those bounty hunters, so there was hardly any money saved. Now, having to come up with 300 million berries all at once. Wasn't that asking for his life? This was also the reason he tried to bargain, but unfortunately, no one gave him a chance before he could express his intentions. They had already left. It seemed he still needed to request funds from above. They had said they would come for the money tomorrow. If they couldn't provide the bounty, where would the Navy's face go? He instructed his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and also arrested some stunned pirates and slave traders. Considering these small, fry and unexpected gain, he walked aside and dialed the phone bug in his pocket. Admiral Sengoku, this is Yukimura. I have good news to tell you. The pirate supernova with Conqueror's Haki has been taken down. Meanwhile, the Navy reported the situation to their superiors, and not far from there, in the underground office of the auction house, a conversation connecting the Paradise and the New World was also taking place. Young master, the fruit has been sold for 200 million berries. The auctioneer excitedly reported his results to the higher-ups. He had previously worried that the money would be stolen, but unexpectedly, that group of bounty hunters was so strong that they defeated the pirates. Now, he finally felt relieved. Fufufu. Well done. Do you know what ability it is? Don Quixote da Flamingo lay on the sofa, looking somewhat indifferent. If it were just an ordinary Zoan, then 200 million berries would indeed be a profit. From that person's appearance, it seemed to be a frog form. A frog, not worth mentioning. The family won't forget your contributions. Work hard to manage that auction house for me. He didn't take it seriously, especially since it wasn't a powerful animal. In the world of One Piece, where the average education level is below 3rd grade, weak animals without special abilities wouldn't attract attention, especially those abilities that sounded weak and had never appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Young master, I have another piece of news to tell you. Just as the phone was about to hang up, the auctioneer hurriedly mentioned another matter. Nick Dane is dead, just now. Killed by Phoenix Nojiko. Chapter 55. World Economic News report Nick Dane. He is this year's pirate supernova, right? I remember, he is an ancient type ability user. He was killed so easily? Doflamingo was somewhat surprised. After years of dealing in fruit transactions, he knew the resilience of such ability users, especially the one known as the strongest ancient type, the Tyrannosaurus fruit. According to his information, even Kaido, who was far away in Wano, had mentioned this newcomer while drinking with his subordinates, saying he would recruit him into the Beast Pirates once he entered the New World. The appeal of the Tyrannosaurus fruit can be imagined. As a result, this highly anticipated newcomer was actually killed by an unknown bounty hunter. The auction for the devil fruits had just ended a few minutes ago. Yes, he was killed in less than 10 minutes, with almost no chance to fight back. The auctioneer sighed. Who would have thought that the person who had just been so arrogant would die like this? Speaking of which, aren't bounty hunters supposed to only deal with small pirates with bounties in the hundreds of thousands to tens of millions? Now, they can even kill supernovas? What background does that Phoenix Nojiko have? She is a bounty hunter who has gained some fame in the first half of the Grand Line, and she has several capable subordinates, almost all of whom are ability users. By the way, her strongest subordinate is the swordsman known as Moon Knight, Glenna, who defeated evil Tortoise King. And even Nick Dane was injured by her slash. The auctioneer detailed the scene he had witnessed while hiding, and, in the end, he hesitated but decided to tell the truth. Actually, I didn't see the end. After Nick Dane was injured and fell, he let out a roar, and a wave of power swept over. Then my mind got a bit unclear. When I woke up, I saw he was dead, with a hole in his chest. I just learned from the Navy that it was Nojiko who killed him. Upon hearing this, an interested expression appeared on Doflamingo's face. Fufufu, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, a king who died young. Interesting, very interesting. Young master, regarding this group of bounty hunters, gather their intelligence and report to me in detail. I'm a bit interested in that person named Nojiko. Transforming appearance and possessing fire abilities. How does it sound? A bit like a mythical Zoan? Wait, he remembered a piece of information that Virgo had sent 2 months ago, that the Navy High Command seemed to be paying attention to a certain mythical Zoan ability user. Could be this Nojiko? Phoenix? Phoenix. Could it be that although this fruit isn't listed in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, since there exists a Qinglong form of mythical Zoan fruit in the world, the appearance of Phoenix form wouldn't be surprising? Young master? There's something important I need you to do. Please command. Nick Dane is dead, so his fruit will be reborn somewhere at sea, and the possibility of it appearing in the waters near the Spade archipelago is quite high. You are responsible for sending people to search there. If it appears, find it and bring it to me. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo fell into deep thought. Nojiko's matters don't concern him much. He just has a habit of collecting intelligence. Now, the ancient fruit that is about to be reborn is the top priority. He must find it before the world government and Kaido. The only troubling part is that the fruit's rebirth doesn't have a fixed range. It could be near the previous owner or in any corner of the world. New World, headquarters of the World Economic News. Morgans is leaning on the table with a bird face, pondering the content for the next issue of the newspaper. Sigh, it seems there hasn't been any major news lately. Biru. The telephone bug on the table rang, and Morgans picked it up casually, saying, "What is it? I've told you not to disturb me unless it's important." President. Big news. I'm currently at the training ground of the Navy branch in Lowtown, East Blue, where Daisuke is doing her daily training. When Smoker walked over with a newspaper, he saw the scene of the young girl doing weighted squats. Although he had seen it countless times over the past few months, he still felt somewhat speechless. It's not that he doesn't like her current strength. He just doesn't appreciate her leaving all the clerical work to him. Who is the aide here? Smoker, when he was at the Navy headquarters, had a domineering personality, so why was he at a loss against a little girl in Lowtown? The aide is keen on hunting down pirates, and in just a few months, she has gained some fame in the surrounding seas. Recently, she even easily killed a pirate with a bounty over 10 million. While feeling proud, Smoker occasionally misses the serious Daisuke, dissatisfied with the current one who only knows how to train and leave the work to her superior. Colonel Smoker, you're here. I have a question I want to ask you. I always feel like I'm not using Sir correctly. With a loud thud, Daisuke dropped the heavy dumbbells onto the ground. Wiping her sweat with a towel, she walked up to her superior. You still haven't learned such a simple technique. Show me how you use it. Smoker, a person who outwardly criticizes his subordinates, but actually started teaching her the Navy 6 forms a month ago, is genuinely cultivating this girl as a trusted aide. Stop. I got it. You do it like this. After correcting Daisuke on some of her power usage techniques, he remembered his main purpose for coming over. Handing the newspaper to Daisuke, Smoker snorted and said, "Today's news, I believe you'll be interested." The girl curiously took it, and the entire page of the World Economic News reported on a battle that occurred in the Spade archipelago. Shocking. Pirate supernova easily annihilated. The strongest bounty hunter in history turns out to be 2 young girls. What could this be? This news took up a third of the page just for the headline, while the photo of Nojiko and Kuina talking in front of the fallen Nick Dane took another third, leaving the actual news content with only the remaining third. Moreover, the advertisement space shared a third with the news content. One wonders where Morgans, the owner of the World Economic News, learned this layout style. Its sister Kuina and Nojiko I didn't expect them to be this strong now. Even able to defeat pirates with bounties over 200 million. Looking at the newspaper report, Daisuke excitedly flailed her arms, knowing that Queen Ah had become stronger, which seemed even more joyful than collecting famous swords. I didn't expect those two girls to achieve such results. They must be completely famous now, Smoker sighed. Then, his brows furrowed again. However, this also puts their group in the spotlight. In this sea, it's either the Navy or the pirates that are famous, while bounty hunters were originally just a group struggling to survive, mainly hunting low-bounty pirates. Nojiko and the others have raised this ceiling, which might not be a good thing. It's very likely that neither justice nor evil will tolerate them. Huh, what should we do? A worried expression appeared on Daisuke's face. Sister Ka and the others won't be targeted by both sides, right? Who knows? But with their strength, they should be able to handle it, right? Smoker is quite confident in Nojiko and the others. He has a premonition that this group might make an even bigger commotion soon. At the same time, he reflected on whether staying in such a peaceful place like East Blue, dealing with pirates that he could crush with ease every day, was a bit too complacent. Is the starting and ending point really that important? Glancing at his aide, who was intently reading the newspaper, he quickly made up his mind. East Blue is not a place to linger. It is extremely disadvantageous for both Daisuke and his own growth. Once she learns the 6 forms aside from the iron block, they will set off, first returning to the headquarters to report, then staying in the Grand Line. Yeah, learning the iron block is too much of a waste of time. Smoker didn't practice it at all back then. Grand Line, on an unknown island. The Spade pirates are resting here. Ace, look at today's newspaper. There's big news. As the vice captain and ship doctor, Dais rushed over with the freshly received newspaper to the person sitting by the fire, eating heartily. Huh, what's wrong? Dais, is my eating manner too rude? Ace hurriedly swallowed his food. After several days without a good meal, his eating manner did look a bit unrefined. But he remembered what his grandfather told him as a child. On the sea, facing battles that can appear at any time, you must seize every opportunity to fill your stomach. That's what he was doing. Dais rolled his eyes at him, saying, as a pirate, who cares about your manner? I'm talking about the newspaper, the news. Oh, the newspaper? Sorry, Dais, I didn't hear you clearly. As he spoke, Ace actually lowered his head and fell asleep, a transparent bubble of snot emerging. You guy, Vice Dais shouted angrily, disregarding his image. Seeing this, the surrounding crew members burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Ace's habit struck again. Don't be angry, Vice Captain. You know the captain's habits. A quarter of an hour later, Ace's sighing voice came. I didn't expect Nick Dane to die just like that. I wanted to challenge him. The point isn't this. Nojiko and Kuina, those two are too dangerous. I've heard that countless bounty pirates have died at their hands over the past 6 months. So what? Ace said nonchalantly. I'm afraid our pirate crew will be targeted. Ace, your bounty is about to reach 100 million. It's easy for them to notice us. Don't worry, I'm strong. Recently, everyone has been calling me Steel Fist. If Nojiko really comes, I'll defeat her with these fists. Steel Fist Ace, a nickname he earned by relying on his fists since entering the Grand Line, made Ace quite satisfied. His grandfather was Iron Fist, and Steel Fist sounds even more impressive. In Frost Moon Village, a large group of unfamiliar children surrounded Frost Moon Jangsairo, many of whom had come specifically from nearby villages. I heard Kuna is your daughter. Did she practice swordsmanship in the dojo since she was little? Uncle, teach us swordsmanship too. Hee. It was hard enough to finally get a group of energetic kids to leave, and now Gung-Shiro's face was stiff from smiling. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Zoro, with 3 swords at his waist, staring at him intently. Master, please let me complete my final swordsmanship training. I can't wait to set sail and venture out. Great, just finished dealing with a bunch of kids, and now I have to teach the older ones too. I am exhausted. My dear daughter, you are having fun out there, but it's tough for your father. At the blacksmith shop, the master craftsman repeatedly examined the photo in the newspaper, trying to find his masterpiece. It shouldn't be like this. Didn't the little girl like the weapons I forged? Why didn't she bring them when fighting the enemy? Could it be that her preferences changed with her hairstyle? If he knew that the giant sword he painstakingly crafted didn't get destroyed in battle, but was lost while digging, and now he didn't even know whose weapon it was melted into, what kind of expression would he have? In Cocoa Village, early in the morning, Akin knocked loudly on Nami's door. Nami, open the door. I have good news for you. If you knock any harder, it will break. A hot wind blew behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure made of flames taking shape in the open space, with a girl sporting orange short hair standing there. Who else could it be but Nami? What is up, Akin? Coming to my house so early? Just so, If you're here to borrow money, you can go back. I haven't had much harvest lately, and the little bit of money left by Nojiko was spent long ago. Nami had just returned from her morning exercise, and now she could run 3 laps around the small island without breaking a sweat, even while carrying over 100 kilograms of weight. Furthermore, her control over fire had become much more adept. At first, she would occasionally ignite something while manipulating the flames. But now that worry was gone, look at this. Aiken had long gotten used to the little girl occasionally transforming into flames behind him, and he ignored Nami's complaints about being broke as he took out the newspaper he bought from the delivery seagull that day. However, the date was from the day before. There was no other way. The location was remote, and unless there was big news, the delivery seagull wouldn't come. It's Nojiko. Wow, is she really that strong now? Nick Dane's bounty is more than 10 times that of the evil dragon. Are the bounties for pirates in the Grand Line all this high? There must be quite a bit of treasure on pirate ships. She's going to make a fortune this time. Hearing news about her family once again brought joy to Nami's heart, but there was also a tinge of envy. So much belly. Did Noki make a fortune? If you asked her in person, she would just say, what a load of crap. Chapter 56. The future ahem. Even a beautiful girl can swear sometimes. After all, when she excitedly brought her friends to snatch the treasures of the Bloodfang pirates, she found that someone had already gotten there first. With more than 200 Navy personnel surrounding the pirate ship so tightly that not even a fly could get in, let alone a conspicuous group of people. How could she not be angry? The consequence of her anger was that when she went to the Navy branch to claim her bounty the next morning, she didn't mention the discount she had talked about the night before and insisted on getting every single cent of the nearly 20 million. The Navy even converted the recently confiscated pirate treasure into cash and handed it over to her. They couldn't afford not to pay. The extensive coverage by the World Economic News had made this matter known worldwide, and at such a critical moment, who would dare to default? The Navy had to pay for the sake of their reputation. System, tell me where the newly spawned Tyrannosaurus fruit is. Noki and the others did not stay long in the Shambodi Islands. They left on the same morning after receiving the money. As for the supplies, they had been prepared long before, enough for a long voyage. As soon as they left the islands, Noki couldn't wait to inquire about the whereabouts of the system fruit. She was very eager for this fruit. If she couldn't eat it, it would be nice to leave it for her companions. Detection indicates that the fruit is not within a 1,000 nautical mile radius of the host. Forget it. You can't force what isn't meant to be. It's better not to go flying around scanning for it like looking for the burning fruit. It's not a necessity for life. Where's the next stop? Fishman Island? Angel eagerly asked. She wanted to see mermaids. She heard that mermaids are all stunning beauties, and it would be great to have a mermaid sister as a companion. Huh? Are we going to Fishman Island? Can we not go? What was the first to object? Frank chimed in. Come on, dear daughter, we are abilities users. Go to the bottom of the sea is too dangerous. The 2 men on the ship seemed to be indifferent to mermaids. Frank was obsessed with explosions and was absorbed in his own beauty. In contrast, the girls on the ship were more interested in beautiful female mermaids. Ryan and Flanda were even more excitedly discussing what to say when they meet a fishman, wondering if their etiquette is the same as that of humans, and talking about dietary habits and such. Noki firmly held down the almost bouncing Angel. With an extremely serious attitude, little friend, don't think about going to Fishman Island. This journey is too dangerous for you. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With almost a whole ship full of ability users, why go to the deep sea? A group of amateurs. Any skilled coding master could easily make you all flop. But if we don't go to Fishman Island, how do we get to the New World? Flanda asked in confusion. With the captain's abilities, we could just fly directly wherever we want to go. Noki waved his hand, and a flame cloud appeared out of nowhere, carrying Flanda up into the air. Wow, the Phantom Bee species has this ability too. How amazing. The girl, experiencing flight for the first time, lay on the cloud, curiously looking around. Right? Noki casually sent Angel, who was shouting, I want to play too, up into the sky. At this moment, Guena was sitting on the deck, maintaining her sword. While she was polishing the Kazuchi's sword, she asked, have you decided? Are you really not going to the New World? Well, our overall strength is too weak. You and I are fine, but Ryan and the others can't withstand the storms of the New World, and being a bounty hunter draws too much hatred. We won't fare well in front of the major powers. Nojiko was also multitasking. She walked over and sat beside Guena, while one hand was still controlling the other people on the ship to spin in the air. Yes, both Frank and Will couldn't suppress their desire to fly and join them in the sky. Indeed, we can't be bounty hunters for a lifetime. Guena nodded gently, somewhat approving of her statement. so I plan to stay in the first half of the Grand Line for the time being, to both improve my strength and accumulate wealth. Later, when we go to the New World, I will simply act as an adventurer, occasionally looking for treasures, and more often, I can accompany you to challenge those famous swordsmen. As she spoke, a lewd smile appeared on Nojiko's handsome face. It's fine if we can defeat our opponents, but if we can't, we'll gang up on them. At that time, Angel will provide cover fire, Rhine, and will distract the opponent. Frank will create explosions to cheer us on, and Flanda will be in charge of the celebration banquet. Her fighting style of wildly swinging a wolf-tooth club in front of experts is just giving them free kills. Since she doesn't have innate strength like Kaido, and is currently somewhat clumsy, then what will you do? Goena asked with a smile. Of course, I'll charge in with you. With everyone's cooperation, even the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, will have to feel the harshness of the world. Why do you make us sound like villains? Thinking of that scene, Goena felt a chill. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I, Nojiko, always act with integrity. That was purely a hypothesis. What are you all talking about? I want to listen. We're discussing something very important. Tired from playing in the air, Angel jumped directly onto Nojiko's back, and Rhine and the others sat around the two captains, listening to them talk about future plans. Flanda thoughtfully prepared hot tea and snacks for everyone. Strictly speaking, among the 7 of them, only Goena had any great ambitions. Nojiko initially set sail to learn skills and then to seek revenge. After achieving her goals, she didn't return to a mundane life because the adventurous spirit within her was still at play. In her past life, as an ordinary person, she enjoyed traveling to various places around the world. Although she didn't venture into dangerous areas, she often lingered in remote locations, ultimately leading to her demise. In this life, perhaps influenced by the rules of this world, she craves adventure even more than in her previous life. Although she doesn't vocalize the word freedom, she values it more than anyone else. Angel is very similar to Nojiko. She doesn't want to lead a boring life, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen to embark on adventures with her. They both have a strong, adventurous spirit deep down. Frank initially just wanted to stay close to his daughter to protect her, but over time, he gradually became accustomed to the group atmosphere, treating the traveler as a new home. Will's reasoning is even simpler. It's all about happiness. On the ship, he lives happily without anyone mocking his habits or envying his looks, which is a stretch. Sharing meals, having fun, and fighting alongside his companions brings joy to Will, who lost his family at a young age. Rhine initially joined because she admired Nojiko, having heard about someone's heroic deeds of slaying pirates. She found Nojiko quite appealing when she met her in person and agreed to join without a second thought when invited. Looking back now, that choice seems correct. As for Flanda, she also refuses to be ordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sold her restaurant to become a pirate. However, a near-death experience has made her much more stable in character. She can achieve everything she wants on this ship, fighting, becoming stronger, adventuring, and honing her culinary skills. Now, her enemies have been killed by the 2 captains. Everything is perfect except for the occasional need to hide. This is something Nojiko must consider. She can't let her companions hide under the soundless barrier forever, which would be unfair to Flanda. Chapter 57, Mermaid? 300 nautical miles away from the Shambadi archipelago, a double-masted sailboat without any flags is sailing at high speed, with dozens of waves approaching it even faster. It seems they are about to catch up with the sailboat. Hey, have those guys arrived yet? On the deck, a middle-aged man with a fierce look yelled at his subordinates. The questioned subordinate trembled in fear and stammered, "B-boss." They said that the adults sent flying ability users over, and they're moving very fast. They'll be here soon. How fast is soon? Can't you see the group of fishmen is catching up? The middle-aged man roared, his mouth wide open in a terrifying manner, as if he wanted to eat the subordinate. Damn it, who do you think I came to Fishman Island for? I went through great pains to catch 2 mermaids, and now they've been discovered so quickly. The subordinate lowered his head, thinking to himself that it was the boss's greed that led him to accept the celestial dragon's bounty and volunteer to go to Fishman Island to catch mermaids. But thinking of the 300 million berry bounty, it was worth the risk. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the hull startled everyone. They were a group of slave traders not known for their combat skills, and, especially on the sea, how could they possibly fight against the fishman race? Umans, release my kin quickly, or we'll kill all of you. A dozen armored fishmen armed with weapons forced the sailboat to stop, led by a blue-haired boy holding a golden trident, who had a physique and face almost like a human. The constantly moving fishtail underwater proved his identity as a fishman. It was he who had just shouted, "This morning, Prince Sharkstar," who also served as the captain of the Fishman Island Guard team, discovered traces of a fight in a certain alley, with Fishman blood spilled on the ground. After investigation, it was related to a group of humans. By the time he found the clues, it was already a bit late, and that group had escaped Fishman Island. He eventually found them just as they were about to leave the surface of the water, which led to the chase just now. "Boss, what should we do?" Seeing the menacing fishmen, many people felt their legs go weak. They thought sneaking up and using nets was fine, but facing them in open combat was a different story. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Letting go of the riches he had in hand was more painful than killing him, but if he didn't let go. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above. "Ye!" The sound pierced through everyone's minds, causing them to uncontrollably cover their ears. Looking up, they saw a black that descending rapidly toward the sea surface. When it flew before them, they discovered that the shadow was a giant eagle with a wingspan of dozens of meters. It was moving so fast that it covered the distance of over 1,000 meters in an instant. The giant eagle landed on the sailboat's mast with a flap of its wings, sending a gust of wind that made those on the deck stagger. "You damned woman! Your earlier noise disturbed me." An angry voice came from behind the giant eagle. "Huh? A woman?" Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the giant eagle slowly shrank in size, eventually transforming into a young woman about 1.7 meters tall, with purple medium-length hair and fair skin. Her features could only be described as delicate. In a world filled with beauties, she could be considered inconspicuous. However, anyone who laid eyes on her would feel a deep impression. Her eyes sparkled like lightning, and even in her non-transformed state, she possessed a pair of penetrating eyes that ordinary people wouldn't dare to meet, even with a collar around her neck. It couldn't diminish her wild and unruly aura. "Were you doing that on purpose?" Next to the woman stood a strangely dressed individual, covered in a white robe, with only a mask resembling a crying and laughing face visible. Anyone knowledgeable would recognize his identity as a member of the CP0 spy organization, a direct agency under the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. At this moment, he was questioning the woman beside him, still reeling from the earlier screech that had nearly burst his eardrums due to his lack of forewarning. But the woman gave him not a single glance, leaning against the mast with her eyes closed. "You!" The masked man pointed at her, his fingers tensed as if ready to strike. But ultimately, he didn't dare to act. I'll let you go this time for the sake of Princess Shalilia." This woman was the slave most favored by that noble, even receiving rare ancient fruit to eat. If it weren't to help her brother bring the mermaids back, he wouldn't have specifically brought her along. If she were to complain, the Celestial Dragons might not side with this newcomer. Thinking of this made him angry. He had thought joining CP0 would elevate him in the spy world, but his first official task turned out to be running errands for St. Charles. Watching the two Celestial Dragons boss him around made it feel as if all his hard work was just to serve them. But he didn't dare voice any objections. Otherwise, not only would he face consequences from others, but the seniors within CP0 would personally deliver his head to the Celestial Dragons. Life is tough. Sighing over the hardships of life, the agent jumped onto the deck, his voice growing somber. "Where are the two mermaids?" "I was ordered by St. Charles to take them away. CP0 needs to maintain an air of mystery outside. If it weren't for the near-deafening shock just now, he wouldn't have revealed his true nature." "Sir, are you just taking a mermaid?" The middle-aged man's words were interrupted before he could finish. "That's your business. My mission is to take the mermaid. In the cabin, right? I'll find her myself." After saying that, his figure vanished from the deck. "Sir," the middle-aged man hurriedly chased into the cabin. "I'm the expert among humans. I'll deal with him. You all hurry up and sink the ship. We can't let them escape." "Yes." Chapter 58, Shark Star Bang. After issuing the order, Prince Shark Star smashed through the cabin with his trident, nearly breaking the ship with his height of nearly 6 meters, making it seem unnecessary for his subordinates to intentionally damage it. Locked in the transparent glass tank were two young mermaids. Hearing the commotion, they turned their innocent eyes toward the approaching CP0 agent. Out of fear, their pink tails trembled, and their wet hair clung to their pale faces, making them look extremely pitiful. However, the man's expression behind the mask showed no change. Years of working for the world government had hardened his heart like iron. He had killed innocent human children before, and the scene before him was not enough to move him. He extended his hands, planning to grab one mermaid in each hand. But just then, the wall of the adjacent cabin was violently broken open, and a dripping trident lunged toward his chest. Iron block. The man's body jolted, directly taking the hit on his chest without bothering to dodge. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, the sharp tip of the trident barely piercing through his clothing, causing no harm to him at all. What? Sharkstar, who was visiting the surface for the first time, was stunned. Is there really someone who can take a weapon without using hockey? He couldn't believe it. The trident drew an arc in the air and stabbed toward the man's chest again, but this time it changed from gold to black. Iron shave. Using iron block again was like using a hammer. The man's figure instantly appeared beside Sharkstar, and his hockey-covered fist slammed into Sharkstar's abdomen. Bang! A massive force sent Sharkstar, along with part of the cabin, crashing into the sea. The corner of the masked man's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Did he really think he could respond to any attack with iron block? Ridiculous. As the masked man turned to continue his unfinished task, a new attack came. Fishman karate, gun wave. A wave of water surged like a sharp sword, creating a large hole in the cabin on the other side of him. It turned out that after being knocked off the ship, Sharkstar figured that since he couldn't defeat him on land, he would restrain him in the water, not allowing him to get close to the young mermaids. As long as his subordinates dismantled the ship soon, everyone could leave together. Still not giving up? The masked man sneered. Responding to him was another wave attack. Fishman karate, gun wave. The long-distance water wave shot out, its power equivalent to that of a cannonball. This move was learned from Jinbei, and it was one of the few techniques he had that could perform long-range precision strikes. Iron block. The wave came, and the masked man dismissed it with a glance, using iron block to walk directly toward the glass tank. Without hockey, an attack of this magnitude could not hurt him. A sharp pain shot from his side, blood splattered inside the mask, and his proud 6 styles had actually failed. Although I don't know what your strange technique is, my Fishman karate isn't that easy to handle. Sharkstar manipulated a mass of water in his hand, as if an invisible force was binding it, preventing it from flowing away. Water attacks are different from ordinary weapons. With his unique water manipulation ability, it can directly penetrate the human body. However, it also depends on the person. When he had sparred with Jinbei in the past, this technique couldn't break through his hockey defense. Sharkstar thought to himself, it seems that I can't complete my mission without killing you. A minor injury had no effect on a masked man's actions, but it enraged him. Agents have tempers too, and this time he would kill everyone who wasn't the target. After all, this was also in line with CP0 style. Shave, so fast. Sharkstar had just been knocked away because he couldn't dodge the enemy's high-speed attack. Now he was fully focused on his surroundings, gripping the trident tightly. The masked man moved through the air, combining shave with moonwalk, constantly jumping back and forth, getting closer to his target each time. I see it. Fishman technique, flowing time gun. As Sharkstar calmed down, he gradually sensed the opponent's aura. As the eldest son of the Fishman King and Princess Odoheim, he was the most talented among the 3 brothers, inheriting not only his father's strength, but also his mother's observation hockey, albeit not to the extent of reading minds. He swung the trident, creating an afterimage, and proactively attacked the approaching enemy. Iron block, break. The black fist collided violently with the black weapon, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Buzz. The waves expanded outwards from the 2 figures, pushing even the nearby ship away. The Fishman soldiers were also scattered by the residual waves. So strong. Someone on the ship marveled at the strength of both combatants. But before he could say more, he was smacked on the back of the head by his boss. Idiot. Is this a time for admiration? Hurry up and run while you have the chance. Yes. The boss is right. The subordinates sprang into action. However, a scream echoed as someone who had just reached for the ship's helm fell to the ground with wide eyes. The purple-haired woman with an eagle-like face withdrew her bloodied claws, her sharp gaze sweeping across the people on the ship. A cold voice emerged from her lips. Stay where you are, or die. Yes. Quickly lower the sails. The slave trader's boss raised his trembling right hand to direct his subordinates, completely unaware of when that woman had come down. But under her hawk-like gaze, he felt a deathly aura enveloping his heart, making it impossible to muster any thoughts of resistance. Boss, it's bad. The ship is leaking. Just then, the Fishman soldiers chased after them, recklessly damaging the ship's hull. Some fishmen even jumped onto the deck, brandishing weapons and charging at them, ignoring the conflict among others. The purple-haired woman flew to the top of the mast, reverting to her human form. It wasn't that she wanted to stay here. The key issue was the collar around her neck. The mechanism inside would change with her body size, making it impossible to break free. The locator device was currently in the masked man's hands. If she strayed too far from him, the collar would spring out deadly blades, instantly claiming her life. To make matters worse, the collar couldn't be damaged. Otherwise, the mechanism would activate automatically, even if she wasn't killed by the blades. There'd be violent explosions waiting for her afterward. She had thought that after being freed from the sea prism stone chains, she would have a chance to escape, but instead, she fell into another trap. She had claws that could easily penetrate steel, yet she was powerless against this small object. What to do? Was she really going to give up her life? She fell into deep thought. On the other side, Sharkstar was gradually falling into a disadvantage in his battle with the masked man. Whether it was armed, color hockey, or combat experience, he was significantly inferior to his opponent. If they were on land, he would only lose faster. Although he was submerged in water and managed to block several of his opponent's attacks, each time he was being pressured, and gradually numerous wounds appeared on his body, red blood spreading in the seawater. You've resisted for so long. It's time to send you on your way. The masked man began to mobilize the power within him, his fingers turning pitch black, the finger gun poised to strike, ready for a fatal blow. Sharkstar's eyes moved. He received a signal from his subordinates through the water currents from afar. The fishermen soldiers had successfully rescued their kin. In that case, a smile crept onto his lips as he raised his trident in a defensive stance, while his tail gathered strength underwater, planning a retreat. Just as the masked man was about to attack, a massive shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw a uniquely shaped ship descending from the sky. The phoenix statue with the bow shimmering in the sunlight, as if it could spew fire at any moment. What the hell? Chapter 59. Interference after leaving the Spade archipelago and finishing their tea party. No, rather, their deep discussions about life. Everyone became lazy, with no one to steer the ship. The diligent captain had to take matters into his own hands. The flame cloud formed a ring, lifting the traveler up slowly into the air. Once they reached nearly 1,000 meters above sea level, the companions who had been lying on the deck, pretending to be dead, rushed to the railing, excitedly gazing at the scenery below. Wow, Spade looks so small. Angel pointed at the distant islands with her pinky finger, completely blocking the view, joyfully gesturing as the target appeared and disappeared. Brothers and sisters, I've thought of a way for you to quickly learn moonwalk. Looking at the backs of the group, Nojiko's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You can't be thinking. Goena, who usually had a great rapport with her friends, instantly guessed her intention and couldn't help but facepalm. Can't you have a little more sense? Hee. Nojiko smiled brightly. This method is good, I agree. With a roll of her eyes, Angel understood the implication and wore a smile similar to someone else's. Moonwalk? Watching the seabirds occasionally flying by below, Ryan pondered, nodding with a smile. She had always supported Nojiko's decisions and, in all honesty, wouldn't oppose extreme training methods. Mastering a technique for free movement in the air was too important. Frank, Will, and Flan were all confused. What are you guys talking about? Have you heard? When a young eagle learns to fly, the adult eagle will drop it from a height. With a strong survival instinct, the young eagle flaps its wings vigorously and eventually masters the skill of flight. Nojiko casually rambled on, telling a story she had heard somewhere to set up her point. You all can't seem to learn moonwalk. Maybe it's because the pressure is too low. I've decided to imitate the adult eagle. With her words, even the slowest person understood her meaning. I absolutely won't. Shave. The first to react was Flan. A shadow flashed before everyone's eyes as she dashed from the railing into the cabin at her fastest speed. I'm a pirate. I won't learn Navy techniques, even if it kills me. Although she had just used a Navy technique to escape. Frank looked at his daughter with a pleading expression. Kiddo, jumping down from this height isn't a joke. If your old man is gone, who'll take care of you? Even though there might be occasional leaks. Angel couldn't really watch her dad's show, so she pulled him aside, pretending it didn't happen. Ryan seemed eager to try, but Nojiko sighed and waved her hand. You're the only one left. Forget it. It would be too painful if you got hurt with your delicate skin. How could she really just throw them down? With her around, no one would get hurt, but since more than half of them disagreed, there was no need to force it. After all, she had other methods. Did they think they could avoid it? Will, huh? What about me? Am I not included? Originally, he wanted to show off in front of his companions. But after eating the tree frog fruit, his jumping ability increased 100-fold, and his potential and physical skills rose to a higher level, naturally mastering the moonwalk he previously couldn't grasp. However, everyone else was preoccupied and completely ignored him. Just as Nojiko was feeling bored and daydreaming on the ship's figurehead, she suddenly sensed a sharp gaze coming from below. No way, they were 1,000 meters above the sea. She turned to look down and met a pair of eagle-like eyes. No, they were indeed sharp eagle eyes. A purple-haired woman with an eagle face was looking at her, and the traveler with an expression of surprise. A bird fruit user? That's quite rare, Nojiko thought, intrigued, and flew the ship toward her. As they got closer to the sea, the battle below gradually unfolded in her view. and she naturally saw Shark Star struggling against the masked man. How'd he end up here? The person fighting him looked a bit like CP0. With the 6 styles, armed color hockey, and that strange outfit, it was definitely CP0. How did these two groups get involved with each other? While pondering this, Nojiko closed her eyes and slowly spread her observation hockey. Shark Star, breathing heavily and covered in wounds, the mysterious masked man hitting harder with each attack. The Eagle Woman's gaze fixed on her, the humans screaming, and the Fishmen's soldiers attacking mercilessly, along with 2 little mermaids floating on the surface, gripping a Fishman's soldier's hand tightly, feeling the joy of surviving a disaster. Combining this with the main reasons for the conflicts between humans and fishmen in the original story, she roughly understood what had happened. Due to the Dragon Crew's influence, Nojiko didn't have a good impression of the Fishmen, but the presence of Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, and Odoheim lessened her animosity toward this race. Overall, she couldn't quite articulate how she felt. Should she help? She had an extreme hatred for slave traders, but the group below had already been mostly dealt with by the Fishmen soldiers, so there was no need for her to intervene. As for Shark Star, was it a bit too early for him to face CP0? With these thoughts, she locked eyes with the Eagle Woman again. That is. Naka's golden pupils suddenly constricted as she saw the collar around the opponent's neck. This design looked too familiar. She had seen it on some captured individuals when she dismantled a slave trader's den in the Spade archipelago. She never expected to encounter a like this. Yin Yun hovered in midair, and both sides silently exchanged glances from hundreds of meters apart. As ability users with keen eyesight, they could see each other's expressions despite the distance. Through the enhancement of observation hockey and the abilities of her fruit, Noki saw desire, a longing for freedom, and the hope of soaring high one day without any shackles or restrictions. The less experienced Eagle Woman saw only pity and compassion, and she felt a bit annoyed. Hey, are you pitying me? Before the opponent could get angry, Noki gave her a radiant smile and made up her mind. Guena, Angel, it's time to get to work. Calling out to her companions, she manipulated Yin Yun to fly the traveler towards the location of CP0. There was only one strong-looking individual nearby who didn't seem like a good person. They would take him down first. The masked man was about to deliver the final blow to the merman in front of him when he suddenly felt a massive shadow covering the nearby sea surface. Looking up, he saw a large ship falling from the sky, heading straight for his head. What the hell? He quickly used Moonwalk to dodge several meters away. Buzz! To his surprise, the noise from the ship crashing into the sea was unexpectedly small, leaving only faint ripples on the water. Super sound barrier. A crisp, pleasant sound came from the ship, followed by a massive translucent barrier enveloping the area within hundreds of meters. Hee. Now even the Din Din Mushy 1T be able to transmit any sound. We can fight to our heart's content. Oh, I forgot you can't hear it. Chapter 60. The battle begins. The sound vanished. Not only the sound of the waves and the wind, but even the sound of his feet stepping on air while using Moonwalk was gone. He had never felt the world so quiet before. Is an ability user? The masked man muttered to himself, still without any sound escaping. In the absolute silence, the sensation of his vocal cords vibrating became clearer than ever. Looking at the gray translucent screen above him, he readied his legs to fly out. Abilities have their limits, as long as he left this range. However, instead of jumping upward, he forcefully turned his head to the side. Almost simultaneously, a silent bullet whizzed past him, taking away a few drops of cold sweat from his nose. The trajectory of the bullet was invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person, but not for the seasoned CP0. He never thought that one day bullets would pose a threat to him. Guns were for ordinary people, right? In that dangerous moment, he didn't even have time to use his iron block or hockey. TCH. Noki dodged it. Angel was the only one able to make a sound within the sound barrier, and she started the fight by sending an enemy a peanut. Nojiko smiled silently, as the little girl always liked to aim for the enemy's head. Gripping the giant sword in her hand, she transformed into her orc form, her golden eyes gazing at CP0 not far away. In her observation hockey perception, the opponent's strength far exceeded that of the pirate supernovas they had encountered before. She had to use her full strength. There could be no chance for him to escape. She exchanged a glance with Guena, and the two nodded at each other. Noki soared forward first, flapping his wings and instantly reaching the enemy. A pitch-black greatsword, entwined with flames of extreme heat, swung towards his neck with incredible speed, as if air resistance did not exist. The masked man's eyes narrowed, and his body reacted faster than his mind, executing a backward bend in midair to dodge the sweeping sword, but his mask and white robe were incinerated by the flames. He quickly retreated over 10 meters, the wind generated scattering the ashes on him and revealing his true appearance. An ordinary middle-aged face, without any distinctive features, in a crowd. He wouldn't attract attention, and one wouldn't even have the interest to glance at him. "It's you." The man's mouth moved silently, but Noki understood what he wanted to express. Has he been recognized? There was nothing to be done. Since entering the Grand Line, their actions had indeed not been low-key, and some well-informed people must have grasped the information about their group. But now that he had attacked, he had no intention of letting him return alive. So what if he was recognized? Flame, 10 blades. Nojiko swung his weapon, and 2 flames slashed in a cross shape towards the target. CP0, unwilling to be outdone, sliced through the air with his legs, creating afterimages as 2 massive slashes shot out to meet the flames. A strong and silent shockwave followed, with seawater surging outward. Moments later, the flames dissipated, but before the man could catch his breath, a pitch-black greatsword swept towards him. Iron block steel. The dark fist met the blade. In less than a second of a standoff, the man was sent flying, landing straight into the water, creating a splash over 10 meters high. After a while, he surfaced, shaking his slightly trembling wrist. He looked at Nojiko with an incredibly grim expression. The strength of Phoenix was far beyond his expectations. This sheer power felt like a joke. Moreover, the intel hadn't mentioned she could use hockey. When did she learn that? If it weren't for her still immature use of hockey, this moment would have been more than just a trembling wrist. Damn the Navy. I knew they had bad intentions all along, but I didn't expect them to withhold even the bounty hunter's information. They only mentioned it was someone who got lucky and ate a mythical Zoan fruit. Huh? Geese. Far away at the Nabaran fortress, Jonathan looked at the cauliflower on his plate, troubled, wishing he could tell Jessica that he didn't like eating this. It seems not so great after all. Nojiko's face showed a look of confusion, thinking that they would need all members of CP0 to deal with a powerful opponent. She even resorted to using a weapon against a person who fought unarmed. As a result, moonwalk. The man jumped from the sea into the air, turning his gaze towards the woman watching from a distance against the mast, pointing at his neck with a clear meaning. To prevent the eagle woman from escaping, he held a controller lent to him by a celestial dragon. The life and death of this slave were in his hands. Now that his life was in danger, he couldn't care less about whether the celestial dragon was angry. If the other party didn't help, he would definitely drag her down with him before he died. A look of disgust appeared on the eagle woman's face in that moment. She even thought about dying right there rather than living in captivity. However, the desire to survive ultimately overcame her pride. She couldn't just die like this. She had to live, and one day, she would personally kill that celestial dragon to avenge herself and her country. Her dark wings spread out as she glanced at Nojiko, who had paused the fight to look at her. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in her heart. This originally powerful CP0 had been held back by someone. So was there a chance she could snatch the controller during the fight? As the seed of this thought took root in her heart, it began to grow uncontrollably. The CP0 agent's hope of finding someone to help was dashed as the eagle woman was intercepted halfway. Kuina flew towards her with moonwalk, and at the same time, a pale blue slash was aimed at her. Not using full power, but one still had to put on a show. 6 powers. The man looked at Nojiko in surprise, silently asking, how could she use this move? Could it be that you're not bounty hunters at all, but rather trained by the Navy? In response to him was a massive fire dragon vortex. The nearly 10-meter wide fire column stopped his words, forcing him to dodge awkwardly. The temperature of the flames was too high. His hockey was not enough to withstand it. The battle continued. The scorching flames boiled the surrounding seawater, and the extreme heat caused Shark Star, who had snuck back to watch after sending his subordinates and little fishmen away, to feel the heat intensely. He quickly moved further away. Who were these people, especially that woman engulfed in flames? She was too powerful, actually chasing after an opponent he couldn't handle. Was this the human powerhouse that Jinbei had mentioned? Indeed, they were far stronger than fishmen. It was clear that he needed to experience the outside world. Thinking about how many of his companions still believed humans were weak made him feel somewhat helpless. Which race doesn't have weaklings? The key is the number of strong individuals. Compared to humans, the fishmen were still too weak. When would he be able to fulfill his mother's wish and let the fishmen live under the sun? It was clear that dialogue was not effective. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have failed. Even today's actions relied on strength. If he hadn't held back the masked man, the soldiers would have been slaughtered long ago. let alone rescuing his kin. Jinbei was so strong also because he had trained on the sea, right? Should he consider changing things up? Staying on Fishman Island for a long time might mean he would have little opportunity to grow stronger in this lifetime. To realize his mother's dream and protect the citizens of Fishman Island, he needed powerful strength. With two younger brothers and his father still in his prime, they could surely protect White Star. He should go back and share his thoughts with everyone. Watching the battlefield where flames and slashes were taking off not far away, Shark Star fell into contemplation. Chapter 61. Phoenix. Finger gun. A lightning-fast thrust aimed at Nojiko's throat, but it was just a feint. While she was fully focused on defending against the finger gun, the CP0 agent quickly retracted his finger and turned to run. Using all his strength to employ moonwalk and shave, he tried to escape from here. He was an agent, not a suicide squad. In the event of a failed mission, fighting a strong enemy was meaningless. Moreover, with the Eagle Woman being intercepted, he had to not only block Nojiko, but also keep an eye out for incoming silent bullets. If this continued, he would likely die here. But would things go this smoothly? When a little girl smiled and pulled the trigger, the retreating agent failed. Touching the blood on his ear, he realized it was bad. Such silent attacks were too difficult to dodge. It was manageable to withstand head-on, but retreating was a bit too much for him. His observation haki was not yet capable of instinctively dodging attacks. Before he could think of a countermeasure, a heat wave hit him as dozens of fire beams rushed towards him, almost sealing off his escape route. Paper drawing. The agent's body seemed to deform as he swayed left and right, dodging the rapidly approaching fire columns. The high temperature charred his clothes, but now was not the time to care about that. Below, Nojiko continuously attacked him with fire beams, not giving him any breathing space while also using her observation haki to search for something on him. When the fire attacks finally ceased, before the agent could catch his breath, a golden red figure appeared before him, accompanied by a glowing black sword. Iron block, steel. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying again. Just as he was about to hit the sea, Nojiko suddenly appeared at his side, delivering a powerful kick that sent him back into the air. Then, Nojiko's figure vanished once more, starting with moonwalk and shave, aided by the wings behind her for acceleration. Under full power, her speed could reach a level invisible to the naked eye. This movement technique, which could only be used in her phoenix form, was called Flying Thunder. Cough cough, it was named Phoenix Flash. Reappearing at the agent's side, Nojiko's right hand formed a claw shape as she aimed for his waist and abdomen, her sharp phoenix claws creating a spray of blood mist. Intense pain surged. The agent couldn't even scream, only silently gasping for air, staring at the wound. His pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that part of the flesh and muscle in the pocket of his clothing on one side had completely vanished. His armament haki had actually failed to block. Noki waved away the bloodstains and carefully examined the black controller in her palm. Was this the thing that restricted the freedom of the purple-haired woman? Just now, through her observation haki, she discovered that besides the phone bug, this was the only thing on the agent's body, so it must be it. On the other side, the battle between Guena and the Hawkwoman was also going back and forth. The blades and claws clashed continuously, sparks flying. If it weren't for the silent domain, the sound of metal striking metal would probably carry far. Guena waved at the Hawkwoman, who understood. After all, they were just goofing off. The two of them fought while moving closer to the Thousand Sunny. One had no hostility, while the other had to put on a show. The outcome between them was not important. The key was the battle on the other side. Holding her waist, which was missing a large chunk of flesh, the agent took out the phone bug from her other pocket and pressed the emergency call button. At least she had to report the situation here. However, what disappointed her happened. The phone bug opened its mouth, but quickly closed it again. The special sound waves inside, it couldn't be transmitted at all. In the soundless barrier, only Angel could have a voice. This was her domain. Well done. Noki laughed and gave a thumbs up to the little girl, skillfully tossing the controller into her hands. After Guena and the Hawkwoman boarded the ship, flames rose, carrying them into the sky. It was time to act quickly. They were still too close to the Spade archipelago, and it would be bad if they attracted the attention of some powerful individuals. Watching the Hawkwoman fly onto their ship and seeing the controller being taken away, unable to even contact the outside, the man sighed skyward. Today was truly an unlucky day. It was just a mission from the Celestial Dragons to bring back 2 mermaids. Logically, it should have been one of the easiest tasks in his career as an agent. Yet the mission failed, and now even the slave lent to him by the Charlotte family had been taken away. Even if he could survive and return, it wouldn't change the fate of being killed by those Celestial Dragon siblings. Looking at the people floating not far away, the man suddenly smiled, truly envious of these free individuals who could do whatever they wanted. If he could survive this time, he might as well become a pirate. He heard that an agent from CP9 was doing quite well in the Beast Pirates. Maybe you should give it a try? By the way, why is it getting hotter? Nojiko no longer controlled the power of the Phoenix Flames, and a towering blaze rose above the sea. A fireball with a diameter of several dozen meters suddenly exploded, instantly covering the surrounding sea area for hundreds of meters with flames and steam. Watching from nearby, Sharkstar muttered a curse, immediately flicking his tail to escape into the deep sea. If he didn't increase the distance, his life would be in danger too. The range of the flames was too wide, and the CP0 agent couldn't escape in time. Even though his whole body was covered with haki, he couldn't withstand the gradually rising temperature, and he lost a lot of moisture from his body, even feeling a bit dizzy in his brain. He struggled to jump upwards repeatedly, trying to leave this fiery hell. After the fireball exploded, Nojiko didn't remain idle. She gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands, the blade facing backward as flames poured into the sword body, beginning to charge up. When she noticed the enemy trying to escape the fiery domain, she swung her sword with all her might, and a flaming phoenix with a wingspan of several dozen meters flew out from the blade, racing towards its target. A more terrifying heat wave spread from the phoenix, and the man, whose haki was nearly depleted, could no longer withstand the scorching temperature and fell from the sky. As he watched the phoenix that was about to engulf him, a question arose in his mind before his eyes were blinded by the flames. Why did he become an agent in the first place? Familiar scenes seemed to appear before him. A bloodied child practicing basic martial arts expressionlessly on the training ground, surrounded by a group of children of the same age, all equally bloodied and expressionless. Isn't the answer already clear? A person secretly adopted by the world government since childhood never had a choice. What else could he do if not become an agent? The phoenix silently consumed its target. After a while, the flames dissipated, leaving only a little ash in the air, which was quickly blown away by the sea breeze, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 62. Freedom. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Just as she was about to return to the traveler, Nojiko realized there was still something unfinished. She transformed into a phoenix and flew towards the slave ship that had been torn apart by the fishmen. Boom! The phoenix unleashed a solid pillar of fire from its mouth, striking the ship's hull, and within a few seconds, this cursed ship and everyone on it turned to ashes. Without the influence of the soundless domain, the explosion of flames echoed far away, startling Sharkstar, who had just resurfaced. He looked up and met a pair of regal golden eyes. The phoenix that had been hundreds of meters away had suddenly appeared before him. Fishman? An ethereal voice came from the phoenix, and it was the first time he heard the voice of the other party since that strange barrier had appeared. When the strange barrier was still up, even the sound of water had disappeared, and his first reaction was to think he had gone deaf, only to remember that this should be some kind of devil fruit ability. Steeling himself, Sharkstar tried to keep his tone calm. I am Sharkstar from Fishman Island. I came to the surface, too. He briefly explained the reasons for him and his subordinates being there. Jimby once said that there are some decent people among humans, and these people dared to oppose slave traders and even killed them, so they can't be bad people. The reasoning was that simple and straightforward. Sharkstar, huh? I remembered that. I hope to see you again someday. The phoenix spread its wings and flew high into the sky, soon landing on the traveler. Sharkstar watched the sailboat fly away, a look of longing on his face. A flying ship? If he could board this ship, he could go anywhere in the vast world. When would the fishmen be able to enjoy such freedom? The road ahead is still long. He sighed. It was time to go back, but Fishman karate, ocean current shoulder throw. Boom! Boom! Before returning to Fishman Island, Sharkstar manipulated the seawater multiple times to scour the surrounding sea area, ensuring that nothing would be found even if someone came to investigate. After finishing this, he swam slowly towards the deep sea, heading home. This thing looks quite sturdy. How do I open it without a key? On the deck, several people surrounded the purple-haired woman, discussing the collar around her neck. The controller is not the key. It can only passively limit the distance between the collar and itself, and has nothing to do with unlocking. The key is still in that celestial dragon's hands. From the tone of the purple-haired woman, there was no sense of sadness. After all, to her, escaping today was already dreamlike enough. At most, she just needed to be careful not to damage the collar in the future, as everyday bumps wouldn't trigger the internal mechanism. Dad, can you open it? Angel looked at her father, who could design and manufacture weapons. So he should be able to handle this thing, right? No, the internal mechanism is too delicate. Without seeing the internal structure, I can't operate it. By the way, Don't you all have that observation hockey? If you can sense it, I could make a key if I could visualize the internal structure. Frank looked at the three on the ship who had mastered observation hockey. Goena and Angel shook their heads in succession, indicating they couldn't see anything. Nojiko sighed gently and replied, the observation hockey is not X-ray vision. At most, it can only give a rough idea. That's a problem, Frank said, indicating that he currently had no good solutions. The remaining Will and Flanda were even more helpless. They were both rough and tough, capable of destruction, but not reliable for handling such delicate objects. Keys, keys, keys. Got it. Clap. Noki slapped the thigh of the person next to her, and she thought of a good idea. I have an idea. It hurts. Why did you hit me? I should be able to open it. The voices of the three people came out at the same time. Nojiko ignored Angel's loud cries and focused her gaze on Ryan. Can you open it? Everyone else turned to her as well, especially Eagle Woman, whose eyes were almost overflowing with anticipation. How could she possibly want to take this? She had already lost hope. It needs a key, right? I can make a key. As she spoke, a vine appeared in her palm, and under her intentional control, it transformed into the shape of a key. Everyone is getting stronger, but I have also grown. I can now achieve fine control over my fruit abilities. Then it's up to you. Naka's method was to create a key. There was no other way. She still hadn't mastered the advanced techniques of armament hockey. And while she could use Phoenix Flames to destroy the collar, it would likely burn the Eagle Woman badly. There was also the risk of triggering internal mechanisms. So, she thought of the best locksmith in the world of One Piece, Mr. 3. Conveniently, there was a transponder snail on the ship that could contact Nico Robin. So asking her for the approximate location of a high-level agent should be feasible. With the system's positioning function, finding the target wouldn't be difficult. To her surprise, their ship's doctor could also double as a locksmith. This was an unexpected delight. Rain walked up to the Eagle Woman, first taking a careful look at the keyhole. Then, she regenerated a slender vine in her hand, cautiously guiding it into the lock, sensing the internal space through the vine. Everyone fell silent. Even their breathing became cautious. Angel specifically set up a soundproof barrier around the two, fearing that Rain might get distracted. A light, pleasant scent wafted into the air, making the Eagle Woman somewhat uneasy. She clenched and relaxed her fists but dared not move her neck. Sensing her tension, Rain looked up and gave her a sweet smile, reassuring her. Just leave it to me. It will be over soon. She then continued to manipulate the vine. The Eagle Woman was taken aback. No one had ever smiled so gently at her before. Watching the green-haired woman before her, completely focused, her nervous heart gradually calmed down. The vine slowly changed shape until it fit perfectly with the keyhole. Rain turned her finger, and a slight clicking sound was heard as the collar slipped off the Eagle Woman's neck. Before anyone could react, Noki, who had been concentrating on this, made her move. She snatched the collar and, with a swing of her arm, threw it far away. A second later, a loud explosion was heard, dispersing a large area of mist. Well done, Rain. The crew on the ship gave Rain a thumbs up. Hee, it was just a small effort. Removing the vine, a proud expression appeared on Rain's pretty face. Since boarding the ship, she had never slacked off, practicing her physical skills and devil fruit abilities every day. This time, she had given everyone a surprise. Am I free? The Eagle Woman gently touched her neck, asking in disbelief. Yes, you are free. Nojiko patted her shoulder and said to Ferranda, to celebrate our new companion's regained freedom, let's hold an aerial feast. Chapter 63. The Meeting on the Red Earth Continent. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos in Panga City. What did you say? My slave is missing. In a luxurious courtyard, a young woman with a transparent fish tank on her head was sternly reprimanding a man kneeling on the ground. The man was wrapped in a white robe, his face covered by a mask. He was a member of CP0. We sent people to the sea area after we saw Kieran's, the dead masked man. Life paper turned to ashes, but we found nothing. It is speculated that a skilled person... Shut up. I don't care who died. The most important thing now is to find the slave. The female celestial dragon's expression was extremely grim. How could she let that unruly slave escape without taming her first? Where did she run off to? Subordinates do not know. I knew you useless fools couldn't be relied upon. This is her life paper. I'm giving you 3 days to bring her back. A small piece of white paper was thrown to the ground. With a cold snort, before the kneeling agent could respond, Cherulia turned and left. Standing aside, the sniffling Charlos looked this way and that, then followed her out. Moments later, the conversation between the siblings reached the ears of the CP0 agents. Sister, where's my mermaid? Shut up. Why are you looking for a mermaid? Don't you have enough slaves? Mermaid, I want a mermaid. As the seemingly foolish voice grew fainter, The agent got up to pick up the slightly trembling life paper on the ground, his face behind the mask filled with helplessness. These guys really know how to create trouble. A few minutes later, in the CP0 agent's office, a group of individuals of varying heights and builds, but all wearing the same white robe, gathered there. "What's the task?" asked the person in the main seat. "A man in a white robe. To bring the slave back within 3 days," replied the agent who had just met with the celestial dragons. "Having the life paper makes it easier. By the way, who do you think is behind this incident?" According to speculation, the time from Kieran's arrival at the destination to his death should not exceed 10 minutes. The only one among the fishmen who has the strength to do this is that warlord. Some suspect it was Jinbi. It can't be him. According to our intelligence, Knight of the Sea is currently in a new world and doesn't even know about this fishman kidnapping incident. However, some did not believe this. Could it be a new strong person among the fishmen? It's also possible it was a passing strong person. Very likely, Kieran had a transponder snail on him. But no information was transmitted until the moment he died. Maybe a super strong person killed him in an instant. Even if Jinbi personally acted, he couldn't do it, right? Could it be that a special ability user can block the transponder snail signal? Someone nearly pieced together the truth, but immediately, someone raised an objection. I still think the possibility of a strong person passing by is greater. Then tell me, which strong person in paradise could instantly kill Kieran? Even if he is the weakest among us, he is proficient in 6 styles in hockey. Rayleigh. Huh. Dark King Rayleigh. He is at Spade Archipelago, only 300 nautical miles away from where Kieran died. He is the most likely to have appeared there. The office fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at the speaker through their masks, and after a while, they nodded in realization. That makes sense. With the strength of the Dark King, he could indeed kill him in an instant. Kieran, this kid, didn't die in vain. Cough, cough. Seeing that the discussion was going off track, the person in the main seat immediately interrupted the crowd that wanted to continue discussing. The cause of Kieran's death is not important, nor is the matter of the mermaid and the fishmen. The key now is how to carry out the order given by Shirulia. That slave is very likely to have left with the person who killed Kieran, who will bring her back. Speaking of this matter gave him a headache. Charlos was easy to fool. In a couple of days, that idiot would probably forget about it. But it was hard to explain to Shirulia. Yeah, who will go? Everyone unconsciously looked at the colleague who had just been reprimanded by the celestial dragon, suggesting, how about, I have a long-term task assigned by the 5 elders. Although the words were not finished, everyone understood the implication. A certain celestial dragon's personal matter was nothing compared to the orders from the 5 elders. Then, it will be you two. The meeting is adjourned. The person in the main seat casually pointed to 2 people who had no tasks assigned to them, showing no intention of asking further, and made the decision directly. The others got up and left without lingering. They did not care who would execute this potentially dangerous task, just as no one cared about Kieran's death. In the high sky, a wooden sailing ship was slowly drifting in a certain direction, with 8 young men and women on board, in thick fog, gathered on the deck drinking and chatting. Is she considered one of us now? Ferranda asked directly, as she always spoke her mind, pointing at the hawk woman who had remained silent since the chains were unlocked. Yeah, do we need a joining ceremony or something? Nojiko put down her wine glass and asked somewhat perplexedly. She has always believed in having a good eye for people. The moment she saw the eagle woman, she had the thought of inviting her onto the ship. A rare flying ability user is something no faction would ever turn down. Don't you think something is missing? What do you mean? You haven't even asked if she agrees. Guena voiced what Flando wanted to say. What do you think of me? Nojiko raised her charming face, confidently patted her chest, and said, Are you underestimating me? How could someone I personally invited refuse? Refuse, huh? Noki turned his head abruptly, staring at the purple-haired woman beside him with an accusatory look. Sister, don't joke around. You have nowhere to go right now, so why refuse to join us? Angel asked the question everyone wanted to know. The eagle woman lowered her head and fell silent for a moment. After thinking it over repeatedly, she decided to speak the truth. I am very grateful for everyone's help. If it weren't for your appearance, I would still be the slave who is beaten and insulted by the celestial dragons every day. But it is precisely because I want to repay the life-saving grace that I don't want to implicate everyone. Implicate? My life paper is still in the hands of the celestial dragons. As long as that thing exists, I will be found no matter where I run. If I stay on the ship, it will definitely attract the attention of the celestial dragons. Chapter 64. Stop. Nojiko interrupted her before she could continue. I thought you would have some reason to refuse. Is that all? The eagle woman's eyes showed confusion. Isn't that enough? I'm talking about being hunted by the celestial dragons. Just celestial dragons. Do you think anyone on this ship is afraid? She asked Guena, Are you afraid? Guena shook her head. Is the neck of a celestial dragon harder than the knife in my hand? Are you afraid? Angel shook her head. I've never known how to write the word fear since I was little. What about you all? No need to answer. I know you're definitely not afraid either. Nojiko directly ignored the rest of the people and shrugged at Eagle Woman, saying, Look, who among serious people is afraid of the celestial dragons? Frank, Rhine. And the others dared not speak. If they admitted they were afraid, wouldn't that mean they weren't serious people? But don't worry, just say it, old lady Ba. This young lady has taken a liking to you. Since I saved you from CP0, I don't plan to let you off the ship. Just right, we need a lookout. And you seem quite suitable. Sai, our former lookout, that little girl was too unreliable, always slacking off. You can't learn from her, okay? Eagle Woman still hadn't reacted. And Angel couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her drink, which she had drunk most of, and directly sat down on someone, saying, Damn, Captain. Who are you calling lazy? Nojiko was naturally unwilling to back down, reaching out to scratch the little girl's ticklish spot or waist, saying, Who knows? Every time you go to the lookout, aren't you just slacking off and sunbathing? I enjoy it. Can you control me? No. Hee hee. Today I'm taking your spot. The remaining few watched the two girls playfully fight, sipping their drinks and occasionally cheering them on. Eagle Girl was a bit confused. Weren't we just discussing the celestial dragon's pursuit? How do we end up talking about slacking off? Franda stood up, handed her a glass of wine, and put her arm around her shoulder, smiling as she said, No one cares about the pursuit. I'm a bounty pirate, and I've still become a member of the crew, right? We lingered around the naval base for quite a while. That rear admiral almost discovered me. Later, I asked Nojiko what she would do if my identity was exposed. And guess what she said? What did she say? Eagle Girl became interested, taking a small sip of her drink as she listened. She said if it gets exposed, then it gets exposed. If the Navy doesn't mention it, we'll continue being bounty hunters, making money when we can. If they treat us like pirates, then we'll just raise a pirate flag on the ship. That's quite a strange idea, Franda continued, but because of her words, I solidified my intention to stay on the ship. Can I really? Just then, trouble arose, and Guena stood up, walking over to the two girls. With a serious expression, she said, The key issue isn't how many enemies we attract, but whether you really want to leave. I may not have experienced it, but I know one thing. Being alone at sea is very painful. Stay, no matter what we face in the future, we'll face it together. Strong enemies? The celestial dragon's pursuit? Isn't more of them better? She craved battle, and her sword craved battle even more. For both personal and practical reasons. Guena did not want Eagle Girl to leave the ship. Were you all complimenting me on? After a long struggle, Nojiko finally escaped from Angel's clutches. Just as she tidied her clothes, she saw a few people talking together, complimenting your discerning eye, gathering this group of outstanding geniuses. It was rare for Guena to joke around. Narcissistic, speaking of geniuses, actually this captain is the strongest genius. Can you let me stay? Her increasingly narcissistic words were interrupted. Eagle Girl stared intently at Nojiko. Her saviors had already said so much, and it would be inappropriate to bring up leaving again. Besides, she had originally wanted to stay. Great. I knew it. We are both flying-type ability users. We'll definitely get along. By the way, I still don't know your name. Nojiko stepped forward and gave her a hug, marking a unique initiation ceremony for women. As for the name, when I was with the Celestial Dragons, others called me the Eagle Woman. I don't want to mention my previous name anymore. Since you have given me a new life, I would like to ask you, Captain, to give me a new name. The Eagle Woman looked at Nojiko with anticipation. From today on, she would have a new life, and having a new name seemed reasonable. No problem, leave it to me. However, 5 minutes passed, and Nojiko was pacing back and forth, anxious, her mind completely blank, unable to think of a suitable name. Speaking of which, I'm terrible at naming. Even her own moves rarely had names, which shows how poor her talent in this area was. But now everyone was staring at her. Even Angel's gaze carried a hint of disdain. It would be too embarrassing to say she couldn't do it at this moment. Glancing at the Eagle Woman's shoulder-length purple hair, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her mind. This would do. Aji, how about that? It sounds nice, right? Kuina and the others fell silent. This is the name you came up with after all that effort? Not that it sounds bad, but it feels a bit hasty. Okay, it's a great name. From now on, I'll be Aji. The Eagle Woman, no. Now it's Aji, was very satisfied with this name. Ahem, as long as you like it. By the way, Aji, what kind of ability user are you in Eagle? Nojiko started to change the subject, and fortunately, everyone was very interested in this topic. When it came to her abilities, Aziz's expression became complicated. Yes, but also no. The full name of this fruit is animal type, bird fruit. ancient species, giant eagle form, which has stronger power, defense, and recovery than ordinary animal types. The fruit was forced upon her by a celestial dragon, and she still remembers the words they said. Your eyes are like an eagle's. If you eat this fruit, you'll surely become an even better slave. Don't disappoint me. Truly an ancient species, even when stabbed in a vital spot, it can recover in a short time. Should I try aiming for the heart next time? Ozzy. Coming back to her senses, she saw everyone looking at her with concern, and she smiled lightly. Shaking her head, she was just reminded of some unhappy things. So how about it? This fruit is amazing, right? Absolutely fantastic. Will felt a bit sour at the corners of his mouth. Yes, it was a sour feeling that came from the heart. Among the animal types, his companions were either mythical beasts or ancient species, and he was just him. It's no use being envious. Just keep being your frog prince. Nojiko symbolically patted his shoulder, treating it as a consolation. How many times have I said it? It's a tree frog, not a frog. Tree frogs are very strong. Yes. Tree frogs are the best. By the way, the giant eagle form can fly with people, right? Angel's eyes lit up as she stared at Z. Sigh, recently someone has been unwilling to take her flying. Every time it's just using flame clouds to get by. It's boring. It's not like she almost pulled out one of her feathers back then. Really too stingy. Meanwhile, on the archipelago of Shambody, two people wrapped in white robes appeared at the port. One of them was carefully observing a life card in his palm. It's standing up. Could it be that the target is in the sky? Chapter 65. A short rest boom. Roar. On a certain island in the Grand Line, a colorful tiger was sprinting through the forest at high speed. Whoosh, a light blue sword wave swept past it, and a tree large enough for several people to hug was neatly split in half. Upon seeing this, the tiger's fur stood on end, and it didn't dare to express its dissatisfaction towards the unexpected guest not far away, instead changing direction to continue fleeing. In the center of the forest, there was a clearing with a small lake, where two sword-wielding girls were fiercely battling by the lakeside. One wielded a large sword, the other a small one. One wide and one thin, both covered in the domineering color of hockey. Every clash sent vibrations through the air, and the aftermath of the battle continued to destroy the surroundings. The two were Nojiko and Guena. As for why they chose to fight in the forest, the reason was simple. They were bored. It had been 3 days since they defeated the CP0 agents, and despite wandering around, they hadn't seen a single pursuer. Today, the ship had descended from the sky, and a group of people started a picnic, and, after eating, they needed to digest, hence this battle. Speaking of which, why isn't the agent carrying a ZS life card caught up yet after 3 days? The Thousand Sunny only flies occasionally, spending most of its time on the sea, not deliberately hiding, and its speed is just ordinary. Logically, they should have been caught up by the highly efficient agents by now. The scene shifted to another sailboat, where two agents wrapped in white robes were sitting on the deck listening to the scolding coming from a telephone bug. This magical little creature had perfectly mimicked Shalulia's sharp voice. Didn't I give you 3 days? Where's my slave? The two CP0 agents exchanged glances, both thinking the other should deal with the celestial dragon, but ultimately, the shorter of the two spoke first. Lady Shalulia, our subordinates have not rested for a minute in the past 3 days, continuously tracking the whereabouts of the Eagle Woman. But the life card has consistently shown she is in the sky and moving very fast. Shut up. You bunch of useless trash. How dare you make excuses? I don't care if you go to the sky or the sea. If you don't bring the Eagle Woman back, you'll take her place as my slave. Crack. The telephone bug shut its mouth, instantly reverting to its original form. Should we continue searching? Another asked. Keep chasing until they call us back. The celestial dragoness orders are important, but the value of CP0 agents is not small. The big shots 1T allow valuable agents to waste time looking for slaves indefinitely. After all, there's no better tool than them. Not even the Gora CI would eliminate 2 valuable agents over such trivial matters. Steering the sailboat, the diligent agents continued to work hard for their master. What a joke. There could very well be someone on the other side who could kill them in an instant. Why would they rush to their deaths? Previous speculation. On the other side, Shalulia smashed the telephone bug onto the ground, her furious eyes seemingly ablaze. Upon learning that the Eagle Woman had not been brought back, she initially wanted to kill the 2 executing agents, but was secretly warned by other celestial dragons. An elite agent has already died because of your disobedient slave. Do you want to ensure that there will be no one left to use in the future? Damn it. Shalulia angrily smashed everything in the room. Once she calmed down, she waved her hand to instruct the subordinates waiting outside. Bring me slaves numbered 11 to 20. Yes. The corners of a celestial dragon's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Since the most resilient slave was not around, they would use others to replace her. After tonight, how many would survive? Hee hee. It's truly something to look forward to. In the depths of the forest, the battle was still ongoing. Unlike before, Nojiko did not enter her phoenix form. The fight 3 days ago wasn't particularly difficult, and she hadn't sustained any injuries, but the results were largely due to the enhancements from her phoenix form. Her own martial arts and hockey were not as strong as the CP0 agents she encountered. This made her realize that she was increasingly relying on her devil fruit abilities. If she didn't correct her mindset in time, she might suffer a loss in the future. Therefore, Nojiko resolved that at least in her daily sparring with Guena, she would rely entirely on herself and not use her devil fruit powers to suppress her opponent. With martial arts and hockey as her foundation and core, and the phoenix form as an exterior, this would be her future training direction. Of course, when fighting real enemies, whether it's devil fruit abilities or martial arts, she would use whatever was necessary without holding back. After all, enemies are not companions. They want to show mercy. Frost Moon Flow / Dragon. Boom. Bang. A massive, deep blue sword wave sent Nojiko, along with her sword, flying, crashing through several large trees until a gigantic stone blocked her path. Crack. However, this stone, towering over 20 meters, was also covered in cracks, as if it could turn into a pile of rubble at any moment. Cough, cough. Nojiko spat out a bit of blood. If it weren't for the fact that she had fully covered herself with armament hockey at a critical moment, she would have been seriously injured. She jumped out from between the stones and complained to Kana with an annoyed expression. Hey, you went too hard on me. My waist. The swordswoman rolled her eyes at her, completely ignoring her words, and raised her sword, Wad Ikamanji, high, seemingly wanting to strike her again. On the other side of the lake, there was a wall made of huge vines, covered with cracks of various sizes, yet still standing strong in front of the traveler. The remaining people on the ship were all leaning on the wall, watching the show. Is this how they usually are? Azee pointed at someone who was covered in dirt and asked, as her eyesight naturally allowed her to see that the other party was injured, which puzzled her. Aren't they all companions? Do they really go this hard against each other? In contrast to her worried expression, the others were leisurely watching the show, and some even had the time to drink tea and eat snacks. No need to be so surprised. Cough, cough, it's nothing, Angel said, forcefully swallowing the cake she had accidentally taken too big a bite of. She took a sip of juice that her father handed her to moisten her throat before continuing. This little injury is nothing for her. You should have seen how she used to bully Kuna during training with her fruit abilities. She was so arrogant that it made me want to hit her. Yeah. Although the captain is usually very reliable, sometimes she really makes you want to punch her. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Angel's view. I see, but speaking of which, those two are really strong. Azee gazed intently at the two in the distance, her eyes shining with a peculiar light. Her unique experiences made her desire for strength much stronger than others. Nojiko spoke words of accusation, but her hands did not slow down at all. She held her sword in the same posture she had when she killed the agent Kieran. The power and dominance within her continuously infused into her weapon, driving away the fallen leaves and dust around her, which piled up nearby. Chapter 66. Nojiko, in the eyes of the Navy High Command, the knife raised by Guena finally came down, sending a crescent-shaped slash soaring toward its target. The tail of the slash connected to the ground, kicking up a large amount of dirt as it advanced, yet it did not affect its speed at all. Nojiko, as the target of this attack, finally completed her charge, bringing her large sword down at an angle, a nearly half-meter wide, white shockwave powerfully meeting the crescent slash. A low hum, not loud, but impossible for anyone to ignore, came from the point where the two attacks met. Following this was a visible, translucent shockwave that swept up nearby rubble and broken wood as if a typhoon had passed through, even distorting the calm surface of the lake, pulling the water toward the vine-covered walls. Oh no, we are still too low. Huge vines. As Ryan's voice fell, dozens of green vines with diameters exceeding 10 centimeters intertwined to form an even taller wall. Bang! The shockwave carrying the lake water crashed violently against the wall, but did not shake it even a bit. It was merely the aftershock of the attack, and it could not do anything to the crowd. Your strength has increased compared to before, Guena. So, are you going to give the captain's throne to me? Dream on. The two figures instantly disappeared from their spots, using the most basic technique of the 6 styles, Soru, with great proficiency. The sounds of metal clashing rang continuously in the air, and neither of them held back, Every sword strike was nearly at full power. The two forest destroyers became more and more excited as they fought, while the poor animals that had no home to return to were now even afraid to drink water. Marine Headquarters Building, Admiral's Office. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, the three Marine admirals, and a certain burly old man lying on the sofa, sleeping, had just finished an emergency meeting. As the meeting was about to disperse, Akainu called out to Sengoku, bringing up a matter unrelated to today's meeting. Recently, those bounty hunters caused quite a stir in the Spade archipelago. Oh, I didn't expect Sakazuki to be interested in people other than pirates. Hearing this, Kizaru, who usually left right after meetings, stopped in his tracks. This lecherous-faced admiral stroked his chin and said, "Could it be that you agree to let them join the Navy? Zoan types, and possessing conqueror's haki, truly frightening young people. How could I allow someone with unclear ties to pirates to join the Navy?" Akainu did not show any good face to his old friend. His gaze fixed on Sengoku, wanting to know his superior's thoughts on the matter. Originally, he would not have paid attention to bounty hunters and those insignificant pirates. But the impact of the Spade incident was too great. Because of Morgan's, that troublemaker Birdman, the whole world knew about this matter. Everyone knew that the Navy had lost to bounty hunters in capturing pirates. Fortunately, especially Major General Mura was not part of Akainu's faction, or else he would have been scolded mercilessly for letting justice be stolen from right under their noses. It was also because of this incident that Akainu cast his attention toward Nojiko and the others. "Are you dissatisfied with them?" Sengoku leaned back in his chair, fully relaxing, while massaging his temples and asking. "Of course, I am dissatisfied. The intelligence clearly states that the bounty of 50 million for Tyrannosaurus Flanda has joined them. A pirate turned bounty hunter to hunt pirates. That Jonathan guy should never have let them go. I think he's been too soft-hearted after staying in that peaceful fortress for too long." Personal feelings aside, Akainu showed no mercy in public affairs. Sakazuki, you are too angry. You should be lenient with such promising newcomers." Kazan did not leave immediately, but joined the discussion among the group. Who? Crane, what do you think? Sengoku suppressed the impulse to throw someone out of the window and looked at the smiling chief of staff, wanting to know her opinion. I am actually very interested in this girl named Nojiko and the one called Guena, right? There are no fresh blood comparable to them in the current Navy. Our thoughts align. Based on the reports collected by Jonathan, and especially Mura, they're not bad people, nor are they the kind to pursue freedom at all costs. As for their unclear ties to pirates, I had someone check on that, and the little pirate named Flanda has not committed any evil deeds. It's not that Sengoku recognized good and bad among pirates. He just felt that this small blemish was insignificant compared to Nojiko's own value. Instead of letting her roam the seas unchecked, until one day she becomes a pirate for some reason, it would be better to guide her to become part of the Navy, especially after knowing she awakened conqueror's haki. This thought became even more resolute. However, before he could finish, Akainu interrupted. Justice is justice, and evil is evil. Since that bounty hunter has ties to pirates, she must not be allowed to join the side of justice. Sakazuki, you are too stubborn. Kazan, don't forget you are part of the Navy. Justice must not be confused. Are you going to push someone with conqueror's haki and a Zoan-type ability to the side of pirates? For some reason, Kazan, who usually didn't bother arguing with Akainu, surprisingly took the opposite stance this time. How terrifying. You all better not start fighting here. Kizaru simply decided not to leave, sitting on the sofa with a teacup, watching the show. All right, Sakazuki, Kazan, I have made up my mind about this issue. You may leave for now. Since Sengoku had made a decision, how could he change his mind because of his subordinates' objections? Did he still want to maintain his face as an admiral? Yes. Akainu turned and left directly, while Kizaru leisurely finished a cup of tea before leaving. Kazan, however, seemed to have more to say. Admiral Sengoku. Smoke a request to return to headquarters for duty and says he wants to stay in the Grand Line in the future. That kid, fine, I agree. With his strength, staying in the East Blue is a waste. Then I'll take my leave. I'll also take my leave. Kazan and Vice Admiral Crane left the Admiral's office in succession. At this moment, the sufficiently rested Garp finally sat up from the sofa. Yawn, has the meeting ended? Just right, I'm hungry. Sengoku, hurry and take out your senbei. Get lost. Chapter 67. Bounty. The battle between Nojiko and Guena lasted half the night, ultimately ending as both of their dominance was exhausted. This was also previously agreed upon. Unknown enemies could appear at any time on the sea, and they couldn't deplete their stamina just because of a playful spar between companions. Or they might end up suffering a loss if someone took advantage of the situation. Phew, I'm so tired. It seems that without using our devil fruit abilities, we can't determine a winner in a short time, Nojiko said, while wiping the sweat with the towel handed to her by Ryan. Her strength was still steadily increasing. But Goena was no slouch either, swinging her sword and making her cry out. Without using her devil fruit abilities, she really didn't dare to take Goena's slashes head on. It sounds like if we keep at it long enough, you'll win. I'm going to take a shower now. Let's go together. Nojiko said enthusiastically as she linked her arm with her. Get off. You're too hot. Even though she said that, she didn't really shake off the other person. After all, they had bathed together countless times since childhood, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they knew each other's bodies the best. Of course, it was a very pure kind of understanding, and those with inappropriate thoughts should reflect on themselves. As the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it has all its organs. The traveler's ship, though not large, had various rooms, including 2 shower rooms. Compared to the men's bathroom, which only had a simple small cubicle with 1 shower, the women's bathroom was much better in terms of environment. Nokia especially placed a large bathtub inside for several people to take baths. Nojiko was sitting on a small stool, rubbing her golden red long hair. Influenced by her fruit ability, her hair was always warm and smooth, and it didn't matter if she didn't wash it, but cleaning it daily was a habit she had developed over the years. Sticking to these small tasks also helped cultivate patience, so she didn't mind the extra effort. A Z was sitting behind her, helping to wipe her back. The 6 women on the ship were now crowded into this less than 15 square meter bathroom, their youthful or mature bodies playfully tussling and frolicking with each other. The 2 men were assigned to guard outside. Nojiko, can you teach me how to use hockey? After finishing her tasks, a Z seized the opportunity to ask. During her time with the Celestial Dragons, she was either locked in a cage or beaten, and after months of torment, her defense and recovery abilities had grown stronger. But her offensive power felt somewhat lacking. Relying solely on the wild instinct from her giant eagle form and the combat skills she had honed on the battlefield before becoming a slave, she couldn't be considered weak. But she definitely wasn't strong, especially when compared to Nojiko and Kuina. Her past experiences taught her that the weak could never live freely. So she longed to grow stronger and to be able to control her own fate. You know about hockey, huh? Great. I'll teach you starting tomorrow. After washing her hair, Nojiko used her ability to dry the moisture on her body. Without a second thought, she agreed to her companion's request and called out to the other 2. Rain, Flanda. You should join us for training tomorrow, along with Frank and Will. Everyone's training focus will be on hockey. I have a feeling our lives won't be as peaceful as before. Is our life really that peaceful? Flanda nodded in agreement, instinctively asking back, but her voice was low, and the others didn't hear clearly over the sound of the shower. In the few months since she joined, she had encountered admirals, supernovas, and agents of the world government. Among others, the enemies she once considered unbeatable were easily defeated by her, and this significant gap in strength between her and her companions wasn't a good feeling for someone with a strong personality. She didn't seek to be the best, but at least she didn't want to be at the bottom. However, since Will had consumed a devil fruit that greatly enhanced combat power, it was now her turn to be the weakest person on the ship. If they encountered some treacherous enemies in the future, she would inevitably become the weak point of the crew, and then the enemies could capture her to threaten her companions. That was not what she wanted to see. She needed to train her combat skills, learn hockey, and eat a devil fruit. Flanda was self-aware. Her talent was far inferior to Kuina's, so she wouldn't learn from her. A powerful fruit could save her years of struggle. She wouldn't refuse a shortcut to becoming stronger. Half a month later, the Celestial Dragon's revenge finally came. Although it was somewhat different from what Z had imagined. The 2 CP0 agents who were doing private business for the Celestial Dragons were eventually recalled, as it was unreasonable to send 2 non-flying individuals to chase after a person with flying abilities. They were hiding in the sky. It was impossible to let them use the moonwalk to chase after her. It was better to keep their useful lives to do more valuable things for the world government and the Celestial Dragons. The farce ended here. The 2 slacking agents were sent to the New World for a mission, and the furious Celestial Dragon, Shalulia, didn't know how many things she had broken or how many people she had tortured during this time. In the end, it was her father, an even more despicable Celestial Dragon, who persuaded her. It's just a slave. We can cultivate another. We are the noble world aristocrats. There are plenty of people willing to offer us slaves. Just let the underlings find a few devil fruits. What kind of slave can't we raise? After hearing her father's words, the late-blooming Shalulia realized she had been overly concerned about that eagle girl, which was not in line with her status. But to give up just like that still felt a bit unwilling. She needed to do something more. What? Let the Navy put a bounty on a slave. Admiral Sengoku couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was an order from Shillelia's palace. Two men in black suits and sunglasses expressionlessly conveyed their master's words. You must treat that slave as a pirate. Once you discover her whereabouts, you need to dispatch a warship to capture her. What if I don't agree? Sengoku was already fed up with those useless celestial dragons and felt deep disgust for the long-abandoned slave system. However, as the Admiral of the Navy, he had his own difficulties and couldn't openly oppose the vile actions of the world aristocrats. He could only try to ignore their existence as much as possible. He never expected to receive such a request today, asking him to sign a bounty notice for a runaway slave. Haha, is a slave even a criminal? The ones buying and selling slaves are the real criminals. This is an order from Shillelia's palace. Sengoku, do you dare to defy the world aristocrats? The expressions of the lackeys also turned ugly. If they couldn't even accomplish such a simple task, they would definitely be killed by the furious celestial dragons when they returned. Bang, bang, crash. An old man, picking his nose, stepped forward and punched the two men out the window. Speaking of which, the main building seems quite tall. I say, Sengoku, why are you being so polite to them? Dealing with people like this should be done with fists. The Admiral rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Which eye of yours saw me being polite? Should I directly attack them like you do? I am the Admiral of the Navy, with his status. If he hit the messenger, it would only embarrass him. The only ones he would personally handle were strong individuals and tables, crossed out. Here. Sengoku pulled out a small bag of sanbei from his pants pocket and threw it to Garp. After all, he had helped him. The old man gladly accepted it, tearing open the package and eating it without even wiping his nose-picking hand. It's rare for you to take this initiative. This matter isn't over yet. Because of that Eagle Girl, one CP0 agent is dead. Even if the celestial dragons don't pursue it, some people won't let it go. Who cares? A bounty is a bounty. After all, there are plenty of people with bounties living well on the sea. Garp said nonchalantly, finishing the senbei in a few bites and extending his hand towards Sengoku. It tastes good. Give me some more. A vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead as he roared. You bastard. Are you saying I'm derelict in my duties? What do you mean by those with bounties living well on the sea? Do you think I don't want to capture all the pirates? Gulielu. At that moment, the telephone bug on the desk rang, interrupting Sengoku's desire to curse. Hello. This is Admiral Sengoku. Which bastard is looking for me? Garp took the lead in answering the phone. Shut up, Garp. Let Sengoku take the call. A dignified voice came from the other side. TCH. Here, it's that old guy. Kapu handed the transponder snail to Sengoku, who continued to rummage through snacks in his office, saying, strange, how did that guy figure it out? Is it that I don't resemble Sengoku enough? Old man, you seem to have forgotten that the transponder snail can mimic people's appearance and expressions. Besides, when has that dignified marshal ever cursed except when facing you? I understand now. Tell those people this is a one-time thing. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku sighed with a complex expression, realizing that he had indeed been right. The order from the five elders came down to classify the Hawkwoman as a pirate, claiming it was to seek justice for the deceased CP0 agent. When have they ever cared about the lives of those below them? It's probably also to appease that celestial dragon. Snap, snap. So what do you plan to do? After rummaging for a while, Kapu actually found something to eat. What else can we do? Issue a bounty. By the way, how much is a CP0 agent worth? What would be a suitable bounty? Snap, with the strength of that group, this should be worth a few tens of thousands of berries. Enough to buy quite a bit of senbei. Senbei? Hey, you've stolen the snacks I hid, but I don't have the mood to argue with you, old bastard. Young lady, don't blame me. It's also out of necessity. I hope you won't get caught by us. This was the first time he hoped that a criminal could escape from the Navy. After gathering his emotions, Sengoku personally signed a relatively low bounty notice. If the unfortunate Kirin was still alive, he would definitely be very displeased. Is his life really that worthless? This is bad. Will rushed into the dining room, a comb still stuck in his golden hair. He liked to comb his hair on the deck in the sea breeze, claiming it made it smoother. Oh, new hairstyle? While speaking, Nojiko casually took the bread that Franda handed over. Forget about that. Azuki is wanted. He slammed the newspaper and the bounty notice onto the table. What? Chapter 68, Encountering Ace New Pirate Hawkwoman. 20 years old, a vicious Zoan-type ancient species user, skilled in flight with considerable combat power. Wanted for assassinating a high-ranking member of the world government, with an initial bounty exceeding 100 million berries, overnight becoming a notorious pirate in the Grand Line. Another supernova, following Bloodfang Nick Dane. This is the gist of today's newspaper. The freshly issued bounty notice featured Azuki's face, spreading across the Grand Line with the newspapers. Oh my gosh. 100, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 berries. Azuki, you're amazing. Francis stared at the bounty notice in shock, her eyes nearly popping out. Most pirates have a pathological obsession with bounties. The higher the number, the more excited they become, as it signifies their growing fame. As for the dangers that come with a high bounty, who cares? Azuki looked at the bounty notice, but there was no joy on her face. After all, she never considered herself a criminal, and now being wanted by the Navy made her feelings complicated. Nojiko Ayug. Before she could finish her sentence, someone stuffed a slice of bread into her mouth to silence her. With the Celestial Dragon's character, if they knew you were on our ship, it wouldn't matter whether you were wanted or not. We don't care about that, let alone you becoming a pirate. You should know that the bread on the plate was baked by pirates, and everyone is still happily eating it. Before Azuki could say anything, the chef became displeased. Hey, do you look down on food made by pirates? Idiot, that is a compliment. Give me another cup of milk. After the initial shock, everyone quickly calmed down. It's just 100 million berries, that's nothing. Not long ago, they just took down a pirate supernova with a bounty over 200 million. Proud of it? Speaking of which, Sengoku was a bit crafty. Since you all want to issue a bounty notice, then go ahead, but he wouldn't write anything about a runaway slave from the Celestial Dragons. Instead, he defined Azuki's identity as a daring pirate and treated the taken down CP0 as a certain world government official. To reflect the value of this agent, he unusually set a bounty of over 100 million for a newcomer. After all, when Kaido and Big Mom were first wanted, it was only 50 million berries. It was enough to give face to the world government. The extra million wouldn't scare off these CP0 prideful folks, regardless of whether they care or not. Nojiko and the others started to act low-key lately. At least they no longer treated the Navy like fools when exchanging bounties. The girls didn't show up at all. Instead, it was Frankie Eswell who brought back the money after carrying the pirate's corpse. In this half-month, they had only pulled off one job. Perhaps it was a change in mindset. They really couldn't muster any interest in these small fry now. Nojiko is waiting. Once everyone has mastered their hockey, they can start the next phase of their plan. Currently, their overall strength is at an awkward level. They are nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, but they lack courage in the New World. After all, the gap in strength between the two seas is too large. With no buffer zone to allow for a smooth transition, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. A Z is diligently performing her duties as lookout, spending most of her time in the cabin at the top of the mast. For this reason, Nojiko even upgraded the ship. The length of the ship has increased from 15 meters to 30 meters. Although it is still small compared to the massive naval warships, it is spacious enough for their crew of only 8. The 2 men on board no longer have to squeeze into one room, saving Wolf from complaining about Frank's snoring affecting his sleep quality. To get a better view of the target, a Z transformed into her orc form, her sharp eyes adorned with faint golden circular patterns, making her aura even stronger, intimidating anyone who dared to meet her gaze. From a distance of 1,000 meters, she could see every detail on the ship. A group of pirates sat on the deck in small clusters, some gathered to play cards, while others were drinking in broad daylight, their faces flushed as they argued about something. 2 people on the ship appeared to be quite different from those pirates. A man with blue short hair was sitting on the steps at the mast's base, reading a book, while another young boy, bare-chested, was sitting on the railing with a fishing rod. Upon seeing his face, Aziz's eyes widened in surprise. It was him. Big fish or small fish? Nojiko, who was doing weighted exercises below, casually asked. It's the Spade pirates. Saying this, Aziz jumped down. Huh, that sounds a bit familiar. How could not? They've been making a name for themselves lately, especially that Steel Fist ace, whose bounty has skyrocketed to 200 million. Aziz's heat was suddenly suppressed. Angel handed the bounty notice to everyone. Aziz smiled and said, this isn't a bad thing for me. This kid is quite young. Seems to be about the same age as the captain. Frank sighed. What's going on with the sea these past 2 years? There are young people everywhere who are as strong as monsters. It puts a lot of pressure on this middle-aged uncle. Steel Fist? Ha ha, what a terrible nickname. Finally recalling who the captain of the Spade Pirates was, Nojiko couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Ace's nickname. Terrible? The naval hero Garp is called Iron Fist. Steel Fist sounds even more imposing, though I wonder if his fists are really as hard as steel. Goena drew her sword. Wanted to give a try. You don't know the reason behind this. Forget it. Forget it. What hasn't happened isn't important. Next, let's meet the Spade Pirates. Ace, isn't it a bit too early for us to go to the New World? I think we should. The blue-haired man, who is the ship's Dr. Masquid Dias, closed his medical book and walked up to Ace. I'm hungry, Dias. Hurry up and cook. Ace yawned, not even hearing what was said. Sigh. Fishing is so boring, and I haven't caught anything after half a day. You bastard, I'm not a cook. Watch out. Dias was about to get angry as he pressed down on his captain's shoulder, but his peripheral vision caught something flying toward them at high speed. Look at this. Ace also noticed the incoming object and kicked it into the sea with a spin. It turned out to be a cannonball. Speaking of which, isn't it a bit small? It's not even as big as the Apple 1-8 this morning. However, before he could show a proud smile. Boom! Chapter 69, Navy Pirates. Bounty hunters in the distance. A large warship was moving steadily in one direction. The sudden explosion caused its speed to slow down, clearly catching the attention of those on board. Vice Admiral Garp, according to estimates, the explosion site is less than 5 nautical miles from us. Should we go take a look? A man wearing sunglasses and holding a long knife asked an old man who was daydreaming on the deck. The old man, with graying hair, yawned upon hearing his subordinate's voice, casually rubbing the tears from his sleepy eyes. So sleepy, that guy Sengoku is too much. He actually sent me out to patrol. It's not like we're going to the New World. It's just that I ate a few more packs of Sunbae. By the way, did you just say something? Bogart's expression showed no change, as if he was already used to his superior's personality. He repeated what he had just said. I see. Since it's close, let's go take a look. If it's pirates, it's just right to let me stretch my muscles. It's settled. I'll go first. Saying this, Garp handed his navy coat to his lieutenant and then jumped into the air. Moonwalk. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Full speed ahead. Bogart commanded the navy on the ship. Though his expression didn't show it, he was internally complaining about Garp's behavior. Here we go again. Vice Admiral Garp, every time you encounter pirates, they are easily eliminated by you. At this rate, the soldiers won't get any training. The explosion rang out, and even from across the sea, the ship nearly capsized. The Spade pirates were shaken by the aftershock, and even Ace was drenched with cold seawater. This cannonball has great power. Dias suddenly remembered something, grabbed his telescope, and looked in the direction from which the cannonball came, just in time to see a strong figure standing on a distant ship, holding a huge hunting gun on his shoulder. It turns out the previous attack wasn't from a cannonball, but a bullet. It's him. I recognize that person. Who did you see? Ace asked, a bit confused. With his vision, he couldn't see a face from several hundred meters away, only a sailing ship rushing toward them. It's that group of bounty hunters. The attack just now came from explosive bullet Frank. I heard he's a devil fruit user. Are they here to claim my head? You still have a mood to laugh. Enemy attack. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. Yes, I'm serious, okay? Bang, 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 bang. The sound of breaking air came as someone targeted Ace. A golden-green figure paused in the air 4 times, each time increasing in speed. Whoosh! The cold gleam of a sword tip lunged toward his chest. Just as the attacker's lips curled into a confident smile, Ace moved. He reached out with both hands at lightning speed and caught the sword blade. The lightning-fast strike failed. Will gripped the sword hilt but couldn't pull it back no matter what. Well, if he could pull it back, he could naturally stab forward. At this moment, it would be strange for the opponent to let go. Frogman, looking at the green skin and strange facial features of the person in front of him, Ace expressed his confusion. It's a tree frog, you bastard. Haven't you ever seen a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Will roared. I really haven't. Ace shook his head. I often see Paramecia types, my brother is one. So strong, just from that move. Ace could tell that this man's strength surpassed that of the pirate supernovas he had encountered at Spade Archipelago. However, Will had other moves. The greatest enhancement of the tree frog form was the power in his lower limbs. While practicing swordsmanship, he also secretly trained his kicking techniques. Pretending to exert force with both hands to draw his sword, his right leg was secretly gathering strength, and with a heavy kick, he aimed at Ace's side. However, this strike failed again as it was blocked by Ace's arm. Feeling the intense pain in his forearm, Ace was not feeling well either, but it was his turn to attack now. With both hands exerting force, he directly pushed Will away, seizing the opportunity while Will was off balance to throw a heavy punch, deforming the frog-like face. Crack! Will was sent flying, crashing through the railing and continuing to fall toward the sea. Nice job, Ace. Dealing with a devil fruit user means making them fall into the sea. Dio's smile lasted less than a second before disappearing, as he witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen. Just before hitting the water, Will executed a flip, pushing off with both feet and with a bang. He actually jumped up from the water's surface into the air. Moonwalk. It was impressive enough to just step on the water. He even stepped on the air and returned to the ship. So amazing. The frog can even fly. Is this granted by the devil fruit? Ace's eyes sparkled as he looked at Will. He wanted that skill, but would turning into a frog person make him too ugly? It didn't quite match his image. You bastard, I told you it's a tree frog. Hearing this, Will, who had just steadied himself, lunged at Ace with his sword aimed at his chest. Swish, swish, swish. Unfortunately, a dozen consecutive strikes were easily dodged by Ace. Ah, so dangerous, so dangerous. By the way, did your ability to turn in midair, just now, come from a devil fruit? Having exhausted all his strength, Will realized the gap in power between them. After dozens of failed strikes, he retreated a few steps and stood at the bow of the ship. You're strong, stronger than the supernova I encountered before. I'm not your opponent. Will stopped, and Ace did not attack proactively. Nick Dane, huh? I was considering challenging him before he was defeated by you guys. Is that so? But now you have a chance to challenge someone even stronger. She's here. By the way, what I just used wasn't a devil fruit ability. It was just pure martial arts. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of vines appeared out of nowhere, entangling the black Spade pirate ship. And several crew members who were caught off guard were also bound by the vines, losing their strength and collapsing onto the deck. During their battle, the traveler had also arrived nearby. Hey, are you guys okay? Dio hurried over to check on the fallen members, finding that they were merely unable to move, but had no other discomfort, which relieved him. Is this the devil's vine? He turned to look at Rhine, the woman who had arrived along with the vines. It seems a bit like an anesthetic, just a larger dose. Is it an ability that comes with the fruit? Rhine smiled and said, I've gone easy on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't just lose strength. Should I thank you for going easy on them? As soon as he finished speaking, Dio charged at her, and the two instantly became locked in a fierce battle. Punches and kicks were ineffective against Rhine, and the vines couldn't restrain Dio, making it seem evenly matched. You dare to hurt my companions. Ace's fist was blocked by a descending Nojiko, and her cheerful voice came. Don't be nervous. There's no battle without injury. I won't take their lives. You, Ace, I've been watching for a while. It's really you, you little brat. A strong voice came from above, shocking everyone present. Grandpa, Chapter 70, The Iron Fist of Love. Grandpa. Looking at the old man descending from above, Ace was shocked, as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. What responded to him was a fist the size of a sandbag. Bang! Boom! Amidst the dazed expressions of everyone, Garp punched his grandson from the deck to the bottom of the ship, raising a cloud of dust. Ace, Captain, Dio, and the pirate crew were stunned by this scene, crowding around the big pit, searching for their captain's figure. He wouldn't have been knocked into the sea, would he? Rhine also temporarily stopped and walked to her companion's side. My goodness, a big shot has arrived. Let's back off a bit and avoid being caught in the crossfire. Kazan and his companions followed the vines back onto the Thousand Sunny, while Garp's attention was fully focused on his grandson, completely ignoring the small actions of the few who were retreating. It hurts, you old man, who attacks as soon as they meet. Ace jumped up from below, his eyes filled with tears as he held his head, a large bump forming under his hat, nearly filling the original space. It had been nearly a year since they last met, and Grandpa's punches were still so powerful. This is the iron fist of love, you brat. How dare you set sail behind my back and make such a big fuss? Now the whole world knows you're a pirate. How can I still make you a marine? As he spoke, Garp's face, which had just been smiling, became serious, and the joy of seeing his grandson almost vanished. Who wants to be a marine? Grandpa, you've always known my thoughts. Don't say anything about hoping I'll become a marine anymore. Ace naturally wouldn't listen to his grandpa's words. Knowing he would get hit, he still stood his ground. Wait, Grandpa. Doflamingo and the others finally reacted. They surrounded Ace and pointed at the tall old man who seemed to block out the sun, asking, The marine hero Garp is your grandpa? Yeah, what's the problem? Ace replied nonchalantly. Of course there is a problem. Everyone roared, especially Doflamingo, whose handsome face was now somewhat twisted. Unlike others, he had some understanding of Ace's identity, as the son of the Pirate King, and now calling the marine hero grandpa. Could it be? Are you Ace's companions? Looking at the people around his grandson, Garp's face broke into a kind smile. Hee, just some young people who have taken a wrong turn. They need a little love education. Cracking his knuckles, he slowly approached them, his presence becoming stronger with each step, making his figure appear even taller. Gulp! Not only the Spade pirates, but even those watching from a distance, like Rain, were too nervous to breathe, with only Garp's laughter and the sound of swallowing in the air. However, there was one exception. Nojiko was completely unaffected, quietly standing by, watching with great interest as Grandpa taught his grandson a lesson. Ace forced himself to gather his spirits. Don't get too proud, Grandpa. I've made progress over these months at sea. Today, let me show you my strength. As if fueled by these words, he initiated his attack. Steel fist. Power surged from his legs to his waist, then gathered in his right fist as he turned his body. Ace had defeated many pirates and marines with his fists, and even some sea kings. Surely his grandpa couldn't he block it easily? Or could he? Just as his fist was about to hit Garp, a dramatic scene unfolded. The old man sidestepped the fast-approaching punch, grabbing the wrist that couldn't he be retracted in time, lifting Ace off the ground entirely. Grandpa, Ah! Before Ace could put on a flattering smile, he began spinning rapidly like a fan blade. Garp whisked his grandson into the crowd, and Doflamingo and the others didn't even have time to plead for mercy before being knocked down by Ace's makeshift fan. Swish! It was as swift and decisive as autumn winds sweeping away leaves. In less than 3 seconds, not a single member of the Spade Pirates was left standing. Total annihilation. Gee, Grandpa. Ugh. The spinning finally stopped, and Ace struggled to speak, barely managing to utter a few words before he vomited a rainbow of colors all over Garp. You brat. Flames seemed to ignite on the old man's body as he gave his grandson a thorough beating, only stopping after he made Ace unrecognizable to his own father. Fortunately, their family was tough-skinned. Garp had been beating his grandson since they were young, and typical children wouldn't be able to withstand such an iron fist of love. Good thing I dodged quickly, or I would have ended up like them. Rain patted her chest, still feeling a bit frightened. Getting knocked down by someone using another person was just too pathetic for her. This old man is strong. Didn't he know what to say? Just moments ago, he had been defeated by Ace in just a few punches and kicks, and now he felt that his seemingly unbeatable opponent was defeated in an even shorter time. Was the gap between people just too great? Nojiko reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be discouraged. You're already very strong. Just don't compare yourself to the monsters. Will rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Thanks, but I never compare myself to you monsters, okay? You all feel it, right? Goena wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and let out a slow breath. With her observation hockey, she sensed more deeply than Will and the others. The terrifying aura that was like a mountain could not be felt by those who had not reached its foot, as they only knew the mountain was tall, but did not know how tall it truly was. An unprecedented strength. Angel nodded. Her instincts kept warning her to stay away from here, as there were invincible enemies ahead. As long as the other party harbored even a trace of hostility, her life might be in danger. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. She didn't expect to encounter him here. One of the strongest men in the world, Iron Fist Garp. I heard his name even from the celestial dragons. Even the world nobles were helpless against him. Azee also had some understanding of Garp. Can't see me, can't see me. A girl who usually acted recklessly was now hiding behind everyone. But unfortunately, her outstanding height and conspicuous red hair were anything but low-key, and the huge wolf fawn club in her hand was exceptionally eye-catching. As a small pirate, it's only natural to be afraid of the powerful navy. I heard he came from the EC, so he is kind of our fellow townsman. Frank's face was full of admiration. Most people his age grew up hearing about Garp's deeds, and the name of the naval hero was well known. Haha, I didn't expect you all to have heard of my fame. Garp, having put down Ace, turned his head, and his resolute face appeared before everyone. His tall and muscular body was as grand as the legends described, though it would have been better if he could retract the pinky finger he had stuck up his nose. Ahem, Vice Admiral Garp, mind your image, mind your image. Everyone respects you. Noki jumped onto Ace's ship. Since they had turned their attention to them, it was better to go over and say hello. Young people are always troublesome. Garp muttered, then wiped his hand on his suit before continuing. You must be Noki, right? I've seen your photo with Sengoku. That guy thinks highly of you. Since we've met this time, come with me to the headquarters later. Nojiko, meow meow meow. I just came over to say hello. How did it suddenly turn into a discussion about joining the Navy? I even heard the name of Admiral Sengoku. Should I thank you big shots for thinking so highly of me? Grandpa, I will not go join the Navy with you. Just when Nojiko didn't know how to refuse, a savior appeared. The stubborn Ace once again drew Garp's attention. Iron Fist of Love. Bang! The entire ship shook a few times. Chapter 71. Escape and Duel. A massive warship was anchored next to 2 small boats, with hundreds of armed Navy soldiers glaring at everyone, as if at Garp's command. They could rush over and arrest them all, although the pirates present had almost all been defeated. Seeing this situation, Nojiko felt it was time to retreat. After all, she had already said hello, and staying here was meaningless. She secretly made hand signals with the hand behind her back, and her companions instantly understood the meaning. Rhine waved her small hand, and the vines connecting the 2 boats silently snapped. Nojiko gently leaped up, using the flame cloud to lift the Voyager. And in the blink of an eye, both the person and the ship flew into the air. Vice Admiral Garp, we'll take our leave now. You continue with your work. It's only natural for a grandfather to beat his grandson. We'll have a chance to meet again. Oh my, the ship is flying. The commotion caught the attention of everyone who could move, their eyes widening as they looked towards them. As the ship drifted further away, Bogart jumped beside Garp and whispered, "Vice Admiral Garp, should we shoot them down?" "Shoot what? They're not pirates. But just letting them go like this won't be easy to explain to Sengoku." Garp also felt a bit of a headache. If that guy found out that the girl named Nojiko slipped away right under his nose, he would surely get an earful when he returned. Next time, he wouldn't even dare to steal his food again. Suddenly, the old man locked eyes with his grandson. Ace, fist of meteor. His hand acted faster than his brain, and he threw his grandson towards the flying Voyager. Noki-ha, wow. No one expected this to happen. With a loud bang, a figure crashed into the cabin, and the speed immediately increased. I slipped up and let pirate escape. Ha ha. Garp laughed heartily while scratching the back of his head, as if he had just realized what he had done. We have to catch up. We must bring them back to the Navy headquarters today. He returned to the warship, stood at the bow directing the sailors to set sail, not even glancing at the pirates he had knocked down, nor mentioning capturing them. One ship was flying in the sky, while the other was chasing on the sea, the distance between them growing wider. Are we saved? The pirates staggered up from the deck, some unable to believe that the enemy just left like that. They had encountered a navy they couldn't defeat, yet were still alive and not captured. Was luck. Today, we survived a great disaster. In the future, Day shouted, "What do you mean saved?" Ace was thrown into the sky. "Hurry, chase after them." "Oh, right." The pirate ship hurriedly set off in the direction of the two ships. The person crawling out from the wooden debris hadn't caught their breath when they found themselves surrounded by a group of unfriendly-looking people. "Hey," he smiled and greeted them. 3 minutes later, Ace was lying on the deck, bound by vines 100 times, staring blankly with only his head sticking out, looking quite pitiful. "How did I end up here?" "Oh, I was thrown by Grandpa." Looking at the person lying there unable to move, Kuina asked, "Are we just going to leave him like this?" "Sai, let's find a ship to drop him off," Noki Ga sighed, holding his forehead. Angel thought it was strange. This was not like your usual self. No matter how you put it, this kid's head is worth a lot. Why not take it to exchange for a bounty? What are you talking about? Am I that greedy? Easy for you to say. Grandpa is right there on the sea. Just look at that old man lying on the deck looking relaxed. It's clear he doesn't really want to catch anyone. Otherwise, he would have used Moonwalk to catch up long ago. He could just watch people run away. Throwing Ace up, there was probably also his way of giving himself an excuse. Who would believe that old man would really send his grandson to prison? Their grandfather-grandson relationship is good. Believe it or not, she could exchange Ace's head for money in the morning, and by the afternoon, she might get beaten half to death by Garp. Besides, she has no grudge against this kid. Why bother risking everything for that little bit of money? "Mr. Frog, I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat?" Coming back to his senses, Ace looked at the person he had a brief interaction with. Although their faces had changed, that smooth golden hair was still recognizable. But was already too exhausted to explain that he was not a frog. He went into the cabin to get some bread and water, and Ryan, after receiving a signal, also removed the vines. Ace thanked him, took the food, and began to eat ravenously. The redness on his body had mostly disappeared by now, making one marvel at his monstrous physique. "Captain Garp, my subordinate just saw the Hawk Woman standing next to Nokiga. Do we need to capture her?" Bogart discovered Azuki's identity, but did not speak up at that time. "Hawk Woman? That sounds familiar. She is the one recently wanted by Admiral Sengoku, related to the Celestial Dragons." "Oh, it's her. Don't capture her. Why should I help those idiots do their work?" Garp stood up, shielding his eyes with his hand, looking at the ship in the sky that was getting smaller and smaller, pretending to be helpless. "Flying so fast. Can't catch up. If I go back like this, Sengoku definitely won't be in a good mood. We might as well return to the East Blue. I haven't seen Luffy in a long time, and I don't know how that kid is doing. I need to go back and take a look. I can't let him sneak out to sea like Ace. It was him who said to chase, and it was him who said to change the course. Who would have thought that an old man like him could change his mind so quickly?" However, Bogart had no objections. In his view, it was all the orders from his superior, and he just had to carry them out seriously. The warship turned around. Azuki reported the results of her observation to a few people. "Grandpa left. That shouldn't be the case. He let me go so easily?" Ace leaned on the railing, looking for a long time, but could only see a black dot. At this point, the distance between both sides had grown very far. Danger averted. Seeing that the strong enemy had indeed left, he excitedly jumped up. Without the need to escape in a hurry, the traveler returned to the sea, and the damaged cabin had already been restored to its original state. Let's just say it's the ship's fruit ability. By the way, weren't you guys planning to take my head for a bounty? Why did you let me go? Sitting together with the people on the ship eating, Ace asked with some confusion. These bounty hunters didn't seem as fierce as the legend suggested. They not only saved him, but also treated him to a meal. Is this what Deus calls bad people? It seems like I can also misjudge sometimes. We are not just roaming the seas for money. We also make friends when necessary. Actually, the reason we stopped your ship today was just to meet you, this supernova, and see how strong you really are. This was Nokiga's true thought. She had always wanted to know how her strength compared to the top geniuses in the Pirate King world. Kuina was a companion, and they were too familiar with each other, so comparing didn't feel right. Zoro was still a rookie, yet to debut, making comparisons even harder. Ace was different. He was a representative figure who had been wandering the seas for quite some time and was about to head to the New World. In terms of horizontal comparison, they were considered contemporaries, making them suitable rivals. Of course, this was without using fruit abilities. The offensive-oriented mythical beast ability had too exaggerated an increase in power in the early stages. If she entered Phoenix form, the other side might not be able to break through her defenses, let alone touch the hottest flames in the world with mere physical contact. Do you want to have a fight with me? Putting down his bowl, Ace looked at Nokiga with anticipation. He had been thinking the same. Not so fast. Let's talk about it on the next island. Your companions are catching up. The space on the ship is small, and both sides can't display their full abilities. It's better to go on land where they can perform better. They are coming? Hearing this, Ace jumped up the mast to look around and indeed saw the Spade pirate ship in the distance. He jumped down and curiously asked, "How did you notice them without seeing them?" Angel answered for her, "Little brother, it's outdated to just use your eyes. Nowadays, everyone sees with their eyes closed. What are you talking about? I completely don't understand. Forget it. Let's meet up with Dias first." Ace waved his hand nonchalantly. Sure enough, he still hasn't mastered the observation hockey. It seems his strength is even lower than expected. Nojiko sighed. 2 minutes later, members of the Spade Pirates arrived. Ace returned to the pirate ship and told his companions about the challenge. Although they felt helpless, they wouldn't contradict their captain on such matters. Only Dias repeatedly reminded Ace not to underestimate the opponent, saying that even the 2 random crew members from their ship are so strong, and that Nojiko, being the leader of the other side, must be even stronger, and so on. Ace felt overwhelmed by it all, repeatedly assuring that he would definitely remain cautious. Sigh. Why didn't I realize Dias was so talkative before? It might be an exaggeration to say that there are as many islands in the Grand Line as stars in the sky. But if you were to give a specific number, 8,000, 10,000, or even more, no one knows. The world only knows that in this Devil's Sea, the islands with human footprints account for less than 1/10 of all islands, and there are quite a few islands that have never been stepped on by humans. Noki and the others casually found a nearby uninhabited island to dock, which was no more than 1 square kilometer in area. There were a few scattered coconut trees, a lot of rocky terrain, and white sand everywhere, giving an extremely desolate appearance. This kind of environment is great. It won't be a pity to destroy it later. Nojiko and Ace stood facing each other, with a clear divide of people several meters apart. Unlike the leisurely calmness of Kuina and the others, the members of Spade Pirates were excitedly chattering about something. Who do you think will win? That Nojiko looks tough to deal with. Is that even a question? Of course it's Ace. No one can defeat Ace. Exactly. Don't you know his strength? The opponent is just a woman. How could she? The pirate's words faltered as several women nearby shot him unfriendly glares, especially one with purple hair whose gaze was particularly intimidating. Under the watchful eyes with faint golden circular patterns, he felt his breath become labored, his back gradually dampening with sweat, and his legs starting to tremble. Under the instinct for survival, the pirate hurriedly changed his tune. Of course, it's Lord Nojiko who will win. That guy Ace could never beat her, right? Sure. His companions hushed him, all pointing their pinky fingers at him, but no one dared to say anything more. This group of women was not to be trifled with. Where's your sword? I heard you're a swordsman. Ace looked around, but still couldn't find any weapons near his opponent. Could the rumors be false? Don't worry. My martial arts are also quite good. You'll find out soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Nojiko's figure appeared right in front of Ace, her hockey-infused fist smashing toward his nose. Zulfust. Ace felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a fierce beast, and hurriedly dodged to the left, momentarily forgetting to defend himself. Boom! Although the fist struck empty. The resulting wind from the punch shattered a nearby giant rock several meters high, sending white sand flying everywhere. Facing an opponent with talent no less than his own, Nojiko attacked with all her strength, but she didn't expect her opponent not to choose to block head-on. What the heck? Ace wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing nervously at the cloud of dust. Wow, I wasn't even ready yet. Do you want to kill me with that punch? Come again. After missing her first strike, Nojiko's figure flashed and reappeared in front of Ace, delivering another heavy punch, this time aimed at his side. Bang! Ace blocked the attack with his palm while kicking at her. Bang! Boom! In just a few seconds, both sides exchanged blows over a dozen times. Their movements so fast that only shadows remained, and the sandy ground was left pockmarked as if plowed by a machine. Among the spectators, only a few could clearly see their movements. Ace's strength is pretty good. Angel crossed her arms, her keen eyes following the movements of the fighters in the distance, showing her approval of his abilities. After all, he's a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. He's not just anyone. If he didn't have some skills, the Navy would be quite embarrassed. Kuina was also fully focused on them, but her gaze was more on that golden-red figure. Although Ace's strength was not weak, his fighting style was simple and direct, making the other person more interesting to watch. Soru. Nojiko began to accelerate, her figure constantly disappearing and reappearing, her punch speed becoming faster. In an instant, it seemed as if countless fists were rushing towards Ace. No matter how he dodged and counterattacked, he couldn't block them all. Bang bang, one punch hit his left cheek, another struck his rib, directly sending him flying. The sound of the air being torn and cracking echoed as several trees that remained on the island were broken in half, making the place seem even more desolate. It hurts. You really hit hard. Chapter 72. Victory and Defeat. Ace, who had flown several dozen meters, stood up spitting blood, brushing off the dust on his body as if nothing had happened. However, the look in his eyes when he glanced at Nojiko became incredibly serious. Through these few exchanges, he had roughly figured out the girl has strength. She was not someone he could overpower. It was difficult for him to win in a head-on confrontation, especially with her fist that turned black when she attacked, which hurt so much that it almost reminded him of the feeling of being beaten up by his grandfather. You're pretty tough too. Nojiko chuckled lightly and, in the blink of an eye, appeared near Ace again, her long legs slicing towards him like knives. Thank you. Ace leaped high to dodge the attack, not caring about the cracking sound of the ground behind him, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for teaching me this move. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace's figure vanished. Soru. What? He actually learned it during the battle. Will looked on in disbelief. Even transforming into his beast form, only with enhanced dynamic vision could he see the exchange between the two. I didn't expect there were such people on the sea. Flanda was equally dumbfounded. She spent a lot of time learning Sora back then. Of course, he's Ace. It would be unusual if he couldn't learn it, someone commented. The Black Spade pirates regained their confident smiles. TCH. So what if he could do it? It's not like anyone can't learn at a glance. Angel rolled her eyes. Not pleased. Although she learned it a bit slower than that pirate, it wasn't fair to compare since she focused most of her talent points on sniping skills. But Nojiko and Ka really could learn it at a glance. The former figured it out by herself, while the latter only needed to see it once. Frank and the others exchanged glances. They weren't like that, having spent several months practicing to master it. Sorry for holding you back. Not bad, but that's not enough. Boom. Without even looking, Nojiko punched Ace, who was attacking from the right, into the sand. Just learned it and showing off in front of her. Does he really think she's some CP9 agent that looks like a cow? Ugh, this sand is too gritty. After struggling for a long time, Ace finally wriggled out of the sand, his face all wrinkled. Sure enough, even with this peculiar movement technique, he still couldn't keep up with her speed. By the way, what is your enhanced attack capability? It shouldn't be a devil fruit, right? Because his grandfather can also do this move. Nojiko didn't hold back. It was hockey. Ace asked in confusion. Hockey, what is that? If you want to know, come and experience it yourself. His face came into contact with the fist again, and under the intense pain, there was no time to feel any techniques left, only pain and anger remained. Another slap to the face. Ace, with flames in his eyes, swung his fist with all his might towards the opponent's face, trying to give tit for tat. Nojiko threw a punch as well, and their attacks collided instantly. The standoff lasted less than a second before the larger fist was pushed back, sending its owner flying out as well. Ace. The members of the Spade Pirates could no longer remain calm. Why were they always the ones getting beaten? That woman was too strong. Up until now, she hadn't even shown any signs of injury, not even a heavy breath. Don't come over. I haven't lost yet. Daze wanted to go check, but he stopped him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a contemplative expression appeared on his face. Nojiko didn't give him much time to think. Punches and kicks rained down like a storm. Ace dodged what he could, and for what he couldn't, he raised his hands to block. When his hands couldn't stop them, he had to take the hits with his body. For a moment, he stopped attacking. The result of this was that in just a few seconds, his face was swollen to an impressive size. Even Garp would have a hard time recognizing him. As they fought, Nojiko sensed something was off. Why wasn't this guy fighting back? By the way, this scene felt familiar. His expression resembled that of himself when he sparred with Admiral Jonathan. What was the purpose back then? To learn. This kid wants to learn hockey by getting beaten up. Realizing this, Nojiko laughed. Since they were both from the same generation, she decided to give him a bit more help. Stopping her frenzied attacks, she looked at Ace, who was still protecting his head with both hands. She wrapped her right fist with a large amount of armament hockey and, like a bolt of lightning, shot through the gap between his arms, striking him hard on the chin. Puff! This time, Ace didn't get knocked away, but it was more painful than being sent flying. After the sharp pain, he felt his vision darken, his head buzzing, and his body swaying left and right as if he might fall at any moment. Is this how I lose? She's so strong. Can I really defeat her? Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a power suddenly erupted from within Ace, a surging momentum covering hundreds of meters around him, lifting the white sand from the ground and nearly blinding everyone. What is happening? The members of the Spade pirates looked at their captain in confusion, not understanding where this power was coming from. On the contrary, the others recognized it quickly. This kid actually has conqueror's hockey. The supernova they met last time at Spade Archipelago had it too. Isn't this something all high bounty pirates have? Angel asked curiously. The others shook their heads, indicating they didn't know, and then all looked at Z, their eyes full of expectation. Don't look at me. I haven't even fully mastered armament hockey. Z Sigid. I also want conqueror's hockey, but can it just be obtained by wishing? The sudden surge of power helped Ace regain his awareness. He stood still, constantly assessing his body, feeling a miraculous sensation. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he could do anything. Also, his clenched fist gradually turned black, then suddenly faded away completely. After several back-and-forth repetitions, finally it stopped fading. I did it. Ace's mouth curled up, a confident smile appearing on his face. This beating was finally worth it. However, the confident smile Ace thought looked cool came off as just a silly grin to others, and his swollen face really wasn't suitable for certain expressions. Seeing that the opponent had learned armament hockey in such a short time, Nojiko wasn't surprised at all. It was to be expected. After all, in the future, there would be someone who got beaten even worse, but learn even faster. This is the way of the protagonist's growth. Fortunately, she didn't have to do that. She could just learn directly, as enduring pain and getting beaten wasn't suitable for her. Stop grinning. I see you don't have much strength left. Let's settle this with one decisive blow. Although the fight only lasted a few minutes, Ace had been hit countless times, with many attacks exceeding his endurance. His body's self-healing ability was nearly saturated, and it was no longer suitable for a war of attrition. Perfect. Gathering all his strength into his right fist, he used the move he had previously used against Garp. With the presence of armament hockey, the power of this punch would become even stronger. Nojiko slowly calmed her breathing and did not gather her strength. After the one-sided beating earlier, she knew that her power and speed were superior to her opponent's. What was needed now was not the accumulation of strength, but a swift and decisive knockdown to put an end to this duel. At that moment, Ace moved, his fist covered in armament hockey appearing visually larger as it suddenly smashed towards Nojiko, the air cracking with explosive sounds as his fist passed through. Steel fist. Phoenix rush. Ace's determined punch was evaded, but Nojiko's elbow struck his chest, and in that instant he seemed to hear a faint crack sound before completely losing consciousness. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, traveling hundreds of meters in the air before finally losing all momentum. Boom! Water splashed up as he was knocked from the island into the sea with a single blow. Ace! Dias and the others shouted as they rushed to the spot where he fell. Don't worry, there is no danger to his life. With his physique, he should be able to get back on his feet after resting for about 2 days. Nojiko kindly reminded them, but was met with a host of angry glares. However, she didn't mind. Battle was no child's play, and not taking a life was the greatest mercy. We won. Angel excitedly jumped on Nojiko's back. I knew that kid couldn't beat you. He's older than you know. TCH, who cares how old he is? Goena said, I don't know why you wanted to duel him, but since it's over, we should leave now, right? Let us go. After Gios and the others pulled their captain out of the sea, they could only watch helplessly as the traveler sailed away, with no way to stop it. Cough. Cough, Ace. You're awake. Quick, get some alcohol and bandages. Ace, who had just been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. The intense pain in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe, but seeing his anxious companions, he felt as if he had regained some strength. Diozai, don't speak yet. You have 3 broken ribs and your internal organs are injured. It's not suitable for you to go to sea in the short term. The ship has plenty of water and food, so let us rest here for a while. The blue-haired man carefully wiped Ace's wounds with alcohol. As the ship's doctor, it was his duty to treat his companions, but this was the first time he had seen Ace injured so badly. It seems that this time, the invincible captain has really been defeated. Ace smiled and fell into a deep sleep. Hundreds of nautical miles away from the island, 3 warships surrounded a pirate ship, with both sides in standoff. Normally, any pirate crew would flee at the sight of even one warship. So how did they dare to confront hundreds of soldiers now? General Dolo, those pirates are threatening us with hostages, telling us to stand out. On the largest warship, a naval major was relaying the enemy's demands to a middle-aged man standing at the bow. But he didn't finish his sentence before the man's cold voice came through. Justice cannot be compromised. Fire, eliminate the pirates. Chapter 73. Iska hearing his superior's words. The major was taken aback and hurriedly said, "But there are dozens of civilians and merchants on that ship who were captured by the pirates. Do you dare defy my orders?" Dolo's voice turned icy, and his gaze shifted from elsewhere to his subordinate. The subordinate didn't dare. Under the intense pressure of Dolo's gaze, cold sweat began to bead on the major's forehead. The courage he had mustered dissipated instantly, and he reverted to being the obedient officer. Prepare to fire. Yes, the pirate crew was not small, with over 100 members. In ordinary waters, they would be a formidable presence with their sturdy ships and powerful cannons. But now, facing a navy force several times their number, the usual bullies who relied on their numbers cowered like quails, afraid to speak loudly. Only the fierce-looking pirate captain, with a face full of flesh, was shouting something on the deck. "Damn it, what are we afraid of? With hostages, what can those world government lackeys do to us? But it's really unfortunate. I was planning to take this group to Spade to sell, and then we ran into these roadblock dogs. You, go to the cabin and bring someone out to kill in front of them." When the pirate Lao dragged out a struggling child, the Navy's ships began to move, slowly retreating. Seeing this scene, the pirate captain laughed triumphantly. "Didn't I say it right? They dare not disobey. Hurry up, kill this little brat. Otherwise, the Navy won't see it soon. That's just how I am. I do what I say, ha 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 ha. Boss is brilliant. Those cowards really got scared off by the boss. Seeing the Navy retreat, the pirates were emboldened, and some even rushed forward to kill the hostage. They didn't dare speak against an enemy they couldn't beat, but when facing a child whose mouth was covered and had no power to resist, they felt much bolder. After the 3 warships retreated a certain distance, they stopped, and dozens of cannons turned to aim at the pirate ship. Just as General Dolo ordered to fire, a commotion arose. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill innocent civilians too?" A female Navy officer, with a western sword at her waist, rushed forward to question Dolo, disregarding the soldiers trying to stop her. "They're just a bunch of insignificant pirates. We can send a few elites to win with minimal casualties, but you're ordering to fire? What about those hostages?" The female Navy officer, named Iska, had come from another warship. Upon learning of the order, she tried to persuade her direct superior, but was told that the order came from the fleet's highest commander, General Dolo. Thus, this scene unfolded. Everything is for justice. Only by doing as I say can we eliminate all pirates. Justice is meant to protect the weak. Naive rhetoric. Someone, throw her into the sea. Dolo merely glanced at her casually before turning his gaze back to the pirate ship. Just a lieutenant. And she dared to obstruct him? Unexpectedly, the female Navy officer with short orange hair turned out to be quite skilled without drawing her sword. She quickly took down 3 of the approaching men. Just like back then. I'll go save them myself, moonwalk. Iska jumped into the air, charging toward the pirate ship. Since persuasion was fruitless, she would rely on her own strength to try to rescue at least one. However, just as she left the warship, a white light shot towards her like a bullet, hitting her in the back. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and her movements were abruptly halted. The immense force sent her body flying through the air for over 10 meters. When her strength ran out, Iska lost consciousness, her body involuntarily falling towards the sea. Flying finger gun. Dolo retracted his finger and returned to his original position, disobeying orders and defying commands on the battlefield. Even if he personally killed this Navy lieutenant, no one would say anything. Begin bombardment. Yes. Boom. Dozens of cannonballs struck the pirate ship simultaneously, igniting a sky-high blaze. And the screams mingled with the sounds of burning echoed far across the sea. The poor child fell victim to the righteous cannon fire before being killed by the evil pirates. Watching this scene, many naval officers trembled and closed their eyes, while only Dalo gazed on with fervor, marveling at the beautiful flames that could burn away all evil in the world. Iska was swept far away by the sea, during which she had a long dream filled with fragmented scenes. In the first act, she was a carefree little girl, happily living with her parents, her entire childhood spent in laughter and joy. In the second scene, pirates attacked, and she was hidden by her family. After a long wait, when the Navy finally arrived to rescue them, the savior, with a twisted face, set fire and killed everyone, including her parents who were taken hostage by the pirates. Later, the girl gradually grew up and also joined the Navy, training desperately every day, and finally graduated from the Naval Academy with relatively good results, being awarded the rank of second lieutenant. Later still, she was assigned to the Grand Line, serving on a certain colonel's warship, only to discover upon arrival that her superior had another superior who was the very Navy officer that had set fire to her family all those years ago. Many years had passed, and he had become a high-ranking vice admiral. At this point, the dream ended, and signs of awakening appeared on Iska's face. I'm so hungry. So thirsty and hungry. Huh, what's this? It looks like fruit. Never mind, I'll eat it first. On a desolate little island, a girl in a Navy uniform lay with her eyes tightly closed on the beach, her hands constantly searching for something around her. A few seconds later, she indeed dug out a piece of fruit from the sand. It should be fruit, although it had strange patterns on it. Yuck. What is this? It's so disgusting. Iska was awakened by the indescribable taste in her mouth, hurriedly spitting it out, but it was too late. A portion of the awful pulp had already been swallowed. Angrily, she threw the fruit into the sea, and as she looked up to see where she was, she happened to meet a pair of fiery eyes. It wasn't an exaggeration. They were truly blazing with fire. Noki is about to go crazy. After parting ways with Ace and the others, they drifted at sea for 2 days and arrived near this small island. Originally, it was just a whim to see if there were any treasures on this unremarkable island, so they casually asked the system, and to their surprise, there really was one, a precious devil fruit. Nojiko became interested and found an excuse to leave her companions, wanting to take the fruit identified by the system as a top-tier one back with her. However, what she didn't expect was that the fruit was eaten right under her nose, and it was eaten by the Navy. Where could she go to argue? My copy fruit. Nojiko grabbed the female sailor's shoulders and shook her vigorously. Cough! Iska's hard-earned strength was shaken away just like that, and she fell back into a coma, collapsing into Nojiko's arms. Oh, hey sister, I didn't use much strength. It's not like we're in a desolate place for trickery. Chapter 74 Conflict, Part 1. Went for a spin and came back with a beauty. Hee, let me take a look. Go. Where did you learn this behavior from? Rein, come here quickly and see how she's doing. Nojiko carried Iska into the cabin and placed her on the bed in the medical room. Rein conducted a full body check on her. Is she seriously injured? She fainted the moment we met. Not at all. If she had come a little later, her back injury would have completely healed. It's just exhaustion and a muscle strain, probably caused by swimming for a long time. A couple of 4 drips and a good sleep, and she'll be fine. I see. Then let's let her rest for a while. After Nojiko went out, he briefly explained the situation to his companions, only mentioning that they encountered something on the beach, without mentioning the devil fruit. Logically, if Nojiko had picked up the fruit first, it would have been eaten by Franda, but now a Navy soldier had consumed it. Bringing this up would only disappoint his companions, so it was better not to mention it. Iska slept until the next afternoon. Where's this? I remember being, right? Those people who were kidnapped by the pirates. Memories came flooding back. She recalled the sounds of cannon fire and screams she heard before losing consciousness. And tears streamed down her face as her body trembled involuntarily, her fists clenched tightly, blood gradually flowing from her palms. Damn pirates. Damn Doro. I am too weak. I don't have the power to save anyone. Can someone like me really uphold justice? Iska hid under the blanket, crying softly and blaming herself, until the hunger spread throughout her body, prompting her to stop wallowing in self-pity. Sigh, even the most downcast emotions still feel hunger. On the deck, the sunlight was not blinding, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. Oh, you're awake. Angel smiled and greeted Iska, then slid down from someone's back. Nojiko also stopped training. After doing push-ups for an hour straight, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, not even sweating a few drops. His physical condition is getting stronger, and to achieve the desired training effect, he needs to find other ways. Thank you. Are you hungry? Let's talk after dinner. Aye. Come on, come on. No need to be polite. Noki pulled Iska's arm and entered the restaurant, stifling what she wanted to say. It was definitely not for revenge over the earlier incident. It was just a mere devil fruit. How could there be such a person? It's a shame she's in the Navy. After dinner, everyone gathered around the table to listen to Iska recount her previous experiences. However, before she could finish her story, Angel couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table, saying, Noki, let's go take him down. Someone like him deserves a bullet. Although the young girl was ruthless in battle and rarely left survivors, that was only against vicious pirates. When they encountered the Spade pirates last time, she followed Naka's advice and didn't make a move. Overall, Angel had a sense of justice, even though she was a bounty hunter with a bad reputation. The Navy is all like this, a bunch of hypocrites. Azzy had no good feelings toward these maritime law enforcers. When she was trapped near the celestial dragons, she had seen the Navy a few times, but each time they acted as if they didn't see the slaves bowing and scraping in front of the celestial dragons, which was disgusting. The Navy represents justice. Iska immediately retorted, insisting that even when facing someone who saved her, she couldn't let them slander the Navy. Justice? Then may I ask, Miss Navy, how did you end up here? Dora was an exception. She disliked him too, but that didn't mean all the Navy was hypocritical. Bowing to the greatest evil in the world while daring to say you represent justice. Isn't that hypocrisy? Under Azzy's angry gaze, Iska's rebuttal got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say anything. The one questioning was the Eagle Woman, a pirate with a bounty on her head, who used to be a celestial dragon's. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was off, Will hurriedly laughed to ease the tension, recalling his duty as the atmosphere group leader appointed by the captain. All right. Why are we getting more and more worked up? Azzy, you're right. Those Navy folks are idiots, focusing on small evils while ignoring the big ones. However, Iska's words aren't entirely wrong. There are indeed good people in the Navy, like Dasky and Snod. Yes, that's him. I'll introduce you to him later. He's quite a good guy. Hey, that's really rude of you. You got his name wrong. It's Snod, the one with the smoke ability. Angel corrected his mistake. Neither of you should say anything. Nojiko pushed the two troublemakers aside and placed a Z in Iska's hands together, saying, forget about the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. You two have no grudge against each other. For my sake, make peace. However, a Z remained unmoved, and Iska continued to keep his head down. Emotions were high, and it was impossible to resolve things with just a few words. At that moment, Goena, who had been smiling and watching the drama unfold, spoke up. A ship is approaching, and it's quite large. Everyone was gathered in the dining room chatting, with no one patrolling outside. Out of caution, she used her observation hockey to sense the surroundings and indeed discovered the situation. It was Rear Admiral Doro, judging by the flags and the shape. The ship ahead was the Traveler, Nojiko's vessel. Nojiko? Oh, she's that bounty hunter who's gained some notoriety recently. Just a minor character. No need to pay her any mind, just sail past. Yes, the three military ships were arranged in a formation, heading forward, while the sailboat was directly in the path of the warships. Well, have we ever seen the Navy give way to another ship? It was Doro's fleet. They unexpectedly encountered them here. Everyone stood at the back railing of the ship, watching the approaching warships, and Iska immediately recognized their origin. No turning back? Frank, who was responsible for steering the ship, felt troubled. Would avoiding the Navy make them look too cowardly? He looked at the captain, and others also turned to the captain. Make a decision. Nojiko's initial plan was to take a detour, not out of cowardice, but because it wasn't worth it. It would be foolish to provoke someone on the road, and the same goes for the sea. However, when she saw the still fuming AZ and Iska with an expression of anger on his face, a dangerous thought crossed her mind. A chance for reconciliation. ISNT this it? More importantly, she needed to change her mindset. She couldn't let Flanda and AZ hide every time they encountered the Navy. It was too unfair to them. Unless everyone's identity was the same. Chapter 75, Conflict, Part 2. The ship in front of the warship made way, but the way they did it displeased the Navy. It was obvious they wanted to pass underneath, right? Dolo looked up at the ship floating motionless in midair, laughing in anger. A mere bounty hunter actually dared to disrespect the Navy, seeking death. Prepare to fire and bring them down. Yes. The sound of machinery whirring came through as several cannons, which had just finished off pirates and hostages, adjusted their angles until their barrels were precisely aimed at the Traveler. The Navy gunners had completed loading the shells and were just waiting for their superior's command to fire. Wow, they're so fierce. Are they really planning to attack us? Aren't they going to give us a warning first? Angel peeked over the railing. Noki laughed and said, "They've already flown right above our heads, blatantly provoking us. Anyone would find it unbearable." She spoke as if the one looking for trouble wasn't her at all. "Have you thought it through? After today, we'll be the ones everyone wants to hunt down." Guena drew her knife. She was already planning to take action, but she wanted to confirm her friend's thoughts one more time before making a move. After all, this wasn't a game. She had mentioned before that being a bounty hunter wasn't a long-term solution, and being an intermediary wasn't easy. If they wanted to continue their adventures on the sea, they had to choose one of the two major factions. They had initially abandoned the Navy side simply because they didn't want to be restricted in their freedom. Now, it was because it was impossible to become part of the Navy, so they might as well take this opportunity to join the other faction. Noki jumped onto the statue at the bow of the ship and expressed her true feelings to everyone. Her actions weren't too surprising, as there were originally two people in the group who had bounties on their heads, one of whom could never be granted amnesty by the world government unless they abandoned Azee or made her hide in the cabin for the rest of her life. Otherwise, becoming a pirate was inevitable. I didn't have any objections, but I was worried about the negative influence it might have on Angel. Sigh. I had always hoped she would become a young lady. I never expected her to stray further down a ruthless path. Old Father Frank sighed skyward, feeling very sorry for his deceased wife. Their lovely daughter was still lovely, but, "Dad, what are you talking about? Who's ruthless? Clearly, I am so well-behaved, clever, innocent, lively, and cute. Ahem, let's stop. What about you guys?" Nojiko held down a little girl who wanted to continue boasting and turned to look at the others. "Rein, I like to go on adventures at sea. As long as I'm with everyone, I have no requirements for identity. Will, and my current speed. Even if I become a pirate, no Navy can catch up, right?" Franda and Azzy, one a pirate and the other forced to become a pirate, felt relieved after learning about their companions' choices. Their interactions with everyone would be more comfortable from now on. As for Iska, not being one of the group's companions and her identity not suitable for appearing on the battlefield later, Nojiko suggested she stay in the cabin and not come out. "In that case, I'll take action." Guena jumped off the ship and dashed toward the Navy's ship below using moonwalk. "Fire." At the same time, Dolo also gave the order to fire. Boom! Boom! Several shells whistled towards the traveler. One sword style, chaos slash. The light blue slash split into several mini slashes after flying more than 10 meters, each meeting a cannonball, effortlessly slicing the ironclad black projectiles into halves. Boom! Ashes fluttered down from the sky, creating ripples on the sea surface. Moonwalk? A hint of surprise flashed in Dolo's eyes. He already knew that there were many who could use the 6 styles beyond the Navy and government agents, but he didn't expect to encounter one today. However, there was more to surprise him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 massive slashes descended from the sky, each targeting a Navy ship. The slashes expanded with the wind, and when nearing their targets, each reached dozens of meters in length. Stormfoot. Dolo barely managed to block one of them. His highest-ranking colonel was severely injured while trying to block the attack, and the last slash severed the mast and part of the hull of a Navy ship without strong fighters, leaving it completely incapacitated in the sea. Impossible. The Navy stared in disbelief at the scene. Even Dolo felt his eyelids twitching. The strength of the Moon Knight Guena was much stronger than reported. Had she held back in the battle at Spade Archipelago, or had she grown even stronger in such a short time? Prepare for battle. Dolo jumped into the air, intending to confront the swordsman personally. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly came from above. "Ah!" The strange voice startled Guena. Her legs trembled, almost causing her to fall from the sky. After stabilizing her form, she shot a reproachful glance at someone, wondering what was going on. It was such a serious situation, and that laughter was just disruptive. "Hey, don't look at me like that. Isn't it normal to laugh dramatically before a villain's appearance?" Amidst the strange gazes of her companions, Nojiko flew above the Navy's ship. "Tisich, a bunch of humorless people, I won't argue with you." "It's Nojiko, what is she going to do?" Seeing the golden figure in the sky, the Navy clearly panicked. They weren't usually this timid, but the impact of the previous 3 slashes had been too great. And now a person with even greater momentum had appeared, leaving them unsure of what powerful moves awaited them. An invisible power radiated from Nojiko, causing most of the affected Navy to tremble and faint. Only a few lieutenants draped in justice cloaks managed to remain conscious. "This is Conqueror's Haki." Dolo changed his target, leaping a few times to reach her, launching a punch covered in dense Busashoko Haki. Nojiko, in her phoenix form, took his attack head-on, and then flames flashed across her body, the extreme heat instantly burning him. Just after one exchange, the two pulled back their distance again. Damn it. Is a mythical Zoan really this strong? Dolo found it hard to believe, but the intense sense of danger brought by Kinbunchika Haki was undeniable. If he hadn't retreated just now, it wouldn't have been as simple as getting burned. Below, a Navy lieutenant secretly aimed his gun at Nojiko, hoping to create an opportunity for his superior to attack. However, before he could pull the trigger, a golden shadow flashed by, and his rifle was snapped in two, causing him to clutch his abdomen and fall onto the deck. Will flicked his wrist, shaking the blood off his heavy sword, and found another target. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared. His mobility was strong, making him suitable for clearing out the small fry. Chapter 76. Full Firepower Ka. The call of an eagle rang out from above, shaking the remaining navy, making them sway unsteadily. And the sanity they struggled to maintain under the Conqueror's haki was almost shattered again. It's the Eagle Woman. They never expected she would join Nojiko's side. As he transformed into a gigantic black eagle, circling in the sky, her sharp gaze fixated on everyone below. Will, who was engaged with a Navy major, also shivered at the sound, feeling as if he had encountered a natural enemy, even though amphibious creatures were never on the giant eagle's menu. Soru, the Navy major, though startled, was a seasoned warrior and recovered faster than Will. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a sneak attack, but was unable to dodge and got slashed on the arm. Don't underestimate the Navy. What? The Major's words were cut short as he was stunned by the sight before him. The wound on Will's arm was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Damn ability user. Sword duel, stab. The unparalleled speed brought by his powerful lower body strength allowed Will to use Sora much faster than the Navy Major, who couldn't evade and was pierced in the abdomen by the heavy sword. However, the fatal strike missed the vital organs, sparing his life. Concerned about their Navy identity, and this being his first time attacking someone outside of pirates, Will didn't deal a lethal blow. Even though several Navy fell under his sword, they were only lightly injured and would recover in a few days. In contrast, Azzy's strikes were ruthless, showing no mercy. The majority of her enemies were severely injured, with some unfortunate ones having their chests nearly pierced through. Dolo's subordinates were not all weak, but the only one with a bit of strength had already fallen under Gwena's slash, losing the ability to act. The remaining ones, even if they could use techniques from the Six Styles, were no match for Azzy, an ancient species ability user. Attacking the Navy and associating with bounty criminals, Nojiko, are you completely declaring war on the Navy? Watching his subordinates fall one by one, leaving him the only one unharmed, Dolo's anger nearly reached its peak. Even if he actively stepped aside, would they continue to allow them to act as bounty hunters once they learned of Azzy's identity? Nojiko took the sword that was behind him into his hands, covering it with armed haki, and swung it with all his strength towards the target. Azzy, is that the name of the Eagle Woman? Of course not. You who associate with pirates are naturally pirates too. Dolo is also a tough guy. He didn't T-dodge and swung his fist to meet the blade. Bang! Unfortunately, he miscalculated Nojiko's strength and was struck down from the sky, his body crashing heavily onto the deck, creating a large hole in the warship that he had originally protected intact. So, today's choice was the right one. Nojiko looked at his companions who had not yet left the warship and said, Azzy, where you guys go back first. Once I defeat him, we should retreat. The latter nodded obediently and jumped back onto the traveler, but Azzy did not move. Instead, she watched Daluo's awkward figure with eager anticipation, seemingly wanting to personally teach this evil Navy a lesson. Seeing this, Nojiko smiled. I know you don't like them, but after today, everyone will be wanted. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson. Even the celestial dragons can be dealt with. For now, don't steal my spotlight as captain. Damn it. Finger gun. Daluo leaped out from the hole, pointing his finger at Nojiko in midair. Just as he gathered his strength, he suddenly twisted his wrist and aimed the attack at the nearby Azzy instead. He was always deadly serious when it came to pirates, even if it meant using a sneak attack. Flame wall. A wall of fire appeared in an instant between the two as the finger gun was released, and the rapidly flying white light vanished into the flames. I'm heading back first. Good luck. Azzy leaped high into the air and quickly took flight, leaving the battlefield. It seemed her strength was still insufficient. She almost didn't react to the earlier attack. Time to run. It seems I can't execute justice without defeating you. Well, harboring pirates and attacking the Navy, your crimes are not small either. Let me send you on your way. Daluo took off his Navy coat, neatly folded it, and set it aside. After doing this, he was completely ready for battle. Let me experience your strength properly. Stormfoot, Scythe Weasel. He jumped into the air, his legs kicking rapidly through the air, faster than the speed of storm. Dozens of slashes appeared out of thin air, rushing toward Nojiko in succession. The 6 styles are really your signature skills. Frost Moon Flow, Dragon Slash. The sword in Naka's hands slashed upward at an angle. And with a powerful swing of her arms, a golden red slash rushed downward, swallowing Dolo's attack in the blink of an eye, continuing towards him with unabated speed. This move was inspired by the ancient Iane's ultimate technique, but due to her swordsmanship level, Noki could only unleash 70% of the original power. So she incorporated flames to make up for the deficiency in strength. However, the speed of the slash was not particularly fast, and Dolo easily avoided it. This is also a common flaw of long-range attacks. Unless there is a significant gap in strength, it is difficult to defeat an opponent this way. Boom! The sea was split open, creating a nearly 100-meter-long gap, with a large amount of seawater evaporating due to the high temperature. And the rising vapor even reached the feet of the onlookers. Not bad. Moonstep Shave, having immersed himself in the 6 forms for many years, Dolo was already accustomed to the combination and application of techniques, allowing him to maintain high-speed movement even in the air. Finger Gun Extreme. He shot out a phantom with his finger, an attack wrapped in haki, coming from various directions in front of him. Nojiko was not polite either. She swung her dual swords and shattered her opponent's spear with one strike. Numerous afterimages vanished under the forceful blow, leaving no room for them to exert their power. Soon after, the two engaged in close combat in midair. No matter how powerful an attack is, it is futile if it doesn't hit the target. Justice cannot be defeated by a little girl like you who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of which, it's really a pity for such a strong fruit to fall into the hands of a criminal like you. Let me put an end to your evil. Doro was also the type to talk a lot during battle, and within less than a minute of their clash, he had moved from discussing justice and evil to the abilities of the fruits, leaving Nojiko feeling overwhelmed. You are so annoying. Whitebeard and Kaido have been using their fruits for decades, and they have top-tier abilities. ISNT it even more regrettable. Why don't you go and end them? Doro, I'm just saying a few words. I'm not really foolish. I know who could be provoked and who cannot. With their conversation going nowhere, the two continue to fight. Chapter 77. Do you like to sunbathe? Dodging the spear, Nojiko seized the opportunity to slash at her opponent's chest with her sword, but unfortunately, it did not yield much result. Noki frowned, thinking to herself that this person had average strength, but their combat experience and armed color hockey were slightly superior to her own. It would be somewhat difficult to win with physical techniques in a short time. Since that was the case, she decided to let go completely and raise the temperature of the flames to a level that even armed color hockey wouldn't dare to touch. She clenched the hilt of her sword and began to mobilize the power of her fruit ability, with billowing heat rising from all parts of her body. In just a second or two, she transformed into a human made of golden red flames, her facial features becoming somewhat blurred. The sword in her hands was also assimilated by the flames, completely turning golden red, making it hard to look at closely due to its glaring light, which posed a challenge to vision. Iska stood in the cabin of the traveler, observing this scene through the window. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and the power of her fruit ability involuntarily became active, wanting to record the fiery figure. In fact, she did just that. After eating the copy fruit, copying the abilities of strong individuals seemed to have become instinctual. For a moment, she even thought about copying Will's tree frog form, as it would greatly enhance her speed. But her innate sense of beauty stemming from her soul made her abandon this idea. Turning into a frog? Ugh! Iska made a disgusted face. Will, I said the tree frog, you idiot. She also recorded Aji's giant eagle form, as the ancient species had a very strong enhancement to strength and defense, which happened to be her weak point. After compensating for this deficiency, her combat power could increase several times, and besides that, flight ability was extremely rare. The eagle was the ruler of the sky, and the giant eagle was even more terrifying, capable of suppressing ordinary bird-type ability users. However, when she saw Naka's combat stance, everything else was thrown out of her mind. Both she and the fruit itself craved the phoenix form. They longed to replicate it. Powerful and beautiful, scorching and dazzling, an almost perfect figure. An expression of anticipation appeared on Iska's face. Could I also have such an ability? Although I could only unleash 70% of the phoenix form's power. That would be enough. All right, can you still withstand this? Nokigao looked at his opponent, and a voice with a certain rhythm came out of his mouth. The transformation of his form caused a change in his vocal cords, each word seeming to have a temperature that could burn. More than 10 meters away, Duo Luo felt as if he couldn't even open his eyes, but he had to remain stubborn. Even if he was sweating profusely from the heat, he couldn't admit defeat. Flashy, let's see if you can hit me first. To protect his body, he didn't hesitate to use his armed color hockey, turning completely pitch black from head to toe, trying to resist the high temperature. It's nothing like that. Hiss. Why does it feel even hotter than Admiral Akainu's magma? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Nojiko didn't waste any words with him, raising her speed to the utmost limit. Before the sound of air breaking could reach him, she was already in front of Doro, faster than the sword in her hand, which nearly struck him. Iron block Blackbone. Although Doro's observation hockey predicted the opponent's next move, it wasn't foresight, and he had no time to find an opportunity to dodge. He based his defense on the iron block technique from the Six Styles, pouring a large amount of armament hockey into his arms, attempting to withstand the opponent's attack with powerful defense. Z. A grating sound emerged where his arms met the blade, accompanied by smoke wafting through the air. The scene resembled a red-hot branding iron searing into pigskin, making it hard to look at. Oh! A scream escaped Doro's mouth. For a burly man with a face full of meat to emit such a sound, it was evident that it was truly scorching. It seemed that armament hockey couldn't completely insulate him from the high temperature, or perhaps his mastery in this aspect wasn't sufficient. Teacher Kai had said that strong hockey is the capital for dominating the world. Not being able to withstand the high temperature indicated that there was still room for improvement in his hockey, midshipman. Relying on his extraordinary will, or perhaps stubbornness, Doro managed to endure it. The cost was that part of the muscle in his forearm was completely necrotic, and in order to preserve the use of his hands in the future, he'd have to remove that part to allow new muscle tissue to grow. This was nothing serious for people in this world. They could still be lively after a bullet pierced their stomach, and a good sleep could remedy being struck by tens of millions of volts of electricity. Now this was just a mere iron plate barbecue. Finger pistol. Nojiko's body was covered in hockey, and her defense in Phoenix form far exceeded that of iron. Not only did Dolo's spear not have any effect, but he also ended up burning his fingers. The Vice Admiral of the Navy felt a sense of difficulty rising in his heart. The person in front of him was engulfed in flames with no blind spots, making it impossible for him to attack or defend without getting hurt. How should he defeat her? More specifically, what kind of attack could cause effective damage to her? Just as Dolo was anxiously scratching his ears and cheeks, Nojiko asked him a strange question. Have you ever been exposed to the sun at close range, Dolo? This question sounded somewhat familiar, as if it came from a certain lecherous. Before he could recall the specific content, suddenly, Nojiko's body shone brightly, and an incalculable high temperature spread outward from her, making it look like a sun had suddenly appeared on the sea, dazzling and terrifying. Phoenix, flare! Fortunately, the battlefield between the two was getting farther away from several ships. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The closer one got to Nojiko, the higher the temperature became. Dolo was not far from her, less than 10 meters away, and there was no time to dodge. In that moment, his observation hockey seemed to lose its effectiveness. The first to be harmed were his eyes, which fell into darkness forever under the intense light. Following, that was a wave of scorching heat, which penetrated through the hockey on his body and directly into his interior. After that, Dolo lost consciousness without even having time to scream. The red figure fell from the sky, creating a large splash in the water, and the sea water nearby became scalding hot, bubbling vigorously due to the residual heat from his body. On the other side, the crew on the Traveler had already put on sunglasses. Ever since a certain battle nearly blinded them, sunglasses had become an essential supply on the ship. How enviable! Nojiko's fighting style was so magnificent. Angel wiped away jealous tears from the corners of her mouth, feeling dejected once again today. She regretted being fooled by someone into eating the silence fruit, which led to her increasingly low-key attack style now. Is it wrong for a beautiful girl to want to stand out? A new move. The attack speed is much faster than the big fireball. If I were facing this move, could I dodge it? Goena estimated her chances of escaping this attack. But no matter how she thought about breaking the deadlock, the chances of escape were low, unless her observation hockey could foresee Nojiko's movements a moment earlier. But can humans really predict the future, even just a second or two ahead? She fell into deep thought. The others could only express their astonishment, unable to show any other emotions. This level of power exceeded their psychological expectations. They could only be thankful that the other party was their companion, their captain. Thinking about it this way made her feel more at ease. Iska, on the other hand, did not wear sunglasses because she had also entered Phoenix form and had a degree of immunity to to bright light. Her stature increased slightly. Her hair changed from deep orange to reddish orange, and the flaming wings behind her looked remarkably similar to Nokoha's, except for the slight color difference. No, I can't execute this move. The copying ability really can't compare to the original. Chapter 78. Bounty after the temperature returned to normal. Nokoho brought the traveler down to the sea surface. Once she returned to the ship, the others gathered around, either in awe or with ill intentions. I'm going to bite you to death. The blonde girl jumped over, and with her clawing appearance, she was indeed a bit scary. Taking advantage of the height difference, Nokoho pressed down on her head with one hand and asked with amusement, "What are you going crazy about now? Damn it, so envious, a magnificent mythical beast. I want one too. Normal people cannot have two fruits." "Hiss, don't talk back." All right. How about I turn into a phoenix and take you for a few laps in the sky later? By the way, should we go raid the warship? With so many of them, they must have plenty of supplies." After Nojiko casually responded to Angel with a couple of remarks, she turned to look at her companions. Goina shrugged nonchalantly. Since they set sail, they had been seizing whatever they could find, but previously, they had only targeted pirates. The others, however, wore excited expressions, especially Franda, whose long-lost pirate instincts were awakened, and she could hardly wait. Iska hesitated to speak, opening her mouth but ultimately saying nothing. She had no position to stop what was about to happen next. A grand battle that wouldn't result in any deaths. Clearly someone was considering her feelings. And she couldn't ask for more. It was surprising that such a large warship didn't even have any treasure. TSK, what a bunch of poor fools. 10 minutes later, Nojiko walked out of the cabin, cursing under her breath, glancing back at the dilapidated warships with an impulse to smash them again. After all, they were the Navy. It was impossible for them to hide their wealth on the ships. It was probably kept at home. Should they go check out their base? Goina, standing outside on lookout, noticed her companion's dissatisfaction and jokingly suggested it. Who has the patience to go to their home? Nojiko shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum. What a joke. Just after showing up the Navy, she would go stroll around their lair? That would be reckless. What if they got angry and sent elite fighters to hunt them down? Currently, on the ship, aside from herself, even Goina could only match up against slightly weaker rear admirals. If they encountered elite fighters like the Weasel Demon or the Spider Demon, the chances of losing were very high. If someone issued a demon-slaying order, wouldn't she just have to flee in disgrace? Actually, Nojiko was overestimating herself. She hadn't reached the level where a demon-slaying order was necessary. What have I found? Angel jumped over from the nearby warship with her hands behind her back, a mischievous smile on her lips, her gaze fixed on Nojiko with ill intent. Here, I'll give you a good thing. Saying this, she presented a mysterious object she had hidden behind her. Noki laughed as he approached her, grabbing the outstretched arm and pinching somewhere on her delicate wrist. Ouch! Crash! The sound of iron chains clashing echoed, due to the strain on his hand. The mysterious object fell onto the deck, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pair of long chain shackles. Little did you know, you still wanted to ambush me. I'd already guessed your intentions. Noki held Angel's small face with both hands and rubbed it back and forth. That's not right. The little girl couldn't even speak clearly, looking at someone with a pitiful gaze, trying to stop the bullying in this way. All right, stop picking on Angel. Goina couldn't stand it any longer and helplessly pulled the two apart, saying, "You two are just kids." Angel, freed, immediately hid behind her, gently peeking out with a complaining look, staring hard at Noki, only to be met with a funny face in return. How annoying. Let's stop that and talk about this instead. You all seem too scared to touch it just now. What makes it so special? Goina pointed at the black shackles on the deck and asked. These are made of sea prism stone, a mysterious mineral that emits the aura of the ocean. It has a restraining effect on those with abilities. People like us lose our strength as soon as we come into contact with it. Nojiko picked up the shackles with a hand made of flames and observed them carefully. Yes, I just fell to the ground, and even brought them over with a rope. Angel touched her arm. The feeling of losing strength was too terrifying. This thing really is the nemesis of ability users. So you still used it to ambush me? Nojiko rolled her eyes at her. Cheapskate, if I really wanted to ambush you, I would have used a soundless barrier to cover it. TCH as if. Stop. You two, are you not going to listen? Goina glared at the two, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at the slightest disagreement. Ahem. Continuing on with the sea prism stone. This is a good thing. I've been wanting to collect some for a while, but unfortunately had no way to do so. Now with it, some of my ideas can be realized. This annoying thing should be thrown as far away as possible. If you don't like it, Other ability users will like it even less. Just imagine if sea prism stones were added to the tips of bullets. Haha. Wow, that's a great idea. After expressing her dislike for the sea prism stone, Angel instantly changed her attitude and started discussing its specific uses with Nojiko with a smile. You too. Looking at the two who were now intimately linked, Goena could only sigh at how quickly a woman's expression can change. She felt a bit out of touch. Huh, does that include herself too? Late at night, General Dolo, who had finally regained consciousness from his coma, lay there listening to his subordinate's report, and in a fit of anger, lost consciousness again. The largest warship was turned upside down, and all the sea prism stones embedded in its hull had vanished without a trace, making it impossible for it to safely pass through the comm belt unless it returned for repairs. After hitting people, they even had to dismantle the ship. This is too much. What? She actually attacked a warship? After hearing the incident through the transponder snail, Admiral Sengoku's expression turned grim. Could it be that he misjudged her? That girl named Nojiko is not a young person with a sense of justice, but a villain attempting to challenge the order of justice? Is she only chasing after those pirates with violent crimes simply because their bounties are high? Admiral Sengoku, Nojiko and her gang are all evil pirates. The Eagle Woman, who is specifically wanted by the Celestial Dragons, is mixed in with them. What about the casualties? Sengoku interrupted the lengthy speech, as he had no patience for nonsense, especially since Dolo was not likable. The things he did privately were no secret among the Navy higher-ups. But for some reason, forget it. It's better not to mention it. In this battle, there were 23 minor injuries, 9 serious injuries, and 10 critical injuries, with 0 fatalities, while the warship was damaged over 30%. Dolo recalled that he was one of the seriously injured, blind, severely burned, and barely breathing. He was no better than dead. No one died. Hearing this news, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. At least there was some good news. Admiral, what about Nojiko in them? You don't need to worry about that. I'll send someone to pick you up shortly. Just go back to headquarters and recover first. Yes. Sengoku hung up the phone and slowly walked to the window, staring at the distant sea, lost in thought. Mixing with the Eagle Woman means that the CP0 member likely died at her hands. It's also true. Defeating a rear admiral and killing a high-level agent in a short time is not impossible. Sigh, this time it's troublesome. Nojiko. The world government and the Celestial Dragons will surely see you as a criminal. You've attacked a rear admiral this time, and you've offended all 3 factions. It's inevitable that there will be a bounty on you. It seems that becoming a pirate is your only way out now. What a pity. 2 days later, on a small island in the Grand Line. You can't leave, I can support you. Upon learning that Iska wanted to leave, Nojiko felt a bit reluctant. Not sure if it was because she would miss the person or the fruit, or maybe both. Isn't it true? Aren't you unhappy being with us? Why do you have to go back to being a Navy? Have you forgotten how they treated you? After a few days together, Azzy no longer held hostility towards her and began to speak words of persuasion. To be honest, I'm reluctant to leave everyone too, but I'm afraid if I stay any longer, I'll one day be able to part from you all. Becoming a Navy has been my dream since I was a child, and justice is a belief I must uphold for my entire life. I can't give it all up just because I face some grievances. Iska's face showed reluctance, but her eyes remained steadfast as always. If that guy Dolo knew you weren't dead, would he strike again? Goena voiced the concerns of everyone. A little lieutenant defying orders and being killed by the Supreme Commander personally. It wouldn't be easy for Iska to explain this when she returns to headquarters. Those high-ranking officials may not have the patience to hear her out. Don't worry, he suffered a major defeat this time, and whether he can keep his rank is still uncertain. Besides, I'm not without support. If I return to headquarters, he'll find it difficult to cause me trouble. Since the decision has been made, we want to force it. When we meet next time, don't treat me as an enemy, okay? Nojiko stepped forward and gave Iska a hug. We will never be enemies. It wasn't until the Voyager disappeared from sight that Iska withdrew her gaze and turned to walk towards the port. Notably, she now held a Western sword in her hand, a gift from someone during their farewell. Made of phoenix alloy, the sword's tip contained a small amount of sea stone, making it a rare weapon. As for her original sword, it was lost during a shipwreck, and she had no idea where the sea had taken it. Brew. Hey, this is Tina. Who are you? In a certain area of the Grand Line, Navy Colonel Tina, lounging in a chair under the sun, answered the phone bug handed to her by a subordinate. Colonel Tina, it's Iska. Here's the thing. Iska briefly recounted her recent experiences, omitting anything related to Nojiko's group. That Dolor guy did such a thing? Well, it's not surprising. Many know that his path to becoming a vice admiral is paved with blood and cruelty, but there are quite a few hardliners in the Navy. Why am I telling you this? By the way, you probably don't know yet, right? Don't know what? Dolor is out of commission. Out of commission? Yeah. After being sent to headquarters and treated by multiple doctors, although his burns are no longer serious, his eyesight couldn't be restored, and he can no longer see. Moreover, this battle left him with severe aftereffects. He now has a fear of high temperatures. Even a cup of lukewarm water can cause him unbearable pain. Not to mention, I've heard he can't even handle sunlight anymore. It causes him severe pain as well. It'll be hard for him to go out to sea again. Is this karma? The villain who liked to burn pirates and hostages with fire ultimately had everything taken away by flames. Dolor is reaping what he sowed, I guess. What did you just say? Your voice was too low. I didn't hear clearly. Nothing, Colonel. I just need you to come pick me up. Don't mention it. Tina is also heading back to headquarters, and she should be near your island by tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. In the Grand Line, Shambadi Archipelago, Red Tree number 43. Hey, big news. A young man, holding 3 bounty notices and a newspaper, rushed excitedly into the crowd. In this chaotic place, the islanders' greatest pleasure was gathering to discuss famous figures from the sea. Pirates were always the core of their conversations. People often gathered to enthusiastically analyze the strengths and backgrounds of various pirates, even comparing those with similar bounties. Every strong figure had their own fans. Recently, the most famous pirate was Steel Fist Ace, who garnered a lot of attention upon arriving at Shambadi. Unlike most pirates, he never killed, burned, or robbed. His only flaw was probably that he liked to dine and dash, but to the Shambadi people who were used to all kinds of villains, this behavior seemed harmless. In fact, some restaurants even put up banners welcoming the Black Spade pirates to eat for free. However, today, Ace's limelight was stolen by the emergence of a new pirate crew. John, what is the fuss about? A familiar face mocked the young man's panicked expression. You've never seen the world, have you? It's just a few bounty notices. What's so surprising? Let me see. Nanny. His sudden change in expression startled those around him, but it also piqued their curiosity, and they crowded around to examine the 3 bounty notices closely. Some even took the World Economic News newspaper from the young man's hands and began to read it aloud. Shocking. A well-known bounty hunter actually attacked a Navy vice admiral in broad daylight. What could this mean? The newspaper detailed the reasons for Nojiko's group's bounty, taking a jab at the Navy by portraying Vice Admiral Dolor as someone easily defeated by a few punches and kicks. There was no mention of CP0 agents. Phoenix Nojiko. Bounty of 350 million berries. Oh my god. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, drawing even more onlookers, including some newly arrived pirates who were also intrigued. When it came to gossiping, they were no less competitive. Chapter 79. Exorcism for a first bounty to exceed 300 million. No new pirate had ever received such a high amount. It was actually reasonable. The last extremely arrogant Nick Dane was quite formidable. I heard she took him down in one move. No, I heard it was Kuina who killed him. Many saw the flying slash that day. Moon Knight Kuina, bounty of 210 million. No doubt about it. Nick Dane must have been killed by her, otherwise the bounty wouldn't be so high. But what the hell? Can you understand more than I do? Shut up. Is this girl, named Z, the mysterious pirate eagle woman, who was suddenly given a bounty but has never appeared in front of anyone? It should be. Her nickname and the description on the bounty notice match perfectly. A pirate crew actually has 3 supernovas with bounties over 100 million. It seems the Black Spade pirates are going to be overshadowed. Sigh, I actually like that blue-haired handsome guy. Not far away, in a restaurant, Ace's crew was having lunch. Aside from them and the waiter, there was only an old man wearing glasses drinking alone. Look at this, it's really unexpected. The blue-haired handsome guy, Mascud Dias, placed a newspaper and bounty notice in front of the ravenous Ace. Huh. This is rice mixed with bits of meat and vegetables sprayed onto Dias's face, as Ace was clearly startled by the content of the newspaper. You bastard. Do you want to fight? Ace's face was squished into a distorted shape by 2 large hands, turning his handsome and sharp image into something comical, causing those around them to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So lame. Don't be a coward, Ace. Go for it. You're the captain. Take Dias down. The old man sitting nearby watched them with a smile. His eyes filled with nostalgia, as if he saw the past through this scene. A few minutes later, the playful banter subsided, and Ace finally managed to read the newspaper seriously. She really became a pirate. Her bounty is much higher than mine. Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. Oh, do you know this little girl? Well, I guess I know her. I lost her last time. By the way, old man, you know her too? I've seen her once. I happened to be present when they caused a ruckus in Shambadi. TSK. One impressive young person. That day, Rayleigh had returned from gambling and happened to pass by Red Tree number 1. Originally, he planned to rob a few fat sheep to earn some gambling funds. But he unexpectedly witnessed a spectacular show, a rare devil fruit ability, a clash of conquerors hockey. That was a sight not seen every day. By the way, old man, you mentioned you could teach me how to become stronger. Is that true? In just under 10 seconds of reflecting on Nojiko becoming a pirate, Ace shifted her attention elsewhere. What's wrong? Do I not look like a strong person? Rayleigh took out a small mirror from his pocket and carefully examined his appearance. His charm and handsomeness were still intact. No wonder he was the king of the underworld. You don't seem like a serious teacher. Ace looked at him with an expression that was hard to describe. Winky face with that head of dry white hair, the messy beard from a hangover that he didn't have time to tidy up, and those old slippers covered in mud. How could he look like a strong person? Other than his impressive aura, he seemed like an old man with nothing special. His only impression of elderly strongmen came from his grandfather, Garp. With fists the size of sandbags and a body as strong as an ox, he often wandered around with hundreds of unruly subordinates, beating up anyone he didn't like. Now, that was a strong person. The Navy, we're quite friendly, okay? Vice Admiral Garp is very reasonable. Facing Ace's disrespectful gaze, Rayleigh set down his drink and walked over to give him a smack on the head. You brat, don't underestimate me. Back in the day, forget it. Let's not talk about that. It's settled then. For the next 2 months, I'll guide you diligently. The Spade archipelago is crowded and chaotic, so you guys will set sail early tomorrow, and I'll follow behind. When the time comes, we'll find an uninhabited island, and then this and that and this. After Rayleigh finished outlining his plan, he left, leaving the Blackbeard pirates staring at each other in confusion. After a while, it was Doflamingo who spoke first. Do you think his words are trustworthy? It shouldn't be fake. We need to seize every opportunity to get stronger. I don't want to lose to anyone again in the future. The fight with Noki had dispelled Ace's eagerness to challenge the new world, making him start to face his own shortcomings and strength, which was why he stayed in Spade for so long. By the way, he also met an old man with glasses. As expected, there was a bounty. Guena repeatedly examined the bounty notice, confirming it was real, before helplessly saying, "There's no fear or excitement, just a bit of melancholy. Father, please stay calm when you hear this news. Don't come and kill someone. It's definitely not because she led my daughter astray. TCH, just over 300 million. I thought it would exceed 400 million. Nojiko glanced at the bounty notice and immediately lost interest. She didn't feel much about becoming a pirate. She just ate, drank, and trained as usual. The only change was that she no longer had to hide with Aji and Flanda from time to time. Whether encountering the Navy or pirates, as long as the other party had hostile intentions, there was no need to say anything. Just fight. Always adhering to the principle of, if you can win, fight. If you can't, run. Why do you all have bounties and I don't? Am I not strong enough? The only thing she was dissatisfied with was Angel. The newspaper didn't mention her at all, only extensively reported on Nojiko and Kuina's deeds. Oh, my dear daughter, can being wanted still be a good thing? We don't pursue this. Everyone knows your strength, and there's no need to prove anything to outsiders. Frank earnestly persuaded his little cotton-padded jacket, and when he learned that Angel wasn't mentioned in the bounty notice, he felt relieved. As a father, he wasn't ready for his daughter to become a pirate yet. Captain, where are we going next? Let me think. Our strength isn't enough to challenge the new world. We need to calm down and train for a while. Where would be appropriate? All right, we can go. A light bulb went off in Nojiko's mind as she thought of a good place. Ozzy, Rhine, and Angel, come with me. There's something important to take care of. She took the two into the infirmary, leaving the others puzzled. What couldn't be said here? Returning to the East Sea, a few minor incidents occurred here, unrelated to Nojiko and the others, but the people involved had intricate connections with them. Little girl, why steal from me? Boys, show her some toughness, so she knows our wild bull pirate crew isn't easy to mess with. Sigh. I originally wanted to keep a low profile and interact with you as a pirate thief. But it seems I've gotten rusty from not stealing for so long, and you've caught me. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm here to rob you. If you want to live, hand over your treasures quickly, or else. By the way, I don't fight often, so if I lose control later, don't blame me. On this day, the sun wasn't glaring, the temperature was just right, the humidity was perfect, and the wind was favorable. It should have been good weather for setting sail if it weren't for this calamity. The pirate captain wore a bitter smile, sighed skyward, and then knelt on the deck, crying out, "Big sister, spare us. All the treasures on the ship are yours. Please let us go." The orange-haired girl was very pleased with the pirate's attitude, decisively retracting her flames and then pulling out a sack from her backpack, throwing it in front of them. "Fill this little bag, or else. Don't worry. Big sister, we will fill it up." The pirate captain took the sack with a bitter expression. Goodness, once unfolded, it could fit him inside. Where could he find so many treasures? After entering the cabin, he and his subordinates discussed how to gather enough. What if we put that silver-plated box from my room in there? But Captain, that iron box isn't worth much. Even scraping off the silver wouldn't be worth 10,000 berries. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me about my box? If I don't do this, how will we fill this sack? Let's first get rid of this calamity. Nami stared blankly at the sea, her body maintaining its elemental form without relaxing for a moment. Is it a news gull? A uniquely shaped seagull flew towards the pirate ship, and a pirate quickly bought a newspaper and respectfully handed it to her. Very perceptive. Hee. It's only right. Nami originally intended to just take a casual glance, but upon seeing that familiar figure, she was immediately drawn to the content of the newspaper. Has she actually become a pirate? Nami read the report with her body practically on fire, turning the newspaper to ashes in the process. Forget it. As long as you're happy, what can I, as your sister, do? She said that, but judging from the rising temperature around her, it was clear she wasn't as unconcerned as she claimed. Big sister, quickly put away your powers. My little brothers are almost cooked. A cry came, and Nami then noticed that all the pirates around her looked like they had just been pulled from the water. It was too hot. Their clothes were soaked with sweat. Sorry, but you'll forgive me, right? She hurriedly extinguished the flames, apologizing, but her expression showed no embarrassment. Big sister, where are you talking from? Who dares to disagree? I respect him as a man. The pirates watched the calamity leave until her figure was no longer visible. Then they all collapsed to the ground. The strength of these ability users left no room for survival. I want to go home, and I will never be a pirate again. Looking at the ship's hull, which was nearly burned to a third, the pirate captain spoke despondently. It seemed like they had been here before, but it also felt like they hadn't. Was there a mistake? East Sea, Green Tree Island, the farthest island from Road Town, where a green-haired boy was facing a major decision in his life. Left or right? In a small village that didn't exceed 1,000 meters in circumference, he had been wandering around for 3 hours without coming out. If anyone familiar saw him, they would surely be embarrassed to acknowledge him. Big brother, are you lost? Finally, a few kids couldn't stand it anymore. They had seen this person rushing by since breakfast, and after playing all morning, they were hungry, yet he was still there. Moreover, he looked so serious that it didn't seem like an act. How could that be? I've never been lost. I just haven't found the right way to leave. Zoro, of course, would never admit to this. Since he set sail, he had been aiming straight for the Grand Line, and he should have been almost there. How could he get lost on a small island? Poor green algae head. Because the island was too remote, he missed the latest news about Nojiko and Kuina. By the time he learned about his friend's situation through the newspaper, it was already a year later. Road Town, the port. Hundreds of Navy soldiers lined up to send Smoker off. As from today, their superior would leave Road Town to report back to headquarters. They truly felt a bit reluctant. Just kidding. The few sad people didn't care much about the colonel leaving. What really made them reluctant was that Lieutenant Tashigi, the military flower of the Road Town Navy branch, was also leaving today. Ah, Smoke Man, why did you leave without taking our lieutenant? Bastard. Colonel Smoker, are we leaving too hastily? Tashigi still wore a pair of high-degree glasses on her nose, but she no longer looked as weak as when they first met. Standing on the deck with Shigure in her arms, a sharp aura emanated from her, giving off a hint of a master-esque demeanor. Nojiko and the others are growing too fast. We've already fallen behind. We can't afford to fall behind a second time. Smoker still had that bare-chested appearance, but he looked more robust than before. It seemed he hadn't been idle during this time. I didn't expect Sister Kuina to become a pirate. Dasky. Smoker's voice suddenly became serious. No matter how good your relationship was in the past, now that you're enemies, you must adopt a different attitude towards them. Do you understand? Yes. The little girl shouted loudly, but what she really thought in her heart was another matter. Come on, take off your clothes. After sitting down by the bed in the infirmary, Nojiko suddenly blurted out this sentence, shocking the other three in the room. Angel crossed her arms, watching her warily. Well, I knew you had ulterior motives towards me, but I didn't expect you to be so bold now. Go to hell. I was talking about a Z. But there are so many people here. Can it wait until tonight? The eagle woman lowered her head shyly, unable to say the rest. Ryan gave someone a thumbs up and then covered her eyes with her hand. Don't worry. I won't say anything no matter what I see. Nojiko, I have a way to help you remove the mark on your back, but it requires the help of Ryan and Angel, before others completely misunderstand. She stated the purpose of this time. What? Really? Just now. The shy AZ suddenly grabbed Nojiko's hand, her face showing an unprecedented look of anticipation. Chapter 80. Chef Ryan, please give her a full anesthesia first, with a higher dosage. Angel, you create a soundless barrier and later envelop us inside. Nojiko was methodically arranging the tasks ahead, while Aji, who had calmed down from her excitement, quietly lay on the hospital bed, patiently waiting for the upcoming surgery. The celestial dragons liked to leave brands on the bodies of their slaves, a mark they called the heavenly dragon's hoof, which was a disgusting and frightening slave mark. It was made from a special material that could never be washed off, and even if the old skin was removed, it would reappear with the growth of new skin, as if it were etched into the person's heart. However, there was a way to solve this, and Nojiko had thought of a clumsy method, but it was only recently that she had the ability to implement it. Aji was an ancient type ability user, with a resistance to toxins far exceeding that of ordinary people. The mild anesthetic effect of common vines was completely ineffective. Rein pushed the fruit ability to its limits, and a purple vine, the thickness of a finger, emerged from her palm, covered in sharp thorns, each one incredibly sharp and glowing with a faint cold light. Don't worry, it won't hurt. The vine wrapped around Ozzy's wrist, and in less than half a second, she became completely powerless and unable to move. The pain had not yet arrived, and the anesthesia was already complete. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Angel created a colorless barrier around the two of them, isolating them from any outside noise. Several threads of fire, thinner than a hair, appeared in Nojiko's hands. She carefully placed her hand on Aji's back, right against the black mark, and the flames began to slowly burn the material that made up the mark. This was a meticulous operation, more difficult than extracting metal elements during alloy production. She needed an absolutely quiet environment, without any disturbances. As the mark gradually disappeared, the surrounding skin was also burned away by the fire threads, but these were minor issues. It would grow back later. Brand new skin, free of any dirty substances. To eliminate this mark the size of a palm, Nojiko stayed inside for a full 10 hours. And when she finally emerged, it was already midnight. At that time, everyone was sitting on the deck, wide awake, clearly waiting for good news. Don't worry. Everything is taken care of. Fantastic. I knew you were the best, Captain. But where's Aji? Shouldn't she be coming out and shouting happily at a time like this? I was worried she would regain consciousness midway, so I anesthetized her twice more. I estimate she won't wake up until tomorrow afternoon. Rein, you really are impressive. It seems I can't afford to make you angry in the future. Nojiko suggested. I heard that pirates have a habit of holding banquets. When Aji wakes up tomorrow, let's have a feast to celebrate her rebirth and also the establishment of the Phoenix Pirate Group. Great idea. There are plenty of good wines on the ship that we haven't had a chance to drink. Leave the food to me. The next afternoon, everyone anchored the ship at an uninhabited island, built a fire, and started a barbecue party. This is what Nojiko called a banquet. There was no singing or dancing. That would be too boring. Everyone was enjoying the roasted meat and drinking wine while chatting about the past and the future, which was much more interesting than a lively scene. However, something interesting happened before the banquet began. I still feel like we won't have enough to eat. I should go hunting. In the kitchen, there was a custom-made freezer standing 2.5 meters tall, filled with various vegetables and meats. Even so, Ferranda was still worried that the ingredients wouldn't be sufficient. Although there seemed to be quite a lot, due to everyone's large appetites, these ingredients wouldn't last long. Usually, they relied mainly on various fish and meat, especially since the Grand Line is rich in resources and they never had trouble catching fish. Since it was a barbecue, they naturally wanted to eat heartily. Fish was a must, and there should be plenty of other meats too. As a chef, Ferranda believed she couldn't dampen her companion's spirits in this regard, so she had the idea to go hunting. After saying goodbye to her companions, she carried her weapon and walked into the woods. The island wasn't small, shaped like an irregular triangle, with the longest side exceeding 15 kilometers. Lush forests occupied most of the island, while the remaining space was filled with grass and shrubs. There was plenty of water and a variety of species, making it a typical summer island. Besides meat, some fruits were also needed. It was impossible for the sea to lack these. Ferranda wandered around the island for nearly an hour before finally finding suitable hunting targets. Several wild buffalo drinking by the river. She cautiously approached her prey, and just as the buffalo finished drinking and was about to leave, she suddenly sprang up and struck the strongest one with her club. Crack! A bone broke, and a kill was achieved. Moo! The remaining buffalo were frightened and ran off in 3 different directions. Ferranda casually threw her mace, thud, and knocked one down. Then, she took several quick steps in place, her figure disappearing, and the next moment she appeared near another wild buffalo. The 6 styles were used for hunting, and the effect was pretty good. These animals clearly couldn't outrun her. Sigh, it's only at times like this that I feel quite capable. Look, They were taken down without any resistance. While cleaning the ingredients by the river, Ferranda began to self-deprecate. However, compared to those on the ship who were as strong as monsters, what did this little strength count for? When facing a strong enemy, she would hide behind them, usually only responsible for serving tea and water, and grilling meat. But for just these things, why did I go to sea in the first place? With her strong personality, she hated the feeling of hiding behind others. When she was in the gluttonous pirate group, as the captain, she was always the one at the forefront, smashing both people and ships to bits with her iron rod, cough cough, limited to pirate peers. Life and death meant nothing, and if you didn't accept it, you would be crushed. That was her. If she didn't have this temper, where would her nickname Violent Dragon come from? Nowadays, the Violent Dragon seemed less like a dragon and more like a house cat, appearing to have a bit of a temper, but actually making no big fuss. Sigh, it's all the fault of strength. Her companions were all great. No one looked down on her, but she couldn't get over this hurdle herself. It seemed she'd have to double her training in the future. She couldn't spend all her time cooking. All right, let's go pick some fruits. Tying the beef with a rope, she easily carried the thousands of pounds of meat on her back. On the way, she spotted an apple tree and picked some on her way back, marking this trip as a successful mission. What is this? Just as she picked up her weapon at her feet and prepared to leave, a dark red fruit floated nearby with a water flow. The fruit had a peculiar shape, resembling a gourd, covered in mysterious patterns. Chapter 81. The fighter Ferranda went to look for ingredients, while the others were also busy. By the time she returned to the shore with the beef and fruit, all the preparations had been completed. Oh, the main character of the banquet is back. Let's get started. Nojiko was also ready, having skipped lunch and putting all his appetite into this barbecue. Leave it to me. Ferranda placed the meat on a special cutting board and patiently began to prepare it. The tougher cuts, like beef shank, were put into the refrigerator. The rest was taken out, half of it cut into evenly sized pieces, seasoned and mixed well, ready to be skewered with vegetables for grilling later. The meat connected to the ribs was the essence of the cow. It didn't need to be specially sliced, just cut into pieces with the bones and placed on the grill to be smoked. After sprinkling salt and special spices, the flavor was exceptional. The beef leg bones were excellent for making soup, but it required a lot of time, and no one was patient enough to wait for hours just for a sip of soup. At Nojiko's suggestion, the bones were split in half and directly grilled over the charcoal after being seasoned. However, grilling bone marrow was a novelty. No one else was interested except for her. This was an unexpected delight. Azee woke up from her coma, and thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the animal system, the burns on her back had nearly healed. Notably, after the mark disappeared, her personality became more cheerful. She no longer wore a constant cold expression and could even respond to jokes. Perhaps it was because the shackles in her heart were removed, allowing her original personality to resurface. Is it just an illusion? I feel like you've changed a bit too. Ferranda's singing while grilling meat caught not only Nojiko's attention, but also that of others. Good news, what do you call it? Right, as you said, double happiness. She briefly recounted her experiences in the forest, focusing on the devil fruit that floated over from the water. To be honest, I never thought I would have such good luck. It appeared right in front of me, like a gift from the heavens. From what you said, does that mean you've gained a very powerful ability? Ferranda was so engrossed in her story that she stopped grilling, and Ryan had to step in to take over her task. After all, having been a chef for a while, he could manage. Absolutely powerful. And you all have seen it. Seen it? There are no identical abilities in the world, which means the last person who had it is already dead. Powerful, the deceased. I remember now. A cough, cough, cough. Due to his excitement, Will almost choked on his drink, but he didn't have time to care about that. He was just staring at Ferranda. If it really was that fruit, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as it meant he had once again become the weakest person on the ship. Wow, I remember too. It's that thick-skinned dinosaur. By the way, won't it be too ugly? Angel also understood Ferranda's meaning, but the little girl was clearly focused on aspects different from others. Due to her personality, she preferred more flashy abilities. Strength? Having a gun in hand is enough. Nojiko said. Animal type, dragon fruit. Ancient species, Tyrannosaurus form. That fruit could be considered the strongest ancient species. By the way, I have been wanting to find it for a while. It's hard to say whether mythical beasts count as animal types, with all sorts of chaotic superpowers. It's better to simply classify them as mythical types. Speaking of the Tyrannosaurus form, when purely calculating the enhancement of strength and defense against humans, some mythical beast types can't compare to it, so this strongest designation is well-deserved. In any case, I could be of help in future battles. Ferranda excitedly clenched her fist, almost forgetting what her original job was. You're not pursuing such a promising career as a chef, but instead thinking about becoming a fighter. Blue blue, blue blue. Naka's expression was somewhat helpless. She had intended to say a few more words, but the phone on her waist rang. Why are they calling me at this time? She walked aside and pressed the answer button. It seems you still don't welcome me? Nami's voice came from the other end, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. I wouldn't dare, it was my sister who misspoke just now. Please forgive me this time. Your greatness. Who is arguing with you? Let's get to the point. What were you thinking becoming a pirate? Isn't being a bounty hunter a more promising path? Sigh. It's complicated. Speaking of this, Naka's expression became unexpectedly serious. The restrictions of my previous identity were too many. You know Azzy and Franda, right? As their fame has grown, I can clearly feel the disdain from ordinary people towards us. In this world, some people aspire to be Navy, some admire pirates. But no one ever likes those who exchange the heads of their kind for bounty. Nami quietly listened on the other end, her initial anger gradually calming down. And she even began to reflect on whether she had been too petty, coming to question her sister just because she heard she became a pirate. Nojiko continued. Actually, there's another reason. What? Recently, I've made enough money. I can't spend it all at once. With money, who would be a miserable pirate hunter? Share some with me. Upon hearing this, Nami's already small sense of guilt was instantly replaced by a desire for berries. She's gone back to her old job as a pirate thief just to make a living, and you dare to say you've made enough money? Showing off, huh? What did you say? I couldn't hear you over the wind here. Nojiko also realized that she had misspoken, actually talking about money in front of another money lover. Isn't that just looking for trouble? Sister, do you know how sad I was when I heard you became a pirate? Only berry can heal my wounded heart. Nami, I'm a bit busy here. A friend has contacted me. I'll call you back later. Bye. Hey, beep. That damn Nojiko. Angry Nami was fuming, almost burning down her own house. I've been on fire on material level ever since I ate the Maramara Nomi. I haven't had any trouble expressing my anger. It's really something, Robin, that you actually took the initiative to contact me. Could it be because now everyone has the same status, feeling closer and wanting to accept my previous invitation? Nojiko wasn't just brushing her off. She really did have a friend contact her. Now you're a big shot. Maybe you really can protect me. Chapter 82. Amazon Lily, Part 1. Really? You agreed to become my companion. Upon hearing this, Nojiko's tone became excited. Who wouldn't like Robin? Especially the Robin before the original plot entered the new world? Her charm was simply off the charts. If you could personally invite me in front of Crocodile. From her voice, it was hard to tell whether she was serious or joking. TCH, that Crocodile, what if I snatch someone in front of him? What can he say? Do you believe I can turn him into a dead fish? After just becoming a pirate for a couple of days, Nojiko had also picked up the bad habit of the supernovas of looking down on seniors, especially those who had been in the sea for many years but hadn't achieved much. But don't underestimate him. Although his bounty is still below 100 million, far less than yours, it's the price before he became a warlord. You should know that his bounty hasn't changed at all in over a decade. At this point, Robin found it hard to continue. The strength of the sand crocodile cannot simply be measured by bounty. But what about that little girl on the opposite side? A fierce one whose initial bounty exceeded 300 million, compared to their middle-aged superior. Nojiko is only in her teens, at the fastest progressing stage of her life, making the comparison rather tragic. Most importantly, there are two other fierce people on her ship with bounties over 100 million. Whether Nojiko or Crocodile is stronger is not the point. But Gwena and the Eagle Woman are definitely far stronger than the senior agents of Baroque Works, as well as her companions who, although not bounty hunters, are quite formidable in their own right. In a real fight, they might not necessarily lose. Due to her childhood experiences, Robin has seen the true power of real strong individuals, which cannot simply be measured by numbers. In this world, high-level battles always emphasize individual combat power. Tactics involving large numbers do not work. No matter how many people Baroque Works has, it won't matter. There are hundreds of thousands of rebels in Alabasta. If you put them in the top war, they probably wouldn't even be enough for oars to take down alone. What's wrong, Sister Robin? Don't you believe I can defeat that warlord? Nojiko spoke earnestly, as if just a refusal from the other side would make her fly to Alabasta to challenge Crocodile. Of course not. Robin quickly changed her tune. She was doing well now, with her own goals alongside Crocodile, and they were collaborators. She couldn't let a disaster like him come over and ruin their partnership. Besides, she didn't need companions, nor did she want to have them. All right, no more jokes. I'm contacting you today because Crocodile has given up on his plan against you. Perhaps he feels he no longer has the energy for it. Actually, it has nothing to do with Crocodile or Baroque Works. It was after seeing your bounty that I suddenly thought of this unique girl. which led to me reaching out to you. Her daily life consisted of reading and handling organizational matters. So this long-distance call added a bit of fun to her boring life. At least, hearing the other person call her sister Robin brought genuine joy to her heart. Sigh. It's really boring. You refuse me every time. Forget it. I won't bring it up again. Nojiko has a habit of sharing her experiences and observations when chatting with people she cares about. She tirelessly repeated what she had just said to Nami to the person across from her. When she mentioned her punch against CP agents and a kick to the division general, her pride was evident, vividly conveyed to Robin through the phone bug, which brought a continuous smile to the black-haired beauty's face. The 2 phone calls lasted over 2 hours, and by the time Nojiko finished, the banquet on the other end was also coming to an end, with a group of big eaters consuming every last bit of barbecue and alcohol. Seeing the scene, she was completely dumbfounded. She wasn't full yet, you bunch of bastards. As Robin passed by Crocodile's office, she was called to a stop. Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, seems to be out of the palace. Go investigate her whereabouts personally. My plan needs to be accomplished in the next few years. And it can't go wrong at this critical moment. Do you understand? Don't treat me as your subordinate, Mr. Zero. Robin smiled back at him. It seems you've been increasingly disregarding my orders lately. Nico Robin. Don't call me that name. I'm Miss Sunday now. Crocodile's expression darkened. If it weren't for this woman being able to interpret historical texts, which was of great use to him, and the fact that there was no one else in the world with such skills, he would have. The two glared at each other, and the atmosphere in the corridor became tense. All right, I'll go personally then. In the end, it was Robin who compromised first. There was no need to get into a contest of wills with him. At worst, she could just agree without doing the work. Saying she couldn't find anything after 2 years, in fact, she underestimated the crocodile. He was a fierce man who could fight to a standstill against Barrett at the age of 17, and was a true man who would fight at the drop of a hat against Whitebeard and Akainu in the future. Although she couldn't understand how a Logia user could lose in close combat to a rookie rubber man, the nickname 55 on the Grand Line wasn't given for nothing. If it came to a real fight, it was uncertain whether the current Nojiko could defeat him. Daughter's Island, also known as Amazon Lily, is located in the Calm Belt at the edge of the Grand Line. As the name suggests, this is an island inhabited only by women. The Kuja tribe is their collective name, and almost every adult can use haki, making them a nation of warriors. This is also where Nojiko's destination lies. She has said that her companions, including herself, still need training. Only when their overall strength rises to a new level can they have the confidence to venture into the new world. However, it is difficult to encounter evenly matched opponents in the first half of the Grand Line. Either they're easily defeated by them, like those pirates, or they can easily defeat them, like the Navy and CP0's experts. This is not conducive to growth. Noki clapped her hands, remembering a good place. In the original work, the sacred training ground where Rayleigh trained Luffy is the uninhabited island Rusukai, located to the northwest of Amazon Lily. There are 48 seasons in a year, and the environment is extremely harsh, so the creatures living there are all very powerful. According to Rayleigh, there are more than 500 monsters stronger than Luffy, who has experienced the Marineford War, making it the perfect place for leveling up. Close to Amazon Lily, one can also witness the beauty of the world's #1 beauty. With a close vantage point, beauty isn't everything. What matters is that the Empress's strength is not weak among the 7 warlords, at least stronger than the current Noki, making her a good opponent. Chapter 83. Amazon Lily 2. Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island, is an island where only women live. The indigenous people on the island call themselves the Kuja tribe, and everyone is a warrior. Almost every adult can use haki. Truly a battle-hardened nation. Not only is the average combat power strong, but the reason Amazon Lily is rarely disturbed is also due to its special geographical position. Located in the windless zone at the edge of the Grand Line, this sea area is a habitat for sea kings. And ordinary people wanting to approach it must pay a considerable price. By the way, isn't our ship able to fly? Why are we still slowly rowing to Daughter Island? Will, the helmsman of the Traveler, had a distressed expression as he carefully observed his surroundings, afraid that a monster would suddenly appear. So what if his strength far exceeds the past? Before reaching a certain level of power, the absolute difference in size is an insurmountable chasm. When he first heard that the next destination was Amazon Lily, he didn't feel much fluctuation in his heart. So what if it's a windless zone? He could just zip past. How could anyone have expected that someone would choose the most troublesome way to travel instead of using their advantage? TCH coward. It's just a few fish. No need to make a fuss. I usually look down on people like you. Angel mocked Will without holding back, as if she wasn't scared at all. If one ignored the faint gray barrier enveloping the ship, it would have been convincing. You don't understand. This is called trend. Only the Navy can cross the windless zone with just a ship, and we VE hit the jackpot this time. Only a small portion of the sea stone looted from Dolo was used for weapons since it wasn't a reforge. The amount extracted from a few shackles after melting was sufficient. The blades of the double-handed sword, the tip of the heavy sword, the tops of the wolf teeth on the wolf fawn club, and the most consumed sea stone bullets were all that was used, while the rest was installed in the bottom of the ship by Noki. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down, as this sea area is indeed full of dangers. With her observation haki, Kuina could clearly sense the gigantic creatures swimming in the deep sea, although her sword could split massive rocks. Facing giant sea kings thousands of meters long might not be of much use. I see it. Aji jumped down from the mast. With her excellent vision, she easily spotted Daughter Island in the distance, and everyone was close to their destination. No one spoke as the ship approached the shore at a steady pace. And once they could clearly see the island's beach and dense forest, they finally relaxed. Angel also dispelled her sound barrier. Activating her ability consumed stamina, and maintaining it for several hours was a considerable burden for her. I never expected I would one day set foot on Daughter Island. Life is truly full of wonderful unknowns. Frank sighed a bit, reminiscing about how just 2 years ago he was a struggling bounty hunter running around for a living, unable even to navigate the East Sea. And now he could cross the infamous windless zone and was about to meet the mysterious Kuja tribe, something he would never have dared to imagine before. Aren't you excited? Don't worry, I want to laugh at you. Flanda smiled and patted his shoulder, showing understanding. When she was still a pirate captain, she had heard her crew talk about this place, saying it was an island inhabited only by women, the paradise that all men long for. Looking forward to stepping on Daughter Island is only natural. There is nothing to be ashamed of. No, you misunderstood. Frank wanted to defend himself, especially since his daughter was on the ship. He needed to maintain his image as a father. No need to say more. I understand, man, right? No. Frank wanted to explain, but looking at his daughter, who was clustered with Noki and didn't even glance this way, he didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, it seems he had been ignored by his daughter lately. Could it be that she had grown up and no longer relied on her father? Middle-aged men's thoughts changed quickly. His focus shifted in an instant from Daughter Island to father-daughter relationships. They are all women. How do they reproduce? What about emotional issues? Do people here get married? If they get married, can women have children? Or is the medical technology here extremely advanced? As a doctor, Ryan occasionally felt curious about some biological questions, and her desire for knowledge was rarely sparked. She was full of anticipation for the upcoming journey, perhaps compared to others. Her thoughts were the simplest. She just wanted to see the different scenery on the sea. When she was running a clinic on Volcanic Island, listening to patients boast and the Navy talk nonsense, but once she actually set out to sea, she found that their adventures were far less thrilling than her experiences over the past year. Indeed, for an ordinary person, encountering a pirate or a sea beast once and surviving to return is enough to brag about for a lifetime. Just when the traveler was less than 100 meters from the shore, an unexpected event occurred. A black glowing arrow shot out rapidly from the dense forest behind the beach, aiming straight at the ship's mast. Watch out! Kuina was the first to react. She drew her sword, Wado Ikamanji, to meet the arrow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, shaking the eardrums. As she deflected the arrow, Kuina was also pushed back a few steps by the immense force it carried. She and Noki exchanged glances, both seeing caution in each other's eyes. This was no ordinary adversary. Let me see. How is that possible? Just one person. Initially, Noki thought it was the Kuja pirates who had discovered them. After all, from the haki attached to the arrow, if it hadn't been blocked, that shot could have shattered the nearly 30-meter-long traveler. The national warriors of Daughter Island definitely couldn't reach such a level. Those people had a hard time capturing Luffy, who didn't even use haki. In the original work, they struggled with great effort and unexpected cooperation to capture him. Although they couldn't be called weak, they were certainly not strong either. Through her observation haki, she sensed only one figure in the distant forest, currently drawing a bow and aiming, seemingly preparing to shoot a second arrow. I'll go meet her first. Noki soared into the sky, flying towards the island, leaving a golden-red trail of flames in the air. The distance of over 100 meters was crossed in an instant. What? The owner of the bow and arrow clearly did not expect the invader to fly directly over, and after a moment of panic, she casually tossed aside her bow and arrow, picking up a nearby iron spear, aiming the sharp tip at the newcomer. Trespassing the Amazon Lily's die. Chapter 84 Amazon Lily 3. The girl in front of her appeared to be no older than 18, with delicate features, but her expression was somewhat cold, and her entire body was wrapped in long sleeves and pants, with even her waistline concealed. Noki was quite disappointed. Don't the people of Daughter Island dress boldly and provocatively? Some even dare to roam the woods in just their underwear. Are you so wrapped up because you're afraid of mosquito bites? It's very dangerous. That arrow just now? Is that how you usually greet strangers? The two-handed sword traced an arc in the air, carrying immense kinetic energy as it swung towards the girl. You shot me an arrow. I'll return the favor with a sword. It's only reasonable. The girl dodged this attack, while simultaneously thrusting her weapon at Noki. Seizing the opportunity, perfectly as Naki's move, was only halfway through. There was no time left to evade. As the tip of the spear was about to pierce her chest, Noki showed no signs of panic. A smile curved her lips, as if she had anticipated the opponent's move. Suddenly, a layer of golden light flashed around her, and feathers covered her chest, blocking the sharp spear tip from advancing even a fraction. Boom! At this moment, her previous attack finally came to an end, as dozens of large trees behind the girl were felled by the golden red slash, their clean-cut surfaces charred. Seeing that her attack had no effect, the girl did not linger in battle. She leaped backward until she reached a safe distance before stopping. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a bad person. Seeing the cold, wary gaze from the other side, Noki felt somewhat helpless. After all, you attacked us first, okay? If it were someone else, they would have long been buried in the sea for such a ruthless strike. This place does not welcome outsiders. The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, but the words she spoke were hard to accept. It's hard to have a conversation. Huh? Fine, let us go by the rules. After I win, we can discuss slowly. Shave. Naki's figure disappeared. At her level, it was impossible for her to charge in wielding a weapon and shouting wildly, relying on speed to seize the initiative and overwhelming force to determine the outcome of the battle, which was the most common fighting style. Whoosh! What greeted her was a lightning-fast thrust. The godly technique that worked against ordinary people did not have much effect this time. Her movement trajectory was instantly seen through, and a counterattack followed. Nojiko had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. Clang! The spearhead collided with the sword blade, and the resulting shockwave pushed away the surrounding broken branches and leaves for dozens of meters, exposing the damp soil beneath their feet. The opponent's attack was very similar to Will's signature move, but it was much stronger. The thrusting speed of the heavy sword and the long spear was different, and the skills and strength between the two were worlds apart. If he were facing his own companion, that strike would have sent him flying without needing to grapple. Because he had no ill feelings towards the girl in front of him, Nojiko refrained from using fire attacks and simply engaged her in physical combat. The travelers soon reached the shore, and everyone jumped off the ship one after another. Wait, Frank and Will, don't set foot on the island yet. They don't welcome men here. Amid the battle, Nojiko also reminded his companions, as it wouldn't be appropriate to act like this in front of them if no one had noticed before. He intended to maintain a friendly relationship with the people of Daughter Island, so it was best to avoid any principal mistakes. Thus, the men stayed on the ship while the women fought on the beach, and the group watched the battle unfold. The arrival of outsiders did not affect the girl's speed of attack. To avoid being surrounded, she fought while retreating, leading Nojiko deeper into the dense forest, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Those left behind looked at each other, unsure whether to follow or not. In the end, it was Guena who made the decision. You two stay to watch the ship, the rest follow. Swish! Several figures also vanished into the forest. TCH. If they want to stay, let them. What's the big deal? I'm more worried about the people of the Kuja tribe seeing my handsome face and fighting over it. With that, Will took out a small mirror from his pocket and admired his handsome features against the sea breeze. Frank glanced at him and went into the cabin to sort through the gunpowder, showing no desire to comment, clearly used to this person's antics. A glint of cold light appeared first, followed by a spear that shot out like a dragon. The girl's spear skills were excellent. She simply blocked and thrust without any unnecessary movements, making it impossible for her opponent to get close. The only target for attack had to be the weapon itself, or there was a risk of being pierced. Nojiko can indeed withstand the opponent's attacks with her phoenix form and powerful presence, but that would be too foolish. She would only do that if she couldn't dodge in time. In fact, our goal is not Amazon Lily. We're just passing by to take a look. How about we stop fighting for now? The girl on the other side is excellent in both combat skills and hockey, and without using her abilities, Nojiko really can't get the upper hand in a short time. To avoid further misunderstandings, she stops attacking and starts negotiating while defending. By the way, you are so strong. You must be from the Kuja pirates, right? I've heard of the pirate empress's great name. Is she really as beautiful as the legends say? It's just that when she brings up the Kuja pirates, the girl's attacks become even fiercer, each strike aiming for vital points, with her spear leaving after images. Nojiko was too exhausted to respond, and had to keep her mouth shut. That guy wouldn't hesitate to attack, just because someone looked beautiful, would he? Everyone stood on the treetops watching the battle, and Angel sneered at someone. In the past, when fighting enemies, there were sparks flying everywhere, almost scorching the sea dry. But now, not even a spark could be seen. I think that girl on the opposite side is quite formidable. It's normal that a winner can't be determined in a short time. She seems to be about the same age as the captain. And I didn't expect there to be such a strong peer in the world. Flanda exclaimed. The girl's attack speed was too fast. She couldn't dodge it. And she didn't believe that the T-Rex Form S defense could withstand the opponent's aura. Z and Ryan nodded in agreement. They hadn't learned hockey yet. So charging him would only lead to defeat. I didn't say she was weak. It just felt like Nojiko wasn't using her full strength. She wasn't this gentle when fighting that General Dolor before. After all, it was on someone else's territory. It wouldn't be appropriate to burn down the entire forest. And besides, that girl was very strong. If I were to fight her, the result wouldn't be any better. Goena offered a fair opinion. Someone is coming. Chapter 85. Amazon Lily. 4. Angel suddenly turned her gaze to the right. In terms of observation hockey, especially regarding sensing range, her level was even higher than the other two. After her reminder, a few seconds later, Goena finally noticed a 10-person squad approaching at high speed. Judging by their direction, they were coming from the other side of the forest, obviously members of the Snake Princess tribe. Boom! A flash of cold light appeared as an iron spear swept through the air, breaking several large trees and simultaneously repelling the opponent. The girl put away her weapon and looked to the side, and in the next moment, her brow furrowed. Seeing this, Nojiko also stopped and stood with her arriving companions. Crack! The sound of dry branches breaking was heard as 10 women of various body types, all dressed very lightly, appeared before everyone. The weapons in their hands were quite special, all being living creatures, a uniform set of snake bows. And one could even see the eyeballs on the snake heads occasionally moving. Intruders! And how did you get here, Yeka? The leading woman had a high black ponytail, a stunning appearance, and a pair of phoenix eyes looking at everyone with a hint of hostility, not only directed at Nojiko and the others. But the powerful girl was clearly not welcome either. We are the national warriors of Amazon Lily. Outsiders are not welcome here. State the reason for your presence on the island. Swish! Each bow was drawn with arrows, covered in hockey, and whether they would shoot or retract depended on whether the answers given were satisfactory. Wow, the people here are quite unfriendly. They threaten others with arrows at the drop of a hat. I have a gun too. Am I being proud? Angel wasn't intimidated by the scene at all. The only one who could pose a danger to her was that person named Yeka. As for the other 10, just because they were tall and good-looking didn't impress her. She could let them attack first, and if they hit, then they would win. Shoo, don't provoke them. We're not here to cause trouble. Nojiko took a step forward and smiled, saying, let me introduce myself. I am Nojiko, the captain of the Phoenix Pirates. We are just passing through your area to take a break, and we'll be leaving soon. Our destination is the uninhabited island of Ruskena to your northwest, and we won't disturb your lives. What? Clearly, the other party was taken aback by this answer. Even Yeka, whose expression had become colder since the appearance of the Guardian Warriors, looked at her in surprise. A curious blonde girl from the Guardian Warriors, who was about the same height as an average person, asked, what are you doing in that terrifying place filled with monsters? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? It's precisely because there are so many monsters that fighting them can enhance our strength in a short time. She briefly explained the reason for being here, feeling there was no need to hide anything. After all, everyone wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, and they would definitely need to procure supplies here, which would involve dealing with the people of the Snake Princess tribe in the future. Fighting monsters? There's still. The leader scolded, Margaret. Yes. The blonde girl jolted and immediately straightened her posture, no longer speaking, but her little eyes continued to sneak glances at everyone. Don't be so serious. We really mean no harm. Oof. No harm? How do you explain this? The captain of the Guardian Warriors pointed to the devastated forest, where hundreds of trees were broken and stripped bare, as if they had been ravaged by a force of 12 on the Beaufort scale. The ship was sailing fine, and then she suddenly launched an attack. After that, I went to reason with her. In any case, no one was injured. So why not just let this matter pass? Nojiko said that she is magnanimous and won't hold your rudeness against you. Enough with the nonsense. Stay here for now. We need to report to Lady Snake. By the way, You said you're a pirate crew, and the ship is full of women? There are men too. But I know your rules, so I didn't let them come ashore. That's for the best. If men come here, it's a dead end. The captain ordered 2 national defense warriors to return to the city to report the situation here, while she and the remaining 7 continued to aim their bows and arrows at Nojiko and the others. Angel asked, "Are we just going to wait like this? Should I tell you a story? Do you take me for a child?" Speaking of which, that person seems to have a bad relationship with them. Is she not from this island? The black-haired girl named Yeka neither left nor stood with the 9-snake tribe. Instead, she was lost in thought, not revealing what was on her mind. Her archery habits were similar to those of the 9-snake people, but she didn't use a snake bow. Could she really be an outsider? I'll go ask her. Under the watchful gaze of the National Defense Warriors, Nojiko approached Yeka. The two were of similar height and had similar hairstyles, except their hair colors were completely different. Long, straight black hair, my friends, a powerful force. Truly a rare species in the pirate world. Unlike Robin, who is a mature woman, the person in front of her is a genuine teenage beauty, well, just like herself. Robin, you dare say that in front of me. Your name is Yeka, right? I am Nojiko. I guess we can consider ourselves acquaintances now. Let's be friends. Yeka remained silent. Her purpose for staying here was to block this person beside her. Otherwise, with Captain Kikyo and the other's strength, if a fight broke out, it wouldn't last long. Your strength is impressive. It's a pity to be here as a national defense warrior. Come out to sea with me. The outside world is more exciting than you can imagine. Let me tell you about. She started to ramble on about the interesting experiences she had on the sea. Nojiko was also delighted to see the hunt. This little girl's strength was no less than her own in a normal state, and she was so young. If she could join, she would surely become her right-hand assistant, just like Queen Ah. I'm not a national protector, she said after a long time, and Yeka only replied with that one sentence before falling silent again. Sister, you're making me feel awkward here. Not a member of the 9 snake pirates, nor a national protector, yet possessing such great strength. There must be a story behind that. Nojiko is thick-skinned, even when others ignore her. She keeps talking until the two who left return. Lady Snake invites you to the palace as a guest. Chapter 86, Boa Hancock. Due to the relatively closed social environment, the people of Snake Island are not wealthy, and most of their food, clothing, and living needs are self-sufficient. Fortunately, Amazon Lily is rich in resources, which can satisfy the half-agricultural and half-hunting lifestyle of the snake people. The snake pirates regularly go out to plunder, and the goods and supplies obtained are brought back to the island for national use. Among the 7 warlords, only Empress Boa Hancock truly follows the established rules for legal plunder, but she doesn't turn over a single belly. Nojiko followed Captain Kikyo to the palace of the Snake Princess, while her companions returned to the traveler to wait. The little girl named Yeka left without a word. The people of the 9 snake tribe did not inquire, as if she did not exist. This was a private meeting, unknown to outsiders. So even when a rare foreigner arrived in the royal city, no citizens came to watch. In the reception room, a short elderly woman with silver hair was sitting on the sofa waiting. When she saw someone arrive, she stood up to greet them, saying that the Snake Princess was changing clothes and would be here shortly, so she was sent to entertain them first. Granny Za was somewhat helpless, thinking that there was no need for such dressing up. It was just a young girl wanting to give a show of authority to the younger girl in front of her, deliberately hiding away. Sigh. She was already the ruler of a nation, yet still so childish. Having brought the person here, her subordinate left first. Captain Kikyo felt a bit disappointed for not seeing the Empress and took her leave, thinking that living was all for Lady Snake Princess. Even a glance could let her eat 2 more bowls of rice. Looking at the elderly woman across from her, who was less than 2 meters tall, Nojiko had a question mark appear in her mind. Was this really the former Empress of Amazon Lily? She couldn't see any beauty from her younger days. Could it be that the previous election did not consider beauty, but simply compared strength? Did they hold gladiatorial matches where the one with the biggest fists became the emperor? No wonder the country's gladiatorial arena was so grand. It turned out there were political factors involved. Ahem, although I am old and faded now. My beauty in my youth was not inferior to Hancock's. Just as someone was getting more and more distracted, Granny Za spoke up to pull her back to reality. I wasn't thinking of anything disrespectful. Could it be that this old woman's observation haki allows her to hear people's thoughts, like Princess Otoheim? I can't read minds, but your thoughts are too easy to guess, almost written all over your face, so one can figure out at a glance. Granny, do you know why the Empress called for me? Nojiko is also someone who doesn't hide her emotions and thoughts very well. To avoid awkwardness, she starts to change the topic. Grandma Jia didn't hold it against her either. Having lived for decades, she had seen all kinds of scenes. She had even been kicked down from upstairs by Hancock in front of everyone more than once. The person opposite her had only guessed some facts. Cough, cough. Not facts. She was famously known as the beautiful emperor of the Nine-Snake tribe. Hee, she'll know when she arrives. But I do have a question. Why do you want to go to Luskai Island? There are many ways to improve one's strength in the world. Yet you choose the hardest one. That island is a forbidden area for the Nine-Snake tribe. Citizens are strictly prohibited from approaching it. And even the Nine-Snake pirates avoid it when they go out to plunder. It's hard to improve strength in a short time using ordinary methods. The times are changing. It's no longer suitable to improve strength step by step because no one is waiting for you. Everyone has started to run, and each is faster than the other. Can you believe that there could be a Yonko under 20 in the future? But the danger level there far exceeds your imagination. The Snake Princess once challenged it, but only stayed a very short time before returning. Sigh, even she couldn't conquer that island. Old lady, you can't just pretend you didn't hear that. Are you underestimating me? Grandma Jia's words were interrupted by a melodious voice as Boa Hancock strode in with an arrogant gait. Her high heels clicking on the smooth floor, clearly unhappy. Snake Princess, I'm speaking the truth before you. Ouch! Hancock instantly appeared in front of Grandma Jia and kicked her out the door. How dare you speak recklessly in front of this king? Sister, what are you doing? Grandma Jia, are you okay? Hancock's two younger sisters hurried out of the hall to help the old lady up. They still respected this elder who had always taken care of them. Sorry for the trouble, but you must understand because that old lady is just too fierce, and I accidentally. The once arrogant empress instantly changed her expression. Her stunning features combined with a charming demeanor, making people unable to bear to say any blame. So it was an accident. Grandma Jia, who hadn't even had time to wipe the dust off her face, was the first to forgive her. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold's eyes were filled with hearts. No matter what their sister did, she could be forgiven because she was just too beautiful. Even killing someone could be forgiven, right? Hancock's smile was enchanting, and the power of the sweet fruit quietly activated, emitting an invisible wave from her body. Yes, no one would have the heart to blame her, right? Just as Nojiko began to succumb to the other's beauty, a domineering force surged from within her, interrupting that fleeting fantasy deep inside. In an instant, her consciousness returned to normal. At the same time, a gust of wind swept through the room, dispersing all the charm, and a few of them returned to normal. Hancock's smile froze on her face. This is Conqueror's Haki, Sandersonia exclaimed. You really have the qualities of a king like sister. Grandma Jia nodded. It seemed the newspapers weren't exaggerating. The Navy had almost publicly disclosed all the information they had gathered about Nojiko, with the most valuable being her mythical beast ability and Conqueror's Haki. You all go out first. I have something to discuss with her privately. The Empress regained her arrogant posture from when she had just entered, crossing her legs as she sat in the main seat of the reception room. Sister, we are your guards. The sisters, who looked nothing like Hancock, stared at Nojiko with vigilance, worried that this pirate with considerable strength might pose a threat to their sister. No one can touch this king here. Don't worry, the little girl is not a bad person. Grandma Jia pushed the two girls, who kept looking back, out. Having lived so long, could she still misjudge someone? The key now was to find a doctor to check her waist. This Snake Princess had been too rough, sigh. She really was getting old. Hancock, call me Snake Princess. Okay, Snake Princess, you call me here because... Nojiko tried hard to ignore the other person's bare thighs. There was no way around it. The slit of the skirt was almost up to her waist, and her gaze was so sharp that a slight glance could reveal things that shouldn't be seen. The people of Daughter Island dress too boldly. It's all Oda's fault. He understands the psychology of people like us too well. Why did you take an Eagle Woman? What? I asked you why you took an Eagle Woman? Hancock repeated what she just said. Nojiko was a bit confused. You call me here just to ask this? This can't be called sheltering. She is my companion, and it's normal for us to go on adventures together. A companion? Huh? The first time I heard Nojiko's name was when she defeated Nick Dane, and it was widely reported in the newspapers, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. Just a rookie, after all. She only has her looks to catch people's eyes. Later, I heard about the slave of a celestial dragon escaping, and looking at the bounty poster of the purple-haired woman, I was amazed at her good fortune. To be able to escape from the devil's hands, even until today, is truly a blessing from the heavens. Not long after that, there was the sensational incident of bounty hunters attacking a Navy vice admiral in the first half of the Grand Line. And that's when I learned that the Eagle Woman was rescued by Nojiko and her group. On the same day the bounty was issued, I became curious about this girl who called herself Phoenix. Aren't you afraid of the celestial dragon's revenge for being involved with the Eagle Woman? Hancock asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Revenge? Noki waved her hand nonchalantly and laughed. What can that group of freeloaders do if they're angry? Send a big shot to hunt us down? Or order agents to come for revenge? As long as it doesn't involve life and death. The Navy's top combat power won't move because of the personal affairs of the celestial dragons. As for the agents, I'm actually worried about not having suitable opponents to sharpen my skills. If they come, they shouldn't expect to go back alive. CP0 doesn't have that many people. If they come to hunt us down, it would only be one or two. Even if she can't beat them, they can gang up on her. The principle of the Phoenix Pirates. If one person can't win, then everyone goes all out. If a group can't win, then they run away. However, this is something unnecessary to mention to outsiders. Speaking of which, the ship's initial speed is a bit slow. It would be easy to be targeted during withdrawal. A clear drawback that needs to be improved in the future. Your thoughts are really a mix of madness and rationality. Not putting the world nobles in your eyes is undoubtedly crazy, but what she said makes some sense. Strong people have their tempers and can't just be ordered around like the slaves of the celestial dragons. This means that as long as you have a certain level of self-protection ability, you don't have to be afraid of offending those upper-class people. Hancock's thoughts were somewhat complicated. Some ideas appeared uncontrollably in her mind, but were instantly abandoned. Unlike the little girl across from her, she had the entire Kuja tribe behind her, and nation, Amazon Lily. Her strength could easily evade pursuit, but theirs could not. Ultimately, it still comes down to strength. If the Kuja tribe's power could rival the four emperors, they wouldn't have to fear pirates and the world government, even without the protection of the 7 warlords. I allow you to go to Ruskaya, and I will also regularly send supplies to you, but there are 2 requirements. Chapter 87. Sea King's Nojiko conveyed the Empress's demands to everyone. The first was to prohibit men from approaching Amazon Lily, and in the future, even during training breaks, they were not allowed to speak to fellow members of the Kuja tribe. This led to the second requirement. Some national defense warriors and members of the Kuja pirates would also enter Ruska Island for shift training. Perhaps influenced by Nojiko, the Empress developed a sense of crisis. She believed that even if they lost their warlord status one day, the Kuja tribe must have the ability to protect themselves. At the very least, they should be able to fight their way out in the face of a naval assault. So training warriors like before was no longer an option. Almost everyone in the Kuja tribe could use haki, and as long as their basic abilities like strength and speed improved, they would undoubtedly become stronger. Hey, are my brother Frank and I ghosts or something to be avoided like this? The only dissatisfied person on the ship was Will, not because he was interested in the beauties of Daughter Island, but because it was the first time he had been so rejected by outsiders. Those mentioned by him shifted away, saying, "You can say that for yourself, don't drag me into it." The rules of the Kuja have always been this way, and clearly, you're not the person who would be treated as an exception by them. Nojiko spread his hands. Do you think you're some guy with a straw hat? It's already a favor from this captain that I haven't turned you into a stone statue. Do you really expect the Empress to show any good face to other men? The ship's bow turned, heading towards the northwest direction of Daughter Island. Not long after Nojiko and his group left, the ships of the 9 snake pirates also set out from the port, targeting the same northwest direction. Sister, why did you reach a consensus with someone you just met? Can we go back to how it used to be? Boa Sandisonia's snake-like tongue flicked in air, and it was unclear if it was due to eating a snake fruit, but she looked nothing like her sister, who was known as the world's most beautiful woman. Their figures and appearances were worlds apart. Sigh, it's been a few years, right? The 3 of us sisters have been stuck in place. How long has it been since you faced a life-or-death crisis? Nojiko, a kid under 18, can actually defeat a vice admiral of the Navy on her own. She's so strong and hardworking. If we keep stagnating, it won't be long before we can only watch her back from afar. Hancock leaned against the railing in her red dress, as if explaining to her sister, but also as if speaking to herself. How is that possible? Sister, you've always been strongest, the Boa sisters said excitedly. The Empress was like a deity in their eyes. How could she lose to a little girl? Not even in the future. There's a situation ahead. At that moment, the voice of a 9-snake warrior acting as a lookout came from the top of the mast, informing everyone of what she saw through her telescope. They encountered a large sea king. What? The ship actually flew up. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Hancock's lips curled slightly, showing no concern for her new friend. A frog-like sea king blocked the path of Nojiko and the others, with the part above the surface of the sea exceeding 150 meters in height, and the overall size was unknown. Ribbit! The call caused vibrations in the air, and visible sound waves spread outward. Angel seized the moment to deploy a sound barrier, preventing the harsh calls from reaching everyone's ears. Wow, Your relative came to see you. Quickly tell it you're doing well, so it doesn't have to worry and can go back where it came from. She hid behind Nojiko and winked at Will. Whose frog is this huge? Ugh. I said I'm a tree frog. Wait, no. I'm a tree frog type ability user. Will was somewhat at a loss for words. Like Angel, he wasn't good at dealing with such gigantic enemies. With a small attack range, even if he made several holes in it, it would only be like scratching an itch, unless he could pierce its vital spot in one blow. He looked at the heavy sword in his hand, shook his head and sighed. If he charged in with full force, he would probably get stuck in the creature's muscles, and then it would be dangerous. He turned around and also hid behind Nojiko, leaving such enemies to his companions. Leave it to me. Goena stepped forward with a moonwalk towards the Sea King. In her view, this monster's size was not yet at an unbeatable level. Frost Moon Flow, Slash Dragon. The proficiency of this move was increasing. In just 2 seconds, she completed the charge, and the huge blue slash rapidly flew towards the Sea King's head. Ribbit. Frogs have great dynamic vision, and it clapped its hands to catch the slash, but it clearly underestimated the power of this move. Sizzle. The blue light and flesh wore each other down. Ribbit. The bitter scream came. The consequence of taking the slash directly was that its hands were almost completely destroyed. Even the bones were filled with cracks. Whoosh. Its counterattack was swift and fierce. The crimson long tongue instantly appeared in front of the one who heard it, covered in barbs and looking extremely menacing. Even a graze could be life-threatening. But how could such an attack hit Goena, who was already prepared? Utilizing her ability to briefly pause in the air, she easily dodged the attack. With a swing of her right hand, her sword, covered in haki, effortlessly severed the frog's tongue. Glug! Boom! The intense pain made the Sea King struggle violently on the surface, causing waves to rise and spread out, even affecting the distant 9 snake pirates. Goena seized the opportunity to leap down. Frost Moon Flow, aye. The slash pierced through its eyes into its brain, instantly causing chaos inside. And the Sea King reflexively thrashed a few times before becoming completely still. So smooth? The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. So fast that even Goena couldn't believe it. Was this Sea King too weak, or had she become so strong that she didn't even realize it? Due to her lack of experience fighting Sea Kings, she had developed a misconception, thinking that such large creatures were unbeatable. But no matter how strong they were only strong relative to ordinary people. Even the strongest wouldn't dare to show their heads in the windless zone while taking a bath. The 9 snake pirates were even more astonished. In the past, when they encountered Sea Kings, either Lady Snake Princess would take action personally, or dozens or hundreds of arrows covered in haki would be shot at once. It was far more likely for a warrior to be buried in the fish belly than to fight alone. A swordsman? The Phoenix Pirates really are full of talent. Hancock felt she couldn't be outdone. As a captain, she was confident she could defeat Nojiko, but her subordinate strength was a bit lacking. From today on, you two need to train hard. You absolutely cannot be trampled by those who come later. The Boas sisters lay innocently in the crossfire, exchanging glances and seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This damned competitive spirit. Chapter 88. Monster regarding the spoils before them. Nojiko and the others only selected a portion of the meat to take away, leaving the rest behind. And there was no need to worry about the blood and flesh polluting the sea. Other Sea Kings attracted by the smell would devour the frog's corpse entirely. Before long, Ruska Island appeared in everyone's sight. Even from hundreds or thousands of meters away, they could feel the terrifying aura. This was a place so fierce that even seabirds would detour around it. The temperature feels off. It was cool on the sea. But why does it get hot as soon as we land on the island? Nojiko explained. This island is also known as 48 Seasons Island, with diverse climate changes and 4 seasons every month. We just happen to encounter summer. How do you know so clearly when you've never been here? Something is coming. Angel instantly set aside her doubts and turned her gaze straight ahead. Just after waiting for a while, they encountered an elephant strolling through the woods, standing 6 to 7 meters tall with a body covered in pink skin. Its long trunk occasionally swept across the sides of the road, smashing the nearby bushes into disarray. Judging by its leisurely demeanor, it was likely just taking a walk to help digest after a big meal. It's my turn to step in. Having regained his courage, Will proactively approached. He could easily run away from a monster hundreds of meters tall, and of course, he wanted to show off a bit against this creature that was not much larger than the wild boars back in his hometown. No big deal. Sword art. Thrust. With green light emanating from his skin, Will's leg muscles slowly bulged as he transformed into his orc form. He charged up and leaped over several dozen meters. thrusting his heavy sword fiercely at the elephant's forehead. The attack hit the target, but there was no splatter of blood or the imagined screams. His sword only pierced the elephant's skin slightly and couldn't go any deeper. A look of human-like mockery flashed in the elephant's eyes as it swung its long trunk and sent Wolf flying several dozen meters, crashing headfirst into the sandy beach. "Fool, let me show you how it's done." Saying this, Angel took out a specially made bullet from her pocket to load into her magazine, but was stopped by Nojiko. "Don't forget our purpose for coming here. Stop thinking about cheating. Starting now, unless we're in a critical situation, the use of high-powered bullets is prohibited." "Then what are we even fighting with?" the little girl said unhappily as she slung her weapon back behind her. The bullet in her hand was a specially made armor-piercing round created by Nojiko and Frank, with a shell filled with concentrated gunpowder and small, sharp alloy particles, specifically designed to deal with enemies with strong defenses, as long as the sharp tip could break through the enemy's skin slightly. The subsequent explosion and particles could widen the wound, allowing for better results with the second and third shots. The elephant did not rush towards the group. Instead, it circled around them. The last person to appear here was the Empress Boa Hancock, and that was several years ago. Although the beasts on the island possess a certain level of intelligence, they are not human, and at this moment, the elephant did not remember having seen such creatures before. "Let me give it a try." Flanda stepped forward. Since gaining her powers, she hadn't fought anyone yet and was itching for a challenge. Roar. There was no enjoyable clothing destruction as expected, due to the nature of her fruit when she transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus. Even her tank top didn't tear. "Hey, your voice is too loud. Do you want all the residents of the island to know you're here?" Noki slapped the dinosaur's hind leg, interrupting its intention to roar again. The elephant was startled by this sudden change. The unknown creature in front of it instinctively triggered fear. But its own immense strength told it not to be afraid of this animal that had never appeared on the island before. While the opponent was momentarily dazed, Franda had already rushed forward, opening her mouth wide to bite its neck. To her surprise, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. At most, she could only bite off some keratin. "Huh," the elephant reacted. This creature wasn't that powerful after all. Its biting force was far inferior to that of the crocodile next door. Roar. "Spit, spit, spit. How foolish of me to bite it." Franda struggled to spit out the debris stuck between her teeth. As she transformed into her complete form for the first time, she found it difficult to control her instincts. Initially, she only wanted to engage in a wild brawl with the enemy, but fortunately, the gritty feeling in her mouth seemed to pull her rationality back. Taking a deep breath, her body shrank by about 3 meters, and in her orc form, she charged forward again with her spike club. Bang! Bang! Although her attacks were still ineffective against the target, Franda deeply experienced the benefits of being an animal type, as if endless stamina allowed her to keep going. Even if she was occasionally hit, she could stand up, dust herself off, and continue to clash with her opponent, her recovery ability terrifyingly strong. How could a dinosaur not even defeat an elephant? Where could one go to reason about that? Nojiko sighed, while using Kinbunchaku to sense the surroundings. The commotion here was too loud and could easily attract beasts from elsewhere. "Flanda, don't get attached to the fight. Let's find a safe place first. There will be plenty of opportunities to battle later." AZ, who was already in the air, had found the location of the giant white plant, and Frank pulled out the plug that was stuck in the sand, freeing his ostrich companion. "Humph, I'll come back to beat you next time." Flanda, covered in dirt and dead leaves, threatened her opponent, who responded with a powerful swing of its trunk that sent her flying back to her companions, landing head down. Seeing everyone was about to leave, the elephant hurried to catch up. It hadn't finished its fun yet and wouldn't leave halfway through. "Sister, should we follow them too?" The members of the 9 Snake Pirates had arrived as well. "No need. The safe zone on the island can't accommodate too many people." Hancock shook her head and then instructed, "From today on, everyone will stay on the ship. Sandersonia, Youth and Marigold each take a team and take turns challenging the island once a day. Remember, I will only step in if you encounter life-threatening danger." Sandersonia looked confident. "Don't worry, sister. The 9 Snake Tribe will never lose to those outsiders." "Exactly. The pirates are all carefully selected from our tribe. How could they?" "Oh no, there's something I forgot to mention." Before Marigold could finish her agreement, she interrupted herself. "Before we came, I heard Kikyo say that the group of pirates had a conflict with Yeka when they first entered the island, and she even stopped Nojiko by herself." "Yeka?" "I remember that little girl seemed to have offended Lady Snake and was driven out by the angry citizens, right?" "Yes, it's been 3 years since we last saw her. By the way, she almost boarded the ship back then. She was only 14 3 years ago, right? Everyone, shut up. Marigold's shout successfully silenced her companions. Sandersonia asked, Sister, what do you think? Yeka sighed, it's been so long, I didn't expect her to have progressed so quickly without anyone teaching her. After hearing the name, Hancock's tone changed, filled with anger and a hint of helplessness. Even after 3 years, she still didn't know how to face this person. I didn't turn into a stone statue. It seems this isn't a curse, but some kind of mark. You deceived everyone. Chapter 89. Yeka was not welcomed on Daughter's Island, and had always been that way. Every member of the Nine-Snake tribe had a close partner to accompany them throughout their lives, playing together and acting as weapons in battle, transforming into bows. These brightly colored but non-venomous snakes were unique to Daughter's Island. However, Yeka didn't like soft-bodied animals and didn't even want to touch them. This aversion was mutual, and no little snakes chose to become her partner. The atypical child was usually the target of bullying, and she should have been one too. However, unlike the ordinary bullied children, Yeka's talent in combat was monstrous. She could learn combat techniques taught by elders at first hearing and hit a target 100 meters away the first time she picked up a bow. At 6, she even pierced a wild wolf's throat with a spear. After almost killing several people who tried to bully her, all the other kids avoided her like the plague. No one dared to trouble her anymore, and of course, no one played with her either. Over time, this made her personality become reclusive. She spoke less and less, and her smile gradually faded away. As she grew older, Yeka's displayed talent became stronger. By the age of 14, 3 years ago, she learned hockey and kinbunchaku in half a day by auditing the teachings of the Nine-Snake Pirates, causing a sensation in the whole city. Grandma Jia brought her to live in the Snake Princess's palace, and even wanted the Empress to personally teach this gifted girl. The idea was good, and Hancock also liked Yeka. Although the little girl had a cold demeanor and rarely spoke, this was not a bad thing for her. After all, having a chatty old woman around all the time was annoying enough. One taught with devotion, the other learned quietly. The two were almost inseparable. Even during raids, Hancock would take Yeka along. Within less than a month, there were even rumors among the citizens that the king had an heir. Grandma Jia, responsible for assisting the Empress with state affairs, did not send anyone to stop the public discussion because she had her own thoughts. The succession of the Nine-Snake tribe's throne did not emphasize blood relations, but focused on 2 points. One was possessing the qualifications of a king, which meant awakening the conqueror's haki, and the other was defeating all the strong members of the tribe. Only the strongest person had the right to command everyone. The Amazon lily had a curse of emperors dying from illness every few generations. If one day the Snake Princess fell in love with a man and abandoned her country, Yeka would be the most likely candidate to become the successor. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. After knowing each other for 3 months, the master-student relationship eventually broke down. On that outing, the Nine-Snake Pirates were extremely lucky. Within a week, their ship was piled high with treasures and supplies, returning fully loaded. At the celebration banquet that night, Hancock, who usually had a poor tolerance for alcohol, surprisingly drank a few more cups. This indulgence led to a mistake. After the banquet, Yeka helped her, who was somewhat disoriented, into the bathroom, intending to help her wipe her body for a more comfortable sleep. This was usually the job of the Boa sisters, but at this moment, they were all passed out under the table. What happened next was easy to understand. Hancock's mark on her back was discovered, and Yeka directly voiced her confusion. I didn't turn into a stone statue? It seems this isn't a curse, but some kind of mark. You deceived everyone. Her voice was not loud and contained no malice. It was basically self-talk. It still woke Hancock up. When she realized she was completely naked and facing away from someone, an intense fear surged from deep within her. Had the secret she had hidden for many years been discovered? Her first reaction was to kill, to silence. She wanted to kill the one who saw the mark on her back, turn the other person into stone, and throw them into the deep sea. But when she saw the appearance of the person behind her, her fear and murderous intent turned into anger, the anger of being betrayed by someone close. Why are you here? The conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably from her body, and a violent power spread outwards, stunning not only the people in the palace, but also many citizens celebrating on the streets. The Boa sisters instantly sobered up and rushed into the bathroom in a panic. Sister, what is this? Yeka was somewhat confused. She of course knew what conqueror's haki was, but was puzzled as to why she also. A haki similar to Hancock's, but slightly weaker, erupted from her body, and the two clashed, with the furniture and potted plants in the room becoming sacrifices, shattered by the residual waves. Sister, Yeka, the Boa sisters wanted to step forward to stop them, but didn't know how, only able to anxiously watch from their place. The clash of conquerors hockey lasted less than 10 seconds before Yeka couldn't hold on any longer. After all, it was her first time awakening this power. And achieving this step was already impressive. You leave. From now on, do not appear in front of me. After the anger subsided, Hancock's emotions became complicated. She didn't know how to face the girl before her. She couldn't bring herself to harm her, but staying here was also not an option. It seemed that driving her away was the only thing she could do. I'm sorry. The slow-reacting Yeka knew she had done something wrong. She wanted to apologize, but the other party had already left, not even giving her a glance. The next day, new rumors spread in the city, saying that Yeka had offended Lady Snake and had been stripped of her status as an heir. It was hard to verify the truth, but it was an undeniable fact that the girl had been driven out of the palace. The people of the Nine Snake tribe were madly infatuated with Lady Snake. So upon returning to her former residence, Yeka faced unprecedented accusations. In desperation, she had to move out of the city and settled on the other side of the island. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sister? Mary's voice woke Hancock, who had fallen into deep thought. Sigh. She still didn't know how to face that little girl unless she could completely let go of the past. Don't mention her. Remember what I just said. From now on, it's up to you all. After saying this, Hancock walked into the cabin, and the images continuously appearing in her mind affected her. She had no mood for anything else now. All right, from now on, this will be our temporary base. Rein, it's your turn to show your skills. Countless vines intertwined and spread layer by layer around them, and in less than 2 minutes, several houses made of vines appeared before everyone. Great. I thought we would have to set up tents. No wonder that guy Nojiko didn't bring the ship over. It turns out he had this trick. Angel chose the top room, which made sense for a sniper to stay high up. Chapter 90, Nojiko versus Empress. Both sides decided to train on the island and even chose their own rest points. What no one noticed was that a figure secretly slipped into the water after the two ships set sail and swam directly from the Amazon Lily to Ruskaya. The black-haired girl carrying a bow and spear landed on the other side of the island. It was Yeka. The purpose of that group of outsiders had already been spoken out loud by their leader, and now the Empress had come here as well. It couldn't possibly be for sightseeing. Over the past 3 years, Yeka had infiltrated the palace multiple times to look for the Empress, but each time she returned disappointed, as if the other party was deliberately avoiding her. This time, the timing was just right. She wanted to come and see if there was a chance to restore their past relationship. There were countless monsters on this island, and without using the fruit's abilities, there were many she couldn't defeat. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that with your power, before mastering hockey, you couldn't effectively harm those monsters. Therefore, the first goal in the next 3 months was for everyone to master hockey. Outside the Vine House, Nojiko patiently explained the core of the upcoming training. Among the 8 people on the ship, only she and Kuina could use these skills proficiently. Even Angel's hockey was at an inconsistent level, making her just more food for the monsters on the island. Before you learn this move, for safety reasons, you cannot go out alone. When challenging those monsters, you must pair up to look out for each other. Remember, we are here to train, not to commit suicide. If you encounter an unbeatable opponent, return to the safe base immediately. Isn't the 6 powers shave meant for retreat? We just need to go challenge them alone, Nojiko said to Kuina in a relaxed tone. Perfect. I also want to see how these monsters compare to you in terms of toughness. It had been too smooth sailing since they set out to sea. Kuina had never encountered a real opponent. The strong ones that had finally appeared before were all taken by someone else, which couldn't be described by the word frustrating. If it weren't for the frequent life-and-death duels with Nojiko, her swordsmanship level would probably still be at the level she had when she first entered the Grand Line. The techniques of hockey and observation hockey had been heard many times, and what was needed now was a battle of equal strength to gain enlightenment through combat and to integrate knowledge in critical moments. If once wasn't enough, then 10 times. Anyway, this island was full of monsters they couldn't defeat. After a night of rest, the group divided into 5 teams and left in different directions. Nojiko and Guena are lone wolves, while Frank and Angel, who excel in long-range attacks, team up with Flanda and AZ, 2 ancient ability users with strong defenses. The remaining pair, Rein and Will, forms their own team. They set off in the morning, planning to return to the safe base before dark, as everyone agreed that spending the night on the island is too dangerous. The first to encounter an opponent is Guena. Perhaps influenced by some mysterious factor, the first monster she encounters is a gigantic mantis. This monster, a swordsman, has just pulled its weapon from the body of a snake over 10 meters long. Hearing the footsteps approaching, it stops eating, as a mantis with aspirations. It despises being disturbed during breakfast. Whoosh! The scythe slices through the air, creating wind blades that smoothly separate the surrounding trees and bushes. The battle of the swordsmen begins. Other teams also encounter their opponents one after another, but Nojiko continues to stroll leisurely through the forest, looking as relaxed as if she were out for a walk. Strangely, even though she has been out for half an hour, she hasn't seen a single grasshopper. Where have all the monsters gone? Just as the easy expression on her face is about to crack, she finally notices something unusual. The pink elephant that had chased them yesterday lies on the roadside, its eyes white and vacant. Besides it, many other animals are also down, all in the same state, as if they were knocked unconscious by some force. Conqueror's Haki? Nojiko stepped forward and poked the elephant's trunk, examining it closely. Just then, a voice came from behind a giant tree not far away. You have such audacity. You dare to follow this king? Nojiko. No, I didn't stop talking nonsense. Master. Compared to Hancock's arrogant tone, this voice sounds much weaker and somewhat familiar. Don't call me master. Didn't I say not to appear in front of me from now on? You actually chased me all the way here for 9 snake, huh? How did you get here? I remember there are no other boats on the island that can cross the calm belt. I just swam over. It wasn't that far. Yekker's tone showed no fluctuations, but the words spoken were quite frightening. You actually, why didn't the sea kings eat you? Concerned words were on the tip of Hancock's tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Initially, due to her own cowardice and inferiority, she drove the person away with a single sentence. Now, what face did she have to confront her? She could only disguise herself with anger. Master, spit. Just as Yekker was about to say something more, there was a commotion nearby. Turning to look, she saw a golden-red figure sitting on a treetop, holding a handful of sunflower seeds that seemed to have been pulled out from somewhere, eating while watching the show. You guys continue, just pretend I'm not here. Spit. Keep going. Dafasyan's kick. Hancock's expression suddenly darkened, and she kicked someone's head with a blow covered in hockey. Anyone who didn't know would think she wanted to kill. Nojiko couldn't care less about eating sunflower seeds anymore and hurriedly jumped down from the tree with the fastest speed of her life. Boom! A large pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the ground, and the tree that once stood there had vanished without a trace. Only some debris at the bottom of the pit barely proving that it had existed. The power of a single kick was terrifying. Now, whether they knew or not, everyone could see that she intended to kill and silence. Wow, are you serious? A startled Nojiko jumped a few steps in front of Hancock, her finger almost touching her nose. Stop talking nonsense. How dare you eavesdrop on my privacy? You won't leave here alive today. The complex emotions finally had an outlet. This Nojiko was clearly tougher than the animals on the island. As a mythical Zoan, she shouldn't be that easy to kill. Captive arrow. Hancock lightly touched her lips with her finger, and a huge heart appeared in front of her. She pinched the surface of the heart and pulled it back, sending hundreds of pink arrows flying toward the target. The petrification ability of the sweet fruit is very strong. Even if you are not tempted by the Empress's beauty, you cannot escape the fate of turning to stone. Chapter 91. Rabbit a little trick that said, Nojiko's dodging speed was not slow at all. She leapt sideways to evade all the attacks, while a large area of bushes behind her turned to stone under the overwhelming arrows. With even unfortunate animals lying down, getting hit, and falling into eternal sleep. She drew her two-handed sword from behind and made a horizontal slash toward the front. She had long crossed the threshold of flying slashes, and now she could also strike a target dozens of meters away with one sword. The sword aura, glowing red, rushed toward Hancock at an extremely fast speed, splitting all obstacles between them in two. The power of this strike made Mihawk shake his head, while Shank sighed. And even the golden lion, hiding on some island, would probably mock it because it was so damn weak, getting scattered by a single kick. The attack was ineffective, but Nojiko didn't feel embarrassed. After all, it was a fact that her hard power was inferior to the other S. She continued to swing her sword. It's you, little girl. By the way, have you thought about what I told you before? Isn't it more interesting to go out to sea and adventure with us than to stay on Daughter Island? Amidst the battle, she still had the leisure to recruit. Yekka looked at the youthful face that resembled her own. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't mind the other S opportunistic words. She nodded and said, It's not impossible. Really? Nojiko was overjoyed but distracted. She was kicked away by the Empress along with her sword for several dozen meters. If you can get my master to forgive me and restore a relationship to what it was before, as long as you can do that, being your partner wouldn't be a problem either. Yekka made a request that she couldn't fulfill. Is it really that simple? Nojiko got up from the ground and pretended to walk in front of Hancock, trying to save face. Damn. Aromatic foot. Instead of saving face. High heels came uninvited. If she hadn't dodged in time, that kick could have hit her right in the face, possibly turning her into a female version of Blackbeard. Hancock's kicks grew heavier, clearly upset that the two had treated her as a betting chip, and soon included Yekker in her attack range, with arrows of the captive shooting everywhere. The two attacked were agile, easily dodging the arrows as they maneuvered. However, the jungle and its animals suffered misfortune. The woods turned into a stone forest, and the living creatures turned into statues, leaving one to wonder who to blame. At this point, a proper battle was no longer possible. Nojiko pulled Yekker's hand, and they ran wildly until they completely escaped the woods. Along the way, they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. Perhaps they were also afraid of the enraged Hancock. Sigh. I didn't expect her to come here too. What should we do now? The Empress is as fierce as a tiger. Nojiko felt a lingering fear, almost turning to stone. My master is much stronger than a tiger. Yekker immediately retorted. When it comes to Hancock, her words are not as sparse as usual. Yes, very strong. You should come back with me first. She's in a fit of rage right now, and it probably won't subside anytime soon. We can talk about your matters later. Anyway, I'll be here for a long time. The little girl nodded, having no choice but to comply. As their figures disappeared, Hancock also stopped attacking. Without a target or an audience, there was no point in demolishing the entire island. She returned to the ship with a complex expression. Sonda, who had gone out with the team, saw her sister with a forehead full of troubles. Although she was puzzled about why her sister returned so quickly, she didn't dare to disturb her. It wasn't that she would be beaten, but getting scolded was still possible. On the other side, hey, no way. Looking at the invulnerable crocodile in front of him, Wolf fell into distress. Why does he always encounter opponents known for their defensive abilities? His full-force thrusts were completely ineffective. Moreover, the crocodile was very fast. If he hadn't reacted just in time when he first encountered it, he would have already been swallowed by the lurking predator. To be safe, he transformed into his beastman form when he left the camp. One must say, this was a wise decision. The sensory abilities of animal types far exceed those of normal humans. If he were in human form, he would probably have been digested by now. A change in combat strategy was needed. He couldn't rely on brute force. Rein's attacks were also completely ineffective. Not to mention the spikes on the surface. Even the vines themselves couldn't restrain it. Even when he managed to wrap it up multiple times at the right moment, the opponent could easily roll and tear the highly resilient vines apart. Explosive heavy punch. Boom! A giant rhinoceros was blasted away for dozens of meters by an explosion right next to its head. As the smoke cleared, a surprising scene appeared. Except for being covered in dirt and dead leaves, there were no wounds on its body at all, as if the previous attack had merely scratched it. Still no effect? Flanders' tone was somewhat discouraged. Just now, in order to create a fatal opportunity for Frank, she had almost been gored through the shoulder by the rhinoceros's horn, and she hadn't expected that she couldn't even break its defense. So close. If only I could use hockey, my body would be tougher, and the power of the explosive fruit could be elevated. After losing to the elephant, the dinosaur lost to the rhinoceros again. Should I be thankful we didn't encounter rabbits? The rabbits on this island should also be tough, right? Be careful. It's charging again. What Frank didn't know was that at that moment, his daughter had encountered the rabbit he referred to as tough. Angel and Azzy had not left the camp for long when they encountered a roadblock, a red-eyed rabbit lying on a rock basking in the sun. Originally, she didn't want to provoke it. After all, she came to this island to challenge monsters, and the goal was naturally to be as fierce as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't match her identity and strength. Who would have thought that if you don't provoke the bees, they would come to sting you? This rabbit was different from others. It first blocked their way. Wherever they tried to go, it would stand in the way, towering at 3 meters tall with a plump belly, resembling a wall. Not only that, but it also looked at them arrogantly, with its front paws crossed, as if it was ready to fight. Can I endure this? Angel's explosive temper couldn't hold back any longer and went to kick it. Faster than her was Azzy, whose sharp eagle claws reached for the rabbit's forehead. No matter how large its size, the relationship between predator and prey wouldn't change. How could the rabbit compete with an eagle? Slap! The rabbit's ears flicked out a shadow, and under the beastman form, Azzy was instantly knocked away before she could get close. Boom! The body that was thrown out smashed several trees before leaving a human-shaped hole in a nearby boulder. Puff, puff! The rabbit rolled on the ground, clutching its belly, clearly laughing at the scene. Bang! A bullet struck its round belly, causing waves to ripple from the point of impact until the bullet's kinetic energy was completely exhausted and it settled down. Puff! The rabbit patted its unharmed belly. looking at Angel with curiosity. That felt quite nice. How about another shot? Chapter 92. 1 year before dark, several teams returned to the safe base one after another. They left in perfect condition but returned injured, especially Gwenna, whose arms and thighs were covered in wounds, and her white top was almost dyed blood red. Ryan hurriedly took out alcohol and bandages to help her clean and dress the wounds. The others, looking at the various cuts and recalling how they had been chased around by monsters during the day, fell silent. Past experiences had been too smooth. The so-called strong enemies they encountered were actually not that impressive, which inevitably led to overconfidence, thinking that the Grand Line was just like that. Now, experiencing continuous setbacks on an obscure little island served as a lesson for everyone. You have a heavy killing intent. You must have taken down an opponent, right? Yekker had some impression of the injured swordsman in front of her. It was she who had deflected Yekker's attack with her sword earlier. This person was not weak. Gwenna nodded. Yeah, I narrowly won by half a move. The mantis was extremely powerful and could be said to be the strongest opponent she had encountered since going to sea, aside from certain someone. Nojiko, thank you. I don't feel happy. In addition to having strong offensive capabilities, its shell was also not to be underestimated. In terms of toughness, it even surpassed ordinary steel. At least for her now, she had to charge up to break through. In the end, it was almost a trade of injuries. Originally, their strengths were comparable, but as a top genius, Gwenna naturally had an advantage that none of the monsters on the island possessed. She could grow during battle. There was no need to do repeated sit-ups. Just a slight increase in her swordsmanship level tilted the scale of victory in her favor. The fierce slash exceeded the limits of what the mantis could endure, resulting in its blade being broken and its body being split in two. Wow, you actually won. Earlier, Azzy and I were chased by a rabbit to the ends of the earth, almost not making it back. Wait, why are you here? Angel realized halfway through her words that there were unfamiliar faces nearby. Yekker did not respond to her, but her gaze was fixed intensely on Gwenna, almost revealing what she wanted to say. In her view, the vast majority of her kin on Daughter Island were not strong, and challenging them was meaningless. She couldn't bring herself to fight Hancock, and if she could battle these strong outsiders, it would surely be a wonderful thing. Perhaps having grown up in violence, either beating others or bullying the animals in the mountains, Yekka's heart was extremely eager for combat. Whether it was Nojiko or Gwenna, she saw them as worthy opponents. She came here with me, and from now on, hey, what are you doing? Nojiko was pulled aside by his companions, leaving Gwenna and Yekka staring at each other in surprise. Have you overeaten? That person attacked us before, and in less than 2 days, they became a companion? When will you change this bad habit? I'm afraid one day there will be so many companions on the ship that I can't count them. Angel, known for her straightforwardness, clearly showed her dissatisfaction. The way you say it, Captain, are you the kind who just meets anyone and... You are. Will also spoke without holding back. Who was it that said we shouldn't get close to the people of the Nine Snake Tribe, and yet you brought one back directly? What kind of explanation is that? Finding companions is too casual. Ryan chimed in with a smile. Do you remember the person we met not long after entering the Grand Line? The beautiful lady with slightly dark skin? If she hadn't outright rejected you. Franda added, and what about that female Navy officer we encountered before? Was it Iska? Didn't someone look at her with longing, only to find she had greater ambitions and didn't think much of our little ship? Hey, my ship is not small, okay? Do you believe I can make it 100 meters long by tomorrow? Of course, there were supporters as well. I think it's fine. That girl Yekka's strength is evident. If she can join us, it will significantly boost the team's overall strength. Azzy voted in favor, saying that navigating the sea relies on strength. And since she is so powerful and from the Nine Snake Tribe, bringing her along is like forming a bond with a major force, which is not a bad thing. Frank nodded in agreement. I agree. I don't think we need to dwell on this issue. Since the captain has made a decision, let's accept it. Look at everyone. Who hasn't suddenly joined us? Aren't we all getting along quite well now? Anyway, we'll be staying on the island for a long time, so there will be plenty of opportunities to get to know each other. If by the time we leave we still don't get along, we can just part ways. Dad, how can you go against your own daughter? That's not right. Let's not discuss this issue anymore. By the way, it seems I've touched the threshold of hockey today. How about you, my good daughter? Don't mention it. It's still hit or miss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been bullied by that annoying red-eyed rabbit today. If I see it again, I definitely won't let it off lightly. Brother, have you really reached the threshold? I feel like I'm still far from it. This mysterious hockey is so hard to cultivate. Speaking of this, everyone became interested. But aside from Nojiko, who already knew it, the others didn't seem too happy. The issue of having a new companion could be discussed later. It was just a small matter, but being bullied by a few animals every day was a big deal. They were all holding their breath, wanting to take revenge. However, if they lacked strength, they would just have to endure the beatings. If they didn't learn the core skills, they would only be able to hide in the safe zone and defend their home in the future. After Goena's wounds healed, Yeka finally got her wish to fight with her. 2 days later, Nojiko carried the exhausted duo back to the Rot-Tan house, and the fight ended with both sides running out of stamina, with no winner. After this battle, Angel and the others completely changed their opinion of Yeka. Strength was indeed too appealing, and no one could refuse a beautiful and powerful companion. In the days that followed, everyone rose with the sun and returned at sunset, continuously building relationships with the island's animals. Meanwhile, Nojiko and Yeka, in addition to their training, often went to find the Empress to strengthen their bond. After all, they had promised to reconcile the master and apprentice, and they had to take action. However, every time they were greeted not by the captive arrow, but by the sweet gale or by kicks infused with hockey. Whether their relationship improved was hard to say, but the time spent fighting indeed grew longer. The gap between Nojiko and Hancock is gradually narrowing, which has caused the latter to feel a sense of crisis. If she were to be easily surpassed by a junior, where would the dignity of a warlord of the sea go? To avoid this embarrassing situation, she has increased the intensity of her training. Before the strongest monsters on the island could be challenged by Nojiko and the others, they were first beaten up one by the cold-faced Hancock. Don't worry, friends, this is just the first time. There will be plenty of people looking to play games with you in the future. The people on Ruska Island are busy caring for small animals, or rather, busy being cared for while some events, big and small, are happening in the outside world. The Spade pirates have been training with Rayleigh on a deserted island for over 3 months and have achieved some results. Ace had already learned armament hockey in battle before, and during this time, he also became proficient in the other 2 types of hockey. As for his crew, they weren't as outstanding. After 100 days of intensive training, only the ship's doctor, Doze, learned observation hockey, while the rest of them were left confused, not cut out to be strong. In terms of finding companions, Ace is far behind Luffy, which is also the reason they became indistinguishable after joining the Whitebeard pirates in the original story. They couldn't stand out in a crew filled with strong individuals. After that, Ace and his crew bid farewell to Rayleigh and set off for the New World. They had learned what they needed to learn, and their own strength had reached a bottleneck. To improve further, they couldn't rely solely on hard training anymore. They needed opponents. Nojiko's opponents can be comrades or monsters on the island, while Ace's opponents can only be found in the New World. After all, he has no capable fighters on his ship. In Alabasta, Crocodile has begun to appear in the eyes of the citizens as a hero, and his actions to eliminate pirate peers have made him the #1 good person in this country. With his meticulous slick-back hair and a gaze that looks down on the world, he still wears a fur-edged coat, even in the desert. And the most striking part is the golden iron hook on his hand. One doesn't need to be this perfect. Whenever he appears in public, it causes a stir. Men and women of all ages are captivated by his charm, and many openly shout that they want to bear his children. Today, our national husband is in a bad mood because he suspects he has been fooled by a capable subordinate. Miss Sunday, don't tell me you haven't found any trace of her yet. He chuckled. After all, she's a princess of a country, and her whereabouts are quite secretive. It has been months, and every time it is the same excuse. Are you messing with me? I'm seriously carrying out the task you assigned. On a small island, Nico Robin, clad in a bikini, is currently lying on a beach chair sunbathing. After saying this, she picked up the chilled juice next to her and drank it leisurely. Not far away, her pet sea turtle is doing something similar. I'll give you another month. If you can't come up with a satisfactory result, you know the consequences. After making this threat, Crocodile hung up the phone. He doesn't take a princess with little power too seriously. What annoys him is that such a trivial matter has dragged on for months. Is she counting on him not to take action? Not at all. As the world's only remaining scholar who can read the poneglyphs, Nico Robin's value is immeasurable. The ancient weapon Pluton is counting on her to find its specific location. Although he usually has a small mind, when it comes to his core objectives, Crocodile is quite magnanimous. He can forgive her disrespect until he finds the weapon. As for what happens after finding Pluton, is there anything that a desert treasure sword can't solve? A month's time, 20 days later, it would still be time to act. Speaking of which, he hasn't heard any news about that little girl lately. Could it be that her entire ship has been eaten by sea kings? In the blink of an eye, Robin has thrown this matter out of her mind and picked up a book to read seriously. It's rare to have such leisure, so she can't waste time. Shortly after Smoker returned to the Navy headquarters, he was assigned a patrol mission, leading a team to cruise the first half of the Grand Line. Rarely does a pirate crew escape once targeted by them, and after several encounters, the reputation of the White Hunter has spread as his strongest subordinate. Tashiji's contributions are also evident. Over the past few months, she has defeated several pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million and received special commendation from the headquarters, being promoted to the rank of lieutenant. In terms of personal strength, she has learned 4 of the 6 powers, and her swordsmanship has also improved significantly in a recent battle, successfully executing the flying slash technique. Her speed of improvement is very fast, but there are others faster than her. Another female Navy officer, Iska, has a much louder reputation than Tashiji. The ever-changing Iska is the name she has recently made for herself. After being brought back to the Navy headquarters by Tina, Iska, who took the initiative to reveal her abilities, has gained the attention of the Navy's high-ranking officials, with Vice Admiral Tsaru taking her under her wing for special training. The copy fruit is indeed the devil fruit that has caught Nojiko's fancy. With it, she can freely copy others' abilities: phoenix fruit, smoke fruit, prison fruit, wash fruit, etc. Although she can only exert 70 of the original power, she is not limited to one ability, and the endless variety of attacks is a dimensional strike against ordinary pirates. Her rank has skyrocketed like a rocket. In just a few months, she has gone from an unknown ensign to a colonel renowned throughout the Grand Line. Many people express dissatisfaction with this, but it's useless. She has strength and connections. Most importantly, she lacks for nothing in military achievements. On the other side, after undergoing rigorous training, Frank and others have finally learned armament hockey and observation hockey, making the Phoenix Pirates the only crew besides the Kuja that can use hockey among all its members. However, this is just the beginning. Having this skill only means they barely have the capability to hurt those monsters. Whether they can actually defeat them is another matter. Angel is still being bullied by that arrogant rabbit, and even can't defeat that crocodile with hockey. The good news is that Frank's attacks are finally not just loud noises. Since learning armament hockey, the power of the explosion fruit has increased significantly, and he has single-handedly defeated the rhinoceros he encountered earlier. Nojiko, Guena, and Yeka's training methods are somewhat different from others. In addition to battling the monsters on Challenge Island, they often spar with each other, not stopping until their stamina is completely exhausted. Everyone's strength is almost growing daily. Just like that, another year has passed, and it is now the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, with only 1 year left until Luffy sets sail. Chapter 93. Who do you think I am, Squeak? The red-eyed rabbit charged in with an arrogant expression, only to be kicked back at an even faster speed. Thud thud. Its plump belly bounced on the ground several times before it humorously crashed onto a distant rock. Oomph. Now you know my strength, huh? After more than a year, Angel finally had the chance to redeem herself using close combat. In fact, she could have defeated this rabbit a long time ago. But the added power of the hockey-infused bullets was too great. Once fired, it would either kill or injure. After battling for so long, she had developed some feelings for it, and she couldn't bring herself to take its life. Being disabled on this dangerous island meant death. But this rabbit was too arrogant, always looking at her with a mocking expression, and she couldn't bear not giving it a good beating. Until today, Angel could finally beat the red-eyed rabbit without using weapons. What a joyful occasion. The purpose of her visit, besides giving a beating, was mainly to say goodbye. The 9 Snake Tribe members who came to the island with them had already left, and the new batch had been training for a few months. It was now their time to leave as well. Squeak. The rabbit seemed to understand, calling out to her before hopping away. Angel? Are rabbits so heartless nowadays? Even when parting, they don't express any reluctance. Didn't it feel that I just used 99 of my strength when I kicked it? I couldn't bear to use all my power, all right? Just as she was about to leave, the rabbit bounced back. Puff, puff. It offered Angel the leftover bone it had gnawed on last night, looking quite reluctant. This must be precious to it, right? Receiving such a farewell gift would touch even the hardest of hearts. Just kidding. Angel kicked the rabbit away again, surprised to find it was an omnivore. I misjudged you. Goodbye. Squeak. The rabbit quickly picked up the bone that had fallen to the ground, as the meat on it hadn't been completely gnawed off. Throwing it away would be too wasteful. Are we leaving just like this? On the traveler, Will, whose expression had become much more resolute, looked at the distant island with a tone of reluctance. From being on edge every day to now being able to maneuver among the monsters. He had taken a long time, almost being the slowest to progress on the ship. Sigh, just as he was starting to adapt, they were leaving. He hadn't even had the chance to show off yet. Why not stay here? The beautiful women of the 9 Snake Tribe haven't left yet, and you're the only man. TSK, how lucky. Nojiko's appearance hasn't changed much. She looks pretty much the same as before. However, if someone were to use Kinbunchika Haki to sense her, they would definitely be startled by the aura surrounding her. I won't go near her. Last time I approached them cautiously, I almost got turned into a hedgehog. Luckily, I ran fast. Speaking of which, he still felt a lingering fear. Those dozens of arrows covered in Haki were no joke. Nojiko laughed and said, "It seems you don't have that fortune after all. By the way, let's go say goodbye to Hancock together later, since we won't be able to see her for a while." Saying this, she looked at the black-haired girl standing aside. Yeka's changes weren't significant. Aside from her hair getting longer, she looked just the same as before, still bearing a silent demeanor. "Is anyone else going? You haven't had a chance to explore since you arrived, right?" Goena asked. "Do they allow outsiders in?" "It should be fine. Last time Sonda wanted to invite me to her home." The 48th season island was relatively small, and it was inevitable for people inside to run into each other. After fighting side by side once, Franda and Boa Sandersonia became friends and occasionally went hunting together. "All right, let's set off. First, we're going to Daughter Island." The Thousand Sunny docked at the port of Amazon Lily, with Frank and was staying on the ship while the other 7 disembarked under the guidance of the Amazon warriors. At this time, Daughter Island still placed great importance on rules. Once a man stepped foot on it, he would truly be killed. The Snake Princess was taking a bath, and no one was allowed near the palace. In other areas of the city, except for, you can roam freely, and also, the captain of the National Defense Warriors was still the black-haired beauty Kikyo, who was leading the way while explaining what everyone needed to pay attention to. "Is she taking a bath?" Upon hearing this, Nojiko's eyes lit up. "Ahem, don't get me wrong, I don't want to peek. I just thought of something that should have been done a long time ago, but I never got the chance. Help Hancock with her exorcism. I'll help her pack her things. You all can wander and play. Just gather at the ship before dark." Finding a random excuse, Nojiko pulled Yeko away. "This is about the Empress's dignity. Such a secret matter can't be known by too many people. You're hiding something from them. It's been years since I returned to my previous home, so there's not much to pack. This is for you. I thought of a way for Hancock to forgive you." "Really?" Yeka stopped in her tracks, looking excitedly at Nojiko, her hands unconsciously gripping the other's arm. "Of course, this is our agreement." Although she didn't know what conflict had occurred between the master and apprentice, once she healed Hancock's heart, everything would be fine. "Stay here and don't move. I'll go buy something." "No, I'll go find your master. She's taking a bath, if you go now." Before she could finish her sentence, the person across from her had disappeared without a trace. "I hope they won't destroy the palace if they start fighting." Thanks to her powerful observation Haki, Nojiko easily avoided the Boa sisters stationed at the doorway and quietly slipped into the bathroom. In the middle of the room, Hancock was washing her body and had no idea someone was peeking from behind the screen. Until, gulps, the sound of someone swallowing came. "Who?" Hancock instantly leaped out of the water, and before anyone could see her movement, a bath towel had wrapped around her body. "Sister." Hearing the commotion, the Boa sisters also barged in from outside. "Don't be alarmed, it's me." Nojiko walked out from behind the screen, holding her nose. She couldn't help it. Her temper was too high, and she couldn't stand any. "How did you end up here?" Hancock's face was dark and ominous. Ever since the last incident, she had been using her observation Haki to keep an eye on her surroundings every time she took a bath, and she didn't expect someone to barge in. "I was just passing by." Sweet, sweet wind. A wave of pink light surged toward her, and Nojiko quickly surrounded herself with flames. Her blood flow was a bit fast, and she might really turn to stone. "Don't make a move, don't make a move. I'm telling the truth. I just wanted to take a look. Of course, I had no intention of peeping. It's just that you're so guarded while taking a bath. Out of curiosity, I came to take a glance. Isn't that still peeping?" Sonda glared at her fiercely, her slit pupils seeming to blaze with fire. Clearly, she had transformed into her snake-human form and was ready for a fight. "Sister, let's go together and beat her to a pulp. We must teach her a lesson today." Mary transformed into a giant cobra, as if she was about to swallow someone whole at any moment. "I was facing away from you at the time, so you saw everything, right?" Hancock's tone had returned to normal, but that didn't mean her anger had dissipated. Rather, it felt like a precursor to a volcanic eruption, with great danger lurking beneath her calm demeanor. Noki nodded. "I see. Are you ready for death?" Hancock's momentum was gradually increasing, and the mist in the room disappeared without a trace under this power. Even the water in the pool was trembling as if it were boiling. "I can help you get rid of it." A light, airy sentence interrupted the spell, and she couldn't quite believe what she had just heard. "What did you just say?" "I said I can help you remove the mark on your back." Swish! Hancock instantly appeared in front of Noki. and her bathrobe remained in place due to the sudden movement, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Are you serious? Of course. The mark on Ozzy has completely disappeared. I wouldn't joke about this. Naka's tone was very serious. You boo-hoo. Hancock collapsed on the ground and began to cry uncontrollably. Sister, wah. Her two younger sisters rushed over to hug her and started crying loudly as well. But compared to Hancock, who looked more beautiful while crying, their crying was a bit frightening. Sonda, you should change back to your human form before crying. Once they were tired of crying, Noki began to prepare for the exorcism. Before starting, she kindly reminded them, you mustn't move during the process, and it will be very painful. Do you want to bite down on something? Do you think this king is someone to be underestimated? It's just a little pain. Wiping away her tears, Hancock returned to her former self, feeling that she was being looked down upon by that remark. Nojiko suggested again, actually, you don't need to be so bold. Why not wear some clothes? The person in front of her was the world's most beautiful woman, and she was afraid that her hands would tremble soon. No need, this is a reward for you. Then I'll start. Saying this, she placed her hand on Hancock's smooth, jade-like back, and the golden red light flickered as the healing began. Woo-woo. The person who just said she wouldn't mind the pain let out a terrible scream in less than a minute. Nojiko, who was already prepared, took the opportunity to stuff a piece of cloth into her mouth. What? You said no hands. Bad review. Come on. Nojiko neither wanted to break the other person's teeth with her ability, nor did she want her wrist to be bitten off entirely. In this world, teeth can do more than just crush sugarcane. Chapter 94. The healing time lasted for an hour, much shorter than last time, thanks to Nojiko's further development of her fruit ability. However, the process was still very painful, and Hancock's sweat almost soaked the blanket beneath her. Nojiko said with a smile, it's done. Although there are some burns with your constitution, you'll be back to normal in a few days. And there won't be any scars. Hancock turned to Nojiko with tears in her eyes and asked, really? You're not lying to me? Gulp. Of course. I'll step out for a bit. In this state, the Empress is even more dangerous than usual, staying here any longer. She fears her face might show an embarrassing expression. After Hancock got dressed, the three sisters hugged each other and started crying again. It's often said that women are made of water, and in this case, it really holds some truth. Once they start crying, they can't stop. But it's understandable. The experiences they had in their youth are nightmares they never forget, and now, being able to break free from that shameful mark. It's normal to be overly emotional. You must be very curious about my past, right? Hancock walked up to Nojiko and said, if it's you, knowing about that matter is fine. Let us not bring up sad things anymore. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Noki pretended to leave, but her ears were still listening to the movements behind her. There were still two people who hadn't been treated, but she couldn't say it outright. Pretending not to know anything was too difficult. I want to say it anyway. In the end, her desire to express herself was not fulfilled. As the two younger sisters spoke up before their older sister, please help us. Saying this, they directly took off their upper garments and turned around, revealing clear yet ugly marks in front of Noki. As long as you can remove them, we are willing to pay any price. It felt like they would even offer themselves. Nojiko shivered and thought it would be better to let it go. She didn't like huge figures. If it were someone else. Cough, cough. She should help others to the end. 2 hours later, Nojiko left grumbling. So stingy, saying she was willing to pay any price. Yet didn't even treat her to lunch. If it weren't for the blush spreading to her neck, one would really think she was angry. Thinking about Hancock's earlier actions, Nojiko quickened her pace. Seriously, doesn't she know how charming she is? Why make such a move? Sonda, sister, why is she running away? Mary, maybe she's shy after all. Sister is so beautiful. Hancock was also a bit speechless. It was just a kiss on the cheek, why run away? No matter how strong she is. She's still just a child in this aspect. You go ahead, she's in a particularly good mood right now. Nojiko rushed past her companions, leaving only this sentence before disappearing. Yeka, forget her. It's more important to find the master. In the evening, a large amount of supplies was transported onto the traveler, almost exceeding the ship's capacity. The guard said these were gifts from Lady Snake and cannot be taken back. To not let this heavy friendship go to waste. Under someone's manipulation, the ship secretly enlarged a bit to avoid sinking before even leaving the comm belt. Is it too fast to leave now? I still want you to stay a few more days. At the port, Hancock reluctantly bid farewell to Nojiko, and after today's events, her personality had softened a lot. Of course, this was limited to a few close people. It's worth mentioning that she and Yeka had reconciled, and when they met in the afternoon, she sincerely apologized. The earlier incident was indeed her fault, and after resolving the issue in her heart, she could face important people calmly. It's been over a year, and perhaps the people at sea have forgotten about the Phoenix Pirates, which is not what I want to see. After holding back for so long, Nojiko now wants to stir things up, whether it's challenging a certain force or causing a ruckus in the new world. What's important is to showcase their strength to the world. With your current strength, you might scare the outsiders, who have thought you were only 19 years old. Speaking of the person in front of her, Hancock, who has always prided herself on being a genius, had to admit that she was slightly inferior to Nojiko. Because half a year ago, the two had reached a stalemate, and that was when neither side used their devil fruit powers. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Noki laughed lightly. This is just the beginning. There are people in the world who could defeat the 4 emperors at 19. She doesn't have the confidence to cut down Kaido with one sword in a few months, but her daughter could give it a try. Yeka, although I really want you to stay, I know that you can grow faster by following this guy. Let's keep in touch with the snail phone when you have time. Hancock looked at Yeka, and after resolving the conflict, their conversation increased. The little girl stood in front of her master with a reluctant expression. They had just restored their relationship, and now they had to part so soon that she even thought about giving up her journey. 3 hours later, the traveler left the doldrums and headed towards the Spade archipelago. Since they planned to enter the new world, they still needed to make one last stop at paradise. Without going through the process, who would know that they returned? Speaking of which, is it appropriate for it to follow us? AZ asked, pointing at the red-eyed rabbit rolling on the deck. When she first entered the island, she had been bullied by this annoying rabbit and didn't even remember how many times she had been hit by its ears. I don't want it either, but what can I do? Big Fat insists on coming along. Angel jumped onto the rabbit's fluffy back and started rolling around with it, showing no sign of reluctance. Big Fat was the name she gave to the rabbit. Considering its round belly, it was quite fitting. Let it come. This rabbit is so fat that it can feed our whole crew 3 meals when food is scarce. Only Flanda could say such a thing. After all, she was the cook on the ship and sometimes had to consider the supply of ingredients. Gigi. The rabbit seemed to understand her words and immediately shot a resentful glance at her. Don't worry, no one wants to eat you. By the way, I've always been curious why the animals on the island are so strong. Come on, let's draw some blood, and I'll study it later. Ryan pulled out a large syringe from somewhere and smiled as she approached it. Hey, don't scare it. Companions should live in harmony. Besides, with such a large size, I can hide behind it in battles when there's no cover, so you can't let it be harmed. Angel said with a serious expression, uttering something quite terrifying. The others, hey, didn't you see Big Fat trembling in fear? Will poked the arm of the burly man next to him and laughed. Brother Frank, congratulations. You're no longer the biggest on the ship. Ha ha, let it take that position. As long as Angel is happy, that's all that matters. Chapter 95. Returning to Spade as one of the most important transit points in the first half of the Grand Line, the Spade archipelago attracts various people, such as pirates, merchants, bounty hunters, and slave traders. To maintain public order, the Navy has stationed a large number of troops here. Moreover, due to its proximity to Mariewa, some board-world nobles occasionally come down to stroll around, so the naval commander stationed here are quite capable. Forget about catching pirates for now. At the very least, they must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons and reach the site of danger as quickly as possible to hold off enemies and buy time for the arrival of the admirals. Recently, this glorious task has fallen to a certain cigar enthusiast. Major Smoker, we are approaching the Spade archipelago, said a black-haired girl clad in a naval coat. Half-framed glasses perched on her nose, a long sword at her waist, standing straight like a spear. It is worth mentioning that she had buttoned her shirt all the way to the top, which was somewhat out of place in this world of boldness. In front of the girl stood a delinquent young man with slick-back hair, exposing his chest and holding 2 cigars in his mouth, looking as arrogant as Big Fat did upon his entrance. Those idiots actually assigned me to protect the celestial dragons. If I had known, I would have applied to go to the New World directly. Too late now. I heard they rarely come out. Our main task is still to capture those pirates preparing to head to the New World. Having been promoted to lieutenant commander, Dasky often had to deal with those pirate captains. People have been captured in the 1st, 2nd, and even the 3rd and 4th levels of the deep sea prison, and military achievements are accumulated little by little like this. If it weren't for Smoker being a vice admiral and her rank couldn't be too high, she would at least be a commander by now. How powerful can pirates who have not yet reached the New World be? Whether it's confidence or arrogance, Smoker doesn't think much of those rookie pirates. So what if they are supernovas? A certain pirate with a bounty over 100 million was easily defeated by him in just a few punches and kicks. One can only say that the Smoker, who has yet to experience the 3 meals of the New World, doesn't know the cruelty of the sea. At a certain point in time, he was severely taken advantage of by a supernova and almost lost his life. Of course, he was quite lucky here and would not be continuously bullied anymore. Smoker looked at his capable assistant and asked, "Dasky, how's your hockey training going? I've mastered observation hockey and can use armament hockey, but the strength still needs some improvement." Dasky was quite satisfied with her progress, especially since she had only started learning related content from Smoker 6 months ago, and her speed was not considered slow in the Navy. Armament hockey is a great thing. With it, she doesn't have to worry about her weapon being damaged during battles by enemy weapons. In the past, she felt very pained every time she had to repair her weapons. 3 days later, a uniquely styled pirate ship docked at the port near Red Tree number 41 in the Spade archipelago, attracting discussions among the surrounding people. The pirate flag looked somewhat unfamiliar. Are they rookie pirates just starting out? Impossible, rookie pirates wouldn't come here. Oh, I remember now. It's them. I thought they had sunk into the sea after more than a year of silence. An old man with a good memory recognized the flag. Someone urged, "Which pirate crew is it? Hurry up and tell us." "It's that." Just as the old man was about to say it, he was interrupted by a wave of commotion. It's Cavendish. He actually came to Spade. So handsome. What Cavendish? That pirate noble. Let's go. Let's go quick, let's go see. The old man with a good memory exclaimed, "Hey, I haven't even mentioned anything about that pirate crew yet. Watching Cavendish is more important. Those minor characters are not significant. They are not minor characters. The reappearance of this group is definitely big news, you idiots." Unfortunately, no one was interested in hearing what he had to say anymore. Is that guy really that handsome? Will, who had just disembarked from the ship, saw everyone running in another direction with curiosity and looked over, only to see a blond man riding a white horse waving at the crowd, a rose in his mouth. "TSK, so flashy." Noki patted his companion on the shoulder and laughed. "They look much better than you. Let's go, stop looking." After all, Cavendish is someone who has single-handedly raised the average male attractiveness among pirates. With your plain face that doesn't stand out even in a crowd, it's better not to embarrass yourself. There's no need for rivalry. Quickly notify Rear Admiral Smoker. A group of pirate supernovas has arrived at Spade archipelago. A group of Navy personnel ran past them, completely unaware that they were also a bunch of bounty pirates. I thought I heard a familiar name. Nojiko was a bit puzzled. The Smoker should still be in Rogtown at this time. Also, when did he become a major general? Guena's face showed a look of nostalgia. He is here, and perhaps Dasky is here too. It's been a long time. I wonder how that little girl's swordsmanship has progressed. Nojiko suggested, "Shall we go meet them?" "Let's go meet them." A group of people headed towards a naval branch. Since they had no particular purpose for being there, it was a good opportunity to remind everyone that they had returned. Inside the office, Smoker was distractedly flipping through documents. He had just completed the handover with the previous station general, and there was a mountain of tasks waiting for him to handle. His emotions affected his devil fruit ability, causing smoke to fill the entire room. "Major Smoker. Cough, cough, cough. Sorry, it's too smoky." Toshiji rushed in from outside and was immediately choked by the thick smoke. After adjusting for a moment, she finally managed to report the information. Someone had reported that the pirate noble Cavendish was seen near Red Tree number 41. "Sorry, I lost control for a bit earlier." Smoker waved his hand to disperse the white smoke in the room. Recently, he had been contemplating the development of his devil fruit abilities. Smoke, unlike magma, did not possess strong offensive capabilities. Currently, his methods of attack were mainly focused on restraining targets. He had previously developed a series of attack-oriented techniques, but later found that while those techniques worked well against ordinary people, they became targets in front of skilled opponents. Taking his most commonly used technique, White Fist, as an example, although it widened his attack range and allowed him to strike opponents from a distance, it could also easily be caught by some experts, thereby limiting his movements. The smoke created by Smoker could be divided into two types. One was the smoke produced by his own body, which could be combined with his punches and kicks to unleash considerable physical prowess. The other was smoke created through his ability, which was typically used for large-scale attacks in the natural category, and its power was related to the user's physical strength. Powerful users like Akainu and Akiji could even change the terrain of an island, something Smoker could never achieve. Smoke had no corrosive properties, and the most it could do was make breathing difficult for those nearby. This aspect was worth pondering. When dealing with ordinary pirates, he could easily overpower them with his ability. Restraining people within a radius of dozens of meters was quite easy. In battles against skilled opponents, he could create a smoke field with his ability, increasing the density of the smoke as much as possible to affect the opponent's breathing. This way, The opponent's strength and reaction would weaken, while he himself would remain unaffected. This was also Smoker's main training focus aside from physical techniques and hockey. A bounty of 280 million? That's quite high. A new guest was about to arrive at the 5th level of Impel Down, which was good news. Let's go. Apprehend the pirates. Yes. Chapter 96, Smoker. Hey. With your level of strength, you can't uphold justice. Hurry and call that guy Smoker over. Nojiko stood on the training ground of the naval branch, surrounded by people lying on the ground, crying and wailing. They came at an unfortunate time. The officers of the branch had just led their team away. Originally, they didn't want to engage with these ordinary sailors. But who would have thought that as soon as they saw themselves, they rushed up with weapons drawn? Really, how could they remember so well to be Navy? Haven't they seen that those passers-by have forgotten? Damn it, these pirates are too strong. Major Smoker has gone to capture Cavendish. We can't fight against them. Nojiko, should we wait a while or come back tomorrow? Anyway, there's no rush to leave. Guena, I estimate they will take the initiative to find us today. With the dual identities of pirates and old acquaintances, how could those two possibly ignore us? That's true. It's fine to go to the New World a few days later. The slave traders in the Spade archipelago probably wouldn't want them to leave too early. After all, they haven't had a good emotional exchange yet. Cavendish really enjoys the feeling of being adored, especially when fans are excitedly surrounding him, shouting Lord Cavendish. The happiness generated in that moment is enough to drive someone crazy. To the point of madness. People have different personalities. In this world, some go to sea to pursue freedom, some for adventure. But more people do it for wealth, power, and fame. Cavendish belongs to the latter. However, he is slightly different from those people. What he pursues is not the pinnacle of a pirate career like the Four Emperors or the Pirate King, as that is too detached from the masses. If he can't have people worship his stunning face up close, what is the point of going to sea? Over there, it's Cavendish. A strong voice came from afar. Oh, did my fans come rushing from elsewhere? What responded to him was a fist emitting white smoke. With a bang, it struck him squarely in the face, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose, instantly ruining his handsome face. Is this all you've got? This doesn't match your bounty. Smoker expressed his disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, and even though his speed wasn't particularly fast, the opponent didn't dodge at all. Could it really be, as the intel said, that most of his bounty belonged to another personality? Bastard, you dare. Cavendish's eyes blazed with anger, and just as he was about to draw his sword to retaliate, he suddenly stopped, remembering that there was something more important he hadn't done. First, he carefully wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief, then took out a small comb to tidy up his hair that had been blown about by the punch, and finally pulled out a mirror to closely inspect his face. Still as handsome as ever. Smoker, you little punk, are you looking down on me? Damn Navy. How dare you injure my face? Are you prepared to die? A fan, who couldn't distinguish the situation and was overly passionate, shouted at the surrounding Navy. Bastards, let Lord Cavendish go. That's right, or you won't get away with it. Some even started throwing vegetable leaves and eggs at Smoker. Seeing this, many Navy members turned angry. They had come to capture pirates at great risk, only to be attacked by the very people they were protecting. Smoker didn't even glance at those people. He had done many things that were misunderstood, so why would he care about what a few confused individuals said? He manipulated smoke to block the flying rotten vegetables and eggs and ordered, Toshiji, take half the men and drive away the troublemakers. The rest surround this area. We can't let a single pirate escape. Yes. As for himself, he chuckled. Of course, he would teach this narcissist in front of him a good lesson, along with settling the score for what just happened. Fans bear the consequences of their idol's actions. It seems a bit unreasonable, but who told you to be a pirate? Just hit him to death. Cough, cough. What the hell? I can't. Breathe. Dense smoke enveloped the nearby sea, making it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face, and it was very suffocating. Many pirates were crying as they searched for an escape route, but they couldn't find the direction to leave. The smoke around the ship was like a wall blocking their way. They didn't even have a chance to jump into the sea. Before long, everyone except Cavendish collapsed on the ground due to difficulty breathing. From now on, this is the domain of the smoker. Beautiful sword, Bluebird. Cavendish drew his famous sword Durandal and thrust it towards Smoker. The extremely fast sword strike created a gust of wind, dispersing the smoke between the two. Unfortunately, his decisive strike had no effect. The blade passed right through Smoker's chest without any sensation of hitting something solid. A series of dozens of sword strikes followed, yet Smoker didn't even frown. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of Brook facing Kizaru in the original story, where no matter how he attacked, it had no effect. Cough, cough. Bastard. Nature-type bastard. Cough, cough. Every time he spoke, the smoke would enter his mouth, choking him and turning his face red. He had no choice but to hold his breath and escape to the side. The enemy is too strong to handle. The grudge of being slapped in the face will have to wait for another day. Beautiful sword. Slash. Start as Prince. The blade traced a trajectory across the deck, and the sword wave followed the direction of his swinging arm, cutting a large hole through the smoke wall that had blocked his subordinates, allowing him to escape. In the smoke, he couldn't see anything clearly, and there was no chance to save anyone. Even his beloved white horse had fallen on the ship, and now he could only prioritize his own escape. The effect was quite good. Smoker withdrew the smoke, satisfied as he looked at his results. He had taken down dozens of pirates without much effort, and it seemed that this development direction was correct. Perhaps one day, the smoke could cover an entire island. By then, the number of people in front of him would no longer be an issue. Want to escape? White snake. His arm transformed into a long snake of smoke, wrapping around Cavendish, who had escaped to the shore. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Until he learned to use hockey, even the sharpest sword would be ineffective. Let him go. You bastards, let Lord Cavendish go. The onlookers, pushed aside, became furious upon seeing their idol captured, taking advantage of the Navy's unwillingness to fight back. They rushed forward, looking like they were about to eat them alive. Don't do this. He is a vicious pirate. Tashigi tried to persuade them, but it had no effect. Her hair was almost grabbed by a female fan. Major, what to do? Smoker sneered. What to do? Attacking the Navy is the same as being a pirate. It just depends on whether the branch's prison can hold so many people. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone heard it distinctly. The fans who had been shouting just a moment ago immediately stopped their actions. Is he serious? I don't know, should we try it? You guys go ahead. That cigar-smoking guy looks fierce. He doesn't seem like a good. Just as he was saying this, he happened to meet Smoker's unfriendly gaze and was so startled that he jumped. I just remembered that there's meat stewing in the kitchen. You all take care of yourselves. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he squeezed through the crowd and slipped away. This newly arrived major is not to be trifled with. Better not provoke bad luck. It's just an idol. If worse comes to worst, we could just change to another one. How inconsiderate, not inviting me to the stew. Yeah, I've been wanting to eat his cooking for a long time. Let us go together. In the shocked expression of Cavendish, the fans ran away cleanly, including those who had called him Lord. They didn't even look back as they left. How could this be? Chapter 97. Smoker still kneels. 1. The branch was attacked? How is that possible? Which pirate has the guts to do this? What did you say? The Phoenix Pirates. The words of the subordinate caught the attention of Smoker and Tashigi. Hearing that familiar name, a golden-red figure appeared in their minds. However, she and her companions had disappeared for more than a year. How could they suddenly appear in the Spade archipelago? Cavendish, who had fallen into depression after being abandoned by his fans, also heard the Navy's exclamations. Phoenix? What an arrogant title. Sounds even more impressive than my handsome pirate crew. Smoker took the den mushy from his subordinate and said, Explain clearly. Who attacked you? What are the casualties? Smoker, the Navy on the other, and only managed to say 2 words before falling silent. Hey, what's wrong? Thinking that something had happened to his subordinate, Smoker's voice suddenly rose, and he began to instruct those around him. Tashigi, you take charge of escorting these pirates. I'll head back to the base first. As he spoke, his lower body transformed into smoke, ready to fly back immediately. Hee, don't be so excited. A light laugh came from the den mushy. Who are you? What have you done to my subordinates? Smoker stopped his actions, his face turning extremely dark, looking at the young Navy before him who was too scared to move. Nojiko laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm an old acquaintance of your commander. I won't harm you. This was the truth, because the dozens of Navy lying on the ground around were not knocked out by her. If anyone were to blame, it should be for Flanda and Aji. The two of them had a very low opinion of the Navy, especially the latter. If it weren't for her face, they might have caused casualties. Then, she walked to his side with the den mushy in hand. I'm really sad. As an old friend, you didn't even remember my voice. Have you forgotten the scene of us fighting side by side in Logtown? It's you. I didn't expect you to be alive. By the way, I don't remember us fighting side by side. Knowing that the person on the other end was Nojiko, Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. If it was her, she wouldn't be too harsh on the people at the base considering his and Tashigi's face. Shouldn't be, right? My subordinates. Don't worry, they're all fine. After resting for 2 days, they'll be lively again. Should I thank you for being merciful? Why did you attack the Navy base? That's a serious crime. What nonsense? Who attacked? It was self-defense, okay? Speaking of which, it makes me angry. After I arrived at the Spade archipelago, I heard that you got promoted. so I planned to come and take a look. I didn't expect that as soon as I left, your base was surrounded by a group of people. By the way, your reputation as a smoker isn't working. Your subordinates don't respect you. I even said I was friends with you, and they still opened fire. Smoker's face darkened. You, a pirate, came to provoke the Navy base. Don't talk about being a major. Even knowing Admiral Sengoku wouldn't work. Just 3 days after taking office. My base was breached by you. Where am I supposed to put my face? I didn't want to come to this broken place anyway. I searched the whole building and didn't find a few kids. A mere 10 million berries isn't even enough for my hard work. Why are you so poor? If you don't speak, I'll take this money away. Since we're old friends, I won't rob the supplies from base. I can't let you go hungry. Smoker's reputation will definitely not let you escape from the Spade. The despicable pirate robbing me. Is there any law left? He angrily hung up the phone. Let's go. Meet them. Finally can. Yes, sir. Tashiji tried hard to control her facial expression, but the effect was minimal. Just thinking about reuniting with Sister Kuina made her unable to help but laugh out loud. When she got close to Cavendish, seeing him nodding off as if about to fall asleep, Smoker snorted coldly and pressed him down with smoke. Even with sea-stone handcuffs, you still can't behave. Tie him up with iron chains. Rommel's scythe lost its opportunity to appear, no matter how fast it was. It was wrapped dozens of times and had no strength to exert. Report, Colonel. We have found the ship of the Phoenix Pirates. Other than a huge rabbit lying on the deck, there are no signs of anyone. Don't worry about it. Head back to the base. Yes. On the other side, Nojiko cheerfully placed the money into Frankie's backpack behind him. He was the largest in size, and his small backpack for carrying miscellaneous items was nearly the size of a suitcase to the average person. Whenever they went out together, they would put things that were inconvenient to carry there. Ryan asked with some concern, "Are we being too arrogant like this?" Now, in her 20s, after more than a year, her figure and appearance hadn't changed much. Her hair had just grown longer, and her green wavy long hair paired with her delicate features gave her a somewhat forest fairy vibe. Flanda had an indifferent expression. What are you worried about? It's just a mere major. Recently, her strength had skyrocketed, and she had become quite arrogant. Besides her companions, everyone else seemed like nothing to her. Now even Smoker didn't seem to matter. Although she originally didn't know this person, Ryan asked, "This place is very close to Marineford. What if we go too far and attract an admiral?" Flanda replied, "If that's the case, I would. Okay, even if she became arrogant. She couldn't look down on the Navy's highest combat power. Such big talk was something she couldn't bring herself to say. Noki laughed and said, "Don't worry with our strength. If we really encounter a general, Angel asked, "What if we do encounter one?" The crew members also looked at their captain with anticipation. Even if they can't win, they can still run away. TCH. Nojiko didn't speak nonsense. Her current strength definitely can't match Akainu and Akiji, but holding out for a few moves is still possible. Moreover, Goena and Yeka are also very strong, and without using their devil fruit abilities, she might not be their match either. If the three of them team up, it's not impossible to reach a stalemate against an admiral. In front of top-tier powerhouses, they have a certain degree of self-defense capability, can fly with their ship, and possess both strength and high mobility. There's no one in these seas who can put them in a desperate situation anymore. In less than 10 minutes, Smoker led the team back to the Navy branch. An entire handsome pirate crew was shackled and brought along. How bold to appear here after becoming a pirate, before anyone could get a good look. The voice had already reached Nojiko's ears, and she laughed, saying, "Pirates are all lawless. Perhaps the next time you see news about me, you'll be so shocked that your jaw drops. Talk big after you escape from my hands." Smoker gripped his capture stick tightly. Unlike his arrogant tone, his expression was serious, as if facing a great enemy. From the moment he entered the Navy branch, his observation haki continuously reminded him of the strength of the person in front of him. Chapter 98, Smoker Still Knelt, Part 2. Rising in rank makes one speak with more confidence. By the way, isn't this the very popular pirate star from the port? Just like that, you caught him? Nojiko pointed at Cavendish, who was tied up like a caterpillar. The butterfly effect? Someone completely unrelated to her actually had their life trajectory changed. It would be interesting if this guy got locked up and impelled down. Will walked up to him and examined him closely for a moment. No wonder he's so popular. This face is quite handsome, almost rivaling mine. Seeing his serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. That's exactly what he thought. Suddenly, the air fell silent, and everyone present, whether pirates or Navy, looked at Will with strange expressions. Especially Cavendish, who completely lost the strength to struggle after hearing his words. "I thought getting caught by the Navy would be the worst luck this year, but unexpectedly." "Sigh. Hey, Hey kid, it seems you're not too happy about this fact. Almost is still almost. If your face can't compare, then your character can't either. Indeed, a perfect person like me is one of a kind on the grand line. As he spoke, he took out a small mirror he carried with him and began to admire his stunning looks, revealing a look of amazement as he looked. Oh, this handsome young man, still so dashing today. Cavendish thought, why does this scene look a bit familiar? Oh, it's a gesture he often makes. In an instant, he regained his strength and roared at will, bastard. You insulted my appearance and reputation. Once I escape, I'll kill you first thing. Seeing Smoker's indescribable expression, Nojiko's smile became a bit strained. Ah, pirates have their quirks, right? Compared to those who laugh and scream for no reason, he's all right, not bad. Who cares about you all? As soon as Dasky entered the base, her gaze fell on the short-haired girl. The girl's appearance hadn't changed much compared to 2 years ago, but her aura was stronger, like a cold, glinting sword that made one shiver. Long time no see, Kuina. Yes, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be working at Spade Archipelago. If we had arrived a few days earlier, we might have missed each other. Seeing this girl who resembled her, Kuina smiled gently, like a friendly neighbor, and her fierce aura instantly vanished. I didn't expect we would become enemies. Dasky tightened her grip on Shigear and slowly approached her. You're a pirate, and I'm Navy. Please don't hold back during our fight. At this point, she wouldn't ask the person opposite why they became a pirate. It was meaningless now. As fellow swordsmen, they would naturally compete in swordsmanship. Then you better be careful. Pirate, in the name of justice, we must arrest you. Smoker approached with white smoke enveloping him, planning to use the same trick again, aiming to take down this group of pirates with his smoke field. You better think carefully. Once a large-scale attack is unleashed, it won't be easy to stop. At that point, how many of your men die will have nothing to do with me. The flames of Nojiko swayed left and right in the air. Do you dare to play with group attacks in front of me? I can turn the entire base into a small sun in a minute. Do you believe it? Ahem. Let me see the martial arts you've been practicing hard for over a year. Mid-air, Smoog suddenly stopped his movement. He decided not to use his fruit abilities anymore. While the flames couldn't affect the smoke, his subordinates couldn't withstand the strain. Under the dual effects of high temperature and thick smoke, most people were unable to hold on. Shave. Using the same technique, Nojiko's speed was even faster. As soon as he got close to the opponent, his dual swords swung down towards Smoog's head. Clang! Just barely managing to block the strike with his baton, the force was too great to fully absorb, and the residual power transmitted down his body, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Smoog looked at his trembling hands, speechless. What kind of monster strength is this? Major Smoog! A shout came from the Navy at the base. The Navy personnel hadn't expected this scene. Their commander was at a disadvantage in the first exchange with the pirate. Was this some new kind of joke? Don't come over, I'm fine, Smoog said grimly as he climbed out of the pit. He misjudged. He originally thought the opponent's strength was at most comparable to his own, but he didn't expect to be suppressed. In the 2 years since parting with Kuina, Dasky had been training hard every moment. After mastering the martial arts techniques that suited her from the 6 forms, she had spent a lot of time and energy on swordsmanship. The diligent training proved effective, based on her footwork and force application habits. She created a series of sword techniques unique to herself, naming them Shiyu Ryu after the blade in her hand. Dasky knew she wasn't a match for the person opposite her, so she didn't intend to hold back. Without hesitation or testing the waters, she unleashed her strongest killing move. Slash, Shiyu. This move was similar to Iaito's strike, rushing towards the enemy at extreme speed, using powerful inertia to enhance the strength and speed of the draw, then striking fiercely at the opponent. She integrated one of the 6 forms, Shave, into her swordsmanship, which increased her strike speed. As soon as her front foot moved, the blade was already in front of the target. A look of approval flashed in Kuina's eyes. She's making quick progress, not dodging or evading. She drew her sword to block the attack. A direct confrontation was in line with the swordsman's spirit. The shockwave generated by the clash between the Do and Shiyu techniques plowed through the ground around them repeatedly, and the shattered strikes even affected the onlookers. One strike nearly grazed Cavendish's face, causing him to roll back several times in fright. In a swordsman duel, those around them also suffered. Being hit could result in losing arms or legs, which was common. Boom! In less than 3 seconds of mutual struggle, Dasky was sent flying, crashing hard into a distant building. How is this possible? The lieutenant colonel was also knocked back in a single blow. The 2 commanders of the base were consecutively at a disadvantage in the battle, which was hard for the Navy to accept. If even the 2 strongest lost, what were they supposed to do? Indeed, the gap was still too large. Dasky stood up from the ruins, calmly walking back. strengthening her back defense with haki. Although the wall had collapsed, she herself was unharmed, just a bit dusty on her clothes. Kuina smiled and asked, "Shall we continue?" Daisuke shook her head. "I concede. You're very strong. I am far from your opponent now." The swordsmanship competition had been lost, and continuing to fight held no meaning. Even with opposing stances, she still couldn't regard the person in front of her as a life-and-death enemy. So there was no question of fighting desperately. "You work hard and are not lacking in talent. Next time we meet, you will definitely become stronger. Get ready, it's time to leave." The latter half of her sentence was directed at her companions. The battle on Nokigao's side was about to conclude, and she had already achieved her goal of meeting an old friend. It was time to go. It wasn't that she didn't want to hold Daisuke's hand to express her longing. It was just that their identities and positions were different. Being too close would not be good for her. After all, she was a promising young lieutenant colonel. Nojiko and Smoker did not hold back. The ground around them was shattered by the shock waves of their battle, as if it had been bombarded by artillery. Facing an opponent whose strength, speed, and even weapons were superior to his own, Smoker struggled to defend himself, his jutty covered in cracks, and his strong arms nearly numb from the impact. Finally, after taking a horizontal slash from his opponent, his weapon broke into 3 pieces, and he was struck in the chest by a sword, falling to the ground. Even with the barrier of haki, 2 of his ribs were still broken. The injury wasn't severe, but it left him temporarily drained of strength. Nojiko laughed proudly. "Smoke man, you lost. I will take all the money from this branch as the spoils of my victory." Cough cough. "You." Smoker was almost dead from anger, even though he had been beaten to death by her. A day later, the news of the Phoenix pirates, who had disappeared for a long time, reappearing in the Spade archipelago and attacking the Navy branch spread throughout the sea. At the same time, the back of the newspaper featured the headline about the capture of the supernova pirate Noble Cavendish, but due to the small print, it didn't attract much attention. According to insiders, when Cavendish saw this issue of the newspaper, he cried and threw a fit, causing the Navy personnel watching over him a lot of headaches. Chapter 99, Luffy and Zoro East Blue, in a tavern on an unknown small island. "Boss, please give me some alcohol and something to fill my stomach." "Sure. Please take a seat." Every profession has its ups and downs, like bounty hunters. Some people are incredibly successful, earning so much money that they worry about how to spend it, while others struggle to make ends meet, let alone get rich. A certain green-haired man belonged to the latter category. Often, he couldn't even scrape together enough money for a drink, living in utter destitution. After more than a year, Zoro finally emerged from some unknown corner of the world. Perhaps it was fate, for he set sail earlier than in the original story and ended up meeting the Sword God and the Sword Saint. At that time, Johnny and Joseph were lying in wait outside the tavern for a group of pirates. The two charged in fiercely, only to retreat with bruised faces, a scene that had played out countless times over the years. With their strength, they could only deal with some ordinary pirates. But such people were hard to put a bounty on, while the powerful ones were tough to handle. This led to the two getting injured or being on the verge of injury during their pirate hunts. The fact that they were still lively and running around now was probably due to their bizarre luck. One could only say that this world is one of geniuses and monsters, unfriendly to ordinary people. Johnny and Joseph had been at sea for years without making any headway. Later, Zoro, unable to pay for his meal, chopped up the pirate at the entrance as payment, Big Fog, an act that saved the two brothers. They admired Zoro's strength and willingly became his subordinates. Although he was carrying 2 deadweights, at least he didn't have to worry about getting lost or starving. With their support, he would have to resort to exchanging 800,000 for a meal again. If a certain money grubber saw this, he'd probably want to kill him. After all those times eating out together as kids, did he not know the prices? Being so generous, he deserved to go hungry for 3 days. Zoro looked at the two who were always saying they were lost with a headache. For many days now, they had been correcting their mistakes. What the hell? How could he possibly be lost? It was really troublesome to have someone following him. It was much more comfortable to be alone. "By the way, why do you have to follow me?" Johnny said excitedly. "We want to become famous bounty hunters, just like the great Nojiko who was well known in the East Blue a few years ago, making pirates tremble in fear." Joseph nodded, "Right? Only by following a strong person like you, big brother, can we have the confidence to hunt those powerful pirates." "Zoro, after all this talk, you still wanted to take action. Wait a minute. It seems like I heard a familiar name. Do you know Nojiko?" The two shook their heads in unison. "No, we don't know her." Although they didn't know her, it wouldn't be accurate to say they had no connection. "Have you met her?" "No, but we chose to become bounty hunters because we admired her. It's like the relationship between a fan and an idol." "Zoro, what kind of relationship is that?" He looked over at the island not far away and asked, "Forget it. Let us not talk about that. Where are we now?" The alcohol they bought 2 days ago had already been finished, so it seemed he needed to stock up more next time. Joseph carefully looked at the map and replied, "We're heading to the Gaia Kingdom. The village by the sea seems to be called Windmill Village. We need to replenish some supplies, and the ship needs repairs, so we'll probably stay there for a few days." Just as Zoro and the others were docking at the pier, a pirate ship approached from another direction, its black skull flag flying in the wind. Some sharp-eyed villagers spotted the emblem above. "Oh no, pirates are attacking. Hurry and tell everyone to hide." The busy people by the sea hurriedly dropped what they were doing and ran into the village. Hearing the shouting outside, a few people emerged from the tavern at the village entrance. An old man wearing a fisherman's hat, a young woman in an apron, and a boy with a straw hat around his neck. Unlike the panicked villagers, the three had no signs of tension on their faces, especially the one wearing the straw hat, who was leisurely chewing on a leftover chicken bone. The old man in the fisherman's hat was the village chief of Windmill Village, UPA Slap. He loudly scolded the villagers running around like headless chickens. "What are you panicking for? This is the hometown of heroes. What is so scary about a bunch of pirates? Luffy, I'm counting on you." After saying that, he immediately hid behind the straw hat boy. "Oh, leave it to me. Rubber. I just thought of a new technique." Luffy swung his arms in a windmill motion, and the chicken bone in his mouth was chewed and swallowed. The woman in the headscarf was the tavern owner, Makino, whose age was a mystery. She looked at the back of the straw hat boy and asked, "Will Luffy be too strained dealing with a group of pirates alone? Why worry? He has Garp's grandson. How strong can the pirates coming to rob our poor place be? They're probably just small fries with no fame. Not every strong person is like the red-haired pirates, leisurely coming from the Grand Line to a small village in the East Blue to recuperate. If one didn't know his character, they might think he was here to lure the descendants of naval heroes into corruption, only to watch the jokes unfold from the sidelines. Of course, he wasn't that kind of person. "Captain, this village doesn't seem wealthy." "What the hell are you talking about? Little by little, it adds up, you know. Back when I was a merchant, my vast fortune was built up bit by bit. I remember back then. 500 words omitted. If it weren't for running into a bunch of vicious pirates who robbed me of my wealth, I'd be living a life of fine wine and pretty maids every day, instead of dragging you worthless bunch around the sea. Damn pirates. I almost forgot I'm a pirate too now. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us charge in and grab anything valuable." "Pirate lackey. Okay, boss. Is there anyone in the entire pirate crew who talks more nonsense than the captain?" Johnny and Joseph each held a stack of bounty notices, flipping through them until they soon found the talkative pirate from before. It was greedy Ghost Black, who was said to steal anything of value wherever he went, not even sparing the potted plants of rich families. His current bounty was 5 million berries. "Big brother, we're counting on you later. Those guys are just ordinary people. Can't you handle them?" Facing some people he could easily chop down, Zoro had no interest at all. Right now, he just wanted to find a tavern to have a good drink. "Are you kidding? How could we possibly deal with pirates with bounties over 1,000,000 berries?" Johnny spoke confidently, and Joseph nodded crazily beside him. Zoro, Chapter 100, Crossing the Red Earth Continent, Part 1, Gum Gum Machine Gun. Just as he drew his sword from his waist and prepared to strike, a straw hat kid popped up out of nowhere, laughing as he took down the invading pirates with punches and kicks, the entire process taking no more than a minute. Amazing. His arms actually stretched out. He must be a devil fruit user. Huh. He is coming towards us. There are still enemies. Watch this. Gum Gum Pistol. Idiot, get out of the way. Zoro kicked Johnny and Joseph aside. Boom. In the next second, a fist as fast as a bullet hit their original position, creating a huge hole in the ground. Gulp. The Sword God and Sword Saint were so scared they hid behind Zoro, relying on their big brother for protection. And they poked their heads out to shout at Luffy, not far away. "Hey, what are you doing? We're not pirates." Luffy stopped and asked in confusion. "Huh? Not. But you guys are new faces, just like those people from before." "Johnny, who told you that strangers are all pirates? By the way, since you're so strong, are you a bounty hunter?" "Bounty hunter? What is that? You don't even know this? Looks like I need to give you a good introduction. Listen well, kid. The three of us are." Johnny and Joseph took turns explaining their backgrounds and the prowess of bounty hunters. If this powerful straw hat kid joined them, they could dominate the East Blue in the future. Looking at his naive expression, he should be easy to trick onto the ship, right? "I see, I understand now. You guys are those who go against pirates. Huh? Well, that works too. So how about joining us? With your strength, being a vice captain on our ship is definitely possible." The captain would naturally be Big Brother Zoro. "It sounds interesting, but I refuse." "Why?" Because I made a promise to someone that one day, in the future, I will surpass him and become the Pirate King. So I want to go and be a bounty hunter with you. Pirate King? Hey, are you kidding me? Johnny and Joseph were shocked. Even Zoro turned his gaze to the Straw Hat Boy. You're pretty ambitious, kid. What is your name? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Interesting, after I eat, let's have a fight. One of my reasons for going out to sea is to challenge strong people from all over, and you're pretty good. That's fine, but are you really strong? Upon hearing this, Zoro hadn't said anything yet when his little brothers became unhappy. Kit, don't think just because your goal is to become Pirate King that you can look down on others. To tell you the truth, our big brother is going to become the world's #1 swordsman in the future. He won't lose to you. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zoro. The world's #1? That's amazing. Come be my partner. The Pirate King's partner is the #1 swordsman. Isn't that interesting? Johnny, is this kid serious? Joseph, probably. He looks like a simple-minded person, so he shouldn't be lying. Wait, weren't they trying to recruit the Straw Hat Kid? How did it turn around? Zoro laughed and said, becoming a pirate? Let us talk about that later. Right now, the most important thing is to find a place to drink and fight. He doesn't really reject pirates. After all, the recent little friends have been under bounty for over a year. I'll take you to a place. The alcohol at Makino's is pretty good. Although she doesn't let me drink, but Shanks and the others like a lot. Luffy led Zoro and the others into the tavern, while the pirates who had been knocked out on the ground were tied up with ropes by the village chief and others, just waiting for the nearby navy to come and take them away. Of course, the bounty still needs to be collected. 5 million berries is not a small amount. The village chief had his own thoughts. Although he scolded this and that all day long, how could he not feel heartache for those he watched grow up? That kid Luffy doesn't have much money, basically has change clothes all year round, and running around the mountains in slippers during the winter is a bit too pitiful. He decided to use this money to prepare some clothes and shoes for him. As for buying food, forget it. The appetites of the Garp family are bigger than one another, and letting them eat freely might not even be enough for one meal with 5 million, so it's better to go harm the animals in the mountains. After leaving the Spade archipelago, Nojiko and his group arrived at the end of paradise, where there was only a red wall separating them from the new world, and passing through it would lead to another realm. 10,000 meters down is Fishman Island, but they never considered going through the sea. It's still the same saying. It's not reassuring to find someone to coat the ship, and what if something goes wrong? What about half a ship of devil fruit users? There's a saying in the previous life, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Pirates certainly can't be called gentlemen, so it's reasonable for them to be a bit more cautious. Nojiko looked at the person beside her and said, I've heard that. Stop. I know what you're going to say. Give up on that thought. I can never sever the Red Earth continent in this lifetime. Guena rolled her eyes at her. They grew up together, so who doesn't know each other? Who knows where you heard that? Nojiko looked at another person and said, someone once said that an explosion is. Frank turned away and didn't look at her, saying that an explosion is useless even with my biological father. It's not like it can collapse the Red Earth continent, let alone make it tremble. The explosion fruit is not the quake fruit. Please let Whitebeard handle this project. Thank you. It seems that the captain still needs to take matters into his own hands. Nojiko walked to the edge of the ship and pressed her hand against the Red Earth continent. In the next moment, the part of the mountain she touched was melted by the high temperature. If this pace continues, perhaps in a few days, a passage could really be melted out. I said, don't you want to go to the new world? Why are you dawdling here? Just fly over directly. Angel pulled her back forcefully. TCH, what do you know? I'm just lamenting. Others have to go through hardships to cross this obstacle. Even the Navy has to take a special lift, wasting manpower and resources. But us? We just zoomed up to the sky and into the new world. Isn't that particularly infuriating? I now think you're particularly infuriating. No, I was wrong. We'll leave right away. Guena had become petty and even secretly helped Angel cause trouble. Indeed, the topic of cutting through the Red Earth continent should not have been brought up at the start. Ahem. Everyone please hold on and take your seats. The spaceship is about to take off. Our next stop is the New World. Wish us a pleasant journey. Chapter 101. Flying over the Red Earth continent. Part 2. Warm reminder. Please do not read these 2 chapters while eating, as it may lead to an unpleasant experience. To adapt to the upcoming journey, the traveler expanded one more circle, currently measuring 9 meters in length. And with the mast height, it reaches about 72 meters. The ship has 4 levels. The most important rooms on the underground first floor are the armory and the weapon development room. For safety reasons, An additional layer of phoenix alloy has been added to the walls and doors. Even in the event of an explosion, the danger can be contained to a certain range, preventing it from affecting other floors. The first floor contains the boys' rooms, conference room, gym, and storage room, standing at about 7 meters high, ensuring that even larger companions in the future can fit in. The kitchen, dining room, and medical room are on the second floor, which also serves as the recreational area, with the library and game room located here. The third floor is naturally the girls' rooms, and it's worth mentioning that the vault is also located on the third floor, connected to Nokigao's room with no other entrance. To enter, one must pass through a room. The walls of the Phoenix alloy are thicker than those of the weapon development room, and only the strong can break through. Of course, those top-tier strong individuals wouldn't bother stealing these hundreds of millions of berries. After all, they're people who care about their reputation. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last upgrade, as Nokigao cannot find giants as companions. The height of the first floor is sufficient to accommodate large humans or other races. The Holy Land Mariewa is located at the top of the Red Earth continent, nestled between Paradise and the New World. The headquarters of the world government, also known as the political center, is here, and it is also the residence of the Celestial Dragons. In terms of defensive power, Mariewa is considered top-notch in the world, and even the Navy headquarters at Marineford cannot compare. No bird is allowed to pass through the sky without permission. That said, there are exceptions to everything. Today, a sailing ship passed above, deliberately hidden in the clouds to avoid detection. We are at least 3,000 meters above the Panga city below, and the average person's observation haki cannot reach this place. Noki proudly showed off her masterpiece to her companions, boasting that not everyone could fly around with a ship like she could. Next time she saw Teacher Kai, she definitely wanted to exchange flying experiences with him. Yes, you're the best. Hey, Big Fat, you can't poop in the air. Just as Angel was about to brush someone off with a few words, she turned her head and witnessed an uncivilized scene. The red-eyed rabbit, Big Fat, was squatting on the railing, with chunks of mosaic falling down. Below, a strange expression appeared on AZ's face. Below was the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Yeka finished saying the rest for her, and upon seeing this scene, her expression was a bit comical. She wanted to laugh. It would be great if those mosaics could land on a certain Celestial Dragon's head. That way, it would somewhat count as helping master, or rather, getting some revenge for Hancock. Nokigo laughed and said, "Hurry up, or we'll be discovered." As soon as she finished speaking, the massive spaceship vanished with a swoosh, leaving no evidence of its presence except for the scattered clouds. After all, the Phoenix Pirates had arrived in the New World yesterday. Not today. If you don't believe it, show me the evidence. What? You say I was in Spade yesterday? Do you know what speed is? Not to mention reaching the New World on the same day. Even returning to the East Blue would be a piece of cake. In Mariewa, in a conference room of the Gorosei, a few old men were drinking tea and chatting. They weren't always busy. Sometimes they enjoyed leisurely moments, like today. The topic of their conversation was related to the Phoenix Pirates. Blonde, what do you think of Nokigo? White long straight. That newcomer pirate who disappeared for more than a year and suddenly reappeared. Bald, humph. Her strength is not like that of a newcomer. And Kuina, her background should be related to Wano. White curly hair, what are your thoughts? Blonde, conqueror's haki, mythical Zoan type, and some promising subordinates. If not restricted, she might become another red-haired pirates. I'm thinking about sending her an invitation to become A7 warlords. White long straight frowned and expressed a different opinion. Her subordinate, the Hawkwoman, is involved with the world nobles and their SACP0 agent who died at her hands. White curly hair, there's no need to worry about that. Just a young celestial dragon, she wouldn't dare cause a scene. As for the death of the high-ranking agent, it actually proves Nokigo's value more. I support her becoming a warlord. Bald, I agree as well. Not to mention her, that swordsman named Ka is also not simple. A big knife wouldn't easily recognize a swordsman as its master. Blonde, now 3 are in favor. What do you think? The last one, the bald Gorosei, nodded and said, I agree as well. White long straight. If that's the case, won't the 7 warlords need to be renamed? Bald, isn't it normal for the 7 warlords to have 8 members? The other 3 nodded in succession. Not to mention 8, even if there were 80, it would still be the 7 warlords. They didn't change the name to 4 warlords or 6 warlords when there weren't enough members before. Beep, 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 beep. Just as the topic about Nokigo was about to conclude, the phone bug on the table rang. Hello, Gorosei, the world nobles have been attacked. St. Roseward and St. Charlos are seriously injured. The frantic voice came from the other side. White long straight. Are they heading to Spade Archipelago again? What troublesome guys. Send a Marine Admiral over. The two lords didn't leave Panga City today. They were attacked in the garden. The person on the other side was almost crying. They had found the weapon used in the attack. But how could he continue? White long straight, what? Someone assassinated world nobles in Panga City. The expressions of the other four also became serious. In their view, if it was just some wandering celestial dragon getting beaten up, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just send an admiral to handle it. But an attack at their headquarters was a different matter altogether. If they assassinate a celestial dragon today, would they come to assassinate them tomorrow? Extremely vile. They must be severely punished. It wasn't humans attacking, but something that fell from the sky. Something that fell. Speak. The two lords were injured by the excrement of some kind of animal that fell from the sky. Chapter 102. Purely personal grudges. The captain of the guards said this while sweating profusely, reporting such disgusting content to the big shots at the pinnacle of world power. His future was probably an end. Gorosei, is today a collective hallucination, or is that reckless kid on the other side messing with them? I'll give you 5 seconds to reorganize your words. Huh? Yes. Click. After the phone bug was hung up, the 5 big figures looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. Having lived this long, what had they not seen? But today was something they had truly never seen before. 2 celestial dragons lying in their own back garden, sunbathing, suddenly got smashed into the ground by a few lumps of mosaic falling from the sky. If it weren't for the guards rescuing them from the pit in time, they might have suffocated in there. The doctor's examination results were broken arms and legs, half-broken ribs, and varying degrees of damage to the lumbar and cervical vertebrae. They probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a year. Yellow hair, what about this matter? Bald, just act like we don't know. Let them handle it themselves. The other 3 agreed. What trivial matters are they bringing to us? They're very busy. Okay, I admit it. It's just too disgusting. We don't want to get involved. Where were we? Let's send an invitation to the Phoenix Pirates. They should have left Spade Archipelago by now. We'll send someone over after confirming their location. Agreed. Due to her pet's indiscriminate defecation, Nojiko, feeling no shame at all, accelerated the ship's speed and landed steadily on the surface of the new world within 5 minutes. Looking left and right, up and down, Angel still couldn't find anything special about this unfamiliar sea area. Is this the new world? It feels just like the previous seas. By the way, what should we do next? Challenge the 4 emperors? How about we take on the red-haired pirates instead? I heard that a guy named Jesus Burgess is one of the strongest snipers in the world. It would be just right to meet him. Franda, challenge the 4 emperors now? Isn't that too early? Frank also persuaded from the side. My dear daughter, that Jesus Burgess is a well-known sharpshooter. Even your father heard about him when he was young. Let's choose another opponent. Tisich, don't underestimate me. Just, jerk, let go of me. Nojiko reached out to suppress the about-to-leap Angel and said impatiently, I don't know if you can defeat Jesus Burgess. But this captain definitely can't take on red-haired Shanks right now. Let's not take such big steps. We're newcomers. So let's first find someone easy to deal with to test the waters. Ryan brought fruit juice to everyone. Ever since Franda ate the devil fruit, she had become increasingly obsessed with training and combat, nearly forgetting her primary responsibilities. Sometimes she even needed others to help her cook and prepare juice, which was quite unprofessional. When a juice was delivered to Nojiko, she casually asked, do you have a goal now? Naturally, the first battle in the new world should be against a well-known pirate, and the 7 warlords would be a good choice. The 7 warlords? Is the target Mihawk? Goena's expression was somewhat excited. Would it be too early to challenge the world's #1 swordsman now? Nokigao, stay calm. What's the difference between challenging him and challenging red-haired? Or do you not mind us teaming up to beat up Mihawk and help you become a #1 swordsman? Absolutely not. How could that be? She's not Blackbeard, Kazuki Oden. Who is that? I don't know. She looks down on such victories. Yeka asked, my master is also a warlord. Are the others as strong as her? Well, how should I put it? Hancock's strength is far from the strongest among the warlords. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pinch me. It's not even okay to speak the truth these days. You still don't know her level? If it weren't for over a year of hard training, she probably wouldn't be able to beat you, her disciple. Impossible. My master is invincible. Yeka was very unconvinced by her words. Right. Hancock is the strongest. Ahem. Back to business. This time the target is the straight Shichibukai. Nojiko has set his sights on him, and it's impossible to say there are no personal grudges involved. It was this person who exiled the evil dragon and his gang to the East Sea, and as a result, Belmel also. To say that Jinbei is an enemy is somewhat of a stretch, but that doesn't affect Nojiko's desire to beat him up. There are rules among pirates, emphasizing that a battle can erase grudges, regardless of whether the opponent dies by her sword. After this encounter, her grievances with the fisherman tribe will be wiped clean. While the blue fatty was drinking and chatting with the captains on the white whale, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and the words he wanted to say were instantly stuck in his throat. "Jinbei, what's wrong?" Sitting next to him was a young man wearing a hat, shirtless, with a well-proportioned, muscular back tattooed with a white beard pirate's emblem. He looked quite handsome, with the only flaw being his prominent freckles, which might have come from being splattered with his grandfather's saliva as a child. "Nothing. What were you saying just now?" Ace said that a beautiful female Navy officer was chasing after him every day, and the one responding was the currently lively 4th Division Sachi. Marco laughed and said, "Too bad she's a Navy officer. Otherwise, we would have Ace marry her." "Haha, that's right. Go for it, Ace, in terms of looks. You're second only to me on this ship. You guys have no idea how terrifying that Navy officer is. I almost got burned to death by her last time," Ace said half-jokingly. A year ago, he entered the New World, and after experiencing a series of adventures, he finally encountered Whitebeard, who attracted him with his personal charm, leading to the Black Spade pirates merging into the Whitebeard pirates. His life trajectory seems not to have changed much compared to the original timeline. No, there have been some changes. This time, Ace didn't battle Jinbei for 5 days and nights. The fight only lasted 2 hours before Jinbei was knocked down. The female Navy officer mentioned earlier was someone he met after becoming the 2nd Division captain. One time, while passing by the G3 base, he encountered a military ship on a patrol mission, commanded by a major named Iska. When the Navy and pirates meet on the sea, it naturally won't pass peacefully. The battle between Steel Fist Ace and the shape-shifting Iska lasted an entire day, and until a storm separated them, there was no clear victor. In terms of pure strength, Ace was far stronger than Iska, but her copy fruit allowed her to use multiple abilities, leveling the playing field. Iska's phoenix form, with its powerful recovery and stamina, made her grow stronger as the battle went on, which was key to engaging in a war of attrition with her opponent. Flames, smoke, barriers, shockwaves, and so on took turns on the battlefield, and Ace couldn't get close to her at all. Neither side could land a decisive blow on the other, resulting in mutual exhaustion of stamina and haki, ultimately leading to a stalemate. If Ace's strength had been just a bit stronger, he could have forcibly broken through the barrier of flames and smoke, but unfortunately, he fell just short. Chapter 103. "I am the man who will become the Hunter King. Why don't you eat a devil fruit too?" Sachi suggested. The members of the Whitebeard pirates have never been averse to power users. Influenced by their captain and 1st Division Captain Marco, they even admire various flashy abilities. With Ace's level of martial arts, if he ate a suitable devil fruit, his strength would reach a new level. If you want one, just let someone gather it. It's not hard to find. Marco's tone carried a hint of casualness. Treasures that others covet meant nothing to the 4 emperors. Ace rejected it without a second thought. "I don't want to become a landlubber." He clearly remembered how his brothers struggled when he fell into the water as a child. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness, waiting for someone to rescue him. Grandpa Garp and Master Rayleigh also didn't eat any fruits. Who would dare underestimate their strength, especially the former? After setting sail, he realized how famous that old man was. A pair of iron fists suppressed half an era, and countless powerful pirates fell before him, relying solely on martial arts and haki. Ace himself was on this path. Steel Fist sounded even more powerful than Iron Fist. Did it signify that one day he could surpass Garp? Of course, not necessarily. The ceiling is set so high. It depends on whether he can break through it. Marco said, Hey, I'm a landlubber in front of you, and so is Dad." Jinbei laughed and said, "Ace, becoming a landlubber isn't a big deal. Anyway, you can't beat me in the water. Who would fight a fishman in the water? Would you? Of course not. Ha ha." Meanwhile, in East Blue's Windmill Village, after eating and drinking their fill, Zoro and Luffy engaged in an earth-shattering battle, fighting from one end of the village to the other, with dust and smoke rolling and the ground shaking, almost collapsing. The village chief's house, attracting cheers from the crowd. There was no helping it. They weren't the future 4 emperors yet. For now, they could only tear down a house or chop down a tree. In this battle, Zoro had a slight edge, having been meticulously taught by Kang Shiro. The person who trained Luffy was stronger, but it was purely free range. Whenever they met, it was just beatings. And the only benefit was that he became tougher. Well, beaten into it. So, does that mean you have to wait a year before setting sail? Yeah, I promised to set sail at 17 to become a pirate and head to the Grand Line. Exhausted, the two lay on a rock in the sea, chatting, while Johnny and Joseph stood like 2 pillars not far away, reasoning that their older brother was not in a state to handle any imminent danger. So, as little brothers, it was their duty to keep watch. Regardless of whether they would hold him back in real danger, their loyalty was commendable. What a pity. I wanted to take you out to explore together. Now I can only leave first. Although it was a pity, he wouldn't stay in one place. Leaving was still necessary. Unless I get lost. I want you to be my companion. I won't let you leave. Saying this, he stretched out his arm and tied Zoro up tightly. Hey, are you a child? Wait, you just said you can't set sail as a pirate for another year? Yeah, so that means setting sail in a non-pirate identity doesn't count as breaking the promise? What did you say? Luffy's eyes widened. Was there such a loophole? But, at a loss for words. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. The man in front of him was the partner he had his eye on, but he was leaving in a few days. If they set sail together, as he said, then when he turned 17, he could change his identity to become a pirate. That doesn't seem impossible. No one stipulated that the future pirate king couldn't first be a bounty hunter for a year. I'll go tell Dayton and then leave with you. Usually, Luffy didn't like to think, but once he made up his mind, his rapid action could leave people dumbfounded. Before the other two could react, he had already run off without a trace. Johnny asked, Big brother, what is he doing? Joseph speculated. Did he remember to close the door home? Maybe. First a bounty hunter and then a pirate? They actually took the same path. Doesn't that mean they'll be waiting for me at the finish line? It seems I need to work harder. I really look forward to our next meeting. Big brother, what are you saying? Who is waiting for whom? It's nothing. You'll find out later. First, let's get someone to repair the ship, reinforce it a bit more, and it would be best to nail on a layer of iron plates. That kid Luffy isn't someone to be underestimated. I'm worried the ship will be dismantled by him first. Lying on the rocks, Zoro thought of an old friend far away in the Grand Line. Originally, he wasn't a bounty hunter in the true sense. He started out just because he needed money for drinks and took pirates' heads as debt payment. Later, he got used to it and even earned the nickname Pirate Hunter. It was only after meeting Luffy that he had the idea to walk this path. Learning from the experience of others, he planned to find a few strong companions first, then accumulate funds in the East Sea, and after earning enough money, buy a large ship to venture into the Grand Line. A simple and straightforward plan, much better than wandering aimlessly at sea. 2 days later, at the port of Windmill Village, which wasn't really a port, but at best a ferry terminal, the village chief said goodbye to Luffy with the villagers. UPU slap sighed, I really didn't expect this outcome. I don't know how to explain to Garp. That brat really isn't likable. Luffy not becoming a pirate should have made him happy, but the reputation of bounty hunters isn't great. So now he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Well, as long as he's happy, that's what matters. Identity and such aren't that important, said Makino. By the way, village chief, you're not being straightforward at all. You clearly care a lot about Luffy, buying him so many clothes and shoes in town. Old man, E.M. willing. Hey, a 70-year-old grandpa shouldn't be so tsundere. It's blinding. In the distance stood a group of people, the mountain bandits who raised Luffy and Ace. They still weren't used to appearing in front of others. The big mountain bandit said, Boss, do you think he might become our enemy? Dayton asked curiously, Why would you think that? Look, we're mountain bandits, and he's about to become a bounty hunter. What if he takes our heads for a bounty? Dayton slapped her forehead. Right? How'd I forget about that? No, wait. Why are you worrying? Luffy grew up under my watch. How could he turn against us? Yeah, I overthought it. Haha. Come on, who among you has a bounty? None of you, right? What we should worry about now is that Luffy left early. How will Mr. Garp explain it when he comes back? The little mountain bandit couldn't stand it anymore. His companions and the boss were indeed fools. Dayton, the big mountain bandit. Oh no, I forgot about that old man. Luffy, come back quickly. The boat the four of them were on was brought over by Johnny and Joseph from their hometown, measuring 8 meters long, single-masted. Besides sailing with the wind, they could only row by hand, but it was barely enough for a few people of normal size. After hearing Zoro's words, a layer of iron plating was indeed nailed onto the ship, giving it a bit of a punk vibe from a distance. Perhaps the king of the near sea was attracted by this unique little thing. They had just left the ferry terminal when the nearby sea suddenly churned violently, almost tossing them into the water. When they regained their senses, they saw a gray-green monster blocking their path. Roar! Sharp teeth and a foul stench rushed towards them. Johnny and Joseph were so scared that their bodies went limp, but an excited expression appeared on Luffy's face. He had long wanted to knock this monster away, and now the opportunity had finally come. Zoro also drew his sword. It's a swordsman's instinct to want to slash at a huge beast. Let me try my sword. Gomu Gomu no Rocket. 3-sword style, onigiri. The two struck almost simultaneously, the slash severing the throat, while the punches crushed the internal organs. The monster, which had ruled the nearby waters, didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before floating on the surface of the sea. It is said that every time Luffy sets sail, it means the death of a king of the near sea, and this time was no exception. With a few more people, it died even more miserably. Zoro big brother, Luffy big brother. Johnny and Joseph cried as they hugged the legs of the two, thinking they were about to die just moments ago. After all, having a big brother to protect you is the best decision of their lives. After leaving Windmill Village far behind, Luffy remembered that the village chief had given him a big box, which he hadn't had the chance to open yet. Oh, what's this? A few minutes later, a boy dressed in black sportswear, white sneakers, and wearing a straw hat appeared before everyone. Zoro asked, "New clothes? Is this what they gave you?" Hee, the village chief's box was filled with clothes and shoes, both for winter and summer, about 10 sets. Maybe 12 sets. Forget it, they're a lot anyway. You really are lucky. When he left home, his master only told him not to get lost. Nothing else, let alone prepare him with a change of clothes. Comparing people can be infuriating. Johnny and Joseph playfully leaned in. "Luffy big brother, give me a piece of your new clothes. Look, my pants have holes in them." "Mine too. This shirt is almost a tank top." "No way. This was given to me by the village chief. I won't let you wear it." This was the first time he received such a gift, and a feeling he couldn't quite describe arose in his heart. Warm and very happy. If it were an ordinary person, they could understand this feeling, the care of elders for their juniors. But Luffy's grandfather is Garp. Their family expresses love with their fists. The stronger the haki, the deeper the love. Most people really can't handle it. Luckily, Dragon wasn't around. Otherwise, it would be double the love. Johnny and Joseph. "Humph, if you won't give it, we'll go steal it." Luffy. "Hee, dare to come, and I'll knock you away." Zoro. "TCH, a bunch of kids. There's no envy or anything like that at all." Chapter 104. A bloodbath triggered by a few pounds of sugar. Part 1. "Boss, it's the Phoenix Pirates. What are you afraid of?" "Just a bunch of women." I didn't expect to run into Nojiko as soon as we entered the new world, with a bounty of over 300 million. Ha ha ha. This is our chance to make a name for the hungry wolf pirates. Brothers, charge. The traveler's ship landed on the sea for less than half a day when a strange pirate ship approached from afar, getting faster and crashing into its side. The iron prow was covered in mottled marks, clearly showing that they often attacked others this way. Just as the two ships were about to collide, a robust figure blocked the way. Explosive punch. Boom! With a violent explosion, the sea water surged outward in rings, and the surface of the sea at the explosion center even sank by several meters. The hungry wolf pirate ship was sturdy enough not to be blown to pieces, but the prow and nearly a quarter of the hull had vanished, and the entire ship lost its repair value. I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million. How could I be defeated by some nameless nobody? The captain of the hungry wolf pirate crew, covered in blood, charged forward, swinging an iron rod that left after images, determined to smash the culprit who had damaged his precious ship into pulp. Explosive fist. Boom! The power of the explosion fruit is related to the user's physical condition. The stronger the body can withstand a recoil, the greater the explosion's power. Ever since Frank learned to use haki, his abilities have entered a whole new realm, with destructive power increased several times. He has become more obsessed with close combat, almost forgetting his identity as a gunslinger. Sigh, another person becoming increasingly negligent about their primary job. After the smoke and flames settled, the captain of the hungry wolf pirate crew, charred all over, fell down while blowing smoke rings. The pirate ship behind him disintegrated, turning into wooden planks of various sizes, many of which were still charred. Is this what pirates in the New World are like? Too weak. Defeating a pirate crew with a considerable bounty with just 2 punches was so easy that even Frank couldn't believe it. Noki laughed and said, "Don't underestimate our strength. Among the pirates in the New World, apart from the 4 emperors, we won't lose in a direct confrontation against anyone else." Flanda's eyes were filled with doubt. Are we really that strong? It's been less than a day since we entered the New World. It feels like you're just bragging. Oomph. The one who's strong is this captain. That amateur chef is still far from it. Of course he can't. Amateur chef? Who are you talking about? Nokigao didn't respond. Just cast a sidelong glance at her, while Guena and the others quietly watched her. It seems that everyone is not very satisfied with Flanda's negligence. It's one thing to not cook properly on the island, as everyone is busy improving their strength, but to continue like this after leaving Amazon Lily is unacceptable. Hey, you guys aren't talking about me, are you? The Navy's influence in the New World is not that significant. Areas outside the G5 base are basically uncontrollable, and naval ships must remain vigilant while patrolling, as danger can strike at any moment. Here, the greatest danger is not the extreme natural environment or the bizarre climate changes, but people. More specifically, the four emperors, the top powers among pirates. The latter half of the New World is basically divided among the four emperors' pirate crews, and many countries are under their rule, paying regular tributes. Some are even member states of the world government, but it doesn't matter. Those lofty figures only care about whether you can pay the heavenly gold, and they are indifferent to the lives of the citizens. Each of the four emperors has their own personality, some violent, some boisterous, which leads to vastly different living conditions for the common people under their rule. The red-haired pirates, apart from their love for drinking and holding banquets, have no other hobbies. The people below can simply offer treasures and live in peace, flying their flag, while ordinary pirates wouldn't dare to disturb them. Of course, except for a certain arrogant, rooster-headed individual. The reputation of the white-beard pirates is slightly worse than that of the red-haired pirates, as they have too many pirate crews under them, inevitably leading to some troublemakers who can't be controlled. In Whitebeard's eyes, good kids and bad kids are all his sons. As long as they don't violate the ship's iron laws, nothing else matters. Therefore, the stability of the areas under his rule is slightly less than that of the red-haired side. While some live a stable life, others do not. Teacher Kaido not only surpasses the above two emperors in teaching, but his brutality is also something they can't even match. The plight of the people in Wano is truly heartbreaking. Cough, cough. It brings tears to one's eyes, but they naturally have their savior. Outsiders can't interfere with a closed country. Perhaps after a few more years of endurance, they will find happiness. People living in Big Mom's territory can't really be called unlucky or lucky, although they have reduced plundering and killing from elsewhere due to the protection of a strong leader. They have to deal with a mentally unstable boss. A nation was destroyed over a dessert, and no one would believe such a thing if told. But it actually happened with Charlotte Linlin. In comparison, those living in the main base of the pirate crew, Whole Cake Island, are in a somewhat better situation. They only need to regularly offer their lifespans and can still live safely until certain supernovas arrive. Half a month after entering the New World, the Phoenix Pirates arrived at a certain island. Due to climatic reasons, a special type of sweet beet grows on the island, and the sugar produced from it is renowned in nearby waters for its bright color and sweet, but not cloying taste. Later, the sugar factory here was occupied by the Big Mom Pirates, and for their survival, the island's residents had to give up their culinary desires. After that, the produced sugar would be regularly transported to Whole Cake Island for making desserts. Nojiko is completely on the way here. Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, is currently mingling with the Whitebeard pirates, so to find him, we must head to Whitebeard's territory, and crossing through Big Mom's territory is undoubtedly the most convenient route. We bought almost all the ingredients. By the way, I heard the white sugar here is good. Let's buy some. After being collectively despised by everyone, Ferranda finally returned to her post. At least for the next half month, she wouldn't have to trouble Ryan with cooking anymore. At this moment, she looked at Nojiko, who was in charge of the finances. The latter shrugged and said, I want to buy it, but they don't sell it. Didn't you hear the passerby say? Recently, the Big Mom Pirates will send someone to take away the manufactured sugar, and no one dares to touch it. How about we steal a few pounds? Ferranda started suggesting a bad idea. Agreed. Angel was the first to respond. Chirp. Depang nodded along. Ahem, stealing? That's not nice. We could just take the items back. Leave the money there, and make an equivalent exchange, Will proposed. Kuina shook her head. No, that would cause trouble for the islanders. If they can't provide enough sugar, it would be like offending the Big Mom Pirates, and they might face national destruction. Then forget it. Actually, ordinary sugar is fine. We've been using it all along. As a chef, it's natural to be interested in high-quality ingredients, but as a rational person, it's not worth harming others for the sake of food, especially when we're not starving. Actually, there is another way to easily get the sugar without worrying about implicating the islanders, which is to wait until the Big Mom Pirates leave and then catch up and grab the goods. Yeka rarely spoke up, but when she did, she startled everyone. The Kuja tribe is known for its martial spirit. Calling them a warrior nation is not an exaggeration. As an outstanding member of her tribe, she is even more combative. However, in the past, she mostly competed with her companions, holding back somewhat. If the opponent were unfamiliar enemies, she could strike without hesitation. Agreed. Angel was the first to respond again, looking eager for chaos. Chirp. The rabbit echoed her, resembling a pet. Frank hesitated a bit. Is it worth offending an emperor over such a small matter? Nojiko nodded. Of course it's not worth it, but she changed her tone, thinking that challenging the strong ones under the 4 emperors could still be an option, as the danger was minimal anyway. It could be considered a bit of fun. Guena, I wonder who will come this time. It would be great if it's the General Star. Ryan, I might not be able to beat the General Star, but dealing with their subordinates shouldn't be a problem. With the majority agreeing, the remaining few had no choice but to go along with it. A day later, members of the Big Mom Pirates landed on the island, led by Charlotte Snag, the 25th son of a Charlotte family, a man with a gourd-shaped hairstyle, and one of the highest-ranking officers in the family, a sweet commander. Hurry up. Due to the recent tea party, the raw materials for making desserts are already scarce. The sugar reserves from Wano will only last until the day after tomorrow, so we must bring back new supplies before then, or Mama will get angry. Chapter 105. The bloodshed caused by a few kilos of sugar. Part 2. The members of the Big Mom Pirates took all the sugar produced this month on board, leaving not a single grain behind, while the islanders could only watch them leave helplessly. Out of fear of the four emperors' might, no one dared to steal anything. Only the workers at the sugar factory could secretly take a little while working, and they didn't even dare to let a second person know. It is an extremely sad thing that the fruits of the people's labor are not for their own enjoyment. But what can they do as they lack power? In this vast sea, being weak is a crime, especially in the new world where the law of the jungle is more evident. Living under the protection of the strong is already a form of happiness. Shortly after the transport ship left the port, a two-masted sailing ship emerged from the other side of the island, following at a distance, and only after getting far from the island did it speed up. Charlotte Snag was sitting on the deck, resting with his eyes closed. As one of the highest-ranking officers in the family, his strength was unquestionable. Although he wasn't top tier, he was noteworthy in the new world, and with the reputation of the four emperors, there was no need to worry about being attacked. So he was not on high alert. However, unexpected events always occur. Even with favorable winds, one can occasionally be hit by headwinds. Today was just his unlucky day. Lord Snag, a pirate ship, is approaching, reported the chess soldier on patrol to the General Star. Snag took the telescope handed to him by his subordinate. But it wasn't necessary, as the pursuing pirate ship was closing in at an unbelievable speed, with the distance between them now less than 100 meters. It seems to be the Phoenix Pirates. A beautiful woman with red curly hair spoke, dressed in a red miniskirt and a purple trench coat. On this ship filled with bizarre creatures, she was the only one who appeared normal, at least in terms of appearance. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the family. The butter minister of Tato Land, a paramecia-type yellow fruit user, was in charge of this transport mission along with her brother Snag. Of course, due to the absolute difference in strength, her voice carried far less weight than that of her brother, the General Star. Just weaklings from the paradise. Snag unsheathed his katana from his back, clearly intending to make the first move, as the other side approached without any warning, looking anything but friendly. Garrett, hee. Their bounties are not low. 4 out of 9 exceed 100 million, but of course they can't compare to you. Noki stood confidently at the bow of the ship, looking ahead with a disdainful gaze, exuding an air of I'm the best in the world. Unfortunately, she wasn't a Kainu. After all that posturing, her enemies didn't flee in terror like his. Perhaps this stance was specifically aimed at Blackbeard's crew. She could try it out in the future. Just as her thoughts wandered further, a massive slash flew from the opposing ship, targeting her and the traveler beneath her feet. The 4 great commanders each had their strengths, and Snag was best at swordsmanship, being a pure swordsman. Even a casual slash could split nearby ships in two. Or at least that's what he thought when he swung his sword. However, just as the slash was about to hit its mark, a golden-red figure blocked it with their hand. After a few seconds of stalemate, the force of the slash dissipated and vanished into the air. That figure didn't even take a step back. Over the past year, Noki had further developed her Phoenix Fruit abilities, and the most direct manifestation was that her defense in her beast form had become stronger. Even Kuina and Yekker needed to exert their full strength to injure her. How is this possible? Snag exclaimed in disbelief. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, that previous attack was not something an ordinary person could block, let alone with bare hands. Losing an arm would be the least of it, and being neatly split in two would be the most normal outcome. Hey, is this for real? Garrett said, somewhat incredulous. She knew very well the strength of her family's senior executives. This was the first time she'd seen an attack that couldn't break through the enemy's defense, and she hadn't seen Noki use Haki either. I remember now. She's a Zoan-type mythical beast user. I remember too. Snag's expression turned serious. He had been too busy looking down on Noki and the others' qualifications to remember the most important information. There were only 3 known Zoan-type mythical beast users in this world. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors alongside Big Mom, and Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even the weakest among them, Marco, was not someone they could compare to. They shouldn't underestimate her, just because she was a newcomer. They needed to go all out. Prepare for battle, Snag commanded. And numerous chess soldiers lined up with weapons in hand, trying hard to look fierce, waiting for the enemy to come close to launch their most ferocious attacks. Kriegshirn, Blizin. Countless green vines surged from Rhine's side, intertwining and spreading outwards, occupying the sea surface for hundreds of meters around her, including the opposing transport ship. As previously mentioned, the power of the fruit is proportional to the user's physical quality. After rigorous training, Rhine's stamina and strength far exceeded her previous self, and naturally, the power of the vine fruit was no longer the same as before. Ordinary vines were not a threat to Snag, no matter how many approached. He chopped them into pieces. But the chess soldiers under him didn't have that capability. Their attack speed couldn't keep up with the vine's regeneration, and one after another, they were bound in place. Those soldiers were odd. The vines could only bind them, but had no effect on them. After all, they weren't human. They were just creations of Big Mom's fruit, so there was no need to worry about them, Noki explained. When Rhine stopped her movements, a green floating island appeared on the sea surface, with both enemy and ally ships fixed in place by the vines. However, while their ship was intact, the enemy's vessel was riddled with holes. Even if the vines were removed, they couldn't be used anymore, and sinking into the sea was their destined end. That's ridiculous. By the way, will our candy be destroyed too? Flanda asked in surprise. Rhine, sorry, I forgot we were here to steal things. What she was really thinking was, at this point, who would still take those previous words seriously? Did you really think Noki was here for your candy? Chapter 106. A bloodbath triggered by a few pounds of sugar. Part 3. After being attacked by Rhine's map artillery, almost everyone on Big Mom's transport ship was wiped out, with only Snag unscathed and Garrett still standing. However, she couldn't stand very steadily. Her dress was torn by the thorns on the vines, and through the various holes. Her pale skin could be clearly seen inside. Her exposed arms and thighs were also covered in scratches, if it weren't for the Big Mom genes in her body. Giving her an extraordinary physique, she would have probably been overwhelmed by the vines long ago. This was definitely the bad taste of some hidden sadist. Otherwise, why didn't those chess soldiers have their clothes torn? Snag swung his katana and walked out from among the vines, against the green background. His black and yellow outfit became even more conspicuous. What a strange world. How do those stick-like legs support his plump upper body? It's like two bamboo poles with a potato stuck on top. It seems this is the fourth commander who was defeated by the strange monk Urki. Indeed, he seems to lack a bit in momentum. He still can't avoid the fate of being defeated by a supernova. Let me be the strongest super. Naka's confident smile froze on her face as two figures flashed past her side, instantly crossing dozens of meters to reach the enemy. Hey, stealing kills is unethical. As the good partner of this captain, how can you do such a thing? Noki exclaimed, heartbroken. Goena chuckled, first come, first served. If you want to blame someone, blame your slow speed. What are you standing there posing for? Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten ahead of you. Yeka interjected, I was half a body length faster than you, so the opponent should yield to me. You said it yourself, first come, first served. Goena retorted, that's not right. I clearly was first. Before she could finish, Yeka's spear lunged toward Snag, the tip pitch black, clearly ready for battle. Undoubtedly, Yeka was the fastest. Snag blocked the incoming attack with his katana, his face now dark with fury. A naturally gifted member of the powerful Charlotte family. He had made a name for himself at sea for over a decade and had never been so underestimated. First come, first served? Did he think he was a prize in a carnival? This was too much. Who does he think he is? The blade covered in dense haki, ruthlessly swung towards Yeka, intending to first kill this arrogant brat, then deal with the other two, so they would understand the majesty of the stars could not be offended. Facing the fierce attack, Yeka didn't retreat a single step, easily blocking it with her black spear. In terms of mastery of haki, she was confident she wouldn't lose to the potato-like opponent. A visible shockwave emanated from the clash between the two, covering the entire green island. The transport ship beneath them suffered more damage and would likely be completely wrecked once the vines were removed. The first exchange ended with both fighters retreating half a step, evenly matched, at least on the surface. Seeing the battle begin, Goena smiled helplessly. Wasn't this cheating? Yeka, who usually said little, was not being honest at all. She turned to the now-recovered Garrett, thinking that since they were here, they couldn't just leave like this, so she charged at her opponent. Just as Garrett regained her senses, she asked, Brother Katakuri, if I shout your name loudly, will you come save me? How boring, really boring. She had initially wanted to stretch her muscles, but it turned out that a dignified member of the Four Emperors was so easy to defeat. Sigh. Angel lay bored on Big Fat's back. The scene before her completely mismatched her expectations. Come on, in such chaotic times. Why don't you send more people to escort important goods? Aren't you afraid of encountering highway robbers? What? Who dares to rob the path of the Four Emperors? Didn't they just come today? If all the members of the Four Emperors pirates had come, you would be crying. Move aside. I also want to lie down and watch the show. Since the battle didn't involve her, Flanda felt bored and climbed onto the rabbit's back. Once clean, the rabbit's fur was fluffy and soft, captivating to the touch. Perhaps due to its special breed, it lacked the usual rabbit smell. Lying on its back was even more comfortable than the bed in the room. Big Fat said it didn't like dinosaurs, so you should get down. Angel began to shoo her away, saying the space was limited. If everyone came up, how could she roll around? TCH as if it could talk. Big Fat. Can't I get up? Squeak. The voice indeed sounded somewhat reluctant. Oh dear, how did my nails get so long recently? I wonder if turning into a T-Rex will affect my fighting. Big Fat, how about you practice with me? Squeak. The rabbit instantly wore a flattering smile. Life was tough. Ever since it impulsively boarded a pirate ship, it could no longer act so arrogantly, unable to defeat any of the 9 companions. It had suddenly become the bottom of the food chain, losing its former glory. Due to the vast power difference, the battle between Guena and Garrett ended quickly. In the original story, the power of the Nami controlling yellow fruit was utterly useless. I still can't understand why it can control people. And in an instant, Garrett fell to Guena's slash. Of course, she merely fainted since it was the back of the blade. Guena, being a gentleman towards relatively weaker, beautiful women, generally wouldn't use lethal force. Sister Garrett, as he watched his last companion fall to the enemy, Snag's anger nearly reached the sky, causing his attacks to become frantic. Facing the impatient enemy, Yeka remained calm, her spear dancing in a way that blocked all of his attacks. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That damn brat! Snag grew increasingly irritated, wishing he could destroy everything around him. But all his efforts were in vain. He couldn't even break through his opponent's defensive circle. Guena shook her head at Snag's chaotic swordsmanship. As a swordsman, she could see his style. He relied on brute strength to swing wildly in battle. Could someone like him truly be considered a qualified swordsman? This was somewhat similar to Noki, who admitted she didn't consider herself a swordsman. Her double-handed sword felt more like an extension of her fists, and it didn't make much difference whether she had it or not. Noki, come on. Using a weapon to fight is much cooler than barehanded fighting. Besides, my greatsword is specially made and fully functional. But Snag was a pure swordsman, so his chaotic fighting style seemed odd. Perhaps because of his physical talent, he never took the time to build a solid foundation. It was fine when he faced weaker opponents, but when up against a strong foe, his weaknesses would be exposed. Perhaps only after experiencing a devastating defeat would he be able to face his own issues. He may look old, but Snag was only 27 this year, a genuine genius. Unlike his older siblings at home, he had never faced setbacks and had never been bullied because the Charlotte family's power had already taken shape when he was born. Hardly anyone dared to provoke them at sea. Today was just a simple task, but unexpectedly, his side was nearly wiped out. What made it even harder for him to accept was that any random member of the Phoenix Pirates, who had no bounty, could easily block him. As if it were a joke. Using observation hockey required one to remain mentally alert at all times. Otherwise, they might misjudge the enemy's movements. Inaru's heart network could cover several sky islands, but after being startled by the passive ability of the Nika fruit, he couldn't even dodge Luffy's normal attack. Even the powerful Katakuri, when his hidden side was discovered, found his strong observation hockey ineffective, all because he was blinded by anger at that moment. At this moment, Snag's rationality was somewhat compromised. After a prolonged attack without success, he couldn't even force his opponent back. Growing increasingly impatient, he slowed down a beat while dodging an attack. Yeka seized the opportunity, flicking her wrist as her spear lunged toward his abdomen at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Blood splattered, and the intense pain awakened Snag, but he did not inherit Big Mom's steel balloon constitution with a low error tolerance. After just one mistake, the battle ended prematurely. He was pierced through the abdomen by the gunshot and didn't even have time to use hockey for defense. Perhaps even if he had, it would not have helped. Why did they suddenly attack us? He questioned his confusion before losing consciousness. They had not sought trouble today. In order to return the sugar needed by the nations as quickly as possible, they had even deliberately increased their sailing speed. Yeka said expressionlessly, "Our captain has taken a liking to your cargo and wants to seize it." Well, that's it. This reason was unexpected. Cough. Do you know what happens when you offend an emperor? You will find out soon. She drew her weapon, and Snag collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Once the battle was over, Rhine waved her small hand, and the vines automatically retracted and intertwined. After a while, a huge spherical object sank into the sea, leaving the surface much emptier. The protection mode ended. Let us go, time to scavenge the loot. Although he was no longer a bounty hunter, the habit had not changed. The first thing to do after a battle was to transfer the loot to their ship. Will cautiously entered the cargo hold of the transport ship, afraid that he might accidentally break it. There was no way. The entire ship, except for the deck, was severely damaged by the vines and the remnants of the battle. Their storeroom was relatively sturdy, and only a few bags of sugar had been knocked over, while the rest remained intact. Oh, right, no treasure was found, not a single coin. After wandering around inside, he only carried out 2 large bags of sugar and left everything else untouched. This was also Nokigao's intention. If they took all the sugar away, Cake Island would lose its highest quality dessert ingredients, and Big Mom would surely become furious and lose her mind. Although she was not afraid, that crazy woman would force the people of Sweetbeet Island to reproduce it. With the raw materials exhausted, how could they produce anything? Without new sugar, the Big Mom pirates might resort to acts of annihilation. At that time, it would truly become a tragedy caused by white sugar. Chapter 107. I alone am enough. Not long after Nokigao and his group left, Garrett, lying on the deck, woke up from her coma, sitting up in a daze and momentarily unsure of the situation. What happened? Oh right. She turned her head to look around, and what greeted her was a dilapidated transport ship, chess soldiers scattered haphazardly, and Snag, lying not far from her unconscious. The fragmented memories instantly came flooding back. Sigh, I actually lost to a bunch of newcomers. How am I going to explain this to Mom? Oh no. Garrett suddenly rushed into the cabin. A minute later, she walked out with a relieved expression. Thankfully, the candy was still there. At least Mom wouldn't lose her mind. She didn't bother with the chess soldiers. They were just expendable creations. Garrett approached Snag and carefully treated his wounds. Although Mom wouldn't go into a rage, she would definitely be very angry. Your position as a star general is probably lost now. Who told you to lose to newcomers? If you were as strong as Brother Katakuri, we wouldn't. Forget it. It's no use saying this now. Let us hurry up and contact them. After wrapping the already swollen wound with bandages, she took out the transponder snail from her pocket and pressed the call button. The situation was roughly like this. I was knocked out by the Moon Knight Guina, and when I woke up, I found Snag lying on the deck. Well, he is not in life-threatening danger. His wounds have started to heal, and he should wake up in no time. Garrett reported her situation in detail, not daring to hide anything, because the one on the other end of the transponder snail was her most admired brother. Under normal circumstances, Big Mom's children would be busy with their own affairs in their respective territories, and Katakuri was no exception. As a minister of flour in Tato land, his job wasn't complicated. After all, the only person he needed to serve patiently was Big Mom, and everything else was handled by his subordinates. Besides training, his only hobby was probably hiding away to enjoy afternoon tea. At this moment, he had just leisurely finished eating a donut, and before he could savor it, this phone call ruined his good mood. It's good that he is fine. With his physique, this minor injury would heal in a few days. Cracker is out on a mission, and the distance to you isn't too far. I'll have him come pick you up. In any case, let us get the candy back first. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain to Mom. Don't worry, brother. I'll do as you say. Okay. Katakuri expressionlessly hung up the phone. The Phoenix Pirates, huh? It seems necessary to meet that Nokigao. Just one subordinate has the strength to defeat Snag. What kind of performance will she have? He wouldn't underestimate anyone. Compared to some younger siblings, Katakuri's life experience could be said to be extraordinarily rich. Having lived for 45 years from the Rock Pirates to the current Big Mom Pirates, he didn't know how many powerful individuals he had encountered, some of whom were even young, but could be considered monsters. Red-haired, Mihawk, the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet, and Crocodile, whose strength seems to be inversely growing. Which of these people didn't have impressive strength before the age of 20? It wouldn't be surprising to have another Nokigao. Judging by their active attack on the transport ship, they are another group of pirates without fear of the 4 emperors. But they are significantly stronger than those who were easily defeated by them before. To avoid these people growing into a threat to Mom, it's better to eliminate them early. Next time, the Star Generals will act together. On the Traveler, Yeka was polishing the weapon in her hands. A gift from Nokigao after they became acquainted. The gun barrel was made of a special alloy, strong in both elasticity and toughness. It could easily be bent into a bow shape by gripping both ends and forcing them inward, made of the same material as will S heavy sword blade. The barrel was also equipped with anti-slip and shock-absorbing features. The gun head was made of a mix of Phoenix alloy and sea stone, perfectly accurate against ability users. In the Phoenix Pirates, sea stone was basically standard equipment for everyone. Nojiko's double-edged sword, Angel S bullets, Flanda S club, well S heavy sword. Even Guina, who usually wouldn't let Nojiko touch her weapon, had a ring embedded with sea stone, though she had never been seen wearing it. This time, it's impressive, defeating a bounty of 600 million big pirate. Soon your name will spread throughout the world. Flanda sat beside Yeka, expressing her envy. Up until now, her bounty was still 50 million berries. Her strength had increased exponentially, yet the amount remained the same, and she didn't know when it would rise. As the first person on the ship to become a pirate, her desire for fame was stronger than that of her companions. Speaking of which, almost all pirates are crazily obsessed with the numbers on the bounty. Even Luffy, who never cared about how others viewed him, cried more than if his grandfather had died when he mistakenly thought his bounty had decreased. 600 million. That guy is worth 600 million. Yeka's expression showed some surprise, and her gun-cleaning actions paused. Flanda retorted, as the highest-ranking officer of a Yonko pirate crew. It's strange if he is not worth 600 million, but Master S bounty is only over 80 million, and that fat guy's strength is clearly not as good as Master S. Nojiko explained. Sometimes, the bounty amount does not represent true strength. Hancock's bounty has remained unchanged since she became a warlord of the sea, and she is not the only one. There are others among the warlords with lower bounties, but stronger abilities than Snag. Guena smiled and said, speaking of the warlords of the sea, one of our targets is among them, and I didn't expect that after making the decision, we would soon face off against someone from the Four Emperors, directly challenging beyond our level. Nojiko, that blue fat guy is just lucky, but it doesn't matter, just a few days late to beat him up. So boring. By the way, let me handle the next enemy we encounter. I promise I'll take them down with one shot, not wasting any bullets. Angel suggested. The last time she fired a gun was a while ago, and she didn't take it seriously. Her opponent just fell down, leaving her with all this skill with nowhere to use it. A ship is approaching. Azzy, who was on lookout duty, flew down from the crow's nest. With her eagle eyes, she could see things thousands of meters away and naturally spotted the other side's flag. It's the Big Mom pirate crew. The few of them immediately snapped out of their leisurely state. Noki raised her chin and said, look, the people are here. Just wait for you to show your might. Angel felt a surge of energy and jumped into the air, reaching the lookout room in just a few leaps. She found a suitable position to set up her sniper rifle, aiming at the distant black dot. The specially made bullet was loaded, and she was ready, just waiting for the enemy to enter the shooting range. A day ago, Krija had met with Garrett along with the fleet, but there were disagreements when leaving. Katakuri said we should go back first. The Star of the Generals was defeated. If we don't retaliate immediately, where will the face of the Four Emperors go? But those people are very strong, even Snag. He is useless. It's really embarrassing for the generals to be defeated by a new pirate. You are responsible for transporting the sugar back. I will chase the Phoenix Pirates. But if it's just you, Krija, I am enough alone. Chapter 108. The Flame Which East Blew. An ugly iron sailboat was drifting aimlessly on the sea, with 4 salted fish lying on the deck, bored and sunbathing. Luffy, I'm so hungry. Zoro. Luffy, I'm really hungry. Johnny. Luffy, I'm about to starve to death. Joseph. Luffy, Zoro, Johnny, Joseph, shut up. Luffy, I don't care, I want to eat meat. Zoro kicked the rubber man rolling on the deck back into the cabin, thinking that he wasn't a beautiful girl. So who was he acting cute for? No, even if a real, beautiful girl rolled in front of him, it wouldn't work. He asked, didn't we buy food for half a month? How'd it be gone so soon? Luckily, there was still plenty of alcohol. While drifting on the sea, there wasn't much to do, and drinking a few drinks during training was the most comfortable moment of the day. Johnny had a sad face. I didn't expect Luffy to eat so much. Have you ever seen someone eat 6 meals a day, excluding midnight snacks, Joseph? Absolutely not. The food on the ship was finished a day and a half ago, and it had only been 3 days since they last landed to buy supplies, which meant they consumed enough food for half a month in less than 2 days. All thanks to Luffy, the big eater. Zoro didn't care about logistics, and despite Johnny and Joseph's precautions, they still couldn't prevent it. It seemed that only in battle and eating could the Straw Hat Kid show amazing wisdom. Johnny, how about we buy a locked refrigerator next time? Joseph, our little ship doesn't even have a kitchen. Where will we put a refrigerator? Zoro, forget it. Let's just survive this round first. Luffy, come out and fish. Okay. The response was a weak voice. Hurry up. This kid has eaten all the rations, so the task of gathering food naturally falls on him. As arrogant as he was, Krijo wasn't foolish enough to stand at the bow of the ship as a target. The uniquely shaped biscuit soldiers lined up, glaring fiercely ahead, while he hid in the cabin, thinking about how to teach those unruly newcomers a lesson. The generals were the face of the Big Mom pirates, and the actions of the Phoenix pirates were clearly slapping them in the face. If it didn't retaliate fiercely, how could they maintain their authority? Wouldn't the opposing forces think you were weak, letting even a newcomer ride on your head? Bang, bang. As soon as the enemy's ship entered the shooting range, Angel's attack came, covering the hockey bullets that directly hit the two biscuit soldiers in the front, turning them into fragments. The little girl raised an eyebrow. So fragile? You fell without even using all your strength. Strange. I didn't hear a gunshot. Krija didn't pay attention to the shattered clones. After all, he hadn't had time to coat them with armament hockey, so it was normal that they couldn't withstand the powerful attack. Wipe out the enemy in one breath. The enemy's ship wasn't moving fast, and Angel fired 7 shots at the target without needing to aim, hitting the heads of all the biscuit soldiers. The bullets left the gun without sound, and only made slight noises after leaving the soundless field and rubbing against the air, which most people couldn't perceive. Hence there was no way to dodge. Boom! To her disappointment, this time the bullet hitting the target's head didn't have the same effect as before. After the sparks from the collision disappeared, it only left a shallow mark, not even a crack, and the biscuit soldiers still looked fierce at her. Oomph. Don't think that eating some weird fruit makes you invincible. With precautions in place, Krija naturally wouldn't allow the enemy to dismantle his biscuits. Although he could create them at any time, he still cared about his face. Ha 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 ha. It seems you're not up to it. Nojiko didn't know when she had come to Angel's side, silently saying something, even though she couldn't hear it. Angel could tell from her lip movements that it wasn't anything good, most likely mocking her. Idiot, don't get in my way. Angel shot a glance at someone. She pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing a large number of bullets in less than a minute, but aside from knocking some crumbs off the opponent, it didn't have much effect. In the next moment, they returned to their original state. Sigh, my hockey isn't strong enough yet. By the way, what are those things? They all look the same. Ability creations? Angel put away her weapon, lifting the silent barrier. Knowing she couldn't do it, yet still trying to put on a brave front. She wasn't that stubborn. Maybe they're twins? It's well known that that woman has a lot of kids. Giving birth to 10 or 8 at once is normal. Nojiko casually joked. TCH, do you think I'm stupid? Aren't you the one who's stupid? All right, this captain will go help you vent. She spread her wings and flew towards Krija's ship, with less than 200 meters between them. If she hesitated any longer, Guena would start competing with her for opponents again. Angel snorted lightly. Beating you up will be the most satisfying. In an instant, the distance of over 100 meters was crossed, and Nojiko, flying above the target, spotted Krija hiding in the cabin. Are you coming out on your own? Or do I have to invite you out? So what if you found me? Defeat my cookie soldiers first. It was impossible for him to come out. Hiding in the cabin and controlling the clones was a man's romance. As for whether it was because he was afraid of pain and didn't dare to fight directly, that didn't matter. The ugly cookie soldiers twisted their swords into spirals, and powerful slashes flowed from the sword blades. Roll salted pretzel 3. 3 soldiers simultaneously used their ultimate moves, which was the limit of what Krija could do while ensuring power. That idiot brother snag couldn't even handle a single spiral slash, which is why he ranked lower than him in the star rankings. I won't hold back. Take this descending horizontal slash. The great sword was swung horizontally, pressing down on the opponent's attack. No matter how hard the cookie soldier tried, the spiral slash couldn't push her weapon away. Is this your strength? She suddenly swung both hands down, instantly scattering the 3 salted pretzels. How is that possible? Seeing the scene, Krija was shocked, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. On the sea, there are always some young people who, without prior knowledge, find out just how strong she is. Meat, I want to eat meat. Luffy lay on the railing with a fishing rod, staring blankly, mumbling something. Johnny and Joseph, dragging their exhausted bodies, sat beside him, also holding fishing rods. Compared to Zoro, who seemed to be fine as long as he had alcohol and didn't need to eat, they were just ordinary humans. After just over a day without food, they were already seeing stars from hunger. Worse off than the two was Luffy, even though he was just sitting there motionless. The energy he consumed daily was enormous, and he had lost weight. Look, there's a ship over there. Johnny, who had been staring blankly at the distant sea, suddenly spotted a black dot in his line of sight. Where? Joseph perked up instantly. A ship? Meat? I want to eat meat. Luffy made a bigger movement, throwing his fishing rod into the sea and jumping to the top of the mast to carefully observe the increasingly larger black in the distance. As soon as he could see the outline of the ship clearly, he couldn't wait any longer, gripping the mast tightly and slowly backing away. Rubber, rubber, rocket. Before the three below could react, he vanished from sight. That idiot. What are you still doing? Hurry up and paddle the boat over, Zoro shouted to the dumbfounded Johnny and Joseph, an ability user who was starved to the point of delirium. It wouldn't be surprising if he just propelled himself into the sea. Fortunately, when they arrived, Luffy was not floating in the water, but was crouching among a crowd, gnawing on a large piece of meat. Pirate ship? They got closer and noticed the skull flag on the ship. Is this Straw Hat Kid one of yours? A pleasant voice came from the other side of the deck, drawing the trio's attention to a beautiful girl with orange short hair. You mean Luffy? He asked our companion. I was just stealing the treasure on the ship when this guy suddenly flew over and scared me. If it weren't for him being so starved he could die, I would have thrown him into the sea long ago. By the way, who are you? We are. Hey, Zoro, you guys are here. After reviving from eating meat, Luffy walked over to the orange-haired girl, smiling brightly. This guy's a good person. He even gave me meat. If you're hungry, just find her. The girl rolled her eyes. You really don't consider yourself an outsider at all. If you're hungry, just eat. There's plenty in the cabin. Forget it. Anyway, this ship ISNT hers, and the food on it ISNT convenient to take away. So it doesn't matter who eats it. Thanks. Zoro wasn't one to dwell on things, whether enemy or friend. He just wanted to get the food first. Green hair, 3 swords at the waist. It's the pirate hunter Zoro. As soon as they boarded the ship, those who had been squatting with Luffy suddenly shouted, "What kind of luck is this? First, we bump into the witch, and now the pirate hunter is here. I really shouldn't have gone out to be a pirate." Someone cried out, "Zoro, you're from Frostmoon Village?" The pirate's words caught the girl's attention. She carefully examined the swordsman in front of her, finding he looked more and more like someone she knew. She asked, "By the way, do you like getting lost?" Luffy, Johnny, and Joseph nodded vigorously. Yes. He loves getting lost. Who would like that? I've never gotten lost. Definitely not. How could he admit to that? Do you know me? Nokoha mentioned you. Hello, I'm Nami, her sister. Nokoha's sister? How did you end up here? Zoro was a bit surprised. He knew this person, but hadn't expected to run into her here. Johnny exclaimed, "Nami? I really didn't hear wrong. The pirate said he bumped into the witch, and it really is you." Zoro asked, "Is she famous?" Joseph replied, "Big brother. You've never heard of her? She is a very famous pirate thief in the East Sea, a terrifying, powerful woman who specializes in robbing pirates. It's said she likes to set ships on fire, so she is called the Flame Witch." Nami facepalmed. "Hey, I'm right in front of you. Also, I'm not a thief. I've always been a pirate thief, someone who specifically steals pirate treasures." Johnny chuckled. "Nami, don't be modest. Every time you encounter a pirate, you're not just stealing. By the way, Joseph and I have always admired you." Nami, "Fine. She is not a competent thief. But it's all Nokoha's fault. Blame her. Without her influence, I'm not as strong now, and I would act more cautiously. That said, robbing pirates is really exhilarating. Much more than stealthily stealing." Luffy's eyes sparkled, looking quite impressive. He decided, "Nami, come be my companion." Chapter 109. Listen to your mom on Cake Island. The Big Mom Pirates officers had just gone through a fierce battle. Under the leadership of Chef Bread, they made a large number of desserts, hoping that their deity wouldn't dwell on the fact that Snag was defeated upon seeing all the food. It's hard to say which is more important, desserts or face, for Charlotte Linlin, but her defeated son was definitely not important. After eating and drinking to her fill, she didn't even ask how he was hurt and directly removed him from his position as a star. "Katakuri, as my most trusted son. You take care of that brat, named Nakageo. Don't let me down, okay?" "Sure, Mom." Big Mom went back to sleep after she was full, while her children gathered in the hall to discuss matters. "Snag, just rest well. You don't need to be involved in the affairs of the Phoenix Pirates anymore." Katakuri brother. I understand. Facing his brother, who was 18 years older, Snag felt aggrieved like a child. Still one of the stronger members of the family, everything felt different after losing the star's halo. This failure made him lose some say and even the admiration from his younger siblings. Many looked at him differently now. Katakuri glanced at him, but didn't say any comforting words. Although he was more sentimental than their mother, with so many younger siblings, he couldn't value them all equally. Obviously, in his eyes, this potato creature was in the latter category. He continued, "Cracker didn't listen to me and went to find trouble with the Phoenix Pirates. There's a high chance he will lose to them. Are that rookie pirate crew really that strong?" Smudgy expressed some disbelief. "Don't underestimate them. The one speaking was Charlotte Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, whose status in the family was second only to Katakuri. His strength was also not to be underestimated. Although he wasn't a star, he was still stronger than Snag. After all, he was an awakened user of Conqueror's Haki and had eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Nakageo had disappeared for more than a year and suddenly reappeared, and many forces were collecting information about her, along with her companions receiving attention. The woman who defeated Snag was named Yeka, a new crew member of the Phoenix Pirates. You all know her strength. And there's also that female swordsman, Kuna. It said her strength is on par with Nakageo. This means the opposing ship has at least 3 people who can match a star, and they should not be treated as ordinary rookies. Smudgy exclaimed, with that kind of strength, they can definitely survive in the new world. No wonder they are so bold. Katakuri nodded, bring the fleet. This time, you and I will go together. We can't let them escape. Okay. Buru Buru as soon as Smudgy's words fell. The transponder snail on the table rang. Is it Cracker calling? Did he defeat his opponent? The transponder snail can mimic the appearance of its owner, and at that moment, it presented Cracker's likeness, especially the scar over his right eye. It couldn't be said to be completely similar, just exactly the same. Katakuri answered his sister's question. It's not him. It's Nakageo. It seems the one who was defeated is Cracker. He saw a brief glimpse of the future. Smudgy pressed the answer button, and a voice immediately came through. Hello? Is anyone there? Our esteemed star needs assistance. Katakuri, you are Nakageo? Yes, it's the captain. By the way, this transponder snail's tongue is a bit long. Is the person on the other end a snake monster? Instantly, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to a certain someone. Perispero, this is a transponder snail. Katakuri, being no ordinary person, asked without changing his expression, what is Cracker's condition? Well, things are not looking too good. The family of the injured should be prepared for the worst. By the way, you can start preparing for the banquet. All right, that joke isn't funny. Don't worry, he's still alive, just bleeding a bit too much. I can't be blamed for that. Who would have thought his body couldn't take a hit? When you come over, don't forget to bring a doctor. This wasn't a lie. Under Nakageo's full power swing, the biscuit soldiers fell one after another. And the powerful Haki defense was as ineffective as paper against such overwhelming attacks. Cracker was in the cabin, his hands red from slapping, and the speed of creating soldiers couldn't keep up with the speed of Nakageo's sword swings. The layers of defense kept decreasing until he violently broke through the wall in front of him. The result was predictable in Nakageo's phoenix form. He didn't last long before being knocked unconscious. If you can't make it in time to save him, it's fine. I have a companion with decent medical skills. To say the least, saving his life shouldn't be a problem. She certainly wouldn't be so kind as to treat injuries for the enemy. Not throwing him into the sea was already considering their shared status as ability users. Katakuri asked, so what is your purpose? I know you will continue to hunt us down, and I don't expect to resolve our conflict. Here's the deal. I'll let Cracker go back. And as a condition for sparing his life, let's change the way we fight. You really dare say that? There's no choice. After all, your 4 emperor powers are vast. The way is for me to send 9 people, and you also send 9. We'll find a place for a one-on-one duel. Of course, those who have already been defeated cannot compete again. Chapter 110. Do you want a wife? Sending 9 people each. Do you want to conduct a Davy back fight? Katakuri's expression was not very good, even though he had absolute confidence that he wouldn't lose. He wouldn't accept the opponent's challenge because he detested such a cruel game that could lead to the loss of family members. Davy Backfight is a game among pirates used to compete for companions. After each match, the winner can choose one person from the loser who cannot resist. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a disgrace among pirates. In the original story, Silver Fox Foxy won a large number of subordinates through this game and even targeted the Straw Hat Pirates, during which various tricks were played. And Robin and Chopper temporarily became his companions, but they ultimately lost to Luffy and the others. It's not that exaggerated. We just want to challenge the strong in the new world. It wouldn't have to be so troublesome if you weren't so numerous. This time, it's just Cracker alone. Next time, there might be thousands of people. The Phoenix Pirates don't have the guts to provoke the 4 emperors. Nojiko also hates this kind of game. Not because she's afraid of losing, but because she doesn't want to be looked down upon by her peers, since even if she loses, she won't admit it. How could she let someone take Goena or run away from her? If worst comes to worst, she could just quit being a pirate. Even more ruthless, if someone like Silver Fox Foxy dares to challenge her to a Davy back fight, she would just kill everyone on the other side and set their ship ablaze. Novats? Hee. Katakuri would be laughing in anger. After defeating our 2 commanders, you still dare to say such things? Oh, Oh haha, don't mind these details. Just say whether you agree or not. Oof. Put Cracker back. I accept your terms. At this moment, Perispero had a different opinion. Katakuri, the Yonko crew, is actually going to accept terms proposed by a newcomer? I disagree. That little brat even dared to call him Long Snake Monster. Does he have no pride? Noki rolled her eyes. Who is the leader here? One agrees and one disagrees. Whose word should we listen to? Don't think I don't know who you are. A bounty of 700 million, yet your arm got blown off by explosives. Did you make a deal with Red-Haired? At least they can say they were captured in the new era. And you? You just want to prove the power of firearms in one piece, right? She thought to herself, as long as this guy dares to come over, let Frank deal with him. There's no way an explosion fruit can't do what ordinary gunpowder can do, right? Blow him away. Katakuri said unequivocally, Perispero, this matter is now under my responsibility. I didn't say I disagreed. It's just that this little brat is too arrogant. Why should everything she says go? As the eldest son of the family, his voice carries less weight than that of the second son, because in the end, both the outside world and the internal matters are based on strength. However, he still needs to make his presence known, otherwise his younger siblings would only see Katakuri. Don't worry, you won't miss out on benefits either. 9 rounds, 5 wins. If we lose, how about joining Big Mom's crew? Adding a new force will significantly boost your overall strength. It's not a loss. Nojiko revealed his chips. Whether true or false, let's just get this matter over with first. Perispero mocked, Kid, you think too beautifully. According to your logic, even if you lose, there is no downside. What is being a pirate for? Besides freedom, money and fame are essential, and I care more about the latter. If I can defeat you, the Phoenix Pirates will also gain fame in one battle. But if we lose, I hope to keep my life, which is reasonable. Don't you think, Long Snake Monster? You are the Long Snake Monster. If you're not at ease, then let's go by your rules. A marriage alliance isn't unacceptable. And we just happen to have 2 bachelors on our ship. Bachelor Frank will, hey, Katakuri, Perispero. Nokigao continued, that day, that red-haired girl was quite nice. Garrett, she's near the phone bug, can you hear me? If you had to choose a husband, would you pick the uncle on our ship or the pretty boy? Due to her lack of strength, Garrett, who wasn't sitting in the front, replied, your voice is so loud, of course I can hear you. And everyone else can hear you too. Under the watchful eyes of many siblings. She really considered it for a moment. After all, it's normal for the children of the Charlotte family to be used for marriage alliances. If she could bring a powerful pirate crew under her banner, Big Mom would surely not refuse. If she doesn't fancy men, she could always choose a woman instead. How about that swordswoman who defeated you that day? Beautiful and strong. Hey, don't pinch me. All right, enough about you. Ahem. Since the swordswoman isn't considering marriage, what about me? Why don't we just make do with each other? It's not impossible. Just tell me the battlefield. Katakuri interrupted their conversation, not allowing the other to continue. What started as a serious situation was almost turning into a matchmaking event. The location, let me think. How about Dressrosa? I heard they're holding a competition there again. You and I can participate as contestants, defeat other opponents first, then have a one-on-one match. As for whether the sudden appearance of so many people would put pressure on Doflamingo, that was no longer a consideration, because she just randomly picked a place related to competitions in her mind. After all, Dressrosa's arena is famous. Okay, when Cracker returns to Cake Island, I'll take people over. Don't forget what you said, if my brother doesn't return safely. Don't worry, I'll wake him up before letting anyone leave. Regarding the marriage alliance, Nokigao was obviously joking. How could she possibly join someone else's crew? If the other side follows the rules, their chances of winning the upcoming battle are quite high. In case they lose, or the other party doesn't adhere to the agreement, she has her own way of escaping. Just relying on the newly emerged ability users on their ship. Big Fat, if you dare to slack off when I need your help, I'll stew you. Just thinking about it made her angry. The fruit she had just obtained was originally intended for Yekker, but unexpectedly, it was intercepted by a rabbit. What a waste. Chirp chirp, leave it to me. The rabbit, now full of confidence after gaining new abilities, reverted to its former self, and its arrogant expression made people want to slap it. Chapter 111. This road is mine an hour ago. As the battle between Nokigao and Cracker was about to reach its climax, the long silence system suddenly bubbled up. The moment the light screen popped up, she got distracted and was hit by her opponent's sword on her arm. Thankfully, her strong defense prevented her from being injured. In order to quickly see what the system was releasing, Nokigao stopped holding back and with a full force strike, nearly cut Cracker and his ship in half. Luckily, he dodged quickly and was only hit by the flames on the sword blade. Although he was seriously injured, he avoided the fate of death. However, the ship under his feet was not so lucky. It was first split in two, and then burned to ashes by the flames accompanying the slash. And the homies attached to the ship also ascended to the skies. Let me see what good stuff is nearby. The best part about this system is that it never issues any main or side quests. When treasures are present in the vicinity, it will give you a reminder. And with Nokigao's increasing strength, activating the location service consumes very little energy. Overall, it now functions like an invisible radar, capable of detecting things of interest within a certain range, whether treasures or devil fruits. To exaggerate a bit, if the final island, Raftel, is within 1,000 nautical miles of her, she can easily find its exact location. However, she has no interest in the Pirate King and won't go looking for any great treasures. When her strength is strong enough to roam freely in the New World, she could hold an auction and sell the location. The four emperors are all wealthy, so she wouldn't worry about not getting a high price. If anyone dares to come and steal it, that would be even better. She could openly take revenge, raiding them and turning the ground upside down. Ahem, digressing. Back to the main topic. Casually catching Cracker, who was losing consciousness and about to fall into the sea, Nokigao returned to the Thousand Sunny. Angel asked, why care about this guy? In his current state, as an ability user, if he falls into the sea, he will definitely die. There's a big difference between defeating him and killing him. It's not worth it to fight the four emperors over this. Besides, keeping him alive is still useful. Rein, just give him some medicine, as long as he doesn't die. Then lock him up with Sea Prism Stone. Leave it to me. Nokigao found a corner and eagerly looked at the content on the system screen. Ding! A devil fruit was gradually approaching the location of the host. A pie fell from the sky. Please pay attention to receive it. Below the text was a rough map with 2 points. A green point representing herself, and a red point representing the devil fruit, which was now blinking and moving closer to the green point. Was this another pirate crew that had obtained a devil fruit, but chose not to eat it? For such behavior, she could only say well done. If they all ate it, who would they be robbing? There was no psychological pressure in Black eating Black. In fact, it felt quite enjoyable. Without the bounty hunters' means to make money, they could only rely on their peers for support. In the distance, the ship transporting the devil fruit indeed flew the pirate flag. Contrary to what Nokigao thought, they were not unwilling to eat it, but rather afraid to do so, as this ship belonged to the Don Quixote family. If lower-ranking members dared to steal or secretly eat a devil fruit, being thrown into the waters near Dressrosa to feed the fighting fish was a common fate. After all, none of the family's executives were weak. Even if they became devil fruit users, they couldn't escape their grasp. Lord Bays, it's lunchtime. Shut up. No one can relax until we reach Dressrosa. The young master values this fruit very much. If something goes wrong. Wait, what did you just say? Lunchtime? Oh, I'm going to eat. You all guard outside. Maha Bays, with his short legs and stout but muscular body, squeezed through the hatch, almost breaking the door frame. As a family executive, his treatment was naturally different from ordinary members. While others stood watch on empty stomachs, he had wine and meat. No one dared to express dissatisfaction, unless they wanted to experience the feeling of being crushed into meat paste by dozens of tons of weight. Halfway through his meal, Bays sensed something was off. It was too quiet outside. It was one thing not to hear any voices, but why had the sounds of the wind and waves also disappeared? Even the sound of him smacking his lips while eating was gone. First, he ruled out the possibility of changing habits. He would never change in this lifetime. Something was wrong. Ignoring the food residue at the corner of his mouth, he grabbed the shield by his side and rushed outside. The door frame shattered, but no sound came through. However, Bays didn't have time to care about that, because everyone on the ship besides him was lying on the deck with vacant eyes. Even as he stepped out of the hatch, he was being affected by some kind of force, his body gradually trembling, subconsciously wanting to kneel and surrender. How is this possible? Is this conqueror's hockey? Even a young master couldn't bring such a strong sense of oppression. How could such a person exist in the world? After just saying 2 sentences, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength. Bays's chubby face twisted in a grimace, but unfortunately, no one but himself knew what he had said. Just as he was struggling with the omnipresent pressure, suddenly, the sky around him lit up, and the sounds returned. Angel, your ability is indeed useful, but it's so oppressive. The feeling of not being able to hear anything is too terrifying. Hey, who was it that gave me the silence fruit? Are you even embarrassed to say that now? As the sounds returned, the pressure on him gradually lessened until it disappeared completely. Only then did Maha Bays have the extra strength to look at the person who spoke. It's you. The Phoenix Pirates had not caused any major incidents since their establishment, but due to some of Nokigao's characteristics, their reputation was not small. As a capable subordinate of the warlords, Baze had naturally heard of these people and even analyzed some outdated intelligence carefully. Do you dare to attack us? Do you know whose ship this is? Baze understood that, judging from the earlier situation, he was definitely not a match for these people. Now he could only hope to scare them off with the young master's name. Nojiko asked, "Who is it, Kaido of the 100 Beasts or red-haired Shanks?" Baze. Wouldn't it seem less imposing to say it's the 7 warlords now? Chapter 112. Devil Fruit. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue, cleverly easing the awkwardness. All right, Nojiko, don't waste time. You could be cautious against the cadres of the 4 emperors, but now the opponent is just a subordinate of the mere 7 warlords. It wouldn't be appropriate to hesitate any longer. Didn't you say when you arrived that Doflamingo's strength was just so, and that you could defeat him without using your fruit abilities? Now the opponent doesn't feel awkward anymore, as his rationality is completely swayed by another emotion. Seeing the little girl opposite daring to underestimate their young master, Baze's fear instantly vanished. He raised his shield and jumped into the air with a fierce expression. Damn little brats, let us all perish in the sea together. Hell's 10,000 tons, Baze. As a ton pressure fruit user, he could easily change his weight, and in extreme states, he could weigh up to 10,000 tons. This sea doesn't allow anyone stronger than the young master. Upped. Just as Baze was about to fall, he was struck in the chest and head simultaneously by an arrow and a bullet, having only gotten halfway through his boastful speech before losing his life. Once a person dies, their fruit ability also disappears, and he fell without causing much of a splash. Angel curiously asked, "Why did he jump up?" Seeing a target in the air makes you want to shoot. It's a sniper's instinct. In the past, Nojiko liked to hover in the air, but she couldn't possibly attack her companions, so she held back her itching hands. But against an enemy, there's no need to hold back. As long as you dare to jump, I dare to shoot. Who knows? Maybe it's just a personal preference. Baze has already fallen into the sea, and by now, he is probably sunk to the bottom. Yeka sighed, realizing she couldn't retrieve her arrow. Earlier, she had casually drawn an arrow from behind, which happened to be one she brought from Women Island. There aren't many in total. Using one means one less. After finding the devil fruit in the cabin, Nojiko and the others left, while the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family remained unconscious on the ground. These people are just ordinary folks. Their bodies, having been hit by Conqueror's Haki, don't recover that quickly. They didn't even know who attacked them. Upon inspection, this fruit is classified as a paramecia teleportation fruit. Teleportation? It consumes stamina, allowing a person or object to be teleported within a certain range. Further development of the fruit's ability could even allow for enemy attacks to be teleported. Noki nodded in satisfaction. This ability is quite strong. It's somewhat similar to Trafalgar Law's surgical space. Although it lacks that strange cutting ability, the range of teleportation is even broader. Let me see. By the way, how is it that you can always accurately find the devil fruits? Is there some trick to it? Angel carefully examined the fruit in his hand, which was entirely light green, resembling an underdeveloped watermelon, and it was unappetizing at first glance. What was the first person to eat a devil fruit thinking? How could they swallow such an ugly fruit? Who knows? All right, give it back to me. Greedy. What's wrong with looking at it a little longer? Are you worried I'll eat it? If I could really eat 2 fruits, I'd give one to you, but unfortunately. Hey, shut up already. The two were chatting when they didn't notice a pair of red eyes fixated on the fruit in Angel's hand. By the time Noki realized it, it was too late. A fat tongue flicked out and swallowed the watermelon whole. Yuck. So disgusting. Even without chewing, it's terrible. Ah, you fat rabbit. I'm going to stew you. Nojiko stepped forward and executed a body slam, knocking the big fat one to the ground, shaking its neck vigorously with both hands. What kind of devil fruit does a rabbit eat? Gigi, let me go. All right, it has eaten it, and after all, it's still our companion. It's a good thing if the big fat one can become stronger, Guena advised. Although she didn't expect this scene, it had already happened, and they couldn't really stew the big fat one. It's too familiar, it's hard to eat. Yeka, this was originally prepared for you, Nojiko said, looking at the black-haired girl beside her. It doesn't matter. I didn't really want to become a land duck anyway. Yeka's face showed no signs of reluctance. She genuinely didn't care. Forget it. I'll let you have it, silly rabbit. Gigi. Noki let go of the fat rabbit, and it immediately jumped behind Angel to hide. But the latter's height was less than 6 meters. How could it block a giant rabbit over 3 meters tall? Most of its body was exposed. But it didn't care. This felt the safest. Next was the matter of negotiating with Katakuri and the others. New World, Dressrosa, Highland Palace. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, was sitting on the sofa talking to someone, unaware that his territory had been chosen as the battlefield for a great war. Doflamingo. The prize for the competition is ready, a paramecia-type devil fruit that will surely excite the participants. Diamante, one of the 4 highest-ranking executives of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Block, led the fighting group of the Don Quixote family. Since Doflamingo occupied Dressrosa, the arena had been placed under his name. Hee, I'll leave everything to you. I believe you won't let this fruit fall into someone else's hands. Hey, is it really appropriate to leave such an important matter to someone like me who's not outstanding in any way? Of course, you're my most capable subordinate, like a brother to me. If you don't want to go, since you said that, I accept it. Leave everything to me. Ha 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 ha. Hee. Just as the two were laughing heartily, someone with a gloomy expression walked over. Young master, something happened to base. Lao Ji held an unturned telephone snail, and on the other end was the transport ship that had been plundered by Noki not long ago. Young master, the situation at that time was like this. Lord Bays had just entered the cabin when we felt an intense sense of oppression. Then everything went black, and when we woke up again, Lord Bays, the devil fruit, and the treasures on the ship had all disappeared. Young master, please forgive us for our negligence. We truly encountered an invincible enemy. Even though we didn't see anyone, that sense of oppression is unmistakable, very similar to the conqueror's hockey you've used. An enemy like that is something we can't. Doflamingo shouted impatiently, shut up. Bays' life card. He looked at Lao Ji, who opened his palm to reveal a handful of gray dust with a red star, indicating that the owner of the life card had already passed away. Come back. This incident is not your fault. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. We'll return to Dressrosa immediately. Doflamingo hung up the phone expressionlessly. A capable subordinate is dead, and the fruit we spent so much manpower and resources to find is gone. How can I let you useless people live in peace? You will atone for your sins in the underground factory in the guise of toys. Chapter 113. Longing. A terrifying aura erupted from Doflamingo, radiating over 1,000 meters. Under his influence, the surrounding space gradually darkened. A few seconds later, only a handful of people in the entire Highland Palace could still maintain their composure. Young master, what happened? Sensing the anger in the hockey, the other executives of the Don Quixote family put down what they were doing and gathered in Doflamingo's room. Young master, stop. Dringer can't handle this power yet. Gladius was holding a youthful blonde boy, around 13 or 14 years old, who now had pale eyes and was somewhat unconscious. I'm sorry, Doflamingo said, pressing his forehead. His subordinates couldn't see his current expression. Young master, what should we do next? Diamante could no longer smile. Bays was one of the earliest members to join the family aside from the 4 highest executives, having vowed to help the young master ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. Now, however, he had perished at sea due to an outing mission. The young master must be very sad. At all costs, track down all the ships that pass through that sea area. Yes, we'll gather the others. Doflamingo sat still, lost in thought. The family executives left one after another. Only Baby 5 glanced at him before leaving with the others, her expression somewhat hesitant, but ultimately she said nothing. Shouldn't we send someone to retrieve Bays' body? This was what she wanted to say. But seeing that even the older executives in the family and the young master himself didn't mention it, she felt it was inappropriate to bring it up. Perhaps pirates don't believe in burial. Bays, the transport fruit. Doflamingo's anger was not feigned. Bays had followed him for over 20 years. Not to say they were like brothers, but he was one of his most trusted subordinates. How could he not be upset? How could he not be angry? Of course, as someone capable of personally killing his father and brother, the death of a subordinate wouldn't greatly affect him. This sadness would pass after a good sleep. What he couldn't accept was that Bays died without any value, killed on the way back from transporting goods. How could that be considered a sacrifice for him? And that devil fruit, if it were just an ordinary paramecia type used as a prize in the arena, that would be one thing. But anything related to space has extremely powerful abilities, and the value of the transport fruit is even comparable to that of a Logia type. He had already negotiated the terms of trade with a big figure in the underground world, and the advance payment had been received, but now the goods were gone. How could he explain this to the other party? To maintain his position as an intermediary, he would have to give up some benefits. I hope I don't find out who did this. EC Cocoa Village. The previous job earned Nami a lot of money, and with the treasures contributed by other unfortunate souls, the specially made safe on the small boat was already full, prompting her to consider a trip home. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Zoro followed her back to Cocoa Village, with the former shamelessly wanting to recruit her as a partner, adamant about not leaving without an affirmative answer. The day after returning home, Everyone was well rested, and Nami and Zoro began to fight. The reason for this action was that she had heard Noki mention before that in Frost Moon Village, the three of them fought every day. At first, she was bullied badly by Zoro until later. As she grew older and her strength and stamina doubled, she was finally able to overpower this three-sword-style swordsman. What her sister had done before, she wanted to experience as well. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. This person was Naka's sister and also a devil fruit user, so Zoro naturally wouldn't underestimate her. He drew his three swords from his waist as soon as he entered the ring. Nami raised a cluster of flames in her hands. Her smile full of confidence. Bring it on. Three-sword style. Super large flame tornado. Who can tell me how to cut this? The battle didn't last long. Amidst the astonished gasps of the spectators, Zoro was chased by a flame tornado several meters in diameter and jumped into the sea. Nami, you're amazing. Brother Zoro lost so quickly. Are devil fruits really that powerful? It makes me want to eat one. After the flames dissipated, Johnny and Joseph hurriedly helped Zoro, whose face had turned black from the smoke. Big brother, are you okay? Nami smiled and said, by the way, did you really train in the same place as Nokigao? Why does it feel like there's such a big gap in your strength? Oof. She was only a little stronger than me before she left Frost Moon Village. But now you've been defeated by her sister. Ability users are really too tricky. How are we supposed to fight them? Am I supposed to cut through the flames? If you can do it, give it a try. How is that possible? No, there must be a way to do it. It can't be that all the strong people in this world are ability users. How do those who haven't eaten a devil fruit deal with Logia types? It seems like you can't beat me for now. As expected, I could do what Nokigao can do. Oh, stop talking nonsense. I was also fooled by that woman, which delayed my departure by a year. Now the gap between us is getting bigger. I don't feel regret or anything like that, just a bit frustrated, especially after seeing Nokigao's bounty. Over 300 million. Compared to the pirates I've taken down who were worth hundreds of millions, the gap is too big. Speaking of which, I shouldn't have refused her invitation to join the ship back then. Otherwise, I would be earning billions by now, and I wouldn't have to go around robbing for a little treasure. No. Stealing everywhere. Stealing from 7 or 8 pirate crews wouldn't even add up to 10 million. The people in East Blue are still too poor. Nami actually felt a bit regretful. Why did she have to go against her? It wasn't worth it just to spite her. 2 years ago, she said she didn't care, but deep down, it was impossible not to feel resentment towards Nokigao. She hated her for leaving her, for making her stay among her enemies for 5 years, facing the villagers' hostility, the fishermen's contempt, and the most unbearable loneliness. Occasionally, when she thought back to that painful feeling, tears would uncontrollably fall. Nokigao returned after training, easily avenging her mother and the villagers, shining brightly like a hero. As for her, it felt as if the past few years had been in vain. Influenced by various complex emotions, she declined the invitation. In fact, it was just an uncomfortable feeling. It had nothing to do with not being able to grow through training. Nokigao probably saw this and didn't insist. But what she didn't know was that if she flew to Nami now and extended another invitation, the outcome would be very different. Time had proven that their feelings for each other were not easily influenced by negative emotions. This separation lasted 2 years, and the darkness in Nami's heart was gradually replaced by longing. That bit of resentment turned into a grudge. This ungrateful sister hadn't come back to see her after so long. What good were 2 phone calls a month? She could only hear a voice without seeing the person. And that damn magnetic field of the Grand Line made it impossible to connect with the transponder snail. So annoying. Chapter 114. So scary, didn't you want me to become your partner? Nami looked at Luffy, who was nodding vigorously, yes. Now we set off of the Grand Line. I'll join you. She really wanted to see her. The Grand Line? To become the Pirate King. You have to go there, but I promised someone I wouldn't go until a year later. Not only am I powerful, but I'm also a navigator. So impressive. But, Luffy was anxiously scratching his head, looking to Zoro and the others for help. Zoro, this is your business. I don't care. Did he not want to leave the East Blue? Of course he did. But who made him meet those 2 timid guys, Johnny and Joseph? They trembled at the mere mention of the Grand Line. No one to help. By the time Kuna became the world's greatest swordsman, he wouldn't even be close to the Red Line. Of course, this had nothing to do with not being able to find the way. He simply didn't like drinking alone. Nami seized on a flaw in Luffy's words. So what you mean is that I can't go to the Grand Line as a pirate until a year later? Yeah. Upon hearing this, Johnny and Joseph couldn't help but laugh. She continued, then how about this? We go to the Grand Line first, and a year later, I'll switch to being a pirate, which wouldn't count as breaking the promise. I see. Then you can become my partner, and Zoro and the others. We can all go on adventures together. Wait, why does this feel familiar? Luffy seemed to realize something, but couldn't he remember what the issue was. Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph exchanged glances, all wearing the same smile. But wasn't he familiar? Half a month ago, they had tricked Luffy in the same way. The Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral S. Office. Sengoku, Garp, Tsu, Kazuru, and Akainu were all present, except for Akiji, who was out riding a bike. The highest-ranking members of the Navy were gathered here. I received intelligence this morning regarding the high-ranking officials of the Four Emperors. Not everyone in the Navy likes to solve problems with their fists. Sengoku is called a wise general because he thinks more than other naval leaders who only know how to fight head-on. For example, deploying intelligence personnel around the world is something Garp thinks is just a waste of time. Now, on to serious matters. The old bastard eating during the meeting should leave. After Garp licked his fingers covered in sunbae crumbs, he stretched out his legs on the meeting table, acting nonchalant. Whatever. Eating sunbae is my greatest hobby. I'll eat wherever I want. Sengoku, you bastard. You're eating my food. Cough, cough, back to business. Wouldn't he come here to watch the two old geezers bicker? That's not a good look. Tsuru interrupted the two who were still arguing about snacks. Her eyes almost rolling to the back of her head. They were old enough to act like children. Sengoku pretended to tidy his collar before finally addressing the reason for calling everyone together. The intelligence personnel from Totland reported that Katakuri and others are going to duel the Phoenix Pirates in Dressrosa. Katakuri? Phoenix Pirates? A duel? So scary. Apart from Garp. The other three responded symbolically. Yes, Nokigao has taken Kuri as a hostage, using his life as a bargaining chip to challenge Katakuri and others. Akainu asked in surprise. That kid can take Kuri hostage? Although he didn't think much of Big Mom Pirate's third commander's strength, if you remember correctly. The Phoenix Pirates had just entered the New World not long ago. How could they defeat a high-ranking official of the Four Emperors so quickly? Not only that, she not only defeated Kuri, but also the fourth commander Snack, who was defeated by one of her subordinates, confirmed by the intelligence personnel not to be Kuna. Sengoku didn't expect Nokigao and the others to grow so quickly. After disappearing for more than a year, they reappeared with astonishing achievements. His initial judgment was still good. It was just a pity that these people couldn't become part of the Navy. Kizuru. So scary, the new generation. Sengoku. If you don't want to speak, you can shut up. You always say that. Do you believe I'll send you to the New World to guard and never let you enjoy the leisurely life of clocking in and out again? Tsuru. It seems we underestimated her potential. Sengoku nodded. Young and strong. I'm very worried they become the next red-haired pirates. It's not impossible. What is her reason for challenging Katakuri? Just for fame? It should be. Otherwise, there's no other reason. Their objectives are not important. What matters is our attitude. Whether to let it go or take this opportunity to wipe out these gathered pirates. Two suggestions were given in the discussion, but Akainu was clearly leaning towards the latter, always advocating for complete eradication of pirates without any hesitation. I would like to do that, but the current situation is that neither side can move. Katakuri and them are from the Four Emperors. It wouldn't be difficult for an admiral to lead a team to capture them, but the Navy isn't ready to go to war with the Four Emperors yet. As for Nokigao-sai, the Gorosei intend to make her a warlord of the sea. Sengoku had always looked down on the warlords of the sea. They were just a bunch of pirate scum. Yet the world government loved to do this, claiming it was to deter pirates, but secretly to balance the Navy. 7 what seas? Boring. Garp mumbled as he lay on the table, thinking of Ace. That grandson who had previously rejected the invitation to become a warlord of the sea and went to the Whitebeard pirates to be their son, really not taking him. The grandfather, seriously. Next time he saw that old guy Whitebeard, he would definitely have a good talk with him about it. Why should the grandson I raised with such difficulty become your son? Huh, seems like that's not a loss either. Ha ha. A few people ignored the quirky old man fooling around on the side. Vice Admiral Tsuru asked. They can't move, but other pirates can, right? Sengoku nodded. Soon the whole New World will know that the Phoenix Pirates are challenging the top executives of the Four Emperors. Dressrosa will inevitably attract a large number of pirates, many of whom come with bounties. The main purpose of bringing you here this time is to discuss how to capture all of them. He even planned to send people to spread rumors that the winners of the competition will receive generous rewards, using the lure of money to attract those desperate individuals. Who will lead the team? Kizuru lowered his head to drink tea, remaining silent, knowing that someone else was more proactive than him. I'll go personally. Akainu stood up, asserting that only he could ensure the greatest victory by leading the team himself. If it were the other two, he would write his name backward if they managed to do a good job. Sengoku nodded. Well then, it's up to you. This momentum is quite frightening. No wonder it's Sakazuki. Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu, all with a death glare. Oh, hee, I'm used to it. Garp, ha 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 ha. This old man is already imagining calling Whitebeard his son the next time they meet. Chapter 115. The world's greatest martial arts tournament? After finalizing the upcoming matters, the few of them stood up to leave, each with their own work to attend to. Even Kizuru needed to return to the office to continue his shift. At that moment, a major walked in after knocking on the door. Marshal Sengoku, this is the newspaper from the World Economic News published today. It has major news. He handed out several copies of the newspaper to the big shots in the room. The strongest supernova will hold a pirate martial arts tournament at the arena in Dressrosa on the 1st of next month, welcoming strong individuals from all over the world to participate. The organizers promise that the top 3 of the tournament will receive generous rewards, with the champion's prize reaching 1 billion berries. Contestants are not restricted by age, gender, or race, as long as they have strength. They have a chance to gain immense wealth. P.S. This is a celebration for pirates. Strong individuals from the Navy or other factions, please do not come to join the fun. The tournament prohibits the participation of the 4 emperors themselves, as the organizers clearly stated they cannot defeat any of the 4 emperors. A certain world's #1 swordsman should also stay away. Ha ha ha. This martial arts tournament is quite good. Hey, Sengoku, let me handle this mission. I guarantee I can knock down all the pirates with a single punch. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at this old man who could barely recognize a few characters, shaking her head helplessly. Didn't you see it says only pirates are allowed to participate? Are you going to change your identity for this kind of thing? Well, it's not impossible. First, participate as a pirate, and after the fights, when we get the money, I can turn into a Navy officer on the spot and arrest all the contestants. Hey, that's a good idea, huh? Sengoku, you can give me the title of strategist. Sengoku, Tsuru, what is wrong with this old man? Arrogant little brat. Akainu's hand turned red, and the newspaper turned to ashes from the heat. He has always disdained pirates who seek the limelight, and holding a competition so openly is clearly disrespecting the Navy. Kizura chuckled. This is interesting, but unfortunately, I can't participate. Finally, something coming out of his mouth, ISNT terrifying. By the way, 1 billion berries is also not a small amount for a Marine Admiral. At least it's equivalent to several years' worth of salary. So it's normal for this old fox to be interested. Sengoku said, this also makes it easier for us. We don't have to think of ways to attract those people anymore. Sakazuki, you will take full responsibility for this. Vice Admiral Virgo from G5 base and Major Iska from G3 base will assist you in capturing pirates from 2 other directions in Dressrosa. Yes, then I'll head back. I've been quite busy these days. After Akainu left, Kizuru followed suit. It wasn't tea time to get off work yet, so he could return to his office for a cup of tea. It's uncomfortable here. The old man and old lady are all staring at him. Actually, they aren't tea. Since I can't go to join the fun, I'll take a vacation then. Speaking of which, it's been almost a year since I last saw that kid Luffy. I wonder how his training is going. Without his world's most loving grandpa keeping an eye on him, he won't be slacking off, right? Garp waved his hand and left. Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled. Anyway, he's reached retirement age, so let him go. Sengoku sighed. We're getting old too, but the sea is becoming increasingly chaotic. How can we rest assured passing the burden to the young ones? Being a marshal is not easy. If it weren't for Garp occasionally teasing you, I would almost forget what your original personality was like. Try to trust the younger generation. Even though they have various flaws, they are still quite excellent as Marines. Sigh. If only Kuzan and Sakazuki could complement each other as personalities. There is no such good thing in the world, right? That's true. As for Borisolino, well, personality-wise, he is already hopeless. No matter who you choose, he won't be selected as a successor. On the other side, after accepting a few interviews, Nojiko waved goodbye to the reporters from the World Economic News with a smile. Once they were out of sight, she began to curse. Damn Birdman. Wrote so many reports and didn't give a dime. I see you're not an albatross, but a stingy chicken. This doesn't sound like something a person worth 1 billion would say. Kuina truly looked at someone with new eyes this time. She didn't expect someone who usually loves money would actually be willing to spend so much to host a competition. The sun must be rising in the west. Angel nodded in agreement. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. By the way, aren't you afraid you won't be able to get the money back? If you don't have money to buy ingredients later, don't blame me for not being able to cook. Flaneda was still somewhat dissatisfied with being forced to cook by someone. What to stir fry? A true hero should swing a club to fight. Just hire a cook if needed. ISNT, it said there are no opponents. I'll organize a prize competition. it will definitely attract a large group of strong individuals. And everyone can fight to their heart's content. As for the prize money, don't worry. As long as those old monsters don't come to join the fun, the first place will definitely not be taken away by others. With top-notch talent and no lack of effort. From leaving Cocoa West Village at the age of 12 to now, it has been a full 7 years, and training hasn't stopped for a single day. Nojiko's physique has reached a terrifying level, and with the physical enhancement from the Phoenix form, it's normal for her to have confidence in winning the championship. Actually, I've been wanting to ask, didn't Tiwi agree to a one-on-one battle with the Big Mom Pirates? Why is there a tournament now? Will expressed his doubts. Don't worry about these unimportant things. As long as they come to participate, it's fine. How could Noki admit that this was a spur-of-the-moment idea when she hadn't thought of it at all before? However, in her view, this fighting competition could be held continuously, once a year, with the prize pool accumulating and the scale gradually expanding, until one day the Navy and the Revolutionary Army could send people to participate. People from all over the world could join in, eventually turning it into the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Perhaps one day, the allure of being the champion could rival that of the Pirate King. Even if it couldn't compare, the coordinates of Raftel could be given as a champion's prize. Of course, on the premise that she had already achieved strength that matched or even surpassed the 4 emperors. Once the event matured, it could also host the world's top swordsmanship competition, the strongest sniper contest, and a beauty pageant for men on the Grand Line. Cough, scratch that. Cavendish. Well, this could work. The Phoenix Pirates might as well change their name to the world's #1 pirate crew. Chapter 116, Doflamingo. We have home field advantage Nami. The captain, there's a new newspaper. Johnny waved to stop the delivery seagull in the sky, but after rummaging through his pockets for a long time, he couldn't find any money and could only look at the richest person on the ship with a pleading gaze. Yes, Nami chose to join them, partly because she found Luffy interesting and partly because she had some connection with Zoro, making these few idiots much more reliable than others she didn't know. Buy the newspaper if you have it, and also give me a copy. Nami was sitting in the corner, honing her abilities. A ball of flame the size of an orange was being stretched continuously, eventually taking the shape of a phoenix, flying around her fingertips. I have no money, Johnny replied bluntly. He never lied, and when he said he had no money, he truly had none. I can lend you some, considering we're all on the same ship. Let us say a daily interest of 50%. Strange. It seems like transforming into an animal is easy, but transforming into a human is not. What could be the reason? The flame transformed from a phoenix into a small figure, but the features were completely unrecognizable. Was it because too much time had passed that she had forgotten what that person looked like? Too dark, Captain Nami. I'm your most loyal little brother. Gagaga. If you don't give me money, I'm leaving. I'm busy. Okay? Then go borrow from someone else. Is there anyone else on this ship who has money besides her? The last of his berries was spent in Cocoa West Village. Otherwise, where would the supplies come from? I'll lend it, sob, sob, sob. If I could get news about my idols, what'd I say little cost to pay? Idols? Who? Nami asked casually. Who else could it be but Noki? He and Joseph were influenced by that woman to set sail. And from the looks of it, she must have stirred up some news again. Zoro couldn't bear to see Johnny being bullied and proactively explained. Goodness, 50% interest calculated daily. Only a fool would lend that money. Alas, unfortunately, his little brother is a fool. You can only say that now. On another timeline, I don't know which green hair guy borrowed 100,000, and even if he paid it back the same day, he was still scammed for a hefty interest. Whoosh. Crack. Nami suddenly appeared in front of the delivery seagull, tossing 2 coins into its pocket while simultaneously grabbing the newspaper. At this speed, not to mention the bird involved, even Luffy and Zoro didn't react in time. Joseph, standing by, shouted, Captain Nami, you broke the deck. Nami replied without turning her head. It's fine, just fix it up. She got a bit excited when she heard the newspaper was related to Noki, and when she stood up, she used flames to assist her run, but ended up using too much force. How can you just fix it? This is our 1 billion. The most important. Has she gone mad? Ship. All right, I'll go fix it. New World, Dressrosa. Doflamingo, do you want me to drive those pirates away? In the royal palace on the hill, the officers of the Don Quixote family gathered again. The one asking the question was a massive man whose voice did not match his size, if one had to describe it. It was like a child who had entered puberty too early, high-pitched and sharp. This is troublesome. During my patrol with Buffalo these past few days, I found that over 100 pirate ships are docked in the harbor, and there are too many of them. Baby 5 slowly exhaled a smoke ring. It was the first time in her life she had seen so many pirates, The temptation of 1 billion berries is indeed great. He he he. Numbers have never been a problem in front of me. This statement wasn't entirely out of arrogance. As a rock assimilation man, Sika's attack range was the largest among all the family officers, even surpassing Monet, who was a Logia user. This is purely a matter of personal strength. No matter how you put it, the snow fruit is still stronger than the smoke fruit. But the performance of the user may not be that great. When Sika fully unleashed his abilities, the height of the rock giant could reach 470 meters, making him almost immune to all attacks. Ordinary pirates facing such a monster would only end up being ground into paste. Fu. Arrogant little brat. Doflamingo first scolded the person who held a competition here without his permission and then answered his subordinate's question. Since it's a celebration for pirates, there's no need to stop it. Just remember to prepare more medical personnel. He emphasized the last 4 words, and his subordinates instantly understood the implication. Where are those who were seriously injured and needed medical assistance in past competitions now? Bull and Sugar exchanged glances and smiled. Leave it to us. One was ugly and sloppy, the other innocent and cute. Purely in terms of appearance, they could be described as a combination of devil and angel, but in reality, they were both extremely wicked. Diamante suggested. Doflamingo, the arena is our home ground. Everyone should participate too. 1 billion berries is not a small amount. And I'm sure the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place won't be bad either. More importantly, we can take out that arrogant group from the Phoenix Pirates in the competition. Frank, great. I feel a lot younger after becoming a little brat. Sure, anyone who wants to participate can. As the masters of Dressrosa, we cannot be underestimated by outsiders. Doflamingo nodded. If it weren't for his identity as king, he would have wanted to personally teach those people a lesson. Let me take the stage. Old but unyielding. Burning my life, G. Ouch, that hurts. Lao G had just struck a pose when he twisted his lower back, and Baby 5 hurried to help him sit on the sofa. At that moment, the transponder snail rang. What is it? Young master, bad news. It's the Big Mom Pirates. The cadres of the Yonko have appeared at the harbor. They actually came too? Did you see who it was? Doflamingo asked. Is a competition hosted by a newcomer that attractive? When has the Yonko ever been short on money? Or is there something about this that I don't know? It's Katakuri. And the second commander, Smoothie. Thinking of the scene he just saw, the subordinate was almost in tears. He merely glanced through a telescope, but was instantly spotted by the other side, despite being hundreds of meters away. That man's gaze is terrifying. Doflamingo. Luckily, I didn't plan to participate in the competition. Losing in front of so many people would be too embarrassing. Chapter 117. Katakuri arrives at the port of Dressrosa. A group of pirates was gathered, discussing something. Suddenly, a powerful sense of oppression came over them, as if someone had grabbed them by the throat, and the words they wanted to say got stuck in their mouths. Besides the approaching footsteps, it was as if everything else had been muted. After that group walked away, the voices gradually started to return. I couldn't even breathe. Who were those people? A huge bearded man let out a breath, his legs feeling weak. Did you just come from the 4 seas? Even if you're from the paradise, you should know about the 4 emperors, right? The blonde guy next to him asked. 4 emperors? Of course I know. T-Beard, came to the New World to do one thing, take down a sea emperor and take their place. Wait, was that leading man one of the 4 emperors? Isn't that too strong? Of course not, but he is Charlotte Katakuri, the top officer of the Big Mom Pirates, a terrifying man with a bounty over 1 billion, so of course he's strong. Here, your chance has come. First defeat him in the competition, then go to Whole Cake Island and defeat Big Mom. If you can do that, you'll be the new 4 emperor. Just don't forget to treat me to drinks then. However, at the banquet, you might end up lying in a box as the host. My bounty is only over 60 million. Am I supposed to go and die against the billion man? I suddenly realized that being an ordinary pirate is quite interesting. Challenging the 4 emperors is too unrealistic. Well, let them be proud for a while. When I completely grow up and make the world change color, I'll skip the 4 emperors and head straight for the Pirate King's throne. Brother T-Beard really has ambition. I admire you. It seems pirates with thick beards are no ordinary people. The blonde guy thought, this guy can talk big, even more than my captain. He has quite a talent. Little brother, you're also a pirate, right? Yes, what is up? I feel like we hit it off. Would you like to come on my ship? I can give you a cadre position. Oh, maybe not. I've already joined another pirate crew, and I'm considered cadre on board. Although I'm just the atmosphere group leader, I'm not an ordinary member, right? That is a real pity. Come on, I'll treat you to drinks. Then thank you, brother. The 2 linked arms, but with such a height difference, they joked and left, followed by a bunch of T-Beard subordinates. Although some were a bit unaware of the situation, this guy was quite generous, making him a decent person among pirates. Brother Katakuri. Didn't we agree to only come with 9 people for that Nokigao? Brule stood in front of nearly 30 brothers and sisters. And now it was more than enough for a 1-on-1, even 3-on-1, which was different from what was agreed upon. Although she had the face of an old witch and was 40 years old, Brule still loved to wear white dresses and was quite innocent. Katakuri. She changed her mind first. We don't have to abide by the agreement. Most of the well-known strong ones from the Big Mom Pirates have come. The first star, Katakuri, and his triplet brothers Daifuku and Oven. The latter two, although not as strong as the former, are also top performers in the family. The second star, Smoothie, and her triplet sisters, Strudel and Snakeman, known as the 3 sisters who slack off, the soy sauce squad, crossed out. The third star, the triplet sisters of Cracker, Charlotte Custard and Charlotte Angelou, represented by the ghostly Madame Amand, the 4 sisters. As a unique swordsman, Amand's sword skills are impressive. Charlotte Canny, Charlotte Cadence, Charlotte Cavallette, and Charlotte Gala, 3 out of 5 brothers, all strong men skilled in armament hockey and martial arts. Notably, Canny always has a slender girl sitting on his shoulder, who in the original story's Whole Cake Island arc was the one who fatally beat Luffy when he was starving. However, their unfortunate brother, the eldest of the quintuplets, the Cream, Minister Charlotte Opera, who would one day be accidentally killed by Big Mom, did not come. Perhaps the siblings found him too sticky. He looked like a cream that had come to life. Charlotte Prim and Charlotte Praline, who possessed the traits and abilities of fishmen. The latter even inherited some of Big Mom's monstrous strength, making her extremely powerful in water. Besides these multiples, there were also Brule, Mondor, and over 10 other Charlottes. Although their basic combat abilities were not particularly strong, each had their own characteristics. Brule's fruit ability allows her to travel freely in the mirror world. Mondor is not only smart, but his book fruit in the original story also left a deep impression, with the only weakness being a fear of fire, long tongue. No, that Paraspero, who didn't come along but stayed at Whole Cake Island with the healed Cracker and Snakeman. According to him, if even Katakuri can't defeat Nokigao and the others, having him their wound help, to send out so many of us, the Phoenix Pirates, should we say you're lucky or unlucky? Actually, Brule didn't care who the enemy was. What mattered was being able to do something with her family, which made her feel happy. I didn't expect people from the 4 emperors to come. Are we underestimating the Phoenix Pirates a bit? This money won't be easy to get. Hey, are you kidding? What's wrong? Look over there. What a big deal. The Big Mom Pirates are here. Can it get any? Whoa, the Whitebeard Pirates. As a ship flying the Whitebeard flag approached, many pirates made way. Even though the arriving aura was far less than Katakuri's, no one dared to speak loudly. As long as Whitebeard is alive, the deterrent power of the world's strongest pirate crew will not diminish. Ace, I really don't understand why you would participate in such a competition. How much influence can a newcomer have? It's too easy to become the champion. There's no fun in that. The one speaking was the 4th Division Captain, Sachi. Among the many officers on the ship, he had a relatively good relationship with Ace, or rather, he got along well with everyone. I also don't understand why a chef like you is joining the fun. If you leave, what will Dad and the others eat? Ace's appearance was similar to before. He still wore half his clothes, exposing his upper body. Fortunately, the climate in Dressrosa was warm, so he wouldn't get cold. Chapter 118. The headlines were stolen again. Dad only cares about having wine. He doesn't mind what he eats, and as for the others, as long as they don't starve, it's fine. I've been cooking on the ship for a long time. I'm tired of it. It's a rare opportunity to come out and have some fun. Look, another amateur chef. What's wrong with people these days? They're not dedicated at all. Screw you, we have high standard for food, okay? By the way, Ace, you haven't answered this idiot chef's question yet. If you're looking for an opponent, the brothers would be very willing to spar with you. It can't be just for the money, right? Flower Sword Vista is the 3rd captain of the Whitebeard Pirates on this trip, and the last one. They sent 3 high-ranking officers for this competition, which to outsiders seems to give enough face to the Billionberries. It's to challenge that woman. The failure in the amusement park stayed with him for a long time. Apart from the 3 cadres, everyone who came along this time were members of the 2nd Division. Ace's subordinates, including former members of the Spade Pirates. Hearing the captain's words, the expressions on masked dais and the others became complex. It was those people who made them understand what defeat truly meant. Which one? Phoenix Noki? No way. The dignified 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is going to challenge a newcomer? Sachi looked incredulous. Don't underestimate her. After all, she's a Mythical Zoan user, just like Marco. Bista had gathered information about the Phoenix Pirates, and while he wasn't particularly interested in the others, The young swordsman named Quina caught his attention, so he tagged along this time, just to test the swordsmanship level of the new era. Ace laughed and said, "Newcomer. Speaking of which, I only entered the new world a year earlier, and I lost terribly when I fought her back then." He straightforwardly admitted to having failed before. There was nothing shameful about it. The captain lost to Noki? Is that true? I've never heard of that before. Well, that was in the past. We hadn't even come to the new world then. As the captains were talking, the crew members behind them began to discuss as well. Sachi punched Ace on the shoulder and laughed. "I didn't expect you to have such a past. Losing to a woman. You didn't hold back, did you?" Bista chimed in, "These days, women are no pushovers. Just recently, Ace was chased around by that female Navy officer. Ha. Our 2nd Division captain really has high charm. You too. Forget it. You'll understand her terror once you face Noki." Ace ignored the two brothers and looked at the person behind him. "Teach, you're strong. Come join me in the competition." Blackbeard was not yet the ruthless man who would be laughed at even after losing quite a few teeth. He currently looked like an unremarkable fat man, smiling innocently. "I want to participate. I'll cheer for you from the audience." Ace shook his head with a smile. "Who never competes in anything. Don't seem like a pirate at all." That's just my personality." Not long after the Whitebeard pirates had left, another pirate ship docked near the port but attracted little attention. This flag looks a bit unfamiliar. Let me see. Oh, it seems to be the Handsome Pirates. Oh, I remember now. That's the crew of the pirate aristocrat, right? Wasn't he captured? Maybe he escaped again at some point. Who cares? Just a minor character. By the way, did you buy tickets for the arena? Don't mention it. I stood in line all night, and when it was almost my turn, they ran out. What bad luck. A few pirates glanced at the newly arrived ship before shifting their focus. With this time, they might as well discuss who is stronger, Bista or Smoker, since both are the strongest swordsmen of their respective pirate crews, and the battle would surely be spectacular. Cavendish is a really no fan of mine in the new world. Damn Phoenix pirates. Damn Noki, you've stolen all the spotlight. Such a big news about my prison escape only appears on the back of the newspaper. Is my handsome face not as attractive as a mere 1 billion berries? Shallow world. Smoker, stationed at Spade Archipelago, did not personally escort the handsome pirates to the underwater prison, even though he instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on Cavendish. Some Navy officers were still negligent during the transport, allowing Rommel S. Scythe to seize the opportunity to escape. After regaining consciousness, Cavendish single-handedly hijacked the escort warship and rescued his subordinates. According to tradition, the next step should be a huge bounty increase, extensive newspaper coverage, and then everywhere he goes, people shout, "Lord Cavendish, is that the pirate aristocrat?" How dazzling. It should have been like that. But why did his victory over the Navy coincide with Noki hosting the martial arts tournament? Is the World Economic News running out of paper? If so, just say it. He would T-mine self-publishing. Damn it, it's bad enough to be on the back page. Their ISNT, even a photo. Morgan, one day I'll pull out all your feathers. Captain, I just heard that someone from the Four Emperors has also arrived. Are you really going to participate in the competition? ISNT that too dangerous? Stop talking nonsense. I'm determined to take down Noki. Not to mention the Four Emperors. Even if the Pirate King comes, it won't matter. After a hearty meal, we'll say goodbye to T-Beard, big brother. Although you look ugly and your strength is lacking, I really like your character. Let us drink together again when we have the chance. With that, he left. Hick, did that kid just insult me? No. We'll praise your character as being generous. Hick, I really can't drink anymore, boss. Let us head back. Did I hear that wrong? Forget it. I'll take a nap first. We'll staggered around the town until the alcohol wore off before heading to where his companions were staying. Returning directly after drinking would surely earn him disdain for the smell. Excuse me, sir, which direction is the arena? At an intersection, he was stopped by a short-haired man leaning on a cane. It couldn't really be called stopping, as the man's nearly 3-meter height made him look like a wall, and Will, who was about 7 meters tall, had to look up at a 45-degree angle to see the other's face. This height difference had no appeal at all. Chapter 119. Just a gambling blind man in the arena? Oh, you want to watch the competition, right? It starts in 2 days. Old man, it's too late to buy tickets now and you're blind. What is the point of going to watch a match? You might as well find a place on the street to listen. The sound from the image phone bugs at this close distance is still very clear. However, with his upbringing, he couldn't bring himself to say such rude things. I've been blind for many years, so it's naturally inconvenient to watch the matches. I'm here to sign up. The martial arts tournament doesn't restrict blind people from participating, right? There's no such restriction, but old man, are you a pirate? You don't look like one. Even Will, after going through several battles, had cultivated a sharp aura that would be considered intimidating in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet the kindly smiling old man before him didn't seem imposing at all apart from his height. Oh, the scars on your face are quite frightening. But there are plenty of people in the sea, missing arms and legs. A few scars are nothing. Maybe I should use observation hockey to check. I'm not a pirate, but what does participating in the competition have to do with being a pirate? Of course, it matters. This is a pirate martial arts tournament, limited to pirates only. Ah, it seems I've been deceived. They said anyone could participate. Turns out there are identity restrictions. What a bunch of despicable pirates. Even deceiving an old blind man like me. If I had known, I would have been harsher back then. Little brother, do you know of any cheaperins? I don't have much money on me, and if I can't participate in the competition, I'll need to save some berries to buy a ticket to leave. You can't deduct from the gambling fund, so you can only save on food and accommodation. I actually know this, though I don't want to admit it. The place I'm staying is quite cheap, probably the lowest price in the whole city. Everything is good except that sometimes Captain Noki is a bit stingy, able to offer $1 billion in prizes but unwilling to stay in a luxury hotel. Sigh. But old man, do you dare go? I'm a pirate. A pirate? I don't sense any malice from you at all. It's rare to see a young person willing to help a blind old man. Well, our pirate crew is different from others. Come on, I'll take you there. By the way, we've booked that hotel, and there's an extra room, so you can stay for free. Really? Thank you so much. Old man, you came to participate in the competition all by yourself. It's very dangerous on this island with so many pirates lately. I still have some self-defense skills. As one of the top 9 cleverest people on the ship, we'll brought him back without any defenses, completely forgetting about using observation hockey to gauge the other's intentions. At first glance, he seemed like a kind old man, and it felt normal to make a friend after such a pleasant conversation. On the edge of town, there was an inconspicuous inn, a gray-yellow 2-story building that didn't match the main color tone of this country at all. According to the waiter, the owner is waiting to save enough money to afford those expensive paints to repaint the exterior in pink or bright red. It said that he has been saving for 7 years and still hasn't managed to do so. At this moment, a group of people was chatting casually on the sofa on the first floor. No one expected that the Phoenix Pirates, the organizers and angel investors of the martial arts tournament, would be staying in such a rundown place. Innkeeper, thank you. Noki Gao. That kid went to the port early this morning to check the situation. Why hasn't he come back yet? Also, that beautiful lady over there has been watching for a long time from a distance. Doesn't her eyes get tired? Saying this, she waved her hand towards the wall next to her. Violet, far away in the Highland Palace, was taken aback. Was she discovered? Regardless of whether she was discovered or not, she no longer had the desire to continue watching. After several days of careful observation, she had already gathered most of the basic information about these people. But should she tell Doflamingo about this? Violet fell into deep thought. Angel asked, it's been 3 days. Is she still watching? As the person with the widest observation hockey on the ship, she had long since noticed that someone was spying. If it weren't for Noki Gao stopping her, she would have already shot at the person to let them know how rude their behavior was. Forget it, after all. We already tricked the flamingo once. It's reasonable for his subordinates to collect intelligence. However, this 1,000-mile eye fruit is indeed convenient. Long-distance vision plus X-ray vision. It probably can even see what color underwear you're wearing today. What? There's such a thing? Big Fat, take me over there. I must shoot her. Originally thinking that the other party could only see what she was doing, hearing Noki Gao say that there was also X-ray vision ability, how could she tolerate this? All right, what's wrong with being glanced at by a mature big sister? It won't cost you a piece of flesh. If you keep obsessing over this issue, what will your protective father think when he finds out? The contradiction would escalate. What do you know? Frank walked in carrying a huge package. Not just wool, but he was also sent out to carry out a hunting mission. Everyone's meals these days depended on his harvest. Angel retaliatorily pinched someone's waist and then got up to greet her dad. Nothing, Dad, you're finally back. I was almost starving to death. There's no way. The area of the Dressrosa forest is too small, and there aren't many beasts left. We have eaten most of them. How about we go fishing tomorrow? There is plenty of food in the sea. Frank handed the processed meat to Flanda. They even rented the kitchen of the hotel. The rent was for the owner and the waiters to come along for free meals. No way. Eating fish all the time at sea. Once we land, we must change the flavor. Hey, if you deduct our meal fees again, I will go on strike. Do you believe it? Angel shouted. You know the situation this time. The money has already been taken out. 1 billion berries is being staked at the arena. Behave after the tournament ends. I will give you pocket money, buy whatever you want. Holding a competition on someone else's territory is not just a verbal agreement. If you don't put up the deposit and the championship reward, who will believe your words? What if you're a scammer? In this day and age, guarantors are not in vogue. Even if they were, you wouldn't be able to find one. Fame is one thing. Influence is another. After all, the Phoenix Pirates have only just entered the new world and have no face to speak of. TCH, I believe you, my foot. Chapter 120, Rebecca. An hour later. Flanda finished preparing lunch. The hotel owner and waiters, without waiting for anyone to notify them, consciously brought the meat dishes to the dining table. Just by looking at the two of them being so proactive, one could tell that this was much better than what they could cook themselves. At that moment, Will pushed the door open and walked in, accompanied by a tall middle-aged man. Oh, everyone is here. Let me introduce you. This is an uncle I just met. He temporarily has no place to stay, so I brought him back. We still have an empty room, right? The old man smiled, sorry for bothering everyone. Seeing the appearance of a newcomer, Nojiko immediately spat out the juice she had just taken a sip of. Guena silently put down her chopsticks and slowly drew the knife from her waist. Sorry, I'll wipe it. Nojiko picked up a napkin and wiped her face haphazardly before looking at Yixiao and uncertainly asking, What did you say your name was? I am called Yixiao. Has the little girl heard of me? No, it just feels like your demeanor is very similar to that of my late father. I thought he had come back to life for a moment, and I lost my composure. I am sorry, Nojiko bubbled. I really didn't expect this competition to draw such a great figure. Luckily, we set the rule that only pirates can participate. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. To have everyone acknowledge you as a pirate, you at least need to have a bounty, right? Temporary workers definitely don't count. Yixiao, are you complimenting me or insulting me? Should I laugh at looking like a dead man? Enough. My face is not a table. Guena secretly pinched the soft flesh at her waist and said, Stop it. You rub my nose red. Do you not know your own strength? Sorry, Nojiko said, her face showing a flattering smile. I'll do it myself. Hee, you do it. By the way, uncle, she looked at Yixiao. Are you interested in joining us? After becoming a member of the Phoenix Pirates, you'll get a large sum of money, 1 billion berries, and you get 1/10 of that. It was hard to come across a wild. Cough, someone who hasn't joined the Navy yet, so it would be great to recruit him, even if the chances of success are slim. It's really hard to decide. Even if I lose every bet, this amount of berries would last me a long time. Yixiao's face indeed showed a hesitant expression. Thinking about it, forget it. Becoming a pirate has never been part of my life plan. As expected, by the way, uncle, have you eaten? Let's sit down and have something to eat. Then I won't be polite. Yixiao accurately found an empty seat, not even needing help from others to grab food, as if his eyes could see perfectly. This was Nojiko's first time inviting someone other than the little girl onto the ship. Who is he? The companions exchanged glances and then all looked at Will, saying, You brought him back. You explain later. Will felt a chill under the gaze of 6 pairs of eyes. What's wrong? Is my hairstyle messy? Let me see. Forget it. This guy is hopeless. Let's just ask the captain directly. Noki nodded, saying they should eat first, and then she would tell them in detail. The waitress was a young girl with long pink hair, probably around 13 or 14 years old. At that moment, she was eating while curiously looking at the older sisters across from her, wondering what their glances meant. Was a secret code among adults? Should she ask Mr. Soldier to teach her next time? After finishing their meal, Frank and Will went out with Fujitora. The 3 men seemed to get along well. But the only downside was the confusing hierarchy. One called the other Big Brother, while the one being called Big Brother referred to the other as Uncle. Well, let them sort it out themselves. The waitress helped Flanda clean up the dining table, while the remaining few chatted nearby. Angel asked, So, who's that old man? Noki sighed, How would I know? Today is the first time I've met him. By the way, don't you all use observation hockey? Can't you feel such a strong presence? Of course not. Who would stay in a fighting state all the time? I can, but of course I won't. How else would I fool you? That blind stick is also a sword. How strong is he in your perception? Even if he smiles and intentionally suppresses his presence as a swordsman, Kuina can still sense his unusualness. To put it simply, he is currently the strongest person on this island. Noki can be sure of this, as he cannot defeat the other party. Being stronger than him means being stronger than everyone else on this island. There's nothing wrong with that. Angel was a bit skeptical. Really? That uncle who needs a stick to walk is that strong? I wouldn't lie to you. You've lied to me plenty. Crash. That uncle is stronger than Doflamingo. The group turned to see a waitress girl who had eavesdropped on their conversation and dropped her plate. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up in a moment. Big sister, please tell me, is that uncle really stronger than Doflamingo? The girl asked excitedly, grabbing Naka's hand. Rebecca. The innkeeper hurried over, pulling the girl back while apologizing to everyone. I'm sorry for the trouble. She's been a bit feverish these past few days and is talking nonsense. Please don't mind her, Rebecca quickly apologized to the guests. She anxiously looked at the girl. My little princess, can you just say things like that? If it reaches the ears of the Don Quixote family, our hard-won peace will be gone. No need to apologize. What I said was true. That uncle is the strongest person on this island. Do you need his help with something? When Noki first spotted Rebecca in the inn a few days ago, he was a bit surprised, but then thought it wasn't unreasonable. After all, she is only 13 years old, and becoming a gladiator in the arena is a future matter. As long as she is not near her enemies, it is not strange for her to appear anywhere. It really is. Never mind just asking casually. I don't have any enemies. The light in the girl's eyes brightened for a moment and then gradually dimmed. Without any connection, how could someone help deal with the king of this country? I'm going to wash the dishes. You should practice the sword techniques taught by Mr. Soldier more diligently. One day you will defeat Doflamingo with your own strength. Chapter 121. Do you desire power? Seeing someone's gaze linger on Rebecca for a long time, Angel raised an eyebrow. Hey, you don't want her to board the ship, do you? She's quite cute, but she's just such a little girl. Can you really bear to let her become a pirate? What? Am I the kind of captain who invites pretty people onto the ship? Yeka and Azee exchanged knowing glances with Noki. You just don't join the fun. She pushed Flanders' head aside. Just don't join in on this. Others might be fine, but even Ryan was personally invited. Yet you, the oldest pirate, no one is inviting you, but you keep hanging around. Even so, from you guys, one can see how sharp the captain's eye is. None of the people I have my eye on are weak. Kuina smiled and said, Are you complimenting us or yourself? It doesn't matter who I'm complimenting. What matters is that I have a good eye. That pink-haired girl has immense talent. Keeping her in this country is a waste of resources. In the original work, Rebecca's performance in the arena left a deep impression, especially against Cavendish. Although she was a bit clumsy in action, she was the only one in that match who could dodge Rommel's scythe attack. What she relied on was not just the defensive counterattack swordsmanship taught by Cyrus. Observation hockey was the key to dodging high-speed attacks. Unfortunately, even she herself did not realize this. After regaining her identity as a princess, protected by family, especially her father, she no longer needed to practice swordsmanship for self-defense. And her initially awakened observation hockey was thus wasted. Cyrus is strong, right? An undefeated myth in the arena. Even after 10 years of being idle and losing a leg, he could still defeat Diamante, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. In a monster-filled new world, he could be considered a strong person. But in Naki's view, Rebecca's talent surpasses that of her father. Unfortunately, over the years, she hasn't encountered a good teacher and has only learned some unorthodox swordsmanship. The water dance sword is such a beautiful name, but which strong person in the sea would stand on the shore and fight with you? Defensive counterattack? They would rather attack the sky, the earth, and the air, each one more aggressive than the last. What she learned is completely unsuitable for the rules of this world and can only be used in matches where losing is inevitable, feeling powerless against those high-damage attacks. Without help from others, even practicing the water dance sword for a lifetime won't allow her to defeat Doflamingo. Nojiko can't stand to see her talent wasted. In this world full of dangers, how many people train their whole lives without becoming strong? With such exceptional talent, how can one not cherish it? At night, a small figure quietly left the room, holding a wooden sword and running towards the woods near the inn. I must work twice as hard. The figure kept swinging the sword in a clearing in the woods, with moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves onto her pink hair. Who else could it be but Rebecca? That's not how you practice swordsmanship. A light laugh came from behind her. Who's there? The little girl jumped in fright and quickly turned around, holding the wooden sword in front of her. Don't be afraid, it's me, Nojiko said with a smile as she walked up to her. I'm so scared. No, I'm not scared at all. Big sister, why are you here? Seeing a familiar face, Rebecca let out a sigh of relief. I came following you. You were only practicing in the morning. Why are you out here at night? Lack of sleep won't help you grow, she said, patting the little girl's head. I have a powerful enemy. If I don't gain strength, I won't be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Some people have told me to let it all go, but I can't do that. National grievances don't need to be put aside, but practicing like this won't work. You can't become strong just by training your whole life. No way. This is the sword technique taught to me by the soldier. If you don't believe me, why don't you try attacking me? What's wrong? Can't you do it? Suddenly, Rebecca's tone turned very dejected. I can't attack. The soldier only taught me how to defend. That's why I say your practice is wrong. As a swordsman, how can you not know how to attack? If you only learn defense, you might as well just switch to a shield. But the soldier said, All right, the soldier isn't here right now. You need to listen to your big sister, okay? Fine. The little girl clearly seemed reluctant. It's hard to say elsewhere, but in this world, the root of all tragedies is lack of strength. Just like this country, the reason it is ruled by Doflamingo is not because of his noble birth, but purely because of his strength. And King Riku, no matter how wise, has made a mistake. King Riku made a mistake? Only the strong can protect their own country. The weak can only watch helplessly as their people are bullied by enemies. His mistake was being weak. At this moment, please call me No. Xiao Zhuang. Thank you. Is it really like this? Rebecca didn't quite understand. Is the person who lost their country and throne also at fault? Just because they are weak? If there were no Kigo's true thoughts, she would certainly say, that's utter nonsense. King Riku is not some foolish warrior. As an ordinary person, he has done everything he can. In this world where personal strength is paramount, how can the soldiers of an ordinary country compete with powerful pirates? Rebecca, your talent ranks among the top of those I've seen. Now you only lack a powerful master to teach you. If you are willing to set sail with me, not only can I teach you, but my first mate can teach you too. She's that cool black-haired sister. She's a powerful swordsman. Not to mention, on this Dressrosa Island, she can split it in half with one sword. Let me tell you a secret. She almost cut the red line in half. Wow, Sister Kuna, is that strong? Rebecca's eyes sparkled. If I must say, I consider myself a swordsman too. Can I become that strong one day? Seeing someone coming out, Kuina secretly followed and ran out. Enough. Before I cut the red line, I'll cut you first. Of course. But she can at most be considered the second strongest in the Phoenix Pirates. The captain is the undisputed first. Nojiko said with a smug smile. Amazing. Rebecca, I'll take you to watch the martial arts tournament live this time. Then you'll understand what true power is. Before that, you need to rest well and stop thinking about practicing that sword technique at night. The soldier said he didn't want my hands to be stained with blood, so he didn't teach me how to attack. But how can I take revenge without getting my hands dirty? I want revenge for my mother, for this country. And now, I crave power, crave strong power. Chapter 122, the tournament begins. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the tournament. Before entering the arena, Nojiko specifically reminded her companions, the so-called martial arts tournament is just a means for us to enhance our strength and reputation, not a do-or-die situation. When encountering an unbeatable opponent, saving your life is the priority. I taught you moonwalk not only to assist in combat, but mainly for escape. Hey, we haven't even started fighting, and you're already talking about escaping. That's so embarrassing. Are you looking down on me? Angel said discontentedly. Hey, you reminded me. I'm not worried about others, but you must listen. Snipers are not suitable for arena battles, so don't be reckless. My two short guns are not to be taken lightly. And with Big Fat's cooperation, as long as I don't encounter some top-tier experts, it will be fine. No problem. Angel patted the new weapon at her waist, which Frank specially made for her. The left-hand gun has a slightly larger muzzle, using special impact bullets filled with a lot of metal balls. One bullet can clear a large area, perfect for clearing minions in the arena. The right-hand gun has a longer barrel, using solid bullets that have extremely high initial speed. With the reinforcement of armament hockey, it can effectively harm strong opponents in the arena. A group attack, a single attack. Combined with her extraordinary gun skills and wide observation hockey, her combat power hasn't diminished much. All right, Nojiko nodded. Anyway, Angel's strength is not weak. Even if she encounters Katakuri, she won't be instantly killed. Moreover, she also has her methods to make the opponent afraid to strike. Then she looked at Kuina, who raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do I need to be reminded too? Of course. As the chief swordsman of the Phoenix Pirates, remember to hold back when you strike. Don't cut the opponent's arena in half. You'll have to pay for it. If I do cut, I'll cut you first. If we meet in the finals, I won't hold back. Yekker nodded. Same here. The greatest benefit of joining this pirate crew is that you're never afraid of not having opponents. As long as someone is stronger than her, she can keep improving. TCH, as if you two can beat me. Nojiko rolled her eyes at them and turned to the tall and short grandfather-granddaughter duo across from her. Uncle, please take care of Rebecca. Even in the audience, it might not be safe by the time of the finals. With a smile and a nod, don't worry. Although my strength isn't strong, protecting a little girl is no problem. Rebecca clenched her fist and waved to cheer them on. I'll take Grandpa Yekker in first. Kuina and everyone else do well too. And Nojiko, I believe you can defeat all your opponents and become the champion. Nojiko raised her thumb, of course, in order not to let her money go to waste. She absolutely cannot lose. Otherwise, such a big gap can only be made up from other places. Just as Doflamingo was about to head to the arena after leaving the palace, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Doflamingo? It's nothing, let's go. The pink coat is quite warm, but why does it feel a bit cold? Is it an illusion? Rebecca, holding the ticket in one hand and assisting the blind and mobility-impaired Ishao with the other, entered the arena. Ishao, there are a lot of people inside, so you have to stick close to me, okay? Rebecca, what is it? Actually, you can call me uncle like Nojiko and the others. Uncle Ishao? Wouldn't that be too rude? Let's stick with Grandpa. Although I call myself an old man, I'm only in my early 50s and I don't even have a son. Never mind, let her be happy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your old friend, the commentator Gates. It is a great honor for me to host and commentate this unprecedented pirate martial arts tournament. A middle-aged man wearing a helmet and holding a microphone stood on a high platform at one side of the arena, and at this moment, he was excitedly delivering the opening remarks. Gates, the strongest commentator. Strongest? Brother Karakuri is the strongest. Brother Karakuri is the strongest. The strongest. The strongest. Clearly, the audience was very receptive. Halfway through his speech, deafening cheers erupted from the arena, although it seemed like there was something strange mixed in with the audience. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Let me briefly introduce. This martial arts tournament is divided into two phases, the preliminary rounds and the finals. The preliminary rounds will last for 2 days, with a total of 8 arenas. And like the previous battle modes in the arena, they will all be free-for-alls. Only one victor will emerge from each platform, and only by defeating all opponents in the same round can one advance to the next stage. The 8 strong contenders who stand out from the preliminaries will compete in one-on-one battles in the finals. And after 3 rounds, the first place will be determined, which is our champion. Audience, what is the reward for the champion? Please shout it out loud. 1 billion berries. The synchronized voices almost reverberated throughout half of Dressrosa. Yes, 1 billion berries. This is an enormous fortune. Even I, as a commentator, am tempted to put down my work and participate in the competition, but upon seeing the names of the contestants, I gave up that idea. So who are those who can scare off a genius commentator like me just by their names? First, let me introduce our hero from Dressrosa, the champion of the arena, and also a valuable aid of the warlords of the sea, Diamante, Lauze, Sinal. As the view from the video, Snail shifted to Diamante and the others. Cheers erupted not only from the venue, but also from the streets outside, indicating their popularity in this country. There are 3 executives from the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 2nd Division, Ace. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi. The captain of the 5th Division, Vista. The 4 emperors really sent people? Can our arena's hero defeat them? You think this is over? No. The Big Mom Pirates, also one of the 4 emperors, have sent executives to compete as well, Daifuku, Oven, and the Lady of the Ghosts. Each one is a powerful pirate renowned in the New World, and there are even 2 stars whose strength surpasses theirs. Charlotte Smoothie, the Juice Minister of Tato Land, with a bounty of 932 million berries. It actually exceeds 900 million. This is the first time I've seen a pirate with such a high bounty. So strong. Everyone quiet down. Please allow me to continue introducing the contestants. What I said about the 2 stars was not a lie. The other one is Sweet Commander Charlotte Karakuri, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. A man who has never lost since birth. A true undefeated legend. I, Gates, am honored to see such a person in my lifetime. Lord Katakuri. The audience suddenly fell silent, unsure if it was out of fear of the stars or from the commentator's excitement. Mr. Gates, please calm down. Everyone is watching you. 2 bikini-clad beauties wearing helmets similar to Gates grabbed him on either side, as he seemed to be ready to jump off the stage. Hey, as a commentator, please maintain your composure. Soda. It's the first time I've seen such a perfect contestant. I lost my composure a bit. Finally, let me introduce the organizer of this tournament, who is also a contestant, the Phoenix Pirates, who have a total of 10 members participating in the competition under the leadership of their captain, including a pet rabbit. Nojiko, leaning against the window, gave him the middle finger. Could you be any more perfunctory? The audience didn't react much, as they had already been shocked. You, a pirate crew that just arrived in the New World, still want to compete with the 4 emperors? On the other side of the window, Cavendish bit his handkerchief while looking expectantly at Gates. When will you introduce me? As the grand finale, what kind of pose should I use to greet my fans? Alright, let us start the first preliminary match. The rules are the same as usual. Falling into the water or being unable to get up counts as a loss. And there are no restrictions during the match. That's it. It's starting. There are contestants who haven't been introduced yet. Hey. Synopsis. An explorer who died unexpectedly transmigrated to the pirate world and became Nojiko, Nami's half-sister. On the day her mother was murdered, Nojiko awakened her memories from her previous life due to a strong shock. That night, she left Cocoa West Village in search of ways to become stronger. Years later, after achieving mastery and consuming the mythical Zoan fruit, Nojiko, armed with the power of revenge, returns to her hometown with her companions, burning all her enemies to ashes.